In a household so impoverished that even a Pokeball is beyond reach, fret not. The system offers a staggering deal. A divine egg for merely $1.99, an Arceus plate for $2.99, and a Mewtwo for just $1, effectively emptying the store. Refresh and purchase. A day in the life of Chen Feng, waiting for the system to stock items and snatching them up, leaving his competitors utterly astonished. While others are saving to acquire a Charmander, he has already assembled a legendary B squad. What of game balance? As trainers toil to capture rare Pokémon, Chen Feng nonchalantly exclaims, aren't these just the daily specials from the system? From the slums to the pinnacle of Pokémon mastery, all thanks to this extraordinary instant kill system. Chapter 1. Acquiring the instant kill system. Son, you have the chance to become a complete fool. Really? Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng's initial reaction was one of elation, yet he was acutely aware of his family's dire financial situation. With both parents being ordinary workers, had they possessed wealth, he would have become a trainer 2 years prior. There was no reason to wait until now, at the age of 20, to embark on this journey. Casting a glance at his father, he queried with a perplexed expression. His father mumbled something and then clarified, I won the lottery, a scratch-off grand prize. We can select a Pokémon from the official breeding center of the Pokémon League. At this revelation, Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his father. His father's luck was nothing short of miraculous, having won with a mere 0.01 chance. Having traversed this world where humans coexist with Pokémon for 3 years, Chen Feng had long awaited this moment to become a trainer, and thankfully, he had not given up. According to his understanding, this world had witnessed the sudden emergence of countless secret realms thousands of years ago, expanding the terrain by more than 100-fold. As these secret realms were discovered by humanity, various Pokémon emerged, integrating themselves into human lives. Thousands of years later, Pokémon had become indispensable companions to humans, giving rise to a new profession, Pokémon trainer. This vocation is the most sought after in the realm, without exception. Despite being the profession with the highest mortality rate annually, it has not deterred people's aspirations. However, the path to becoming a trainer is fraught with challenges, primarily due to the necessity of substantial financial backing. Chen Feng's inability to afford such support had thus far hindered his aspirations. As his joy waned, a sense of helplessness washed over him. The thought of the Pokémon eggs within the breeding center was disheartening. The quality of the Pokémon that could emerge from those eggs was left to fate. Compared to the eggs sold externally, those obtained through lottery wins, like his father's, might possess slightly better qualifications, but only marginally so. Though Chen Feng had not fully engaged with the Pokémon anime or played every installment of the game in his previous life, he still held a fundamental understanding of Pokémon. Dad, you know those eggs from the breeding center are either Caterpie or Rattata, Chen Feng lamented. Starting with a Caterpie is hardly a promising beginning for a trainer. The qualifications of Pokémon, like Caterpie and Rattata, are unlikely to reach the pinnacle level. Even if they could, it would require a significant investment of rare resources. Which trainer would willingly squander such resources on such mundane Pokémon? According to qualifications, Pokémon are categorized from lowest to highest as Ordinary, Rare, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Gym Leader, Champion, Master, and Divine Beast, totaling 10 levels. Noticing Chen Feng's demeanor, his father's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, "This is all I could do, it's up to you whether you accept it." With that, he stormed out. Chen Feng feigned disinterest, yet if he wished to become a trainer, this was his only avenue. Others who have traversed worlds boast remarkable systems, yet I have nothing. How embarrassing. Just then, a shimmering electronic screen materialized before Chen Feng. The interface resembled a discounted shopping platform, yet it was unlike any ordinary marketplace. This was a system offering prices even lower than discounts. Universal Master Instant Kill System. Everything you could desire, available for your selection. Upon reading the promotional description, Chen Feng's breath caught in his throat. No way a system? Finally, after 3 years, you've chosen to reveal yourself. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Complete Fool System. The Complete Fool System provides various Pokémon-related items and eggs of varying qualifications, allowing the host to purchase them at remarkably low prices. Congratulations, host! You have received a novice reward. 1 refresh opportunity. Note: the novice refresh opportunity is equivalent to a champion-level refresh opportunity. Would the host like to proceed with item refresh? As he gazed at the sudden screen, excitement surged within Chen Feng. Just as he was about to refresh the instant kill shelf, he noticed a prompt for a daily refresh. Daily refresh? Though he was uncertain about the differences between this and a novice refresh, his instinct suggested that the daily refresh might be of inferior quality. He resolved to test the waters with the daily refresh. Utilizing daily refresh. Ding! The instant kill shelf has been updated, please check. Instantly, the virtual screen before Feng began to spin wildly. Moments later, 3 items radiating a white glow appeared. A glance revealed their unremarkable nature. Pokeball white purpose. Capture Pokemon instant kill price. 9.99 antidote white purpose. Cure Pokemon of poison instant kill price. 3.80 grass type basic energy cube white instant kill price. 1.69 what? 3 white items? Is this a loss or a gain? As a novice using the instant kill shell for the first time, Feng was puzzled about the value of the items. He promptly searched online for their prices. The discovery left him astounded as standard Pokeball online costs 500. Yet on the instant kill shelf, it was merely 9.99 if resold. He could profit 490. If he could consistently utilize the instant kill feature, wouldn't his earnings multiply? Not seizing this opportunity would be foolish. With that thought in mind, Feng decisively purchased all 3 white items. What a thrill to find a bargain. Unfortunately, I cannot share this joy with anyone, it is mine alone. If the daily refresh yielded such treasures, he wondered what wonders the novice refresh might unveil. Since it was a singular opportunity, it ought to offer something extraordinary. Filled with anticipation, Feng eagerly accessed the instant kill shelf. The screen before him immediately displayed a system prompt. Ding! Would the host like to utilize the novice refresh? Refresh! Refresh! Hurry and refresh! Feng could hardly contain his impatience, hoping for a divine egg to manifest. Chapter 2. The system has yet another function. In an instant, a dazzling array of effects flickered before Feng's eyes. Soon, the instant kill items were entirely updated, showcasing products of various hues. A mere glance nearly left him drooling, for among them was a shimmering red item. According to the system's categorization of instant kill products, the colors range from white to green, blue, purple, red, gold, and multicolored, where multicolored signifies divine level. Gold represents legends. Red indicates champions. Purple denotes masters. Blue signifies gym leaders. Green represents elites. And white stands for ordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, novice refresh successful. A total of 10 items have been refreshed. Note: gold and red Pokemon eggs have a chance to yield divine level Pokemon. The red item signifies that it is at least of champion caliber. Ignoring the system's prompts, Feng swallowed hard and cautiously selected the item radiating red light. With a swift motion, the crimson light dissipated, revealing a silvery white Pokemon egg prominently displayed on the system screen. Unknown semi-divine Pokemon egg red description. An unknown semi-divine Pokemon egg upon hatching. The host will randomly obtain a semi-divine Pokemon with a minimum qualification of champion level or higher. Flash sale price, 199 yuan. Semi-divine. The reality of it struck Feng like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stood there, grinning foolishly at the air. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would surely think he had lost his mind. I've hit the jackpot. This is truly my lucky day. A semi-divine Pokemon. In both China and across the globe, semi-divine Pokemon are a rarity, highly sought after as strategic assets by nations. For an ordinary person, acquiring one is as challenging as scaling a mountain. It is not merely a matter of wealth in the black market. A single semi-divine Pokemon egg commands exorbitant prices, often starting at millions, with some reaching into the hundreds of millions. I wonder which semi-divine will hatch. Ideally, a Dratini that can evolve into a Dragonite power of a first-generation semi-divine is unquestionable. Tyranitar, Salamence, Garchomp, and Dragapult would also be splendid choices. If given the option, Feng would unequivocally choose Metagross. Simply put, it is striking, especially the mage-evolved Metagross, which is extraordinarily impressive. However, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. Did he possess the capability to safeguard such a valuable Pokemon? In the animated series, there are villainous organizations like Team Rocket that specialize in stealing others' Pokemon, and such entities exist in reality as well. These criminals prey on trainers and their Pokemon when they are still vulnerable, resorting to violence to seize their Pokemon. Why hesitate? Let's make the purchase now and deal with future concerns later. If he were to pass up the opportunity of acquiring the semi-divine egg before him, it would be tantamount to a self-inflicted demise. Faced with such a tantalizing price, Chen Feng unhesitatingly recharged his account with 200 yuan, instantly purchasing the coveted red semi-divine Pokémon egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the unknown semi-divine egg. Would you like to claim it now? Note: after claiming, the host must place the egg in an incubator within 1 hour to prevent a decline in the egg's quality. No, the unknown semi-divine egg has been placed in the system backpack, and the host may claim it at any time. It seems I need to acquire an incubator first. Chen Feng glanced at his phone balance. 594.03 yuan. The cheapest ordinary incubator sold at the breeding house costs at least 1,000 yuan. That's not enough. Chen Feng reopened the system, meticulously confirming that no incubators were available among the flash sale items. However, he remained undeterred. His father had won a prize, which included not only a Pokémon egg, but also an incubator, a Pokeball, and 10 basic energy cubes. With that thought, Chen Feng rushed into the living room, eagerly calling out to his father. "Dad, why are you still sitting there? Aren't you supposed to take me to claim a prize?" His father glanced up at Chen Feng, his tone indifferent. "Didn't you say you weren't interested in being a trainer?" "Well, I've had a change of heart. A Caterpie is just a Caterpie once I grow stronger. I can capture more formidable Pokémon," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Half an hour later, the father and son arrived at the bustling Central Avenue in Donghai City. Central Avenue, also known as Pokémon Street, is a place where one can procure anything related to Pokémon. The breeding house owned by the Pokémon League is situated along this street and is the largest establishment of its kind. Upon entering the breeding house, they were greeted by a charming saleswoman clad in a sleek black uniform. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at her youthful beauty and striking figure. It was evident that the Pokémon League understood the desires of its customers with such alluring service. Even a higher price would entice many to spend their money here. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The saleswoman inquired gently. "We're here to claim a prize," Chen Feng's father replied, producing a scratch-off lottery ticket from his pocket. "Certainly, please follow me." The Pokémon League is commendable. They treat all winners equally, without discrimination. The saleswoman led Chen Feng and his father to the egg selection area. "This is our egg selection area, where you may choose any Pokémon egg valued at no more than 200,000 yuan. His father nodded and said to Chen Feng, "You can choose for yourself." In truth, there were limited options under 200,000 yuan, either a Caterpie, a Rattata, or a Beedrill. "Let's take a look. Perhaps luck will favor me today." Chen Feng was confident in his fortune, especially considering his experiences with traversing worlds and acquiring a system. He turned his gaze toward the shelves filled with Pokémon eggs, when suddenly, an ethereal panel materialized before him. Pokémon egg, Caterpie gender, male qualification, rare. Wow, the system has this functionality as well. Chen Feng was not at all surprised by the unfolding events. He simply hadn't anticipated that the system possessed such an additional feature. It was akin to having an appraisal ability at his disposal. With this, perhaps he might indeed stumble upon a hidden treasure. The thought alone brought him immense joy. Chapter 3. Seizing Opportunities, the King-level Charmander. His gaze swept across the Pokémon eggs displayed on the shelves. With the assistance of the system, he could discern the quality of each egg with a mere glance. Caterpie, inadequate. Rattata, also unsatisfactory. Surprisingly, this Beedrill egg possessed elite qualifications, but alas, it did not pique his interest. In the past, he might have considered acquiring an egg of elite quality, yet now, equipped with the system, he would only contemplate obtaining a Pokémon of at least king-level status, as anything less would not befit his standing. Beside him, Chen's father furrowed his brow, expressing his impatience. "I say, you little rascal, do you think this is a vegetable market? Is this how you choose a Pokémon egg?" Although Chen's father was no longer a trainer, he had once aspired to be a powerful one in his youth, and thus had a modicum of knowledge regarding Pokémon, particularly in selecting eggs. Witnessing his son's haphazard choices left him exasperated. Consequently, he took it upon himself to select a Pokémon egg for his son. "I believe this egg looks promising. Judging by the pattern, it should be a Beedrill egg. Compared to the egg beside it, this one was noticeably larger, with a clearer pattern and a smoother texture, indicating a higher quality." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at the Pokémon egg in his father's hands. Indeed, his father had a discerning eye. The egg he held was precisely the elite quality Beedrill egg, one of the few high-quality specimens available. However, this was not what Chen Feng desired. "I don't want the Beedrill," he firmly rejected. Upon hearing his son's prompt dismissal, Chen's father was taken aback. "You little brat, At such a young age, your ambitions are rather grand. Do you think your father is someone to dismiss a Beedrill? Are you hoping for one of the starter Pokémon? Can you even afford to raise one if you were to get it? As is widely known, Bug-type and Grass-type Pokémon are the easiest to nurture and are often the first choice for children from ordinary families due to their low cost. This was already one of the last batches of Pokémon eggs in the area. If he could not find one to his satisfaction, he would have no choice but to settle for any random selection. After all, his initial intention was not to choose a Pokémon, but merely to acquire an incubator for free. Just then, a sudden notification from the system caught his attention. Pokémon Egg, Charmander, Weak, Gender, Male, Qualification, Lord Level, King Level. Charmander. It was indeed a Charmander. He never expected to encounter one of the starter Pokémon here. Was it due to the system's indication of its weakened state? Feng carefully cradled the Charmander egg, gently caressing it. He could distinctly feel a warmth emanating from his palms. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual sensation at his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a minuscule crack on the eggshell. It was so subtle that it would be easy to overlook. No wonder the Charmander egg was considered weak. It had a crack. In that instant, Feng understood. It seemed that the appearance of this egg was not coincidental, but rather a deliberate act by the breeding house. Regardless of whether it was accidental or intentional, the outcome remained the same. This Charmander egg was his. This is the one I choose. At that moment, the beautiful sales assistant, who had been waiting nearby, cast a lingering glance at Feng, noticing the egg he cradled. As an employee, she was well aware of the egg's condition. Had it not been for the visible crack, this egg would not have been available here. Little brother, you have a keen eye. I dare say this egg is undoubtedly the finest here, she complimented with a smile. Really? I think so too, Feng replied with a casual smile. Brushing off her praise, after selecting the Pokémon egg, it was time to complete the necessary procedures. The process was quite simple, primarily involving the verification of his father's lottery win. Once confirmed, the sales assistant fetched the remaining Pokeballs, incubator, and energy cubes. Little brother, do you know how to use the incubator? Feng nodded and quietly replied, yes, I learned about it at school, and besides, my little brother is quite capable. With that, he laughed heartily and left the breeding house, leaving the sales assistant blushing and bewildered. Upon returning home, he gazed at the Charmander egg before him, feeling conflicted. Initially, he intended to select any egg and use the incubator for a divine egg, planning to release the Pokémon once it hatched. But now, release a Charmander? This was a Charmander, and a king level one at that. Feng would have to be foolish to let it go. At this moment, he had completely overlooked the condition of the Charmander egg. The only viable option was to hatch the Charmander first and set aside the divine egg for now. He could wait for the system to refresh the incubator or save up to purchase one later. However, with the current state of the Charmander egg being damaged, hatching it directly would yield only Lord level potential. What should he do? It was impossible to hatch it directly. The choice between Lord level and King level was an obvious one. It seemed that his hopes now rested solely on the system. At that moment, Feng recalled that there were still several items in the flash sale system that he had yet to explore. With that thought, he promptly summoned the system panel. High-grade flame ball, blue. Description: crafted from special materials, significantly increases the chances of capturing fire-type Pokémon, while also providing a slight recovery of stamina during rest. Flash sale price, $8.88. Not this one. The blue high-grade ball appeared to be of good quality and was reasonably priced at $8.88. But it was not what Feng needed. He continued to browse. Water stone, blue. Description: a stone that enables specific water-type Pokémon to evolve. Flash sale price, $6.82. Although the water stone was also decent, it still did not meet Feng's requirements. Seriously? A beginner's refresh opportunity. And aside from one guaranteed item, it's just this junk? Feng scrolled through several items, all of which were incapable of repairing the Pokémon egg. How could the items produced by the system be subpar? It was merely that Feng was currently fixated on acquiring a tool to repair the Charmander egg. Rather than these temporarily useless items, he had only one last item left. Whether it could repair the egg was now a matter of fate. Feng closed his eyes and offered a silent prayer, then clicked on the final item, which emanated a purple glow. Chapter 4. The Path to Wealth. High-grade nutrient solution, purple. Description: provides the energy required for Pokémon eggs and has a chance to enhance their qualifications. Flash sale price, $18.98. Enhancing the qualifications of the Pokémon egg? Although the description did not explicitly state that it could repair the crack in the egg, it did indicate a potential for improving its qualifications. However, this was only a chance. How much, he wondered? It was not clearly specified. Oh well. A dead horse is better than no horse at all. Chen Feng immediately retrieved the nutrient solution from his system bag and unhesitatingly injected it into the Charmander's incubator. As the nutrient solution gradually infused into the incubator, the crack on the Charmander egg began to visibly heal at a remarkable pace. Before long, the crack was completely mended. Is that all? Chen Feng's gaze shifted back to the Charmander egg, and he was greeted with a new description of the egg. Pokémon egg, Charmander, healthy, gender, male, qualification, king level. Indeed, the system's description of the Charmander had changed. Charizard has regained its health and its potential has returned to the elite level. Upon reading the introduction, Chen Feng couldn't contain his excitement and pumped his fist in jubilation. After this moment of exhilaration, he resumed his exploration of the flash sale shelf. The flash sale shelf refreshes once, and the items are only available for a single day. Missing out would be a considerable loss. Chen Feng had only recently acquired the system and was still unfamiliar with its workings. He was unsure whether he could obtain additional opportunities for super refreshes after the initial one gifted to beginners, which made him cherish it all the more. Upon accessing the flash sale shelf, Chen Feng swiftly acquired all remaining items. His wallet was now truly empty, and he needed to devise a way to earn some money, as he couldn't rely on his family indefinitely. In truth, trainers have numerous ways to earn income. The simplest method is to sell Pokémon-related items, which is also the quickest and most lucrative approach. Without hesitation, he downloaded the official Pokémon Alliance app from the internet, registered an account, and logged in. This software, officially launched by the Huaxiao Pokémon Alliance, is the most authoritative, containing information about various secret realms, types of Pokémon, item introductions, battle videos, and event schedules. Most importantly, it features an item trading section. Such a comprehensive tool is indeed an essential artifact for every traveling trainer. Chen Feng navigated to the trading section and input Waterstone. Holding onto it was less practical than selling it for some quick cash. He clicked search, and a flurry of messages appeared on his phone screen. Looking to buy a Waterstone, price negotiable. Offering 2 million for a Waterstone, please DM if available. To his astonishment, a single Waterstone was valued at 2 million. Chen Feng exclaimed in delight. The Waterstone sold in the flash sale was worth only a fraction of that. This resale would net him a considerable profit. He felt immense joy, having acquired a Waterstone worth millions for less than $10. If only he could procure more. With this opportunity, achieving wealth no longer felt like a mere fantasy. Chen Feng posted a listing to sell the Waterstone and promptly closed it. He refrained from directly contacting the buyers, primarily to secure a higher price. The official price for a Waterstone is 2.5 million, while the market price hovers around 2 to 3 million. Since he could sell it for a higher price, it made no sense to undervalue it. He continued to search through the remaining items, each one promising substantial profit. After a rough calculation, he realized that selling all the items in his possession could yield him a staggering 10 million. This was an amount he had never dared to dream of before. However, Chen Feng did not intend to sell all his items. With the system in place, many opportunities for earning would arise in the future, so there was no need to rush. Since he had decided to become a trainer, he needed to plan for the future. Some useful items needed to be kept for his own use. The most significant gain from this super refresh was the acquisition of several skill secret techniques, including 3 at once. Technique: Fire Punch, single use. Description: attacks the opponent with a fiery fist, which may inflict a burn status. Technique: Sunny Day, single use. Description: alters the weather to enhance fire-type moves and diminish water-type moves. Technique: Stomp, single use. Description: deals damage to the target and has a 100 chance to reduce the opponent's speed. Upon seeing these 3 skill techniques, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if fortune had arrived just when he needed it. To be fair, these skills were highly suitable for both Charizard and Mewtwo. However, the fact that they were single-use made it a bit of a headache. Both Pokémon could learn them, but it would have been ideal if they were reusable. They hadn't even hatched yet, so why dwell on it? He hoped to sell the Waterstone quickly, otherwise he might struggle to afford meals. Though purchasing the flash sale items had nearly depleted his meager allowance, the rewards were remarkable: an elite-level quasi-divine Pokémon egg, 3 skill techniques, as well as Pokeballs and other items. It could be said that Chen Feng's hidden assets had now surpassed those of his father. He wondered how long it would take for Charizard to hatch. A week later, Charizard, use Fire Punch. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, Charizard concentrated all its fire energy into its arm. Flames erupted briefly before vanishing in less than a second. Roar. Charizard looked at Chen Feng with a pitiful gaze, much like a child who had erred. Chen Feng crouched down, gently ruffling Charizard's head, and said, "It's all right. You're still young and just learning Fire Punch. It's perfectly normal not to be proficient yet. Let's practice a few more times, and you'll surely improve. Now, Charizard, use Fire Punch again. Roar. Charizard nodded vigorously at Feng and resumed its practice of Fire Punch. Charizard had hatched 3 days prior and immediately exhibited the qualifications of an elite Pokémon. Not only did it swiftly learn Ember, but it also mastered both Fire Punch and Sunny Day. The only issue was its lack of proficiency. Of course, Fire Punch and Sunny Day were both skill techniques. The primary reason Feng decided to pursue this path was due to Charizard's unique ability. Charizard, gender, male, potential, elite, ability, solar power, skills, Ember, Scratch, Smokescreen, Fire Punch. Sunny Day, with the solar power ability, Charizard could be likened to a mobile artillery unit. Under sunny weather, its special attack would experience a remarkable enhancement, leading Feng to place great expectations on Charizard. Chapter 5, Refresh Rules. Ever since Feng hatched Charizard, he had instantly become a prominent figure at Donghai High School. Even the number of love letters he received had significantly increased. Feng was already the most popular boy at Donghai High, not only due to his handsome appearance but also because of his academic prowess, making him quite popular among the girls. Now that he had become a trainer, with his initial Pokémon being one of the starter trio, Charizard was undeniably a promising prospect. Hey, Feng bro, how many love letters did you get today? Wang Bo, Feng's close friend, leaned in with a teasing grin in the classroom of Class 12. Are you that idle? How about we practice after school? It's the perfect opportunity to test Charizard's training results, Feng replied. Afraid of you? Let's do it then. Don't forget my Medong hatched a month before yours. Wang Bo retorted. Feng chuckled dismissively. Just you? It wasn't arrogance on Feng's part. It was simply that Wang Bo's Medong was genuinely no match for Charizard. After acquiring the system, Feng had reviewed Wang Bo's Metang's data. Its potential was merely elite level, with an ordinary battle capability. When battle powers are equivalent, Charizard's higher potential undoubtedly made it the stronger contender. Just then, the class bell rang, and the cacophony of the classroom fell silent. The class teacher, Mr. Liu, slowly approached the podium. Mr. Liu, in his 40s, was balding with a round face and had a warm smile. Although he was quite humorous outside of class, he was notably serious during lectures, which made students both love and hate him. Although Mr. Liu was not conventionally handsome, he was a seasoned educator who had produced numerous outstanding students. It was said that the master of the water-type gym in Donghai City was one of his former pupils. Quiet down, everyone. I have something of great concern to discuss. Mr. Liu scanned the classroom before leisurely sipping his tea and finally speaking. The issue of special admissions and extra points is likely what you are most interested in. The policy for this year has been released, and it remains the same as last year. In 6 months, the provincial capital of Jiangnan will host a national intercollegiate competition, open to all high school seniors aged 20 and below. This official tournament, organized by the Pokémon League, aims to select truly exceptional trainers to cultivate talent for the nation. To ensure fairness, 2 restrictions have been implemented. Participants must be current high school seniors and must not exceed the age limit of 20, thus preventing older students who have repeated years from entering the competition. The intercollegiate competition is a nationwide event, commencing with preliminary selections at the city level, where only the top 4 trainers will qualify for the provincial tournament. Those who secure a place in the provincial finals will then advance to the national championship. Each year, the intercollegiate competition garners immense attention across the country, as it significantly impacts the futures of many students. Furthermore, the viewership is exceptionally high, particularly when the national finals approach, attracting a plethora of talented trainers and a variety of Pokémon, including semi-divine ones. During this period, other domestic events, such as the elite ranking tournaments and gym leader challenges, will be paused to accommodate the intercollegiate competition. Upon hearing this news, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Such a grand event seems distant for most, as competing against the brightest minds from across the province and even the nation presents little chance of victory for ordinary students. Generally, merely qualifying for the provincial tournament is considered a significant achievement. Clearing his throat, Mr. Liu captured the attention of the students once more. He announced that those interested in signing up for the city qualifiers could approach him after class. The registration requirements were straightforward. Each participant must possess 2 Pokémon they have raised themselves, which must be registered with the Pokémon League. The use of Pokémon provided by predecessors is strictly forbidden. With time still remaining before the competition, those without the requisite 2 Pokémon need not worry, as they must simply ensure they have at least 2 by the start of the tournament. Feng, while initially indifferent to such competitions, found motivation in the prospect of gaining extra points for the college entrance examination. The exams in Jiangnan province are notoriously challenging, often requiring students to score nearly 100 points higher than their counterparts in other provinces for admission to the same institutions. Therefore, the opportunity for additional points was not one Feng could afford to overlook. Although he was confident in his ability to secure a place in a prestigious university based on his current grades, the additional points could only enhance his chances, perhaps even leading to a full scholarship that would cover his tuition and fees for 4 years. With the assistance of his system, Feng felt assured that even if he did not clinch the national title, securing a provincial championship was well within his reach. At that moment, his confidence soared, as if he had already claimed the championship title for Jiangnan province. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly grasped the functionality of the system. According to its notifications, he could refresh his inventory once daily for a chance to acquire various rare items, with an additional monthly opportunity guaranteed to yield at least one red-level championship item. Furthermore, every 6 months, he would receive a legendary level refresh with a guaranteed gold-level item, while an annual refresh would ensure a dazzling item. In essence, obtaining a dazzling level item would require a year of waiting. Each refresh, regardless of its level, carried the potential to yield Pokémon eggs, though the odds were unpredictable. Thus far, Feng had not encountered any Pokémon eggs during his daily refreshes. Consequently, he realized that relying solely on the system for acquiring Pokémon would not suffice. He needed to consider alternative methods. However, he remained unperturbed. Currently, he possessed a fully hatched king-level Charmander and an unhatched semi-divine egg, which qualified him to participate in the city qualifiers. His immediate priority was to hatch the semi-divine egg and train both Pokémon. If he intended to utilize the semi-divine Pokémon as his trump card, he would need to capture an additional Pokémon. The options for capturing Pokémon were limited to 2 avenues: purchasing Pokémon eggs, either from breeding facilities or the black market, where high-quality eggs commanded exorbitant prices unless they were gamble eggs. Feng had contemplated the gamble option, but the odds of success were likely lower than those of the system refresh, as sellers were unlikely to part with high-quality Pokémon eggs for gambling purposes. Consequently, he dismissed this approach. Thus, Feng was left with the second option, venturing into the wilderness to capture wild Pokémon. However, this path also carried risks, and he would not dare enter the wilds without the means to protect himself. Having traversed into this world and acquired the system, Feng was determined not to fall victim to hubris and meet an untimely end. He needed to enhance the strength of his Charmander as swiftly as possible. After school, Feng recalled his agreement with Wang Bo, and the two arrived at Wang Bo's battle arena, prepared for a friendly match. Wang Bo's family undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, living in a sprawling 500-square-meter villa complete with a yard the size of a football field, equipped with a basketball court, swimming pool, and battle arena. Feng was puzzled as to why, with such affluence, Wang Bo had not acquired one of the starter Pokémon from the trio but instead opted for a Machop. Curiously, Feng inquired, "Given your family's wealth, why didn't you choose one of the starter Pokémon?" In response, Wang Bo tossed Feng a bottle of soda while grinning and replied, "Who said I don't have one?" Confused, Feng probed further, wondering if Wang Bo had another Pokémon. "Show me something impressive," Wang Bo beckoned as he led Feng upstairs. Upon entering Wang Bo's room, Feng was taken aback by its size, larger than his own home. 100-square-meter room for one person left him envious, though he quickly brushed aside the envy, believing that with his abilities, such luxuries would be his in due time. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch something," Wang Bo said as he stepped away. Moments later, he returned with an incubator, revealing a Pokémon egg inside. Feng immediately activated the system scan. Pokémon egg, Trico, healthy, gender, female, quality, king level. Before Feng could express his astonishment, Wang Bo spoke up first. "This is actually my starter Pokémon. It just hasn't hatched yet." Feigning ignorance, Feng inquired, "What Pokémon egg is that?" "Trico, my dad paid a hefty sum for it." "Can you guess how much?" "You probably can't. It cost 5 million, precisely 5 million. While Wang Bo appeared quite pleased with himself, Feng recognized that this was not mere bragging, but rather a display of arrogance. 5 million seemed an astronomical figure, yet for a king-level Trico, Wang Bo had undoubtedly made a profitable investment. Even the market value of a Trico egg, regardless of quality, was around 3 million. Given its king-level quality, it could easily fetch a price of 10 million, with buyers eagerly vying for it. To humor Wang Bo, Feng maintained an expression of surprise, admiring his own acting skills. With his acting prowess, one might argue that the Oscars owe him a golden statuette. "I must tell you, despite the seemingly substantial sum of 500,000, it is indeed my earnings. My father had a specialist appraise it, confirming that this wood gecko possesses qualifications that are nothing short of legendary. Thus, I remain unhurried in the hatching process, diligently nurturing it with premium nutrient solutions." hoping to elevate its potential to new heights. Wang Bo's words genuinely astonished Chen Feng. One must understand that a single bottle of premium nutrient solution costs a staggering 100,000, given that he consumes one every 3 days. Wang Bo's investment amounts to no less than 10 million. How remarkable! Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. Deciding to shift the conversation, he remarked. Aren't you supposed to battle me? Let us go, young master. Chen Feng resolved to thoroughly teach Wang Bo a lesson, hoping to mend his wounded pride. In the arena, Chen Feng and Wang Bo stood at opposite ends. Just before the competition commenced, Wang Bo provocatively taunted, "Don't cry if you lose. Get lost. Who's going to cry?" Chen Feng retorted, amused by Wang Bo's audacity. "Go, Mach-Hop. Charge forth, Charmander." Both summoned their Pokémon simultaneously. Chen Feng was quick to command, "Charmander, use Sunny Day." Both competitors shared the same strategy, opting for Mach-Hop to focus on building its energy rather than attacking first. However, Chen Feng's swift command and Charmander's superior qualifications resulted in the rapid execution of Sunny Day. Noticing Mach-Hop still concentrating, Chen Feng seized the moment without hesitation. "Charmander, unleash Ember." Mach-Hop, dodge and counter with Bullet Punch. In reality, dodging is indeed an extraordinary skill. Unlike in games, where evasion relies on numerical values, in reality, Pokémon can evade attacks unless they are at a distinct disadvantage in speed. Following Wang Bo's command, Mach-Hop expertly evaded the Ember attack and charged towards Charmander, its hands glinting with the initiation of Bullet Punch. Unyielding, Chen Feng countered, "Charmander, meet it head-on with Flame Punch." In an instant, Charmander ignited, its right arm engulfed in blazing flames. Boom! The Flame Punch collided with Bullet Punch, fists meeting with explosive force. Following the detonation, both Pokémon remained locked in their stance, though Mach-Hop bore a distinct burn mark, successfully triggering the burn effect. This would gradually sap matchup strength. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng commanded, "Charmander, use Ember." At such close range, Mach-Hop found it nearly impossible to evade. Indeed, before Wang Bo could issue a command, Charmander's Ember struck true, incapacitating Mach-Hop. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, primarily due to the low levels and limited stamina of both Pokémon, leading to a quick loss of combat capability. "So what do you say? Do you concede?" Chen Feng smirked. You didn't notice? I was letting you win." Wang Bo feigned bravado. Chen Feng, well aware of Wang Bo's nature, offered a few teasing remarks before falling silent. This competition unveiled the boundless potential of Charmander. Initially, Chen Feng envisioned Charmander as a special attacker in his team. However, should it evolve into Charizard, it would undoubtedly pursue a fiery path. Such a dilemma. On the subject of evolution, Chen Feng had been particularly observant in recent days. It appeared that this world had yet to discover the concept of evolution. Not only evolution, but moves, Gigantamaxing, and terrestrialization seemed absent as well. If one could be the first to uncover these enhancements to Pokémon strength, might I not ascend to the status of Pokémon Professor? Such a revelation would serve as a safeguard. Even if the legendary Pokémon were exposed, I would remain unscathed. Chapter 7. This money is too easy to earn. In the Zhuxin community, a dilapidated neighborhood established 2 decades ago, Chen Feng resided in Unit 301. Building 6. Upon entering his home, the loving voice of his mother, Lin Xuelian, greeted him warmly. After washing his hands and settling down, his father, Chen Zhangwo, discreetly signaled to his wife. Understanding immediately, Lin Xuelian produced a bank card and handed it to Chen Feng. Confused, Chen Feng inquired, "Dad, Mom, what is this?" After finishing his drink, Chen Zhangwo looked at Chen Feng with utmost seriousness and said, "Son, this card contains 1 million. It was intended for you to purchase a house and marry. However, since you've decided to become a trainer, your mother and I have decided to give it to you in advance. I'm not capable of much, and this life is all I have. I hope you can fulfill my unaccomplished dreams." With that, he filled his glass once more and drank deeply. Lin Xuelian continued, "Son, while 1 million may seem trivial in raising Pokémon, do not underestimate its value. This is all we have saved over our lifetimes. The rest is up to you." Overcome with emotion, Lin Xuelian turned away to discreetly wipe away a tear. Chen Feng, already moved to tears, felt the weight of their gesture. It wasn't merely about the money. It was the echo of his parents' love, reminiscent of his past life. In his previous existence, after graduating from university, he faced numerous setbacks and ultimately decided to quit his job to start a business. Lacking funds, his parents unhesitatingly pulled together 1 million to support him. Regrettably, he had let them down. Now, as the scene replayed, Chen Feng felt their love anew, and he couldn't help but be deeply touched. In that moment, He silently vowed never to betray their hopes again, to ensure they would live a better life. He accepted the bank card, understanding that the secrets of his system must remain confidential, even from his parents. Accepting this 1 million would also alleviate many future complications, particularly regarding the origins of the legendary egg. He believed that with his abilities, he would repay his parents many times over. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Chen Feng bowed deeply to his parents, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. What are you doing, my child? Come, let us eat. Lin Xuelian chuckled softly at her son. The family of three shared a joyful meal together. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng immediately accessed the Pokémon Alliance to check the status of his sale post. It had been several days since he posted, and he had forgotten to check if anyone was interested. Upon opening the page, he was met with an overwhelming response, 99 comments and 99 private messages. To his surprise, it was a flurry of interest. After skimming through, he noted that most were inquiries about his price, with only a handful offering counteroffers. Chen Feng, dissatisfied with the proposed prices, contemplated directly listing it in the marketplace instead. He snapped a few photos of the water stone, uploaded them, set a price, and published the listing. Subsequently, he browsed information related to the Collegiate League. Just as he opened a thread about Donghai City, a prompt appeared. The water stone you are selling has been purchased by user Brave Dai. What? It sold already? 3 million. Just like that? How astonishingly swift. Chen Feng opened his personal center with disbelief. Indeed. He discovered that the water stone he had posted less than a minute ago was snatched up almost instantly. Astonishing. How affluent must one be? For the first time, Chen Feng realized that earning money could be such a straightforward endeavor. At that moment, another notification popped up. The user, Brave Dai Beast, had completed the payment, urging the seller to dispatch the item promptly. Once the buyer received the goods and confirmed the delivery, the platform would automatically transfer the payment to the seller's designated account, retaining 5% as commission. Upon reading this notification, Chen Feng felt that the Pokémon Alliance was indeed exploitative, merely providing a platform, and yet they demanded a 5% commission. 5% of 3 million amounts to 115,000, truly outrageous. The entire platform could facilitate thousands of transactions daily, and Pokémon items were hardly inexpensive. The Pokémon Alliance must be raking in substantial profits solely from daily commissions. After a moment of envy, Chen Feng quickly reconciled himself to the reality. This was the Pokémon Alliance, the nation's highest decision-making body, far beyond his reach. Regaining his focus, Chen Feng glanced at the time. The courier service should still be open. He needed to send the water stone. With that thought, he picked up the water stone and headed out. Mom, Dad, I have something to attend to. Understood, they replied. After informing his parents, he departed. There was a courier company right at the entrance of his neighborhood. As he arrived, he found it still open. Boss, I'd like to send a package. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. If you wish to send something, please come back tomorrow. A clear female voice responded from inside. Shortly after, a beautiful girl in sportswear emerged from behind the curtain. When Xiao, what are you doing here? Chen Feng, what a coincidence. They exchanged glances and smiled at each other. What brings you here? Chen Feng asked, puzzled as he gestured around. This is my family's business. When Xiao replied with a smile, I don't often come here. Just then, a middle-aged woman resembling when Xiao stepped out from inside. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Xiao. Who is this? When Xiao's mother greeted Chen Feng with a smile, then looked at her daughter. Mom, this is my classmate, Chen Feng. He is here to send a package. When S mother nodded and warmly inquired, what are you sending, Chen? Chen Feng pulled the water stone from his pocket and said, I need to send this to Kyoto. A water stone? You're sending a water stone? Upon seeing the water stone in Chen Feng's hand, when Xiao exclaimed in shock. She was well aware of the recent happenings at school, where Chen Feng not only became a trainer, but also acquired the starter Pokémon, Charmander. According to Chen Feng, the Charmander was a prize won by his father. Everyone believed him, as many knew about Chen Feng's family circumstances. Was this something an ordinary family could possess? Chapter 8. The champion-level shiny iron dumbbell. The next day, Chen Feng woke up on time. The first thing he did was check the daily refreshed stock. As expected, it was all ordinary white items. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He purchased everything without hesitation. Subsequently, he listed all unnecessary items for sale on the Pokémon Alliance's marketplace. This was currently his only means of earning money. After completing this task, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Chen Feng exclaimed as he checked the time, hastily wiping his face and grabbing a bun before rushing out of the house. Just outside the community gate, he spotted a familiar figure at the bus stop. When Xiao, what a coincidence to see you again. Not a coincidence. My home is just across the street. When Xiao smiled, pointing to the nearby complex. It dawned on Feng that he lived so close to the campus beauty. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Are you planning to participate in the college league? When Xiao asked with poise. Yes, Feng nodded. I'm planning to join as well. But I don't have a starter Pokémon yet. Do you have any recommendations? You want to become a trainer? Feng looked at Xiao in surprise. She nodded. Yes, I really like Pokémon, but my mom thinks being a trainer is too dangerous. However, I have convinced her. Do you have some time in a few days to accompany me to select a Pokémon egg? Sure, Feng agreed without hesitation. You can trust my judgment. When Xiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Yes, you're quite impressive. The tale of Feng selecting the starter Pokémon, Charmander, spread like wildfire in Donghaino, one high school. Just then, the bus arrived. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Feng had promised Xiao to accompany her to choose a Pokémon egg as her starter. In the morning, he habitually checked the flash sale shelf. Oh my! Is this a blessing from above? After waiting for so many days, I finally found it. At that moment, a purple king-level item appeared on the flash sale shelf. Advanced Pokémon Egg Incubator, purple. Description, equipped with high-grade nutrient solution, it accelerates Pokémon hatching. Flash sale price, $9.99, I'll take it. Feng exclaimed. He retrieved the incubator and the quasi-divine egg, placing the latter inside the incubator. For the first time, he glanced at the introduction of the quasi-divine egg. Pokémon egg, iron dumbbell, shiny. Gender, male, quality. Champion level iron dumbbell, shiny, and champion level? Feng was so excited he nearly fainted. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, his phone on the bed chimed melodiously. Feng, I'm getting ready to head out. Okay, I'll be right there. After settling the iron dumbbell, Feng set out with Charmander. Charmander was quite clingy and disliked being in the Pokeball. Thus, unless necessary, Feng always kept Charmander outside. Upon arriving at the bus stop, when Xiao was already waiting. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Not at all, I just arrived too. Their interactions over the past few days had surpassed all their previous encounters combined, making them quite familiar with each other. Wow, is this your Charmander? So adorable. When Xiao exclaimed, crouching down, eager to pet Charmander. However, Charmander, feeling shy, hid behind Feng. Charmander, don't be afraid. This is my classmate Xiao. Come say hello. Encouraged by Feng, Charmander timidly emerged from behind him. Roar. So cute. It was evident that Xiao genuinely adored Pokémon. You look lovely today too. Feng remarked, taking in Xiao's outfit. A white shirt, pleated skirt, and white sneakers, radiating youthful vibrancy. His unabashed compliment made Xiao blush like an apple. Typically, they wore uniforms at school. So seeing this different side of Xiao was indeed a refreshing surprise for Feng. Feng was not an innocent boy. He naturally appreciated beautiful girls. Yet he felt it was not the right time. Central Street, Pokémon Alliance Breeding House. Feng had acquired his Charmander here previously, so they decided to try their luck again. Upon entering the breeding house, a sales associate promptly approached them. Hello, how can I assist you? We're just browsing. No need to mind us, Feng replied, dismissing the associate. He then led Xiao to the grass-type Pokémon egg section. Activating his system's eye to examine the Pokémon eggs on the shelves. From Feng's current perspective, he could hardly regard these ordinary elves with any admiration. However, since they were not for his personal use, there was no need for excessive scrutiny. Elf egg, sweet bamboo, gender, female, qualification, gym leader level, price, 1,200. 000. The final evolution of Sweet Bamboo is Sweet Cold Beauty, a Pokémon that boasts both aesthetic appeal and formidable strength, with a gym leader level qualification. It is indeed quite commendable. Yet, the price was somewhat difficult for Feng to accept. Nevertheless, it could serve as a viable option for the time being, prompting him to continue his search. Elf egg, shy bud, gender, female, qualification, dominator level, price, 880, 000. This too is a powerful grass-type Pokémon. Though its qualification slightly inferior to that of Sweet Bamboo, it is considerably more affordable. If Xiao's funds fall short, she might contemplate the shy bud egg. Just then, Xiao suddenly called out to Feng, urging him to come take a look at a particular egg. As Feng approached, he quickly understood why. This egg was a delightful shade of pink, appealing to any girl-ass taste. Elf egg, Pseudo-Legend Egg, gender, female, qualification, elite level, price, 360, 000. Not impressive? Why? When Xiao inquired, her expression one of confusion. I observed that the qualification of this egg is rather lacking. The surface of the eggshell exhibits noticeable flaws, and its luster is somewhat dull. It is evident that this egg does not possess remarkable qualifications, Chen Feng elaborated, offering his insights. You possess a keen eye, young man. Would you be interested in trying your luck in the egg betting zone? At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair interjected. The egg betting zone. The elder nodded, explaining, I see you are here to select elf eggs. But you will find little of value outside. Inside, however, there are treasures to be discovered. He gestured towards the egg betting zone ahead. When Xiao Xiao playfully tugged at Chen Feng's arm, coaxing him. Having never experienced the thrill of betting on eggs personally, he decided to accompany her. Chapter 9, Egg Betting. Bring on the grass starter. Upon entering the egg betting zone, they were greeted by mountains of elf eggs. The area was roughly the size of a basketball court, bustling with people who were selecting their desired eggs. Outside, one would mostly encounter ordinary Pokémon, with rare starter-level Pokémon being a rarity. The egg betting zone, however, was different. It not only held the potential for starter Pokémon but, with a stroke of luck, might even yield legendary Pokémon. Years ago, someone had even drawn a roundland shark from this very zone, as the elder informed them. Chen Feng smiled quietly, skeptical of the notion of casually encountering a legendary Pokémon. Of course, only those like Wen Xiao Xiao, who have yet to see the world, would fall for such tales. Chen Feng, imagine if I were to draw a legendary Pokémon. I would be rich, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Betting on eggs not only tested one's discernment but also one's fortune. For Chen Feng, however, it was merely a fleeting glance. Activating his system's eye, the information of each egg materialized before him. His expectations were modest. A gym leader-level starter would suffice, as anything above that was a rare find. As he surveyed the eggs, he found an overwhelming number of small Rattata eggs. Goodness, have I stumbled into a rat's nest? If only a Piku could appear. He sighed and shifted his gaze to another area. This section, however, yielded only Caterpie. Chen Feng, why do I feel like all these eggs look remarkably similar? When Xiao Xiao queried uncertainly after scanning the surroundings. All I see are rodents and insects. Indeed, they are indistinguishable, despite the prevalence of small Rattata and Caterpie. The egg betting zone remained crowded. The allure of transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, combined with the affordability of the eggs, drew many. While the prices outside started at a minimum of 300,000, here, they began at just 100,000. Yet, purchasing a small Rattata or Caterpie for that price seemed unwise to Chen Feng. Caterpie, grass starter, Caterpie. Among the Caterpie eggs, he also spotted a grass starter egg, entirely green in hue. Were it not for his system's eye, he might have overlooked it. Elf egg, grass starter, gender, female, qualification, champion level, ability, contrarian. The grass starter is the initial Pokémon from the 5th generation. Predominantly green. It features a yellow-green belly and legs, with a yellow stripe running from its back to its tail. The yellow area near its neck resembles small wings, and from behind, it appears as a lily flower adornment. Despite its serpentine appearance, it possesses limbs and stands upright on 2 feet. Its final evolution, the monarch serpent, may lack access to certain transformations and abilities in the animation, yet it remains a formidable contender in battle. Notably, this particular grass starter possesses a champion-level talent and a hidden ability, contrarian. Such a trait is nothing short of extraordinary. If cultivated properly by Wen Xiao Xiao, the monarch serpent is destined to become her ace Pokémon. The grass starter has 2 abilities. One is common and rather mundane, while the other, its hidden trait, contrarian, would be exceedingly frustrating if utilized as a primary Pokémon. Grass-type Pokémon have always been characterized by gentleness, loyalty, and resilience, making them favorites among trainers, Chen Feng included. However, his preference leaned towards Lizard King. Moreover, grass-type Pokémon are generally safe and cost-effective to nurture. Among the grass starters, the monarch serpent undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in popularity, being both aesthetically pleasing and capable in combat. When Xiao Xiao, I believe this egg is an excellent choice, Chen Feng stated, laboriously extracting the grass starter egg from the mass of Caterpie eggs. What sets this egg apart? When Xiao Xiao asked, observing the egg in his hands and glancing at the nearby eggs, seemingly unable to discern any difference. Trust me, sometimes a man's intuition can surpass that of a woman, Chen Feng asserted confidently. He couldn't disclose that he had used the system to ascertain its champion-level status, so he resorted to the mystique of intuition. All right, I believe you. Let us go with this one. Although Chen Feng had not anticipated falling in love so soon, he was not opposed to the idea, especially in recent days, when Xiao Xiao had been particularly forward. Even if he were as oblivious as a pig, he could discern her intentions. Though they had yet to break through that barrier, Chen Feng sensed that the moment was drawing near. Furthermore, when Xiao Xiao was quite pleasing to the eye, She possessed both beauty and grace, coupled with a gentle and generous demeanor, an impeccable choice for a partner. While when Xiao Xiao went to the counter with a staff member to complete the payment and paperwork, Chen Feng waited patiently. At that moment, the elderly man smiled and inquired, "Young man, what led you to select that particular elf egg? I find it hard to believe it was mere instinct." Chen Feng turned, meeting the elder's knowing smile, and insisted, "Indeed, it is a sixth sense. My Charmander came to me in a similar way." He gestured toward the small Charmander at his feet. The elder had already noticed Chen Feng's Charmander. It was the very reason he had approached him. While he was unaware of the exact qualifications of the Charmander, he sensed that it was far from ordinary. The elderly gentleman, upon noticing Chen Feng's unwavering determination, refrained from further inquiries. "Young man, you possess remarkable potential. I hope to see your presence at the National Collegiate League." With that, the old man waved his hand and departed gracefully. "What did you two discuss?" someone inquired. "Oh, nothing much. He merely expressed his hope to see me at the National Collegiate League. He truly holds me in high regard," Chen Feng replied, shaking his head in self-deprecating amusement. "You will definitely make it. I believe in you." For reasons unknown, when Xiao Xiao harbored an unwavering confidence in Chen Feng. "Why do you have such faith in me?" he asked. "Of course," she responded. "All right then, let us go eat. I'm starving." Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Chen Feng's phone. He pulled it out and exclaimed joyfully, "I've struck it rich. Lunch is on me. Order whatever you desire." Chapter 10. Preparing for the Collegiate League, a heartfelt conversation with Parents Central Plaza in a Pokémon-themed restaurant. "That will be all, thank you." As the server departed, when Xiao Xiao eagerly questioned, "Do you remember that water stone I sent from your place?" "Indeed. Are you implying that you sold the water stone?" she asked, surprised. "Clever girl," he replied, taking a sip of water before continuing. "I came across a water stone and thought it would be better to sell it, as Charmeleon had no use for it, and I needed other items, so I did." "How much did you sell it for?" 3 million, but after fees. "I only received a little over 2 million. The expression on Chen Feng's face while saying this was genuinely amusing. The meal arrived promptly. As they dined, their conversation flowed from amusing anecdotes at school to their aspirations for the future. The dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, as they parted ways, Chen Feng earnestly advised Wen Xiao Xiao, "If possible, I suggest you get that Pokémon egg assessed. Based on my judgment, it should be a Snivy egg, and its quality is likely to be quite high." "Snivy? Are you saying this egg is a Snivy?" Wen Xiao Xiao asked, astonished. "Well, you'll find out once you have it evaluated." "All right, I will go for the assessment tomorrow." Upon returning home, he found his parents present and immediately stated, "Mom and Dad, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Chen Jiangwo, in high spirits, was quite pleased. His son had chosen a Charmeleon, one of the original starter Pokémon, suggesting limitless potential ahead. After a lifetime of toil, for what purpose if not for Chen Feng? Now that Chen Feng had the chance to become an exceptional trainer, how could he not be joyful? "I want to enroll in this year's Collegiate Pokémon League. Participating is a good thing. I've heard that merely entering the city-level competition can enhance your scores for college entrance exams." Chen Jiangwo readily expressed his support. In the past, merely contemplating participation in a national competition would have been unthinkable for Chen Feng. But times had changed. His name would surely resonate throughout the land of Huaxia, and the Collegiate League was merely the beginning. Upon hearing Chen Feng's ambitious words, Chen Jiangwo's smile faltered for a moment before he replied, "What lofty aspirations. Your father supports you." It is worth noting that the National Collegiate League has been held for nearly 50 years. Over these years, only one individual from Donghai City has ranked among the top 3 in the province, and that was 30 years ago. In the subsequent 3 decades, no one from Donghai City has managed to reach the provincial top 3. Were it not for his son's feelings, Chen Jiangwo might have shouted at Chen Feng for daydreaming. Beside him, Lin Shuilian rolled her eyes at her husband and turned to Chen Feng, saying, "Your mother supports you too. Young people should have lofty ambitions. Don't be like your father, who couldn't even become a trainer. That's because of my father. Had I simply possessed a starter Pokémon back then, I could have been a gym leader by now." Glancing at his indignant father, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly and continued, "Mom and Dad, I have genuinely considered this. I am not jesting. I've researched and found that to break into the top 3 in Jiangnan province, at least 3 Pokémon must be of the Lord level, and one must possess the strength of a champion to stand a chance. Currently, I only have Charmeleon and an unhatched egg. If I continue at this pace, I will have no opportunity to elevate their strengths to the Lord level. At this rate, not only will I fail to enter the top 3, but I may struggle to even participate in the Provincial League." Jiangnan province is a major economic hub in Huaxia, where wealth abounds. Wealth translates to resources. and those born with silver spoons, supported by their families, undoubtedly represent formidable opponents. Chen Feng suspected that each of them could possess quasi-divine Pokémon. After taking a sip of water to clear his throat, Chen Feng continued, "Thus, I wish to participate in specialized training or embark on a journey for 6 months to elevate my Pokémon to the Lord level." As it stood, Chen Feng's Charmeleon was merely of ordinary strength, alongside an unhatched Magnemite. Just as he had stated, if he continued on this same trajectory, he would likely be unable to enhance either Pokémon to the Lord level before the competition began. Though he had the system to assist him, who could say whether it would yield the necessary items? What if it didn't? Moreover, he could not rely on the system indefinitely. The system is merely a tool. Personal growth must take precedence. No, I cannot agree to that. Lin Shuilian firmly rejected Chen Feng's proposal. I absolutely will not allow you to train alone. It is far too dangerous. This time, Chen Zhangwo sided with his wife, stating, "I concur with your mother. Venturing out for training is absolutely out of the question. Do you have any idea how many trainers die in the wild each year? Do you possess the ability to protect yourself? You cannot go out alone." With a furrowed brow, Chen Zhangwo regarded Chen Feng. He wished for his son to succeed and soar high, yet when weighed against his safety, he preferred for Chen Feng to remain healthy, even if it meant living a mundane existence. Perhaps this is the wish of most parents. Chen Feng understood his parents' concerns, yet he felt compelled to pursue this path. "If you are truly determined, we will wholeheartedly support you," Chen Zhangwo stated with utmost seriousness. "However, the prerequisite is that you must have the ability to protect yourself. I do not believe you are currently capable of venturing out for training. Besides, you only have Charmeleon, which is still at the ordinary level. As for the egg, it has yet to hatch. How can you go out?" Chen Dad made valid points. But Chen Feng could not disclose that Charmeleon possessed champion-level potential and that the unknown egg was a quasi-divine Magnemite egg with champion-level quality. Revealing such information would only heighten his parents' worries. After some contemplation, Chen Feng replied, "Dad, I understand your concerns, which is why I do not plan to leave for training immediately. I will wait until the other Pokémon hatches and Charmeleon reaches the elite level before considering it. It will be at least a month from now, by which time my strength will be sufficient." Lin Shuilian wished to continue persuading him, but Chen Zhangwo raised his hand to stop her. "Our son has grown up and formed his own opinions. Since he understands the balance, we can support him quietly from behind. We cannot become a burden on his journey to maturity." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuilian playfully swatted Chen Zhangwo and said with mock resentment, "You think you're the only one who cares about our son?" With that, she stormed into the bedroom, leaving the father and son exchanging glances. Chapter 11. Chen Feng, you must learn moderation. Have you all heard? This time, the Donghai City Pokémon Alliance has invested heavily. What is going on? Is there insider information? This morning, as Chen Feng entered the classroom, he overheard Wang Bo boasting about the Jiangnan Province Pokémon League. He mentioned that, to incentivize participants in the college league, the league had prepared generous prizes for those who ranked in the top 3 of the provincial competition. First, a quasi-divine Pokémon egg. Second, a dragon-type Pokémon egg. And third, a choice of starter Pokémon egg. Such extravagance! Upon hearing this, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Nationwide, only Jiangnan Province possesses the financial capacity to be this lavish. Chen Feng looked at Wang Bo, incredulous. "I say, Fatty, how do you know this?" In previous years, Jiangnan Province had set rewards for competitors, but they had never been this bountiful. It is worth noting that even the national champion receives less. The reward for a provincial champion nearly rivals that of a national champion. Yet, the official announcement has not been made, and Wang Bo is already in the know. The Wang family must have some deep connections. Seeing Chen Feng's curious expression, Wang Bo chuckled. "You should consider who I am. There is nothing in Donghai City that escapes my notice. I assure you, I will secure a position among the top 3. Chen Feng felt a strong urge to kick Wang Bo for his arrogance. This time, the Jiangnan Province is indeed generous, not to mention the quasi-divine egg. Just the dragon-type and starter Pokémon eggs are worth a fortune. Chen Feng's heart raced at the thought. A quasi-divine egg? Who wouldn't he desire one? Even though he already possesses a steel dumbbell, who would turn down an additional quasi-divine Pokémon? It is well known that quasi-divine Pokémon are revered for their battle prowess, second only to legendary ones. However, they are not as scarce as their legendary counterparts, though they remain relatively rare compared to ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, they cannot simply be purchased with wealth. To be regarded as a top trainer, one must have at least one quasi-divine Pokémon in their team. Otherwise, claiming to be a leading trainer would be quite presumptuous. Looking across the classroom to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Wang Bo leaned in close to Chen Feng. "Fengzi, I'm only sharing this with you because of our friendship. I heard from my father that there may be quasi-divine Pokémon among the participants in this provincial competition. Feng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What? A high school student possessing a quasi-divine Pokémon? You must be joking. Seeing Feng's skeptical expression, Wang Bo retorted. Don't dismiss this lightly. It is true. The college league is a breeding ground for elite trainers, even those who might touch the threshold of the champion level. Wang Bo's assertion held merit. Qualifying for the national competition could provide rewards that would significantly benefit a trainer, easing their journey substantially. If one were fortunate enough to achieve success at the national level, the rewards would be even more substantial. According to the college league rules, competitors must begin at the municipal level, which is further divided into preliminary and main matches. The preliminaries consist of a knockout format. The top 32 from the preliminaries advance to the main matches, which feature a best-of-3 format, where the first to defeat 2 Pokémon of their opponent progresses. Only the top 5 competitors from the municipal level can represent Donghai City in the Jiangnan province competition, vying for a spot in the national tournament. The provincial competition also has its own preliminaries and main matches, but from this stage onward, it is a best-of-3 format, where winners advance and losers are eliminated. The top 2 competitors from the province earn the right to compete at the national level. At the national competition, they will face off against talented trainers from across the country, whose strength is formidable. At 11:30, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. After a long day, Feng was famished. Fengzi, let us go grab lunch. Just as Wang Bo extended the invitation, when Xiao approached. Feng, would you like to have lunch together? Wang Bo eyed the two with suspicion, sensing an air of intimacy, and remarked with a smirk, is there something going on between you two? Very well. I shall not intrude upon your little world. With that, he hurried off to find others to dine with. Donghai No. One high school is the premier institution in Donghai City. In addition to its exceptional teaching quality, the school boasts excellent facilities, including 6 cafeterias. They even offer specialized Pokémon food, alleviating the economic burden on novice trainers. However, Feng had always eaten at the regular cafeteria and had never purchased Pokémon food. This was due to both necessity and budget constraints. Let us go. I've never been to cafeteria number 6. Today, I'll treat you. In cafeteria number 6, Feng casually found an empty seat and ordered a couple's meal. Why did you order that? When Xiao asked shyly, lowering her head. Perhaps at this moment, a hint of glee flickered in her eyes, as she interpreted Feng's choice as a sign of affection. However, her anticipation was quickly dashed when she observed Feng, engrossed in his meal, pulling out a bright red, quail egg-sized fire-type energy cube to offer to his Charmander, completely disregarding her presence. At that moment, when Xiao's attention was captivated by the fire-type energy cube, is that a medium-quality fire-type energy cube? Upon seeing Feng unveil the energy cube, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation. In her mind, Feng was merely a child from an ordinary family. How could someone from such a background afford to feed their Pokémon such an expensive energy cube? He must either be extraordinarily wealthy or utterly reckless. Given her knowledge of Feng, she leaned towards the latter. It is well known that ordinary energy cubes can cost thousands for a box, let alone medium-quality ones. Even if Feng had recently come into a large sum of money, it would be imprudent to spend it so lavishly. Feng, I know you've recently come into some money, but spending like this will deplete your resources quickly. Moreover, this is your first Pokémon. How much do you truly have to splurge? Feng's choice of a medium energy cube seemed excessively extravagant. As someone who envisioned a future with Feng, when Xiao felt compelled to offer him a word of caution. Indeed, at this moment, she had already begun to think of herself as Feng's girlfriend. Chapter 12. The Secret of Qingdao. What's wrong? Feng looked at Wen Xiao, perplexed. Is there a problem with him spending his own money? Was Wen Xiao being overly intrusive? As this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous grin spread across his face. It seems you're being quite nosy. Hearing this, Wen Xiao felt a knot in her stomach and quickly began to explain. That is not what I meant. I merely wanted to remind you not to waste so much. You should spend your money wisely. Training a Pokémon requires significant financial investment, and nurturing one to its full potential demands astronomical sums. For a family like Feng's, it would be quite challenging to cultivate even a gym-level Pokémon. If he does not plan wisely, it will inevitably lead to waste, and ultimately, he will be the one to suffer. However, Wen Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that Feng's energy blocks were purchased from a flash sale shelf, costing him hardly a few coins. In Feng's eyes, these energy blocks were as good as free, especially when compared to the thousands or tens of thousands charged for similar items in the market. Observing Wen Xiao's anxious demeanor, Feng decided to tease her further. He inquired playfully, 1. Do you have a boyfriend? As soon as he spoke, when Xiao Xiao, who had just taken a sip of soup, couldn't contain herself and ended up splattering it everywhere. Fortunately, Chen Feng had been keeping a close watch on her and swiftly dodged the unexpected outburst. Hey, if you don't have one, there's no need for personal attacks, right? She retorted. My apologies. I truly didn't expect you to ask that so suddenly. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to a buzzing fly. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Chen Feng pondered whether he had gone a bit too far and quickly redirected the conversation. Let us eat. By the way, I've had it verified. That egg is indeed a vine snake, with a 70% probability of being of the museum-level quality, when Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Chen Feng merely smiled in response, keeping his thoughts to himself, internally criticizing the identification agency for its incompetence in recognizing even the qualifications of a king-level Pokémon. In truth, Chen Feng had misjudged the agency. There were only a handful of certification institutions in the entirety of Huaxia capable of identifying qualifications above the king level. The Thousand Islands Secret Realm, located on an island 30 kilometers east of the urban area of Donghai City in Jiangnan Province, was discovered in 1993, boasting a history of 30 years. The entire expanse of the Thousand Islands Secret Realm, including its surrounding waters, spans over 500 square kilometers, with the ocean covering 600 square kilometers alone. The remaining land has been divided into numerous islands of varying sizes, thus earning its name, predominantly oceanic. The Thousand Islands Secret Realm is home to a myriad of aquatic Pokémon, due to its proximity to the inland. The Pokémon found within the realm are generally of weaker strength, making it particularly popular among novice trainers. One day, Chen Feng boarded a bus early in the morning, heading towards the Thousand Islands Secret Realm. After registering for the University League, the school allowed participants to arrange their own schedules to prepare for the competition, which meant Chen Feng could forego classes for training. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the bus gradually entered the bustling square at the entrance of the Thousand Islands Secret Realm. Upon disembarking, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredibly lively." Despite it being a weekday, the square was teeming with people. The atmosphere was vibrant, with crowds weaving in and out, and some even releasing their Pokémon into the open. Following the flow of the crowd, Chen Feng made his way towards a nearby shopping mall. Venturing into the secret realm required ample preparation, especially for a novice like Chen Feng entering for the first time. Although the Thousand Islands Secret Realm was deemed a beginner's realm, it still posed certain dangers. Entering without adequate preparation could lead to hasty exits or even worse outcomes. Upon entering the mall, Chen Feng noticed that the foot traffic rivaled that of urban shopping centers. The mall boasted 4 floors, the first for groceries, the second for outdoor gear, the third for dining, and the fourth for leisure activities. Chen Feng proceeded to the second floor, intending to procure some outdoor equipment. Clearly, his casual attire was ill-suited for the secret realm. Equipment was essential. The second floor was filled with outdoor brand stores, both domestic and international. He chose a less crowded shop and approached the staff for guidance. "Excuse me, as a novice entering the secret realm for the first time, what should I prepare?" As a rookie who had never traversed a secret realm, Chen Feng sought advice from professionals. A young and attractive saleswoman approached him with enthusiasm upon hearing his inquiry. "Young man, are you a novice trainer entering the secret realm for the first time? I suggest you rent a guiding Pokémon to ensure your safety." This suggestion was particularly pertinent, as novice trainers often possess weaker Pokémon. While Chen Feng was aware of this, he was more interested in equipment. He pointed to his attire and asked, "I apologize, but I'm inquiring about gear." The saleswoman chuckled lightly, covering her mouth as she replied, When it comes to equipment, there's quite a lot to consider. First, if you intend to spend the night in the secret realm, you'll need a backpack, tent, and sleeping bag. Additionally, cooking utensils, medicine, insect repellent, and other essentials are necessary. Don't forget a sun hat, hiking boots, a rain jacket, knee pads, waterproof pants, a compass, and so forth. Indeed, prior to his departure, Chen Feng had researched the necessary items for novices entering the secret realm online. The list provided by the saleswoman aligned closely with his findings. However, these preparations were primarily aimed at novice trainers. For seasoned trainers with robust skills and experience, such items would be trivial. In contrast, Chen Feng found himself lacking in both strength and resources, possessing only a newly hatched fire-type Charmander. What could he do? He had no choice but to walk. After nearly an hour of browsing through the first and second floors of the mall, Chen Feng finally gathered the basic essentials for his adventure. Exiting the mall, he felt transformed, equipped anew. As for the other items, they had already been stowed away in his system's backpack. Having a system was indeed advantageous. He didn't need to carry a bag. simply tossing items directly into the system's inventory, alleviating any concerns about theft. In the secret realm, aside from wild Pokémon, humans were often the most formidable threats. Chapter 13. The Pokémon Rental Center. After leaving the mall, Feng did not rush into the secret realm. Instead, he headed to the adjacent Pokémon Rental Center. The Pokémon Rental Center was an enterprise under the Pokémon Alliance and a standard feature of every secret realm, tailored to the specific characteristics of each realm. The rental center offered varying Pokémon for lease. In the case of the Thousand Islands secret realm, the center primarily rented out electric and grass-type Pokémon, as these types held an advantage over water-type Pokémon. The unfortunate origin of the Pokémon available at the rental center often stemmed from trainers who, overwhelmed by an excess of Pokémon, would abandon those they no longer wished to care for. Rather than being released, it was more accurate to say they were discarded. These forsaken Pokémon, having been raised in a sheltered environment, lost their ability to survive independently in the wild. Once abandoned, they faced a grim fate. In response, the Pokémon Alliance, as an official body, took on the responsibility to address this issue. The first step involved sending specialized staff to teach these Pokémon essential survival skills. The second step entailed relocating the trained Pokémon to a sanctuary, allowing them to adapt to living in the wild. However, what about those Pokémon that were not suitable for release? In light of this situation, the Pokémon League has initiated a Pokémon rental service across various secret realms. This service allows novice trainers, those in need, and even ordinary citizens wishing to explore the secret realms to borrow Pokémon. This initiative not only generates revenue for the League, but also provides Pokémon an opportunity to engage in outdoor activities while ensuring the safety of the populace. A truly multifaceted approach. It is worth noting that not all areas within the Thousand Islands secret realm are perilous. Given its status as a novice realm, the outskirts are virtually indistinguishable from ordinary cities. Only those regions near the deep sea occasionally harbor formidable Pokémon. Even so, since the discovery of the Thousand Islands secret realm, only elite-level Pokémon of up to level 30 have been encountered. Feng, on this occasion, intended merely to stroll along the periphery, avoiding any deep exploration. Nevertheless, he planned to rent a Pokémon. As he believed that it is better to be safe than sorry, he did not wish to risk his life due to negligence. Of course, unless faced with an unforeseen circumstance, he would refrain from letting the rented Pokémon engage in battle. His primary aim for this visit was to train his Charmander and help it gain experience. Lost in thought, Feng entered the Pokémon Rental Center. Upon his arrival, a guiding attendant approached him. "Welcome to the Thousand Islands Pokémon Rental Center. May I assist you in renting a Pokémon, sir?" "Yes," Feng nodded in response. "Please follow me," she said, leading him to a service window. "Hello," greeted a staff member from behind the counter, another young lady. It must be noted that the Pokémon League excels in this aspect, as all staff members possess striking appearances that leave a lasting impression. "I would like to rent a Pokémon," Feng stated. "Of course," the staff member replied with a nod. "Could you please present your trainer's credentials?" Taken aback, Feng realized that a credential was necessary for renting a Pokémon. No one had informed him of this. I don't have any credentials," he replied. Considering that not only trainers sought to rent Pokémon, but many ordinary citizens did as well. "Then may I see your personal identification?" Feng retrieved his personal identification from his pocket and handed it over. The staff member scanned it with a device, and in an instant, all of Feng's details appeared on the computer screen: name, age, origin, and residence. After confirming there were no discrepancies, the staff member inquired, "What type of Pokémon do you wish to rent?" "All Pokémon available here are of elite level, and the rental fee varies according to type." Without hesitation, Feng asked, "How much for a psychic-type Pokémon for a day?" The staff member offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but all psychic-type Pokémon are currently rented out." Feng had not anticipated this outcome. Reluctantly, he asked, "What about flying-type Pokémon?" "We do have flying types available, but I must inform you that they are solely responsible for ensuring the trainer's safety and do not provide riding services." "Why not?" Feng questioned, as he intended to rent a flying type for transportation, only to find this hope dashed. The attendant explained, "Novice trainers lack the ability to safely ride Pokémon in the air, which could easily lead to accidents." Upon reflection, Feng realized the truth in her words. If he were to fall, he would have no one to turn to for recourse. With his current skill level, even if a Beedrill were before him, he could not guarantee his stability on its back, let alone ride it through the skies. 4 outdoor adventures, with the inability to rent psychic or flying-type Pokémon. Other types seemed inconsequential. However, within the Thousand Islands secret realm, there was still the option of water-type Pokémon. If he could not fly, surely he could swim. With this in mind, Feng asked, Then please provide me with a Pokémon suitable for riding on the water. To his dismay, the attendant informed him, I'm sorry, but we do not offer riding services. Strictly speaking, the Pokémon rental center's Pokémon do not engage in any form of contact with the renter nor follow their commands. Their sole responsibility is to identify safety hazards and protect the renter's life. While there certainly are Pokémon suitable for riding, such as Tauros, Rapidash, Beedrill, and Charizard, the potential for accidents leading to injuries or fatalities raises the question of responsibility. Would it fall to the trainer or the rental center? Clearly, neither party wishes to shoulder the burden, and even signing a waiver would not guarantee that disputes would not arise post-incident. Even if the affected party does not pursue the matter, can one be certain their family would not seek to blame the rental center? To avoid such complications, the Pokémon rental center has adopted a blanket policy, eliminating all forms of riding services from the outset. After his aspirations for convenience were thwarted, Feng resigned himself to reality and began to carefully select a Pokémon. Chapter 14. A shortcut to leveling up. Since renting a Pokémon for transportation was not an option, Feng considered practicality. The Thousand Islands Secret Realm primarily features water-type Pokémon, so he naturally opted for an electric type. Ultimately, he rented a Magnemite for a price of 1,000 coins per day. Magnemite, level 22 Elite, type, electric, ability, intimidate. Upon entering the battle, it intimidates opponents, causing them to hesitate and reducing their attack. Qualification, elite, skills, tackle, glare, thunder shock, charge, bite, spark, roar, confuse ray, quick attack, thunder wave, thunder fong. While not exceptionally strong, it was serviceable enough. After signing the rental agreement, Feng promptly received Magnemite's Pokeball. With Magnemite by his side, Feng felt a measure of safety. As long as he did not recklessly venture into the deep-sea areas, the presence of Magnemite ensured that he faced no peril on the outskirts of the secret realm. Upon entering the realm, Feng released both Charmander and Magnemite. Magnemite's size was comparable to that of Charmander. However, due to one being bipedal and the other quadrupedal, Charmander appeared slightly larger. As soon as Charmander emerged, it affectionately rubbed against Feng's pant leg, reflecting their high bond from having hatched it himself. Conversely, Magnemite maintained a more aloof demeanor, keeping a respectful distance from Feng. Unperturbed, Feng produced an energy cube from thin air and addressed Magnemite. I'm counting on you today. After sniffing the air, Magnemite approached Feng and promptly devoured the energy cube. Meow. With the energy cube consumed, Magnemite's demeanor improved significantly. Observing Magnemite smile, Feng affectionately patted its head. Now let us set forth. The Thousand Islands Secret Realm boasts thousands of islands. Yet most individuals only frequent the main island and its surrounding isles. Rarely does anyone venture to the more remote islands. Feng intended to explore the main island first, planning to visit nearby islands for training once Charmander leveled up a few times. Charmander, use Ember. Roar. Upon receiving Feng's command, Charmander conjured fire energy and unleashed a burst of embers toward a nearby Rattata. Within the Thousand Islands Secret Realm, besides water-type Pokémon, various other types also exist. The ubiquitous Rattata naturally became Feng's first choice. After all, Charmander, being a fire type, is inherently weak against water types. To expedite Charmander's leveling up, Feng relentlessly targeted the Rattatas. With a single spark, the already weakened Rattata lost its fighting capability. Ding. Successfully defeated Rattata, gained 50 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Charmander has successfully reached level 6. Just after defeating this Rattata, a system notification echoed in Feng's mind. Although Charmander leveled up, Feng felt no particular joy. The primary reason was the excruciatingly slow pace of leveling up. In the game, it would only take a few defeated Pokémon for a Pokémon to ascend from level 5 to 6. However, reality proved to be quite different. Since entering the secret realm, Charmander had already taken down over a dozen Rattatas. This recent defeat marked the 15th Rattata, and only now did Charmander finally reach level 6. This leveling speed was exceedingly sluggish. Reaching level 10 would take an eternity at this pace. Initially, Feng had planned to elevate Charmander to level 10 on the main island before moving to the next island to continue training. But he had not anticipated such a snail-like progression. At this moment, Feng fervently wished for an in-game learning device or a cheat code to double the experience. However, dreams are beautiful, while reality is often harsh. After concluding the battle with Rattata, he and his 2 Pokémon pressed onward. As he walked, Feng consulted the map in his hand, strategizing Charmander's leveling route. At the current rate, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for Charmander to reach level 10. While 2 or 3 days might not seem long, Chen Feng felt he could not afford to wait. He was already starting later than most, and the dates for the Intercollegiate League had been confirmed. He needed to catch up to his peers swiftly. Ah, a patch of forest. Noticing the markings on the map, an idea suddenly sparked in Chen Feng's mind. The presence of a forest suggested the possibility of encountering various Pokémon. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Feng, accompanied by Charmander and Meowth, hurried towards the forest. Although the Thousand Island Secret Realm primarily hosts water-type Pokémon, it is not exclusively so. Other types of Pokémon inhabit the islands, especially on the main island, where the variety of Pokémon is quite abundant. Within the forest he aimed for, numerous bug-type Pokémon resided. Chen Feng's target was these bug types. Charmander, being a fire type, would have a significant advantage against them. Moreover, bug-type Pokémon are generally weaker, allowing Charmander to dispatch them swiftly with a single spark. Some bug types might even be unable to retaliate. Half an hour later, Chen Feng entered the forest. As he had anticipated, upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of bug-type Pokémon. Caterpies, Beedrills, Weedles, Metapods, Kakunas, and more were scattered all around. To Chen Feng, this was a goldmine of experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded Charmander, "Charmander, use Spark." With a short dash, Charmander unleashed a spark at a Metapod perched on a tree. Despite being at a low level, the type advantage allowed Charmander to defeat several Metapods effortlessly. Hearing the constant stream of notifications in his mind, Chen Feng felt he had discovered a shortcut to leveling up. Excitedly, he commanded, "Charmander, don't stop. Continue using Spark." This time, Charmander targeted another Caterpie on a different tree. Another spark ensued, and Charmander successfully leveled up to 7. Reveling in the sweet taste of success, Chen Feng felt elated. Yes, just like that. Keep going, Charmander. After a few more sparks, all the nearby bug-type Pokémon were incinerated. Of course, wild Pokémon that enter a near-death state and continue to be attacked would perish. However, it is rare for trainers to be so merciless unless it is a matter of life and death. Chapter 15. Just as one wave subsides, another arises. Well done, Charmander. After clearing the area of bug types, Charmander successfully leveled up again, reaching level 7. Compared to the duration it took to ascend from level 5 to 6. Leveling from 6 to 7 took less than an hour. In Chen Feng's view, such a leveling speed was indeed normal. Since there were no wild Pokémon left in this area, they decided to change locations to continue their training. With that, Chen Feng led Charmander and Meowth deeper into the forest. Soon, they arrived at a habitat populated by Beedrills and Kakunas. This time, Chen Feng refrained from hastily sending Charmander into level up. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings first. Unlike Caterpies and Metapods, Beedrills and Kakunas ultimately evolve into Beedrills. Beedrills are aggressive wild Pokémon that thrive in groups, thus earning the title of a rookie trainer's nightmare. Naturally, Chen Feng wished to avoid an encounter with Beedrills. Hence his cautious approach. After surveying the area and confirming the absence of Beedrills, Chen Feng finally ordered, "Go ahead, Charmander, use Spark. Start for action." Charmander eagerly sprang into action at Chen Feng's command, unleashing sparks at a Beedrill on the tree trunk. Ding! Charmander defeated level 5 Beedrill, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Charmander defeated level 6 Beedrill, gaining 40 experience points. With a flurry of system notifications, Charmander's experience points surged by a third. Observing the vast expanse of Beedrills and Kakunas still remaining, Chen Feng estimated that clearing this area would surely elevate Charmander to level 8, potentially even level 9. Charmander. Continue using Spark on the Kakunas. After another half hour, Charmander's journey of leveling up proceeded remarkably smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that Chen Feng almost forgot they were in a secret realm. Just as he began to feel proud of their progress, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Perhaps due to the sheer number of Beedrills and Kakunas Charmander had defeated, some remaining Kakunas sensed danger, and a brilliant white light began to emanate from them. Initially, it was just one, but soon it transformed into a multitude. Taken aback, Chen Feng quickly realized the implication and shouted, "Charmander, Meowth, run." Though he had never witnessed a Pokémon evolution in real life, he had seen enough to recognize the signs. As a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast, the sudden appearance of white light enveloping a Pokémon could only mean one thing: evolution. Undoubtedly, the Kakunas glowing with white light were on the verge of evolving into Beedrills. The sheer number of Kakunas evolving meant an overwhelming swarm of Beedrills would soon emerge. Chen Feng had no time to contemplate. He called for Charmander and Meowth to flee. However, Charmander's little legs were simply too slow. Before they had sprinted a few hundred meters, the first wave of completed evolutions caught up with them. Beedrills. Faced with a dozen Beedrills, Chen Feng's spirits plummeted. If it were just one or two Beedrills, he might have had the confidence to engage them. But with a dozen, the only option was to flee. Meowth, use Thunderbolt. Charmander, use Spark. Although they were in retreat, Chen could not run blindly. Necessary countermeasures were essential. The level of the little cat monster surpassed that of the little fire dragon by a considerable margin. With a single electric shock, it effortlessly dispatched a Beedrill. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. Little cat monster, continue with the electric shock. Meow. Another electric shock was unleashed, eliminating yet another Beedrill. The remaining Beedrills, now wary, dared not pursue any further. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng swiftly exited the territory of the Beedrills. That was terrifying. Leaning against a tree, he gasped for breath. Were it not for the little cat monster's assistance, he might have truly fallen victim to the venomous stingers of the Beedrills. Although he had been chased, the experience yielded positive results. The little fire dragon had leveled up to level 8, drawing him closer to his first minor goal. However, in light of recent events, the little fire dragon's training plans would likely have to be put on hold. The question of whether he could find a suitable place to train remained uncertain. The duo continued their leisurely stroll through the jungle, searching for appropriate training targets. Oh, are those berries? Suddenly, Chen Feng spotted a patch of wild berries ahead. Clearly, these berries were wild. Berries are a source of rich nutrition that can swiftly replenish a Pokémon's stamina and serve as primary materials for various energy blocks. Depending on the type, certain berries even possess unique properties. Among them, the Pecha berry is one of the ingredients used for antidotes. The presence of berries suggested that nearby Pokémon might be lurking. Little fire dragon, little cat monster, stay alert. Chen Feng was now acutely sensitive. Having learned the hard way, just as he anticipated, the next moment, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. Gazing intently at the source of the noise, Chen Feng's body tensed, preparing for battle. Oh no, it's a spoink. With a startled exclamation, a nearly 3-meter-long spoink, brandishing 2 venomous fangs, lunged toward him. Simultaneously, a surge of information materialized before Chen Feng's eyes. Spoink. Level 15 normal. Type poison. Ability shed skin. Occasionally heals status conditions by shedding its skin. Quality normal. Moves bind, fake out, bite, lick, poison tail, faint attack, screech. The level was not high, and its strength was lacking. In an instant, Chen Feng assessed the spoink. Although the little fire dragon was outmatched in level, the little cat monster provided a solid backup. Even if the little fire dragon faltered, the little cat monster was there. Little fire dragon, charge in and use claw. Roar. The little fire dragon bellowed defiantly, undeterred by the spoink's presence, and dashed forward upon receiving the command. Meow. At that moment, the little cat monster looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled meow. Though Chen Feng could not understand it, he sensed its intent. He gently patted the little cat monster's head and reassured, "It's all right. Don't worry. Even if the little fire dragon struggles, you're here, right? I believe in you." Chapter 16. The Elite Four, Long Fan. Facing the spoink, the little fire dragon exhibited no signs of fear and charged forward decisively. With the little cat monster providing support, Chen Feng felt no trepidation regarding their safety. Little fire dragon, use Ember. Engaging the spoink in close combat would undoubtedly be perilous. Given the little fire dragon's current level and strength, it could only prevail through cunning, not brute force. With this strategy in mind, Chen Feng was ready. However, the spoink had no intention of allowing Chen Feng to waste time, and it lacked any long-range attacks based on its current skill set. In the blink of an eye, the spoink closed the distance to less than 10 meters from the little fire dragon. The palpable pressure rendered the little fire dragon tense. This was its first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Dragonite, use Dragon Rage. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind Chen Feng. In an instant, a powerful Dragon Rage erupted from a massive Dragonite, hurtling toward the spoink. The speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers awestruck. The spoink could not react in time, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The newcomer, draped in a cloak and sporting silver hair, appeared to be only slightly older than Chen Feng. Yet, the power of the Dragonite by his side was formidable. Dragonite, level 80, champion. Type, dragon flying. Ability, multiscale, reduces damage taken when at full health. Quality, champion, moves, roost. Quick attack, hurricane, thunder wave, fire punch, bind, wing attack, thunder punch, glare, dragon tail, agility, slam, water tail, Draco meteor, outrage, mist, rain dance, dragon dance, hyper beam. Ice punch, dragon rage, fly, flamethrower, ice beam, thunderbolt, protect, dragon claw, dragon tail, dragon pulse. Upon seeing the information before him, Chen Feng could not help but gasp. This Dragonite was extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, Chen Feng eyed the stranger warily. It was well known that treachery often occurred in secret realms. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was merely a novice trainer, lacking anything of significant value to attract the stranger's interest. The only valuable asset he had was the little fire dragon, but given the presence of the formidable Dragonite, it would hardly be appealing. With this thought, Feng gradually lowered his guard. "Young man, you must be a novice trainer," the stranger remarked, scrutinizing Feng. Nodding in response, Feng acknowledged the statement. Just as the stranger finished speaking, the little fire dragon roared at him, seemingly asserting its strength. The man's brow furrowed slightly at the sound. Meanwhile, the Dragonite behind him emitted a resounding roar in response to the little fire dragon. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the little fire dragon did not cower, but rather became more excited. The man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of a smile. "It appears your little fire dragon possesses commendable potential, displaying such courage in the face of a Dragonite's pressure." Clearly, the little fire dragon's reaction had taken him by surprise. He was well aware of the strength of his own Dragonite. Even Pokémon of similar strength often did not exhibit such composure. Thus, he deduced that the little fire dragon before him possessed remarkable potential, perhaps rivaling that of his own Dragonite. After a moment of contemplation, the man smiled and departed. Once he was gone, Feng exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "The Elite Four battle? Dragonite. Goodness, could he be Long Fan, the Dragon-type Elite Four?" Feng immediately pulled out his phone and searched for information on Long Fan. Moments later, staring at the photo on his screen, he was left speechless in astonishment. The man he had just encountered was indeed Long Fan. "Wow, I actually saw one of the Elite Four in person." Long Fan, male, 28 years old, was one of the Dragon-type Elite Four in Huaxia and a strong contender for the next national champion. In Huaxia, there was one national champion and 7 regional champions. The Elite Four was similarly structured. Aside from the national-level Elite Four, there were also regional and ordinary Elite Four members. There were only 4 national-level Elite Four members, and Long Fan was one of them. Regional Elite Four members were more numerous and typically held significant roles within the secret realms of various provinces and cities. Regarding the ordinary tier of elite trainers, it is somewhat lesser in stature. Any individual possessing a king-level Pokémon can qualify to become a king-level trainer through assessment. However, when compared to the 4 heavenly kings, there exists a vast chasm in their capabilities. One is celestial while the other is terrestrial, rendering them incomparable. Feng was taken aback to find himself encountering such a prominent figure as Long Fan within the mystical islands. At this moment, he felt a surge of frustration, questioning how he failed to recognize Long Fan. Had he requested an autograph or a photograph for profit, it would have surely yielded substantial earnings. It is known that, due to his youthful charm and prowess rivaling that of champions, Long Fan enjoys greater popularity in Huaxia than many champions, and arguably even surpasses certain celebrities in fame. Alas, what a pity. Although he missed the opportunity for an autograph, Feng was only mildly disappointed. After all, he was not an obsessive fan. More disheartening than the lack of an autograph was the fact that his Bagon had been defeated by Long Fan. His Charmander had not even managed to gain a modicum of experience. That was truly unacceptable. Damn it, Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he made his way to the exit. His first venture into the secret realm had yielded decent results. Although he did not meet his initial expectations, he remained close to achieving them. He had easily captured a Charmander, which had subsequently risen to level 9. Now, it needed less than half the experience to reach level 10. With one more trip to the mystical islands, his Charmander would likely evolve. However, he found it perplexing to encounter such a significant figure as Long Fan in a novice secret realm. Chapter 17, Qualification Enhancement Card. At this moment, it was already past midnight. Coincidentally, the New Day's flash sale shelf had just refreshed. Feng eagerly clicked on the flash sale shelf to see the new offerings. Following a dazzling animation, 3 new items appeared: red, green, and white. "It's red," Feng whispered in astonishment. Typically, the daily refresh yielded mostly white and green items. But this time, a red item had emerged. His luck was extraordinary. Feng did not rush to click on the red item. Instead, he first opened the white item. As expected, it was a Pokeball. Pokeball, white. Description: a standard Pokeball used to capture Pokémon. Flash sale price: $0.99. Without hesitation, he purchased it. Next, he clicked on the green item. Universal Powder, green. Description: a bitter powder that can cure all abnormal states of Pokémon. Flash sale price: $1.99. Universal Powder? A status remover. It seems quite useful. He bought it. While adventuring in the wild, trainers face a myriad of opponents and challenges. They may even encounter Pokémon suffering from poisoning, burns, or paralysis. In such instances, if a Pokémon does not receive effective treatment, it may lose its ability to battle, placing the trainer in a precarious situation. Thus, various medicines are essential items in a trainer's daily arsenal. After purchasing the universal powder, Chen clicked on the last red item. Upon reading the description, he felt an inexplicable excitement. Qualification Enhancement Card, red, description. Using this card will elevate the Pokémon's qualification by 1 tier, 100 success upon use. Flash sale price, $99.99. A qualification enhancement card. Chen leapt from his bed in sheer exhilaration. His Charmander possessed king-level qualifications, and if this card were used, it could be elevated to champion-level qualifications. Unlike in games, enhancing a Pokémon's qualifications in reality is exceedingly challenging. To do so, one must utilize a substantial amount of secret treasures. The most affordable of these treasures costs millions, while pricier ones can reach tens of millions or even billions. Moreover, the critical aspect is that utilizing secret treasures for qualification enhancement does not guarantee success. There exists a probability of failure. Consequently, even prominent families and corporations cannot bear such an immense burden. Thus, the significance of the system's qualification enhancement card is monumental. A guaranteed enhancement of a Pokémon's qualifications could fetch hundreds of millions if sold. However, Chen certainly would not consider selling it. After acquiring the qualification enhancement card, he immediately used it on his Charmander. With a mere thought, the card vanished from his bag, and a unique energy surged into the sleeping Charmander. Shortly thereafter, a system prompt appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Qualification enhancement card successfully used. Charmander's qualification has been elevated to champion level. Chen then examined Charmander's profile. Charmander, level 9 ordinary, type, fire, ability, solar power, special attack increases in sunny weather. Qualification, champion level, moves, ember, roar, scratch, indeed. The qualification field had transformed from king level to champion level. Witnessing this, Chen could not suppress his jubilant fist pump, overflowing with excitement. Yet, this was not his greatest joy. The fact that the system could produce a qualification enhancement card meant it could potentially generate a second, a third, or even more. This implied that in the future, his Pokémon's qualifications might reach the legendary tier. It is well known that only those legendary Pokémon possess legendary level qualifications. If Charmander's qualifications could ascend to legendary level, it would undoubtedly overpower some weaker mythical Pokémon and even certain legendary Pokémon with divine attributes. Contemplating this, Chen began to feel a swell of anticipation. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Chen was awakened by Charmander's affectionate licks. Last night, his excitement had kept him awake until nearly dawn. At this moment, he still appeared groggy and disoriented. Upon waking, Charmander sensed a change within itself, though it could not quite discern what it was. It felt as if it had grown stronger, with boundless energy. Consequently, it was eager to challenge that Bagon from yesterday once more. Unfortunately, Chen was in such deep slumber that no amount of calling could rouse him. After much effort, Charmander finally managed to awaken Chen. Upon waking, Chen immediately checked Charmander's information. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. Remarkably, overnight, Charmander had inexplicably and automatically leveled up. He distinctly remembered that Charmander was at level 9 last night, yet now it had soared to level 15. Could it be that upon enhancing its qualifications, Charmander had simultaneously leveled up? Chen pondered this possibility, as it was the only explanation for such a 6-level increase in a single night. Regardless, the benefits of the qualification enhancement card were immense. Not only had it elevated Charmander's qualifications, but it had also increased its level. How he wished for more qualification enhancement cards. Although Charmander now possessed champion-level qualifications, Chen understood that simply having champion-level qualifications was insufficient on the path of a trainer. After all, which king-level trainer does not possess Pokémon with champion-level qualifications? The trainers vying for the positions of the 4 Heavenly Kings undoubtedly possess Pokémon of champion caliber or higher. For instance, Long Fan, who is equipped to contend for the championship, may even possess Pokémon of master-level quality. Although this is merely Chen Feng's speculation, it must be acknowledged that he is quite accurate in his assumptions. To aspire to become the champion of Huaxia, one must possess Pokémon of at least master-level quality. Otherwise, such aspirations are futile. Take the College League as an example. The champion who ultimately lifts the trophy must wield 2 to 3 Pokémon of champion caliber. How else could one stand out among millions of participants? Therefore, for Chen to surpass others, a long and arduous path lies ahead of him. Chapter 18. The Belief in Becoming Stronger. Dive. Chen commanded. Upon hearing his instruction, Little Charizard immediately excavated a pit with a diameter of 1 meter at his feet. After Little Charizard leveled up to 15, Feng chose not to push him further in terms of experience. Instead, he focused on solidifying the skills he had already acquired. Over the past 2 days, Feng had refreshed several skill sets that Little Charizard could learn, including the highly practical dig and the potent flamethrower, which surpasses the power of Ember. Although Little Charizard, at his current strength, could not fully master flamethrower, he had become proficient in dig after 2 days of training. This move proved to be unexpectedly advantageous both in games and reality. Firstly, it allowed him to burrow underground, evading certain attacks from opponents, and when emerging to strike, it could catch them off guard. Feng primarily intended for Little Charizard to have a life-saving move. If Little Charizard could dig, he could evade attacks to a certain extent, thus transforming passivity into initiative and seizing control of the battle. Alright, let's take a break, Little Charizard. Feng glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. He called a halt to Little Charizard's exhaustive training. It must be said that Feng was rather ruthless in his training regimen. Over the past few days, he had awakened Little Charizard promptly at 6 a.m. each day, commencing with an hour of aerobic training, followed by a 10-minute break for breakfast. Then, he engaged in skill training that continued until noon. After a 1-hour lunch break, Feng would take Little Charizard to the Pokémon Center for practical training against other trainers. Although they lost more often than not, this rigorous training had led to remarkable progress for Little Charizard. Compared to others, Feng had started too late, compelling him to work doubly hard to catch up. According to the College League's competition system, it was best to prepare 3 Pokémon, as once one entered the main competition, all battles would evolve into a best-of-3 format. Furthermore, opponents would grow increasingly powerful as the competition progressed. Based on last year's College League, provincial competitions featured Pokémon with strength at the Lord level, and he might even face those at the Overlord level. Of course, discussing the national competition was still far too distant for Feng. But now that he possessed a system, he was unwilling to drift through life without purpose. If previously he lacked the determination to become strong, the moment he acquired the system, he embraced a conviction, an unwavering belief in becoming the world's strongest trainer. The first step towards becoming the strongest trainer was to secure the championship in the College League's national competition. To prepare for the College League, Feng devised a series of tasks for himself. The first step was to enhance Little Charizard's strength, followed by reinforcing his team. It is worth noting that many individuals have been nurturing Pokémon since childhood, with their initial Pokémon potentially reaching the Lord or even Overlord level. In contrast, Little Charizard had only recently hatched and remained at an ordinary level. With the system's assistance, it was not exceedingly difficult for Feng to elevate Little Charizard's strength. The challenge lay in capturing Pokémon of exceptional quality. There are 3 primary means to capture Pokémon. The first, the simplest and quickest method, is to purchase them. However, whether from breeding houses, Pokémon auctions, or the black market, this requires substantial financial resources, which Feng currently could not afford. The second method involves inheriting from older family members or receiving offspring from their Pokémon. Clearly, this was unrealistic for Feng, as his family was merely ordinary, lacking any powerful Pokémon. The final method is to capture wild Pokémon from the wilderness or secret realms. This is the preferred approach for many trainers from less affluent backgrounds, albeit the most perilous one. Nevertheless, compared to the average person, Feng had another avenue for acquiring Pokémon, through the system's refresh mechanism to obtain Pokémon eggs. Yet, this method is fraught with uncertainties, relying heavily on chance. Feng could not guarantee that he would obtain suitable Pokémon eggs. Hence, while he hoped for the system to refresh suitable Pokémon eggs, he also endeavored to capture powerful Pokémon in secret realms, provided he had sufficient self-preservation skills. Otherwise, venturing into secret realms would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, enhancing Little Charizard's strength became Feng's foremost task. Feng, are you free this afternoon? Come with me to the breeding house. Upon receiving this invitation from Wen Xiaoxiao, Feng calculated the time and instantly understood her intentions. He promptly agreed. Although the high-intensity training had significantly improved Little Charizard, Feng felt it essential to allow him some respite for a balanced approach. How about we have lunch together, and afterward, we can head over? Sure. In just a few brief exchanges, they arranged a meeting spot. After hanging up the phone, Feng made his way to the designated location. Half an hour later, Feng arrived first at a barbecue restaurant located in the city center. After entering, he requested a window seat. Not long after, when Xiaoxiao pushed the door open and entered, Feng glanced toward the entrance and, upon seeing Wen Xiaoxiao's attire today, was momentarily taken aback, nearly drooling in admiration. clad in a stylish outfit paired with knee-high black stockings and sleek black shoes. When Xiao looked undeniably stunning, this appearance accentuated her already remarkable figure, making her stand out even more and drawing the attention of countless patrons as she entered. When Xiao approached Chen Feng, and upon noticing his expression, she shyly brushed her bangs aside and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not like my outfit?" "No, it looks great," Chen Feng stammered, nearly at a loss for words in response to her inquiry. It was the first time he had seen Wen Xiao in such a light. He had never realized how beautiful she truly was. Chapter 19. Transformation. By the way, Chen Feng, I also signed up for the college league. In the barbecue restaurant, Wen Xiao suddenly remarked, looking at Chen Feng. "Ahem. You signed up too?" Chen Feng asked, astonished. Their interactions at school had been sparse, but from what he knew, Wen Xiao's family background was not substantially better than his own. Her parents ran a courier station, and while their living conditions were adequate, they were hardly affluent. Given Wen Xiao's family's economic situation, it seemed implausible for her to pursue a career as a trainer. Unlike Chen Feng, she did not possess an extraordinary system to support her ambitions, which left him perplexed. Under Chen Feng's astonished gaze, Wen Xiao slowly began to speak. "Yes, this is a decision I have made after careful consideration. I am aware of the gap between myself and others, so I do not harbor extravagant hopes for outstanding results. My only desire is to gain a few extra points in the college entrance examination by participating in the intercollegiate league. My goal is to become a breeder." A breeder, indeed, is a commendable aspiration. Although Pokémon breeders are not as common as Pokémon trainers, they represent an unrivaled opportunity for ordinary individuals to transcend their social strata. Chen Feng also believed that, given Wen Xiao's character, pursuing a career as a professional Pokémon breeder was a wise choice. After sharing laughter over lunch, they hailed a taxi to a breeding facility. The purpose of Wen Xiao inviting Chen Feng was to witness the birth of a Snivy together. After all, it was Chen Feng who had helped her select this Pokémon, and she felt it necessary for him to share this unforgettable moment. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon League branch in Donghai City, Dragon King, according to the latest data, the new secret realm will open in 24 hours. Energetic readings indicate a 60 probability of a grass-type realm and a 40 probability of a water-type realm. Understood. Report any developments promptly. Yes. Once the staff member departed, only 2 individuals remained in the expansive office. If Chen Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of them as Long Fan, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Huaxia, who had saved countless citizens that very night. The other individual was Yi Qian, a fellow heavenly king and the head of the Donghai City Pokémon League branch, akin to the mayor of a city, overseeing all aspects of Donghai. Dragon King, this is merely a routine opening of a secret realm. Why would the higher-ups send you here? Yi Qian inquired. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Long Fan's silhouette. Recently, the First Research Institute of Huaxia discovered a unique gem within the dragon-type secret realm in the capital. Research suggests it may enable Pokémon that have already evolved to their final forms to undergo evolution once more. We have searched all secret realms within Huaxia and found no similar gems. Hence, the higher-ups decided to dispatch me to investigate the new secret realm for any similar gems. Long Fan explained calmly. Originally, this information was classified, inaccessible to someone of Yi Qian's rank. However, being from the prestigious Yi family, which has stood for a century in Huaxia and contributed many talents, she had connections. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Qian's grandfather, was also one of the 4 heavenly kings of Huaxia. Thus, Long Fan felt no need to conceal anything from her. After all, even if he remained silent, Yi Qian could easily learn everything with a single phone call to her grandfather. By the way, to facilitate operations, I plan to hold a special training camp in the new secret realm once it opens. A special training camp? Indeed, a special training camp. Long Fan turned to face Yi Qian with a smile and continued, if successful, the higher-ups have decided to regularly organize special training camps for Heavenly King-level trainers in various secret realms to enhance the strength of trainers nationwide and cultivate talents for the country. You know, more than half of the Heavenly King-level trainers in our country are over 60 years old. Among the middle-aged trainers, only a few can shoulder significant responsibilities, which is why the country places its hopes on the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian nodded. She was well aware of the realities Long Fan spoke of. Despite Huaxia being a vast and resource-rich nation, it also has the largest population in the world. Thus, the resources available to each individual are minimal. Moreover, scarce resources are predominantly controlled by prominent families and corporations, making it even more challenging for ordinary trainers to rise to prominence. And within these families and corporations, not everyone possesses talent. Often, it results in a waste of resources. Take the Yi family for instance. Yi Laozi has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Yet only 2 of them possess the strength of Heavenly King-level trainers, falling short of half. Yi Qian's generation fares even worse. She is the sole individual to achieve Heavenly King status before the age of 30. Based on past experiences, if one does not become a Heavenly King before turning 30, it is unlikely they will ever overcome that barrier, unless they have substantial financial backing. This is merely the situation in the Yi family. How many similar traditional families and enterprises exist throughout Huaxia? Some are even less fortunate than the Yi family. Apart from the older generation being Heavenly King trainers, their descendants struggle to rise to significant roles. These affluent families are unlikely to relinquish their resources, leading to a scenario where their offspring have abundant resources yet cannot advance. Ordinary individuals with talent often find themselves unable to enhance their strength due to a lack of resources. As the youngest of the 4 Heavenly Kings in Huaxia and a leader among the younger generation, Long Fan naturally hopes to change this situation. To this end, he has united many young Heavenly Kings within the Pokémon League to initiate reforms. The special training camp is merely the beginning of this transformation. His ultimate goal is to dismantle social barriers in Huaxia, allowing ordinary trainers to find their place in the world. Although Long Fan hails from a prominent family, his heart beats for the entirety of Huaxia. However, you need not come here personally. This small temple in Donghai City does not warrant the attention of the Dragon King. I feel quite embarrassed. Yi Qian chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. Enough of your trivial thoughts. I am well aware of them. How are things between you and Yi Laozi? Long Fan shifted the topic of conversation. Both being from the capital and having known each other since childhood, Long Fan was familiar with Yi Qian's experiences. Don't mention him. You know I dislike discussing him in front of others. Yi Qian replied coldly. All right, Long Fan, recognizing her temperament, promptly changed the subject. By the way, I have a few requests regarding the special training camp. What requests? I hope the slots for the training camp are earned through a trainer's own merit, rather than through connections or backdoor dealings. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian stared at Long Fan for several seconds before shaking her head. That may prove quite difficult. Given the current state of Huaxia, completely eliminating nepotism is exceedingly challenging. Even for you, Long Fan, that would be hard to accomplish. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe I can do it. Long Fan asserted confidently. Do as you wish. With that, Yi Qian exited the office. Chapter 20. Infiltrating the Secret Realm. Additional update. Boom. In the night, as everyone slumbered, a sudden explosion reverberated through Donghai City, illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. Feng, cradling his Charmander, was startled awake and rushed to the window. At that moment, a colossal white beam of light shot up into the clouds from the northern part of Donghai City. What is happening? Feng immediately opened his phone. Given such a commotion, the authorities would surely release an announcement promptly. As expected, upon opening his phone, a notification popped up. A new secret realm has appeared in Donghai City. An exploration team led by Dragon King Long Fan has entered the realm. Citizens need not panic. Upon reading the news, Feng's spirits soared. Secret realms are unique phenomena in this world, akin to small worlds. However, should an incident occur within a secret realm, it could also impact the main world. Just like during the Thousand Islands secret realm incident, if a meteor were to strike within it, the powerful shockwave could obliterate Donghai City in an instant. Generally speaking, within the mysterious realms, a myriad of rare treasures may emerge, ranging from fruits and items to move-learning machines, alongside some uncommon and precious Pokémon. The qualities of these Pokémon are typically elevated, and it is not uncommon for legendary Pokémon to make an appearance. Thus, the secret realm is akin to an enigmatic treasure trove, brimming with opportunities yet fraught with the peril of death. During a history lesson at school, the teacher once recounted that in the early days, numerous trainers flocked to these realms upon their initial emergence. Due to their unfamiliarity with the secret realms, many exceptional trainers became forever ensnared within. This series of incidents ultimately led to a significant gap among trainers in Huaxia during those years. It was only after this that the Pokémon League mandated that official personnel must first investigate any newly opened secret realm to ascertain safety before allowing ordinary trainers to enter. However, when a secret realm first appears, it is often teeming with treasures. By the time the official investigation is complete, the treasures are likely long gone, leaving little more than the dregs behind. If one is fortunate enough to encounter a secret realm, there is no reason for Feng to refrain from venturing inside. After all, the secret realm resembles a casino, where fortunes can change in an instant. Ensuring that his parents remained undisturbed by the cacophony, Feng promptly donned his attire in preparation for departure. Although new secret realms harbor various dangers, The allure of rare items and Pokémon within is far more enticing to him. Upon stepping outside, the sky shimmered with a brilliant white light, and a silver vortex illuminated the entirety of Donghai City. At that moment, surprisingly, numerous citizens appeared on the streets at 2 in the morning, all heading towards the location of the secret realm. Feng hailed a taxi, directing it straight to the entrance of the secret realm. 10 minutes later, he disembarked approximately 1 kilometer from the entrance. In truth, he was reluctant to exit the vehicle, but the path ahead had been cordoned off by the Pokémon League, preventing the taxi from proceeding any further. The area was swarming with enforcers of the League, making entry impossible. It seemed he would have to turn back empty-handed. How he wished for Giratina to still be by his side. Initially, Feng had contemplated slipping in amidst the chaos, but he never anticipated the League's swift response in securing the area. At that moment, he truly understood the feeling of loss. With Giratina gone, his heart felt desolate. Ding! The system can assist the host in entering the secret realm. The host need only expend 1 gym leader level refresh opportunity. The gym leader level refresh occurs once a week, and the items produced are predominantly green and white, with blue and purple items being quite rare. Considering this, Feng deemed it worthwhile to exchange a gym leader level refresh opportunity for access to the secret realm. With this thought in mind, he silently invoked System Exchange. In the next instant, Feng's body vanished from his location. Ding! The host has entered stealth mode. Remaining time, 5 minutes. The host must act swiftly. 5 minutes? Feng pondered briefly. He was approximately 1 kilometer from the entrance, and with his pace of 3.5 minutes per kilometer, he had ample time. Without delay, he sprinted toward the entrance of the secret realm. At the entrance, he overheard whispers. Did you feel something pass by just now? No. Are you seeing things? I could have sworn I felt a gust of wind. Is a storm brewing? At that moment, with the system's assistance, Feng successfully arrived at the entrance. After glancing back to ensure he had not been detected, he swiftly slipped into the secret realm. As the world spun around him, Feng found himself awakening in an unfamiliar landscape. A gentle stream flowed, and the scenery was picturesque and inviting. The fragrance of grass and towering trees enveloped him, as if he had stepped into a realm of the divine. Is this the new secret realm? Feng looked around, not spotting any other humans or Pokémon. This must be the heart of the secret realm. He decided to explore further. He released his Charmander, despite its low level, as it was the only Pokémon capable of battle at present. It would have to suffice as his guardian. As Feng traversed the forest with Charmander, he contemplated the type of secret realm he was in. Each secret realm typically harbors specific elemental energies. For instance, the Thousand Island realm is characterized by water attributes. This realm, however, was alive with vibrant flowers and lush trees, undoubtedly a grass-type realm. Thus, it was likely he would encounter numerous grass-type Pokémon, whose qualities would generally surpass those found in the outside world. As he walked, Feng not only sensed the rich grass-type energy, but also the presence of water-type energy. This was reasonable, given that Donghai City is a coastal metropolis, abundant in water energy. However, he wondered if there were other elemental energies present, a question the system could not yet answer, compelling him to delve deeper. Just as Feng was lost in thought, a cacophony of battle sounds erupted ahead. He halted abruptly, peering cautiously forward. Chapter 21. The Champion-Level Froakie. Hearing the sounds of combat, Feng stealthily approached a tree, observing the scene unfold. Approximately 30 meters away by the riverbank, 2 individuals clad in black hoodies were present, one with a buzz cut and the other bald. The buzz-cut youth excitedly exclaimed to his bald companion, "Brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. So many rare Pokémon, we can retire immediately." The bald man, with a face full of rough features, sported a grotesque smile twisted with greed. Indeed, the secret realm was a place where one could suddenly amass wealth. Hurry, who's he? Clean up the scene before the investigation team arrives. At that moment, Feng noticed 3 Froakies ensnared in a net before the 2 men, indicating that a colony of Froakies resided within this secret realm. Feng's gaze fell upon the 3 Froakies, which were labeled as Dominance Level, Leader Level, Leader Level. Perhaps due to the influence of the secret realm's water energy, the qualities of these Froakies were notably superior, higher than those of their counterparts in the outside world. The lowest was a Leader Level, with one even reaching Dominance Level. Yet, in Feng's eyes, they were still unworthy. Additionally, while the Froakies possessed good qualities, their levels were merely standard, rendering them relatively weak. At that moment, the buzz-cut youth and the bald man summoned their Pokémon, a Fletchling and a Honchkrow. It appeared they intended to make their escape. Fletchling, gender, male, type, normal flying, quality, leader level, level 23, rare, ability, keen eye, skills, fury attack, peck, sing, quick attack, glare, pursuit, Aerial Ace, Agility, Sucker Punch, Charge, Wing Attack. Honchcrow, Gender. Female. Type. Dark Flying. Quality. Leader Level. Level. 30. Rare. Ability. Insomnia. Skills. Wing Attack. Haze, Intimidate. Night Slash. Critical Hit. Tailwind. Peck. Sucker Punch. Taunt. Feint Attack. Strange Light. Both of their Pokémon were of leader level quality and rare level. A considerable force in a small city like Donghai. What should I do? Feng yearned to rush out and rescue the Froakie. But he only had Charmander by his side. In that moment, he once again longed for Giratina. How he wished Giratina were still with him. Alas, their strength is still too feeble. At that moment, a surge of water energy suddenly surged from behind the two. Caught off guard, they plummeted from midair. Fortunately, they were not too high above the ground. Otherwise, that fall alone could have been fatal. It was the Greninja. Feng observed as two Greninja appeared on the river's surface, accompanied by numerous Froakie and Frogadier. Upon this sight, Feng let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, a single strike incapacitated two rare-level Pokémon, truly worthy of the Greninja. Boss, it's a Greninja. What should we do now? The bald man snorted. What should we do? Capture them all. However, instead of contemplating an immediate escape upon seeing the Greninja, the two fixated on capturing both Greninja and the Froakie and Frogadier. Hidden in the grass, Feng had already assessed the combat strength of both parties using the system. Hearing the bald man's intention to capture even the Greninja, he couldn't help but shake his head. Greed leads one to ruin. Had they chosen to flee promptly, they might have escaped. But now, facing two Greninja at over level 40, it seemed they would remain there forever. As expected, in mere moments, their Pokémon were defeated by the Greninja, their fates uncertain. The disparity in strength was starkly evident. Boss, what should we do? The bald man complained. What else can we do? Run. Fortunately, the Greninja showed no intent to annihilate them. Otherwise, these two would have surely met their end. In the secret realm, death is commonplace. At this moment, Biaozi's eyes were bloodshot. The money he had hoped to acquire was slipping away, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. 3 Frogadier, even if sold one by one, could fetch 2 to 3 million. That was a fortune, but no amount of money mattered if one were to lose their life. Money could be earned again, but a life lost meant everything was gone. Despite Biaozi's name containing the character for bravery, he was far from bold. As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. In this situation, he had no choice but to concede. After the two departed, Feng emerged from the grass. Upon seeing him, the Greninja immediately became alert, issuing a warning. Please, don't misunderstand. I am not a villain and harbor no ill intentions. Feng raised his hands in a gesture of peace. The Froakie are injured. I wish to treat them, or they will perish. Saying this, Feng retrieved healing medicine from his system backpack and tossed it over for the Greninja to inspect. One Greninja picked up the medicine, sniffed it, and then chattered to the other Greninja. After the second Greninja nodded in agreement, the first Greninja tossed the medicine back to Feng and stepped back. Realizing this meant the Greninja permitted him to treat the Froakie, Feng cautiously approached them, bandaging their wounds under the watchful eyes of the Greninja. Upon finishing the last Froakie, he let out a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched with sweat. Just as he stood, he noticed a new group of Greninja had appeared nearby. The sheer number sent chills down his spine. The two Greninja before him exuded an oppressive aura that nearly took his breath away. One male and one female Greninja boasted qualities of gym leader and quasi-champion levels, both possessing gym leader strength. The Froakie were similarly impressive, with all qualifying as at least leader grade, and one even reaching gym leader level. The numerous Frogadier were slightly less formidable, with the weakest being elite level and averaging leader level. Notably, one Frogadier's qualification was astonishingly at champion level. Frogadier, gender, male, type, water, qualification, champion level, ability, adaptability, skills, tackle, growl, water gun, quick attack, lick, water pulse, smokescreen, round, throw, knock off, substitute. Water sport, a champion level Frogadier. Witnessing this, Feng felt an urge to capture it. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle, Charmander versus Frogadier. While Feng was lost in thought, the lead Greninja began to depart with its kin. Feng could not allow this. Wait, he called. I wish to capture a Frogadier. Rest assured. I mean you no harm and will not forcefully capture them. I merely hope to provide your offspring an opportunity. Allow them to leave with me and see the world outside. Moreover, this secret realm is about to merge with the real world, and many humans will discover your existence. Regardless of your strength, your children will inevitably face the fate of being captured. Feng attempted to persuade the Greninja, articulating the benefits and consequences with reason and emotion. The Greninja let out a furious croak, causing Feng to scratch his head in confusion. Although he could not understand the words, he sensed the Greninja's intent. Thus, he continued, "Greninja, I speak the truth. Do you see that white vortex? It is the passage to the real world. The Pokémon League currently controls it, preventing a mass influx of humans. Once the secret realm fully opens, countless humans will pour in. Do you believe you can protect your kin alone? Before you lie two paths. One leads to being captured and leaving, while the other condemns you to confinement here. I trust neither outcome is desirable for you. Therefore, if any of you wish to leave with me, I promise to treat you as my companions." As Feng articulated, Pokémon discovered in the secret realm faced only these two outcomes, and even he was powerless to alter that fate. Yet, the Greninja's face burned with rage as it glared at Feng with a murderous gaze. At this moment, Feng steeled himself to continue, "Greninja, you do not wish for your children to be captured, do you? I hope you will grant me this opportunity." This was a champion-level Frogadier. He could not afford to miss this chance. Furthermore, once evolved into Greninja, it could potentially undergo bond evolution. Although uncertain if such a phenomenon existed in this world, one could not know without trying. The Greninja glared sharply at Feng, then shook its head, preparing to lead its family away. Why not consider your children's wishes? Perhaps they yearn to see the world. Do you not deprive them of their rights? Do you deserve to be their parent? Feng shouted at the Greninja. The Greninja appeared incensed by his words. It roared, turning its gaze toward its offspring. "Greninja, I assure you, soon there will be more powerful trainers entering. They will not reason with you, but will forcibly capture you." The Greninja let out a roar at this, and simultaneously, one of the Frogadier approached and communicated with the Greninja. Feng recognized this Frogadier as the one with champion-level qualification. This is promising. Seeing the Frogadier take the initiative to converse with the Greninja filled Feng with joy. The Greninja offered a few instructions before retreating a few steps. The froggy creature, known as the Froakie, called out to Feng. "Froakie, do you agree?" Froakie nodded in affirmation. Feng, brimming with excitement, turned to his Charmander and commanded, "Charmander, go." Thankfully, Froakie was eager to battle. If it had been a Greninja, Feng would have been at a disadvantage. Roar. Charmander stepped forward and let out a fierce roar at Froakie. Upon seeing Feng's Charmander, Greninja narrowed its eyes. It sensed that this Charmander was no ordinary opponent, yet it had confidence in its offspring. Unfazed by the presence of Charmander, Froakie initiated the assault with a water pulse, which surged towards the fiery creature. Charmander, adeptly evading the attack, retaliated with a spark. Given the elemental advantage Froakie held over Charmander, and considering the limited moves available to the latter, causing significant damage would prove challenging. Froakie displayed remarkable agility, deftly dodging the spark while continuously launching water pulses at Charmander. "Charmander, close in and use scratch." Feng realized that Charmander had to engage Froakie up close, as its ranged attacks were ineffective against the agile opponent. Roar. Following Feng's command, Charmander charged at Froakie. "Keep going. Use smokescreen." Observing Froakie's nimbleness, Feng decisively instructed Charmander to unleash a smokescreen. The dense black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Froakie's vision. "Now, Charmander, rush in and use scratch." Charmander plunged into the smoke, executing a scratch towards Froakie. "Don't stop. Continue to scratch." Roar. Greninja, feeling anxious, could not help but shout at Froakie. Upon hearing its father's command, Froakie regained its composure and focused on detecting Charmander's movements. Froakie sensed Charmander's proximity on its right side and promptly unleashed a water pulse. Roar. Charmander let out a pained cry, evidently injured. "Charmander, don't retreat. Use scratch." Feng understood that retreat was not an option. Losing would be inevitable. Roar. Sensing Feng's determination, Charmander's eyes glinted with resolve as it unleashed a scratch. In the next moment, Froakie emitted a sorrowful cry. Just then, the smoke dissipated, revealing Charmander crouched on the ground, panting heavily while clutching its chest. Conversely, Froakie also knelt, clearly not in much better condition. "Charmander, stand up." Both Feng and Greninja urged their respective Pokémon. Charmander braced itself, slowly rising to its feet after a moment of unsteadiness. Froakie mirrored this action. "Froakie, you are strong. However, without a trainer's guidance, you cannot overcome my Charmander." Chapter 23, Capturing Froakie. Froakie appeared particularly fond of the water pulse technique. "Charmander, use spark." After sustaining injuries, Charmander's agility was notably compromised. Evasion was futile, and it could only attempt to strike down the water pulse with spark. Roar. Charmander gathered fiery energy and expelled a spark towards the water pulse. Boom. The two attacks collided, releasing a significant cloud of steam. Once again, thick smoke enveloped the battlefield. Charmander used dig. A smile crept across Chun Feng's face as he exclaimed. Froakie, who had been intently sensing Charmander, suddenly lost track of its movements. Chen Feng recognized that victory was within his grasp. Froakie, still inexperienced and without a trainer's direction, was at a loss in this situation. Boom. Charmander suddenly emerged from the ground. Now Charmander, scratch. You have lost. Chen Feng beamed at the fallen Froakie. Froakie. Although your strength is formidable, your lack of a trainer's strategy was the key factor in your defeat. An exceptional trainer can enhance a Pokemon's abilities, rendering them more formidable. Despite its injuries, Froakie maintained an air of pride and defiance, yet it complied. It called out to Chen Feng and then communicated with Greninja. Froakie harbored a strong desire to grow stronger. Otherwise, it would not have accepted Chen Feng's challenge. Furthermore, the recent battle had made it acutely aware of its shortcomings. Despite being a fire-type Pokemon, Froakie found itself outmatched. This realization did not sit well with it. Chen Feng, noticing the glimmer of determination in Froakie's eyes, felt a surge of joy. This look indicated a yearning for strength, a fervent desire to improve. He sensed that Froakie was likely to join him. Chen Feng's attachment to Froakie was also influenced by the bond he felt with Greninja. The idea of bond evolution was captivating. How wonderful it would be to experience such a transformation himself. Unsure if other Pokemon, besides Greninja, could achieve bond evolution, Chen Feng approached Froakie and introduced himself. Hello. Froakie. My name is Chen Feng. Would you like to embark on adventures with me and grow stronger together? Froakie gazed at Chen Feng, then turned to its father before nodding earnestly. Witnessing this moment, even without a shared language, Chen Feng understood Froakie's intention. He retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack and gently tapped it against Froakie's head. Froakie, I look forward to our journey together. After capturing Froakie, Chen Feng was in high spirits. Feeling fortunate, he allocated most of his energy cubes and healing items to Greninja's clan, keeping only a few for himself. This gesture instantly earned him favor with Greninja's group. As Chen Feng prepared to depart, Greninja unexpectedly turned and headed towards its territory, calling out to Chen Feng. Greninja, do you want me to follow you? Greninja nodded, leading the way into the depths of the forest. Though Chen Feng did not fully comprehend Greninja's intentions, he hastened to keep pace. Greninja's territory was situated beneath a waterfall, behind which lay a natural cavern. Inside the cave were numerous Froakies, as well as several Pokemon eggs. While Chen Feng surveyed the cavern, a female Greninja emerged from the depths, clutching a sparkling gem. What is this? Chen Feng promptly utilized the system to investigate. Charizard Evolution Stone. Description: when worn, Charizard can evolve into Mega Charizard. Upon seeing the gleaming stone, Chen Feng was instantly exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although he was unsure why Greninja possessed such an evolution key, it appeared to be a gift for him. The female Greninja approached Chen Feng and presented the evolution stone, gesturing towards the items he had given and then at Froakie. It seemed to convey that the stone was a token of gratitude for the energy cubes and healing items, along with the hope that Chen Feng would take good care of their young. Chen Feng smiled and reassured, rest assured, I will take excellent care of Froakie. Chen Feng waved goodbye as he led Froakie away from its birthplace. The Guagua Pao frog possesses qualifications far exceeding those of its predecessors, destined for a grander stage. Its future not confined to this place. Even in the absence of Chen Feng, it would inevitably depart one day. However, choosing to accompany Chen Feng is undoubtedly the best decision for Guagua Pao frog. After all, with Chen Feng's system, its potential for the future will only ascend higher. Of course, that is a matter for another time, as no one can predict the outcome now. After a long journey, Chen Feng decided it was time to rest. The two little ones had just endured an intense battle, and although he had applied healing ointment to restore their injuries, their stamina had yet to be replenished. Here, Guagua Pao frog, eat this, Chen Feng said, pulling out a box of water-type energy cubes from his backpack. The Guagua Pao frog looked at Chen Feng in confusion, seemingly inquiring about the nature of the item. Chen Feng smiled and explained, this is called an energy cube. Once you consume it, you will regain your strength. Go on, it's quite delicious. Observing the Guagua Pao frog's clumsy demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled and helped open the packaging, personally handing a piece of energy cube to the Guagua Pao frog. At that moment, the nearby fire dragon also courteously picked up an energy cube from its own stash and offered it to Guagua Pao frog. Roar! It appeared eager to share its energy cube. Seeing this, Chen Feng laughed and playfully scolded, little fire dragon, that's a fire-type energy cube. Guagua Pao frog cannot consume that. It can only eat water-type energy cubes. Roar! The little fire dragon, upon hearing this, glanced down at the fire-type energy cube in its hand, shrugged, and began to eat it itself. Observing the interaction between Feng and the little fire dragon, Gua Gua Pao Frog felt a sense of ease and comfort, quite enjoying the atmosphere. Chapter 24, The Training Camp. Feng had never anticipated that he would obtain a spray evolution stone from the Koga Ninja Frog tribe. Truly, one might say, fortune favors the bold. To exchange a few energy cubes and healing ointments for an evolution stone was an incredible deal. Feng felt he had hit the jackpot and affectionately patted Gua Gua Pao Frog. Rest assured, I will ensure you grow stronger, even without the evolution key. Feng would tirelessly nurture Gua Gua Pao Frog. Gua? Hearing Feng's words, Gua Gua Pao Frog responded with enthusiasm, continuing to eat. The new secret realm was rife with uncertainties until it had been fully explored. Given Feng's current strength, merely surviving was already a miraculous feat. Had he not entered before the secret realm was developed, how could he have acquired a king-level Gua Gua Pao Frog? 3 days after the emergence of the new secret realm, the Pokémon Alliance branch in Donghai City suddenly released a significant announcement. The Dragon King, Fan, would be hosting a special training camp within the new secret realm. The news ignited excitement throughout Donghai City and even Jiangnan Province. A training camp led by the Dragon King promised direct guidance from one of the top-tier champions of the nation. Who is the Dragon King? He is the pinnacle of strength in all of Huaxia, a figure revered by thousands beneath the champion. Gaining his mentorship would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Consequently, esteemed families from Donghai City and the entire Jiangnan Province sprang into action, eager to enroll their children in the training camp. Yet, without exception, all were turned down by Fan. With only 50 slots available for the training camp, selection would rely solely on one's merit. In response, the Donghai City Pokémon Alliance decided to hold a selection competition 3 days hence to determine who would be chosen for the training camp. Upon learning of this news, Feng wasted no time. How could he possibly miss such a golden opportunity? To ensure his smooth entry into the training camp, Feng even took a leave of absence and devised an extensive training regimen. Morning workouts, afternoon explorations of the secret realm, assisting little fire dragon, iron dumbbell, and Gua Gua Pao Frog in swiftly leveling up. Since capturing Gua Gua Pao Frog in the secret realm, Feng had been training with little fire dragon and others. Little fire dragon's level surged to 15, just 5 levels shy of reaching rare tier strength, while Gua Gua Pao Frog and iron dumbbell were at levels 11 and 8, respectively. September 30th marked the day of the training camp selection. A throng of trainers and their parents gathered in the square outside the Donghai City Pokémon Alliance branch. Preparing for the selection, Feng and Wen Xiao stood amidst the crowd, taken aback by the sheer volume of people. Isn't there an overwhelming number of participants? Feng, do you think we can truly succeed in being selected? Wen Xiao said nervously. She held little hope for her own selection, primarily accompanying Feng. With unwavering determination, Feng replied, "We absolutely will," though his journey as a trainer had only just begun with the system's aid. The gap between him and the offspring of prominent families would not be insurmountable. At that moment, Wang Bo unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. Previously, he had claimed he wouldn't attend, yet here he was. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Feng inquired, puzzled. "I didn't want to, but my father insisted I attend. What could I do?" Wang Bo retorted, nonchalantly tossing his hair. As the three engaged in casual conversation, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the distance. A dark figure appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching the scene. In an instant, the figure was upon them. It was the Dragon King. Those with keen eyes recognized that it was none other than Dragon King Fan and his Dragonite. The Dragon King leaped from midair, and Dragonite circled before landing gracefully behind him. How majestic! The Dragon King is truly splendid. It was undeniable that Fan's entrance captured the hearts of many infatuated young women. Such flair, Wang Bo muttered under his breath. Feng nodded in agreement. It was indeed quite ostentatious. Ladies and gentlemen, the selection for the training camp officially begins. We will conduct 11 single elimination matches until we determine the final 50 participants. In the training camp, merit reigned supreme. At first glance, this seemed unfair to ordinary trainers, as the Pokémon of affluent heirs typically boasted superior qualifications. However, this was a well-considered decision by Fan. Without such a system, ordinary individuals would find it impossible to secure a position in the camp, as slots would be monopolized by powerful families. Moreover, this served as a trial for ordinary trainers. If they could not contend for a slot based on their own strength, how could they fight for a future? Given the overwhelming number of participants, the first day would host the first 3 rounds of eliminations, culling 2/3 of the entrants. Fortunately, all 3 of Feng's party successfully advanced through the initial rounds. Do not become complacent. The opponents will only grow stronger as we progress, Chen Feng cautioned. The 3 adversaries he faced today were challenging, with the last one proving particularly formidable. The opponent sent out a Froakie, while Chen Feng naturally deployed Little Fire Dragon. As he had no other Pokémon capable of battling, with Iron Dumbbell and Guagua Pow Frog still too weak. Yet Little Fire Dragon did not disappoint, ultimately defeating its opponent despite the type disadvantage. That evening, the spoils included an abundance of Pokeballs and energy cubes, alongside various potions such as antidotes, burn heals, and paralysis cures. Initially, Chen Feng found these items valuable, considering their worth in the real world. However, as their quantity increased, their novelty diminished. In conclusion, Chen Feng realized that the daily refresh opportunities rarely yielded anything of great worth. However, the good news is that once it strikes midnight, it will be Monday. Every Monday, the system automatically grants a gym-level refresh opportunity. A gym-level refresh signifies that at least one blue item will appear. Initially, Chen Feng intended to wait until after midnight to refresh the shelves before going to bed. Yet, after days of rigorous training and today's intense battles, he could no longer endure the fatigue. Drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep in an instant. Upon awakening, it was already 6 o'clock the following morning. The first thing Chen Feng did upon waking was to initiate the week's gym-level refresh. Ding! A new week. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gym-level refresh opportunity. Ding! A new month. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a champion-level refresh opportunity. The consecutive system notifications filled Chen Feng with immense joy. The system activated the daily refresh. Without hesitation, he charged ahead. Chapter 25. Luck Overflowing. All Good Goods. Initiate daily refresh. Sweetness follows hardship. He began with the lowest tier daily refresh. Following a series of unremarkable special effects, 3 items appeared on the discounted shelf. Unsurprisingly, they were either Pokeballs or energy cubes. Although nothing remarkable surfaced, Chen Feng still purchased them, primarily due to their affordability. Subsequently, he rubbed his hands together and initiated the gym-level refresh. He fervently prayed, Heavenly Spirits and Earthly Spirits, Amitabha, please manifest. As the special effects for the discounted shelf commenced, Chen Feng began his ritualistic supplication. After a splendid animated display, the discounted shelf was once again filled with items. Ding! The discounted shelf has been updated. Chen Feng opened his eyes to behold the newly stocked discounted shelf. White, green, and blue items. Ah, there are still 2. Quite excellent, indeed. This incantation truly works wonders. The gym-level refresh guarantees at least 1 blue item, yet this time, 2 appeared. Chen Feng believed that his incantation had made a difference. He casually clicked on the sole white item. Unsurprisingly, it was a box of ordinary, attribute-less energy cubes. After several days of experimentation, Chen Feng had discerned some patterns within the system. White items typically fall into 3 categories. First, ordinary Pokeballs. Second, these attribute-less energy cubes, with a few low-level attribute-bearing energy cubes. And third, various common potions. After purchasing the energy cube, Chen Feng opened the 2 green items. This time, they were not energy cubes but rather 2 bottles of milk. Both bottles were inexpensive, totaling no more than $10, and Chen Feng bought them without a second thought. He tossed them to his Charmeleon and Froakie, serving as breakfast for the 2. After clearing the white and green items, it was time for the blue items. With a thought, the blue items gradually emerged. Oh, what is this? Adventure Set, Blue. Description: contains tools beneficial for exploration and easy to use, allowing one to venture into the wilderness with peace of mind. Discounted price, $7.52. Although it may not be immediately useful, he would undoubtedly venture into the wild for training in the future, at which point it would come in handy. Purchased. Next was the second blue item. Continuing to click. White Glass Whistle, Blue. Description: when worn, it increases the probability of encountering wild Pokémon by 1.5 times. Discounted price, $6.88. This item cannot be considered useless, but it is not particularly beneficial either. Chen Feng pondered the item displayed on the screen. Increasing the chances of encountering Pokémon in the wild might be useful in the early stages. However, once his Pokémon matured, he would hardly regard the levels gained from wild Pokémon. Better to buy it anyway. There was still 1 champion-level refresh opportunity remaining. He wondered what it might yield. The host may utilize it at any time within the month, and once used, it automatically enters a countdown, refreshing again on the 1st of the following month. If the host does not use it within the month, it will not carry over to the next month. Similarly, the weekly gym-level refresh follows the same rule. Utilizing the champion-level refresh. Unlike the ordinary refreshes or the weekly gym-level refresh, the monthly champion-level refresh significantly increases the chances of obtaining valuable items. Additionally, It guarantees at least one purple item, and most importantly, a champion-level refresh can yield 7 items. Beyond the guaranteed purple item, it may also generate items of higher rarity. Thus, both in quantity and quality, the champion-level refresh is an unequivocal bargain. Ding! The discounted shelf has been refreshed. After yet another dazzling display of effects, the previously empty shelf was once again filled with 7 items gleaming in various colors: 2 purple, 2 blue, 1 green, and 2 white. He hoped for items that could enhance his combat prowess. Currently, Chen was in dire need of boosting his strength, and the swiftest way to achieve that lay in the formidable system. He examined the 2 white items first. Perhaps he should check the green ones instead. Sometimes, not having expectations prevents disappointment. However, the green items still failed to provide any hope for Chen. Sighing, he silently clicked on the blue items. Smoke Ball Blue. Description: when carried by a Pokémon, wild Pokémon will never flee during battles. Discounted price, 7.20. A smoke ball? Now that is a valuable item. Upon reading its description, Chen immediately thought of Abra. In previous Pokémon games, capturing an Abra was notoriously difficult. The wild Abra would only use teleport, and once it did, it would invariably escape. However, with the smoke ball, Pokémon like Abra that could use teleport would no longer escape, making it significantly easier to capture. Purchased. The remaining blue item was a Psychic-type energy cube, perfectly suited for Metong. Next, he turned to the purple items. Dragon Tooth Fragment, purple. Description: one of the Dragon-type items, when carried by a Dragon-type Pokémon. It significantly boosts the power of Dragon-type moves by 20%. Collect 5 to synthesize a complete version. Discounted price, 11.30. The Dragon Tooth, also known as Dragon Feng, was among the rare items capable of enhancing Dragon-type moves. He purchased it, planning to save it for Dragonite or Dragapult. Both Dragonite and Dragapult are considered pseudo-legendary Pokémon, exceedingly rare in the real world. Dragon-type Pokémon are inherently scarce, let alone those like Dragonite, Garchomp, or Dragapult. It should be permissible, right? Chen chuckled to himself, continuing to examine the remaining items. Swords Dance Move Tutor, purple. Description: engages in a fierce dance to boost momentum, significantly enhancing a Pokémon's attack. Discounted price, 15.25. The Swords Dance Move Tutor. Unfortunately, it is a one-time use tutor. Should he save it for Charizard or Greninja? Both Charizard and Greninja can learn Swords Dance. If only it were not a one-time use, then both could have benefited from it. After much contemplation, Chen remained uncertain whom to choose. Forget it. He would decide later. Whoever evolved first would receive it, as he could always acquire another. Better to buy it now. The Swords Dance Move Tutor was secured. Chapter 26. Dual Attribute Charmeleon. Who else? All 3 refresh opportunities have been fully utilized. Chen appeared to have reaped considerable rewards, yet in reality, the usefulness of these gains was rather limited. Nonetheless, one must learn to be content. Contentment is the key to lasting happiness. In terms of mindset, Chen consistently maintained an optimistic outlook. After organizing the items he had acquired, he promptly handed over the Sword Dance Move Learning Device to his little Charizard. The system's Move Learning Device was remarkably convenient. It merely required the Pokémon to make contact, and all the information would instantaneously manifest in the Pokémon's mind, indelibly etched in its consciousness as if it were innate knowledge. This was in stark contrast to purchasing move skills in the real world, which often required the Pokémon to watch videos, and even then, there was no guarantee of complete mastery. Upon interacting with the Move Learning Device, Charizard swiftly mastered the Sword Dance move. Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy, and he felt a surge of confidence regarding the upcoming training camp selection. Just as he was about to close the system interface, something shimmering on the screen caught his attention. Hadn't he purchased everything already? What could this be? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this glittering item differed from the others. Typical items were displayed on the shelves, but this one was uniquely positioned beneath the shelf, complete with a progress bar indicating 100-100. What could this mean? Was it possible to claim it now that the progress bar was full? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the item, and a splendid visual effect erupted on the system screen. Following the spectacle, an item description promptly appeared. Ability Addition Card, Gold. Description: using this card allows for the addition of one ability to a Pokémon. Flash sale price, $199.99. What? Such a thing was possible? Chen rubbed his eyes to confirm the reality of what he saw. Indeed, it was true. The system was once again bestowing its generosity upon him. Typically, a Pokémon possesses only a single, immutable ability. However, under certain exceptional circumstances, a Pokémon's ability can be altered. For instance, specific moves can swap the abilities of opposing Pokémon during battle. Yet, The implication of the Ability Edition card was that it could grant an additional ability while retaining the original. This transformation would elevate a Pokémon from having a single ability to possessing two. Such a feat could not merely be described as impressive. It was nothing short of miraculous. It was well understood that an additional ability granted a Pokémon a new capacity. If a Pokémon could obtain certain powerful abilities, it could elevate a seemingly weak creature to new heights. With excitement bubbling within him, Chen declared, "Buy. Spending 200 for an ability, what a splendid deal. Ding. Purchase successful." Would the host like to use the Ability Edition card immediately? Note, the Ability Edition card can only add abilities from the same species. Just as Chen was envisioning which legendary Pokémon's ability to add, the system dealt him a harsh reality check. What? It could only add abilities from the same species. This limitation significantly narrowed his options, particularly since most Pokémon had only one ability. However, both of Chen Feng's Pokémon possessed two abilities, and considering their evolved forms, that number exceeded two. But what about abilities from their evolved forms? Without hesitation, Chen directed the Ability Edition card towards Charizard. The rationale for not using it on Froakie was clear. Charizard's potential far surpassed that of Froakie. Moreover, Froakie's inherent ability was a formidable hidden trait, allowing it to adapt its type in battle based on the moves it employed, making it far superior to its other ability, Torrent. Thus, it was unnecessary to waste an Ability Edition card on Froakie. Charizard, however, was different. Its current ability was Solar Power, which enhanced its special attack in sunny weather. To fully utilize Solar Power, certain moves like Sunny Day were sometimes required. However, if Charizard could simultaneously possess both Solar Power and the ability Sunny Day, it would automatically create sunny weather upon entering the battlefield. The system interface then presented an option bar featuring Blaze, Strong Jaw, and Sunny Day. Indeed, both Strong Jaw and Sunny Day were available. Chen Feng's speculation proved correct. Evolved forms also counted as abilities from the same species. Wait, after Sunny Day, there was yet another ability option. How could this be? Upon seeing this ability in the option bar, a vivid memory flashed through Chen Feng's mind. It was from the Pokémon anime. During the championship battle in the Kalos region, Ash's Greninja faced off against Elan's Charizard. Chen would never forget that monumental clash, which marked Ash's closest approach to victory and left countless Pokémon fans in turmoil. Tragically, Greninja ultimately fell to Charizard. Logically, Greninja should have had a definitive advantage due to its type, yet it was defeated. Afterwards, netizens speculated that Elan's Charizard possessed the hidden ability Rain Dish. Although the official sources did not confirm this, many believed the theory to be valid. Chen had previously thought such notions were mere fabrications, but now he felt the theorist was a genius. The system's options included the Rain Dish ability, indicating that Charizard's species truly possessed this trait. This revelation meant that if Charizard acquired the Rain Dish ability, it could negate one of its weaknesses. Thus, Charizard would only be vulnerable to Rock-type moves, typically against Fire types. Water types would hold the advantage. However, when facing Chen Feng's Charizard, that advantage would be reversed, and the opponent might remain oblivious to how they lost. The thought alone was exhilarating. System, add the Rain Dish ability to Charizard. Without hesitation, Chen selected the Rain Dish ability. Although Sunny Day was appealing, could it compare to the allure of Rain Dish? After all, Sunny Day could be replaced by the move Sunny Day, but Rain Dish had no substitute. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Ability Edition card has been successfully used, and Charizard has successfully acquired the second ability, Rain Dish. Upon receiving the system notification, Chen was overjoyed and couldn't help but scoop up Charizard, showering it with kisses. Charizard, bewildered, thought, what is happening? Is there an ambush? Chapter 27. The final round of the selection, Wilderness Survival. Charizard, level 15 normal, type, fire, abilities, solar power, Rain Dish, potential, master level, skills, scratch, growl, fire punch, ember. Flamethrower, sunny day, smokescreen. Gazing at Charizard's information panel, Chen felt a surge of delight. It was beyond mere eloquence. His confidence in the upcoming selection intensified. At 8 a.m., Chen rendezvoused with Wen Xiaoxiao and Wang Bo, and the three returned to the plaza outside the Pokémon League's Eastern Sea Division. After the first day's elimination round, the crowd had dwindled significantly. Before long, Long Fan appeared before everyone. Trainers participating in the selection. You have demonstrated your superiority over your peers through yesterday's elimination round. However, to become the most exceptional among you, you must endure further trials. Today marks the final round of selection, focusing on wilderness survival, wherein the top 50 performers will gain entry into the training camp. Allow me to elucidate the rules of this wilderness survival challenge. The mere mention of wilderness survival sent ripples of shock through the previously serene venue. No one anticipated that the ultimate assessment would take this form. Reactions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others despaired, particularly the affluent heirs and heiresses, who had been coddled since childhood and had never experienced real wilderness survival. In contrast, Chen Feng was elated, having drawn an adventure kit that morning, not expecting it to prove useful so swiftly. What surprised Chen Feng further was that the designated location for this wilderness survival assessment was the newly emerged secret realm in Donghai City. Recently dubbed the Qianshan Secret Realm by the Pokémon League, which had conducted extensive explorations of it. This secret realm was classified as a level secret realm, which presented a greater danger than a novice secret realm, yet not excessively so, making it a fitting environment for assessing the competitors. Those who had passed the preliminary selection possessed a certain level of skill. Sending them to a novice secret realm would not serve the evaluative purpose, while a level secret realm would be too perilous. Thus, the level secret realm became the prime choice, and the arrival of the Qianshan secret realm provided an excellent venue for this purpose. Unbeknownst to Long Fan, while the Qianshan secret realm had just appeared, Chen Feng had already stealthily entered once, successfully capturing a Froakie. It seemed this selection process would not merely be a formality, but a genuine test of skill. Chen Feng mused amidst the crowd. Although the wilderness survival would take place in a level secret realm, safety measures were not overlooked. To ensure the protection of all participants, Long Fan personally led the team, collaborating with Yi Qian and the elite trainers from the East Sea Division of the Pokémon League to safeguard the competitors throughout the event. Naturally, they would not intervene lightly. Assistance would only be rendered in life-threatening situations where participants could not defend themselves. Additionally, the East Sea Pokémon League had conducted thorough preparations within the secret realm, equipping each participant with a locator and specialized cameras. To be candid, when many participants heard they could capture wild Pokémon within the secret realm, their focus on entering the training camp diminished, while gaining entry would be advantageous. Capturing a few Pokémon felt like a worthwhile endeavor in its own right. This, in essence, was Long Fan's way of compensating for the initial level trainers. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Feng separated from Wang Bo and Wen Xiaoxiao. He promptly released his Charmander and Froakie. Having visited the Qianshan secret realm once before, Chen Feng was relatively familiar with the outskirts and did not linger. When encountering weaker Pokémon, he swiftly commanded Froakie and Charmander to defeat them. This was an elimination round, determining who could endure in the wilderness the longest. According to the rules, each participant must battle wild Pokémon 3 times daily to prevent any contestant from hiding and waiting until the end. As everyone knew, wild Pokémon were often fierce, powerful and aggressive. Without absolute strength, one should not provoke them lightly, otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. This was why so many trainers perished in the secret realms each year. However, if a trainer lacked such courage, how could they aspire to be exceptional? The purpose behind Long Fan's establishment of this wilderness survival assessment was indeed profound. Chen Feng had no intention of hiding. Such an excellent opportunity for training should not be missed. Charmander, Froakie, we must hasten our pace, he urged. Froakie, this is your domain. Can you lead us to areas with a higher concentration of Pokémon? In contrast to others, Chen Feng possessed a unique advantage. Froakie, as the native of the Qianshan secret realm, would effortlessly guide him to Pokémon hotspots. Observing the surrounding participants, many shared his mindset, diligently traversing the terrain without lingering at the outskirts. Several were accompanied by starter Pokémon or other formidable creatures, all potential rivals of Chen Feng. Roar, Froakie. Charmander and Froakie were both invigorated. Chen Feng glanced at their statuses. Charmander was on the brink of reaching level 16, needing just a battle or two to evolve. Froakie lagged slightly behind at level 12. Chen Feng's goal was modest, to ensure both Pokémon evolved before they exited. Capturing additional Pokémon, such as Ho-Oh, Mewtwo, Rayquaza, or Arceus, would be a delightful bonus. As he walked, he daydreamed about riding a legendary Pokémon. Imagining soaring through the skies on his future Charizard made him impatient. Charmander, no slacking off. We must train diligently for you to evolve into Charizard and fulfill my dream of flying. Hey, I just finished a battle. Can I take a break? Charmander protested. Why not address Froakie? Froakie retorted, what does that have to do with me? Chapter 28, Evolution. Charmeleon. Under Froakie's guidance, Chen Feng swiftly distanced himself from the crowd and veered onto a narrow path. To expedite Charmander's leveling, he produced the white glass whistle he had purchased that morning. According to the system's description, equipping the white glass whistle would enhance the chances of encountering wild Pokémon without the need for Chen Feng to blow the whistle intentionally. It was worth noting that all his actions were monitored by cameras, and blowing the whistle unexpectedly would likely attract unwanted attention. The Qianshan secret realm was filled with towering, lush trees and overgrown bushes towering over a meter high. No one knew what dangers lurked in the unknown grassland. A level secret realm was decidedly more perilous than a novice secret realm. Vigilance was paramount. Otherwise, one might meet a tragic fate. Chen Feng fastened the white glass whistle to his chest and continued onward. Within moments, they spotted a wild Pokémon. Charmander, Froke, we have a situation, Chen Feng whispered, wary of alarming the creature. Yet, to his dismay, Charmander charged ahead. Frustrated, Chen Feng had no choice but to follow suit with Froke. Charmander's large, bell-like eyes fixated on the target, brimming with combat spirit. As Chen Feng approached with Froke, he realized it was a Heracross, a powerful bug and fighting-type Pokémon capable of using its impressive horn to lift and toss opponents. So it's a Heracross. Charmander, it's your turn. Heracross was weak against fire-type moves, making it an ideal opponent for Charmander. At that moment, Chen Feng utilized the system to skin Heracross. Heracross, level 16, normal, type, bug fighting. Ability, Guts, increases attack when affected by a status condition. Potential, normal, skills, tackle, leer, arm thrust, fury attack, endure, counter. Harden, at level 16, Heracross possesses an unimpressive normal potential, rendering it rather weak. Charmeleon, take it down. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng commanded his Charmeleon to strike. Given the low caliber of this Pokémon, Chen Feng felt no need to direct its actions. Charmeleon could easily handle the foe on its own. Roaring, Charmeleon lunged forward. Upon receiving Chen Feng's command, it ignited its claws with flames and launched a fierce attack. This scene was witnessed by Long Fan in the monitoring room. The speed of this Charmeleon was astonishing. Typically, Charmeleon is not known for its swiftness, even after evolving into Charizard. With a significant increase in speed due to its flying type, it still does not excel in speed. The battle commenced rapidly but concluded even faster. With a single fire punch, Charmeleon dispatched Heracross in an instant. The impact resonated as Charmeleon struck Heracross in the abdomen, engulfing it in flames. The double weakness to fire rendered Heracross unable to withstand even a single blow, leading to its immediate fainting. In the next moment, the learning device activated, granting an impressive 300 experience points from the defeated Heracross. Exhilarated, Chen Feng was about to celebrate when a radiant white light enveloped Charmeleon. Was it evolution? As Chen Feng watched in astonishment, Charmeleon's form underwent a substantial transformation within the luminous aura. Long Fan, who had been closely observing Chen Feng, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing this evolution. If it were still Charmeleon, entering the top 50 for the training camp would pose a challenge. However, as a Charizard, the chances of reaching not just the top 50, but even the top 10 would be promising. The encounter in the Thousand Island Secret Realm had left a lasting impression on Long Fan regarding Chen Feng and his Charmeleon. Seeing Chen Feng participate in the selection, Long Fan paid close attention to him. What are you looking at? Yi Qian inquired, noticing Long Fan's prolonged gaze on a contestant. Nothing, Long Fan replied lightly, deflecting the question. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of optimism towards Chen Feng and wished to keep his strength discreet from others. Although he shared a good relationship with Yi Qian, having once been a couple, he still wished to keep Chen Feng's prowess a secret. Yi Qian, suspiciously glancing at the screen, failed to discern anything particularly remarkable about Chen Feng. After a brief observation, she shifted her focus to other contestants. Meanwhile, within the Thousand Mountain Secret Realm, Charmeleon had completed its evolution. As the white light faded, it revealed the form of a Charizard. Post-evolution, Charizard sported a horn-like protrusion atop its head, and its mouth had sharpened, resembling a beak. Charizard, Chen Feng whispered in awe, feeling an unease that his Charizard might become as disobedient as Ash's Charizard post-evolution. Roaring, Charizard looked at Chen Feng with confusion. After a moment of observation, Chen Feng noted no adverse reactions from Charizard and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached and gently patted Charizard's head, now standing at his waist. Charizard no longer required Chen Feng to crouch down to reach its head. A simple stretch sufficed. In the monitoring room, although Long Fan had not initiated a conversation with Yi Qian regarding Chen Feng, he continued to covertly observe him, specifically focusing on Charizard. Long Fan had first taken note of Chen Feng's Charmeleon during their initial encounter, though he hadn't given it much thought at the time. Now, witnessing the entire evolution process, he realized he had underestimated it. Initially, he had merely deemed Chen Feng's Charmeleon somewhat exceptional compared to others. But now it transcended that characterization entirely. Just from its physique, Charizard's potential was undeniably impressive. Even through Long Fan's discerning eyes, Chen Feng's Charizard was a rare gem. With this singular Charizard, Chen Feng was destined to ascend to the ranks of elite trainers, perhaps even to greater heights. In that moment, Long Fan felt a sense of urgency facing the fledgling Chen Feng. Yet, he found himself enjoying this feeling. Since becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings of Huaxia, he had not experienced such a sensation, even when confronting the champions of Huaxia and the other 4 kings. But before Chen Feng, he genuinely felt a sense of competition. Chen Feng, I hope we can meet in the King S ranking battle soon. Chapter 29, The Hatching of the Shiny Iron Doll. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, Long Fan was singing his praises. Inside the Thousand Mountain Secret Realm, Charmeleon had triumphed over Heracross and successfully evolved into Charizard. The first small goal had been achieved. Now, the second awaited, to evolve Froakie into Frogadier. System, display Charizard's current information. Charizard, potential, master level, level 16, normal, type, fire, ability, solar power, rain dish, skills, scratch, growl, leer, ember, fire punch, flamethrower, sunny day, smokescreen, dragon breath, fire fong. Overall, the changes were minimal. However, post-evolution, Charizard had successfully learned dragon breath and fire fong. With a richer skill pool, there would be ample opportunity for performance in upcoming assessments. Charizard, Froakie, let us continue. After a brief respite, they set off once more. Although Charizard's evolution was cause for celebration, Chen Feng remained vigilant. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and the top talents. To stand out in the upcoming high school league in 6 months, he had to seize the opportunity presented by this training camp. Only then could he hope to close the distance with the elite. Roaring with excitement, the newly evolved Charizard exuded an intense fervor. And Chen Feng could distinctly feel the rise in ambient temperature. As they traversed the forest, he eagerly sought a worthy opponent to test Charizard's strength. Before long, Chen Feng encountered various wild Pokémon along the way. Many approached him willingly, thanks to the allure of the white glass whistle. Currently, Chen Feng found himself on the outskirts of the Thousand Mountain Secret Realm, where the level of Pokémon was comparable to that of the realm, mostly around level 10, with stronger ones reaching level 15. With Charizard's current prowess, it could easily dominate the outer regions of the Thousand Mountain Secret Realm, emboldening Chen Feng considerably. After a brief exploration of the outskirts and noting the absence of challengers for Charizard, Chen Feng resolved to venture deeper into the inner sanctum of the realm. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's outstanding performance caught the attention of others in the monitoring room, aside from Long Fan. Ah, it has evolved. What fortunate luck, Yi Qian exclaimed. Observing the monitor displaying Chen Feng's progress, Long Fan nodded in agreement but refrained from elaborating, choosing instead to watch the other contestants. Given Chen Feng's current accomplishments, his entry into the training camp seemed all but assured. The only uncertainty lay in the final outcome of his performance. Within the secret realm, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he had captured the attention of many. At that moment, he was still exploring the mysterious realm when suddenly, a delightful notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The champion-level Iron Dumbbell Quasi-Divine Egg is about to hatch. Would you like to activate the remote transmission function? Still reveling in the joy of his Charmeleon's evolution, Chen Feng was once again graced by the system's benevolence. An Iron Dumbbell was about to hatch. This was a champion-level Quasi-Divine Egg, and it was a shiny Pokémon Ding. Would the host like to activate the remote transmission function? Coming back to his senses, Chen Feng pondered the meaning of remote transmission. What did it entail? Would the Iron Dumbbell be transported right before him? After witnessing the system's formidable capabilities, Chen Feng had no doubts about its efficacy. However, he was currently undergoing an assessment, with cameras recording every angle without fail. If a Pokémon egg or ball were to suddenly appear out of thin air, how could he explain it? Would anyone believe that a Pokémon egg fell from the sky? Sensing Chen Feng's inner turmoil, the system chimed again. Ding! The host need not worry. The Pokémon egg will be randomly transmitted to a location nearby, ensuring that it remains undetected. Excellent. The system never ceases to amaze him. With his concerns alleviated, Chen Feng promptly declared, commence the transmission. Moments later, ding. Transmission complete. Please proceed to the designated location as indicated. Was that all? Chen Feng was taken aback. It had only been a few seconds, and yet it was already over. Moreover, the hatching was imminent in just 3 minutes. Thankfully, it was only a distance of 300 meters. Chen Feng dared not delay, fearing that if he arrived late, someone else might seize the opportunity, resulting in a significant loss. Let us go, he urged, sprinting toward the location marked by the system. The terrain within the mysterious realm was treacherous, especially upon entering the cavern, making progress difficult. Almost there, Charmeleon, accelerate. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng remained vigilant, monitoring the information pertaining to the Iron Dumbbell Egg. Completing 300 meters in 3 minutes seemed straightforward, yet every second counted. Chen Feng arrived at the cavern just in time, guided by the system's directions, and quickly spotted the iron dumbbell's egg. However, a challenge lay ahead. Before him was a moderately sized lake, with the egg resting on a platform in the middle. Shadows of water-type Pokémon were discernible in the lake. Why must the system choose such a location for the transmission? Gua Frog. I must rely on you to retrieve that Pokémon egg. Gua. Fortunately, Gua Frog was present. It promptly dove into the water, swiftly making its way to the platform. Hurry, bring back the Pokémon egg. Chen Feng urged anxiously, for the iron dumbbell was on the verge of hatching. If it slipped away, he would have no tears left to cry. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Long Fan and his colleagues were closely observing each contestant's movements through the surveillance footage. Some were engaged in battles, while others opted for avoidance. Seeing the competitors hiding, Long Fan shook his head in dismay. Even if he wished to alter the status quo of the underprivileged, it was ultimately up to these individuals to strive for success. If they did not put forth the effort, even the most benevolent aid would be futile. After all, if one refuses to rise, even the strongest support will ultimately falter. Despite his disdain for the privileged, Long Fan had to admit that, to some extent, those from affluent backgrounds were more formidable than their counterparts from ordinary families. At that moment, the staff monitoring Chen Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! It's an iron dumbbell! And it's shiny!" Instantly, everyone in the monitoring room turned their attention to the staff member, including Long Fan and Yi Qian, who rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing Chen Feng on the screen, Long Fan couldn't help but smirk, silently marveling at the boy's extraordinary luck. Even he had never encountered a wild quasi-divine Pokémon in the mysterious realm. Beside him, Yi Qian was left speechless, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Switch this feed to the main screen. Additionally, I want all the contestants' information within a minute. Coming back to her senses, Yi Qian immediately instructed the staff to retrieve all details about Chen Feng. If the two starter Pokémon had not piqued her interest, the addition of a quasi-divine Pokémon certainly had. Should Chen Feng successfully capture the iron dumbbell, his potential as a top-tier trainer would be undeniable. Acknowledging the challenges and significance of nurturing a champion-level trainer, she recognized that if she could recruit Chen Feng into the Yi family's ranks before he fully matured, they would soon boast another elite trainer. Even if she failed to enlist him, gaining a friendship with a top-tier trainer would still be a worthwhile investment. In that brief moment, Yi Qian contemplated numerous possibilities. She finally understood why Long Fan had shown such keen interest in this individual. "Do you already know him?" she suddenly inquired. Upon witnessing the iron dumbbell, Long Fan realized that Yi Qian had likely begun to consider Chen Feng as well. Thus, he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. When I first met him, his Charmeleon left a lasting impression on me. I never anticipated his luck would extend to encountering the iron dumbbell." Oddly enough, there was a hint of envy in Long Fan's voice. After all, this was a shiny quasi-divine Pokémon. Despite being a Dragon-type champion, he had never owned a shiny Pokémon. As the two discussed Chen Feng, the staff delivered his information. A senior student from Donghai No. 1 High School. His parents were ordinary citizens. He had only become a trainer half a month ago after winning a starter Pokémon, Charmeleon, in a lottery. After reviewing Chen Feng's details, both Long Fan and Yi Qian simultaneously thought of one word: genius. Although luck played a role, it was undeniable that Chen Feng possessed genuine skill. Within just half a month, he had evolved Charmeleon. What other term could adequately describe him beyond genius? "Yi Qian, do you think he would agree to become my disciple?" Long Fan wondered aloud, gazing at Chen Feng on the screen. Hearing this, Yi Qian was taken aback, looking at Long Fan with confusion. She knew he had never taken on a disciple before. Many prestigious families in Huaxiao vied to have their children trained by Long Fan, yet he had always declined. Now, however, he sought to take Chen Feng under his wing. Yet, considering Chen Feng's evident talent, she would likely make the same choice. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Qian. "So you want to take him as your disciple too? I must inform you that I had my eye on him first," she said with a smile. In response, Long Fan turned to her with a grin, remaining silent as he redirected his attention to the screen, for at that moment, Chen Feng was preparing to capture the iron dumbbell. In the depths of the mysterious realm, Chen Feng was blissfully unaware of Long Fan and Yi Qian's ambitions to take him as their apprentice. He is currently struggling to hold a Steelix, cheerfully teasing the newly hatched Pokémon. "Hello, Steelix. My name is Chen Feng. Though the Steelix appears small, it is far from light. Typically, the weight of a Steelix ranges between 90 to 100 kilograms. However, the one before Chen Feng is a shiny Steelix with champion-level potential, weighing a staggering 130 kilograms. Unlike ordinary Steelix, the shiny variant is entirely silver, with yellow claws beneath. The newly hatched Steelix curiously examines Chen Feng. After hatching, Pokémon display a profound fondness for the first person or Pokémon they see, often perceiving them as a maternal figure. The first being the Steelix encountered was Chen Feng. While it did not regard Chen Feng as its mother, it displayed a warm affection towards him. Steelix, would you like to be my partner? The Steelix, somewhat confused, nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the Steelix consent, Chen Feng excitedly attempted to lift it, only to realize he could not manage its weight. The Steelix let out a joyful sound and began to float around Chen Feng in circles. Chen Feng retrieved an energy cube of the psychic type, saying, "You must be hungry, Steelix, have some energy cubes. These just became available this morning." The Steelix curiously sniffed the energy cube, detecting a unique aroma that immediately stimulated its appetite as it began to eat. "Take your time, there's plenty more." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the Steelix's singular eye squinted into a crescent shape. Watching the Steelix devour the food, Chen Feng couldn't help but imagine what it would look like after evolving into a Metagross. Stunning, absolutely stunning. While the Steelix was eating, Chen Feng also prepared energy cubes for his Charmeleon and Froakie. After a brief rest, Chen Feng set off again, accompanied by 3 extraordinary Pokémon, each possessing at least elite-level potential. Steelix, potential, champion level, level 5, normal, type, Steel Psychic. Ability, clear body, cannot have its abilities lowered by the opponent's moves or abilities. Moves, tackle, iron defense. Iron Head, confusion for moves. The Steelix was born with 4 moves, truly worthy of being a shiny champion-level Pokémon. It must be the system. Most wild Steelix only know 1 move, tackle, before evolving. However, artificially bred Steelix typically inherit their parents' moves, gaining 1 or 2 additional ones. Yet, this shiny Steelix is different. It was born with 4 moves. A diverse move pool signifies that it will be less easily targeted by opponents in battles, presenting limitless possibilities. Chen Feng was thoroughly astonished by the system's operation. It is crucial to note that even among Pokémon of the same champion level, distinctions exist. Even within the same species, different parentage and genetics can yield varying Pokémon. Observing the Steelix's information panel, Chen Feng felt elated, having encountered several wild Pokémon. Charmeleon even came across a swarm of wild Beedrills. Given the circumstances, it seemed Chen Feng had unwittingly intruded upon the Beedrill's territory. Chapter 31. Swiftly defeating Beedrills. Chapter 3 bonus update. In different secret realms, various species of Pokémon reside. Some powerful Pokémon prefer solitude, while weaker ones thrive in groups. This is the law of nature. The Qianshan Secret Realm, as an advanced secret area, naturally houses some social Pokémon species. Compared to solitary wild Pokémon, novice trainers face greater peril when confronting social Pokémon. This is not Chen Feng's first encounter with a Beedrill swarm. Compared to the last time, this swarm boasts at least 30 Beedrills. However, unlike before, Chen Feng's strength has undergone remarkable growth. Faced with these 30 Beedrills, his initial thought was not to flee, but to fight. In the temporary rest area outside the secret realm, Long Fan watched the screen with a tightening heart. If it were merely 1 Beedrill, he would be confident in Chen Feng's ability to handle it with ease. But 30 Beedrills? A single misstep could prove fatal. Having encountered a Beedrill swarm, should we intervene? Chen, who was also monitoring Chen Feng, turned to inquire Long Fan's thoughts. Long Fan furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, "Let us wait a moment." Although Chen Feng is in grave danger, this could serve as a test for him. However, Long Fan could not genuinely allow Chen Feng to remain in peril and added, "Have the defense team stand by. They must act immediately if anything arises." Chen Feng is undoubtedly talented, yet his strength is still that of a novice trainer. Against a Beedrill swarm, a novice trainer typically has no choice but to escape. Yet, what Chen Feng did next was beyond anyone's expectations. "Charmeleon, prepare for battle. Let them witness our strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the monitoring room fell into a stunned silence. Is this person insane? Rather than fleeing from the Beedrill swarm, he intends to engage in battle? This is madness. Even if Charmeleon has a type advantage, did he not see that there are 30 Beedrills? No matter the type advantage, a sheer number can overwhelm you. Moreover, he is merely a novice trainer. Even elite trainers would hesitate to confront a Beedrill swarm head-on. The youth of today truly gives one cause for concern. Chen shook her head helplessly. However, now is not the time for such reflections. The urgent priority is to ensure Chen Feng's safety. Has the defense team arrived? They must hurry. Before Chen's command could be relayed, Charmeleon had already engaged the Beedrills. "Charmeleon, use flamethrower." Roaring in response to Chen Feng's command, Charmeleon gathered a significant amount of fire energy in its mouth. A torrent of flames erupted forth, engulfing the entire screen in a blazing inferno. Is that flamethrower? Observing the footage, everyone drew in a sharp breath. Hadn't Charmeleon just recently evolved? How could it unleash such a powerful flamethrower? Should the defense team still go? A staff member instinctively asked. Chen paused momentarily, contemplating the situation. Indeed, with the power Charmeleon just demonstrated, the defense team may not be necessary. Go. Long Fan was the first to respond. Although Feng is strong, who knows if this single flamethrower might attract reinforcements from the Beedrills. While Feng might manage against 30 Beedrills, what if another 30 appear? At that moment, the monitoring footage showed Charmeleon ceasing its flamethrower. The Beedrills that had been hovering in the air scattered in all directions, many of the frontline Beedrills turning to charred remains. Feng, some distance away, even caught a whiff of the burn aroma. Well done, Charmeleon. Feng was pleasantly surprised by Charmeleon's performance. With one flamethrower, it had taken down a substantial number. Observing the remaining scattered Beedrills, he immediately commanded, Charmeleon, unleash another flamethrower. Feng was acutely aware that the Beedrill Pokémon moved in swarms, often numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. The mere presence of 20 or 30 Beedrill in front of him indicated that many more were likely lurking nearby. If he did not eliminate this group before the others arrived, he risked being encircled, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. Roar! Charmeleon responded with a fierce cry, unleashing another torrent of intense flames. The scorching fire instantly enveloped the remaining Beedrill. Sizzle! The flames seared the Beedrill, producing a hissing sound as they burned. Bubble Frog. Use Water Pulse. Observing the writhing Beedrill on the ground, Feng decided to extinguish their fiery plight. Quack! Bubble Frog responded, launching a Water Pulse at the Beedrill swarm. As the flames dissipated, they took with them the last vestiges of the Beedrill's strength. Mission accomplished. In the monitoring room, those observing Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. From the moment he encountered the Beedrill swarm to the swift conclusion of the battle, less than 3 minutes had elapsed. Not only that, but Charmeleon had only employed Flamethrower twice throughout the encounter, and with Bubble Frog's final Water Pulse. A mere 3 moves had sufficed to dispatch an entire swarm of Beedrill. Could this be the feat of a novice trainer? Had it not been for the clearly documented timeline of Feng's training career, they might have assumed he was already an elite trainer. Report. The security team is ready, a staff member announced. Long Fan waved his hand with a wry smile, saying, no need, let them continue their patrol. With the battle resolved, what use is there for security? However, witnessing Feng's remarkable performance further solidified Long Fan's resolve to take him as a disciple. In stark contrast to Long Fan and the others' concerns, Feng was practically overjoyed within the secret realm. This swarm of Beedrill had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of experience points. Ding! Charmeleon successfully defeated Beedrill, earning 100 experience points. Due to the learning device, Charmeleon, Bubble Frog, and Steel Dumbbell each received an additional 100 experience points. Ding! Charmeleon defeated Beedrill, earning 200 experience points. Ding! Earned 240 experience points. At this rate of experience acquisition, Feng surmised that Charmeleon would soon ascend to elite status. Though the situation had been perilous, it was unquestionably worthwhile. Most importantly, he had come to realize just how formidable his evolved Charmeleon had become. Chapter 32. Feng is a gem. Well done, Charmeleon. Feng praised, presenting Charmeleon with a Fire-type energy cube as a reward. If Charmeleon was this powerful, how formidable would it be once it evolved into a Charizard? Feng could not help but feel an overwhelming anticipation for Charmeleon's future. At this moment, Bubble Frog, at Feng's feet, was ignited with a fervent desire to grow stronger, inspired by Charmeleon's impressive display. It tugged at Feng's pant leg, signaling its eagerness to battle. However, Feng remained oblivious to Bubble Frog's intentions. Master, Bubble Frog wants to battle. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated in Feng's mind. Initially, he assumed it was a voice from the system, but upon reflection, he realized his system was not an artificial intelligence. Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, the innocent voice spoke again. Master, stop looking. It's me, Steel Dumbbell. Steel Dumbbell? You can talk? Feng looked in astonishment at the Steel Dumbbell floating in midair. He was aware that some psychic Pokémon could communicate telepathically with their trainers, but he had never heard of Steel Dumbbell possessing such an ability. Nevertheless, he was grateful to have Steel Dumbbell as a translator, as it clarified Bubble Frog's desire to battle. Bending down, Feng gently stroked Bubble Frog and said, Bubble Frog, you are still quite weak. Facing Beedrill would be dangerous. I promise you, when a suitable opponent arises, I will certainly let you battle. Upon hearing Feng's words, Bubble Frog reluctantly relinquished its desire to confront the Beedrill. Steel Dumbbell would also have its moment to shine in battle. After soothing his two companions, Charmeleon had successfully unleashed the powerful energy it had accumulated post-evolution. Ding! Charmeleon defeated Beedrill, earning 300 experience points. Due to the learning device, Charmeleon, Bubble Frog, and Steel Dumbbell each received an additional 300 experience points. Ding! Charmeleon successfully leveled up to level 17. Ding! Bubble Frog successfully leveled up to level 13. Ding! Steel Dumbbell successfully leveled up to level 7. A series of notification chimes echoed in Feng's mind. This Beedrill wave had been extraordinarily fruitful. While Feng was engaged in his decisive battle, other participants were not idle. Among them, one particularly noteworthy individual was named Tian. He was the younger brother of Chen, the head of the Pokémon League branch in Donghai City, and had come to participate in the special training camp selection at her behest. Unlike Chen, who possessed exceptional talent, Tian was of average aptitude. However, thanks to the resources of the Yi family, he commenced his journey at a significantly elevated level compared to ordinary novice trainers. With substantial investments from the Yi family, the 20-year-old Tian had already reached elite trainer status. At this moment, in a valley within the Thousand Mountains secret realm, Tian was commanding his Pokémon to launch an assault on a palm tree Pokémon. Tian currently had 3 Pokémon, all of which were starters: Monferno, Torterra, and Prinplup. Among the participants in the selection, very few trainers possessed 3 Pokémon, and Tian was the only one with all starter Pokémon. Monferno, Torterra, Prinplup delivered the final blow to the palm tree Pokémon. As Tian's command echoed, all 3 Pokémon simultaneously unleashed their attacks on the palm tree Pokémon. Boom! 3 distinct elemental strikes landed on the palm tree Pokémon, depleting its remaining strength. Observing the fallen palm tree Pokémon, Tian smirked and remarked, "What a joke. With such a level, my sister must be out of her mind." Tian harbored considerable resentment toward participating in the special training camp. After all, he was the young master of the prestigious Yi family in the capital, and associating with a group of rural trainers in a special training camp was beneath his dignity. Yet, he was powerless against Chen's authority, as she had been a source of torment for him since childhood. He could only comply and go through the motions. He had already devised a plan: enter the special training camp to appease Chen, then withdraw from it, thereby satisfying both parties and leaving Chen without any grounds for reproach. Thinking this way, Tian felt quite clever for formulating such a brilliant strategy. Let us go. Today's battles are over. The rules dictated that each participant must battle at least 3 times a day, and Tian had already met the minimum requirement for today. Now, it was time to enjoy some leisure. With that, Tian swaggered about the secret realm with his 3 Pokémon. Given his strength, he could traverse the secret realm with ease, entirely unbothered by the threat of wild Pokémon. As for other participants, anyone with a semblance of sense would avoid provoking him. Even if some oblivious trainers approached him, he would ensure they understood the consequences of their actions. In the monitoring room, Chen was particularly concerned about her younger brother. Talent is essential in any endeavor. Hard work pales in comparison when faced with innate ability. This principle holds true for trainers as well. An exceptionally gifted trainer can cultivate powerful Pokémon in an exceedingly short span of time. Regrettably, Tian is not endowed with such talent, at least not in the realm of becoming a trainer. His lack of aptitude is compounded by a considerable degree of laziness. This is precisely why Chen wishes to enroll him in a special training camp, to expose him to the outside world and instill in him the realization that there are greater heights beyond his own. One should not presume that being the young master of the Yi family in the capital grants one the liberty to act with impunity. However, upon observing Tian's actions through surveillance, Chen felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. You know what kind of person your brother is. There's no need to get angry. If he weren't your brother, you would hardly feel this way. Instead of placing your hopes on him, why not place your hopes on someone else? What do you mean? Take me, for example. I've discovered a gem in Feng. Long Fan watched the surveillance footage of Feng, increasingly captivated, wishing he could take Feng as his apprentice right away. I see. Feng, right? Long Fan sensed an ominous premonition as he noticed Chen suddenly chuckling beside him. He quickly interjected, I must inform you, Feng is my disciple. Do not attempt to claim him for yourself. Your disciple? Has Feng agreed to that? Chapter 33. The recovery function activates. The system brings comfort. Witnessing Tian's lack of ambition, Chen resorted to her trump card. Grabbing the intercom, she called out, Tian, if you do not take this competition seriously, I will send your videos to your friends in the capital. Tian, basking in sunlight, was startled by the unexpected voice from the intercom. Sister, that's not fair. With no other choice, he had to rise and continue his exploration. Humph, you think you can challenge me? Chen scoffed. Long Fan, observing Yi Qian's demeanor. Couldn't he help but smile wryly. Let us begin. With Yi Qian's agreement, Long Fan promptly picked up the intercom and announced, "Attention, all contestants. We are updating the assessment rules. We have placed 54 playing cards within the inner circle of the secret realm. The contestant who retrieves the big joker will be ranked first, the little joker second, and spades third, and so forth. Cards of other suits will not count." The assessment begins now. The updated rules left the contestants in shock. Those who had planned to wait until the end of the assessment had no choice but to rush towards the inner circle. The inner circle? Am I not already within it? At that moment, Chen Feng had been in the inner circle for quite a while but had yet to spot any playing cards. In the monitoring room, Long Fan observed the contestants surging towards the inner circle, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. I actually hope Chen Feng wins. Yi Qian's statement surprised Long Fan. It was peculiar for her, as Yi Tian's sister, to root for someone else's victory over her brother. Long Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't Yi Tian your brother? Why wouldn't you want him to win?" Yi Qian crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the large screen as she replied coolly. Yi Tian has always been too arrogant, looking down on others simply because he is a member of the Yi family. It is high time he learns that there are greater talents beyond him. Every young eagle must eventually leave the nest and soar alone. It is better for him to face some adversity now than to be suppressed by others later. Long Fan nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. At this moment, Chen Feng, deeply entrenched in the inner circle, was in no hurry, leisurely enjoying a meal. Iron dumbbell. This is an energy cube. Consuming it will grant you experience. Chen Feng offered Iron Dumbbell a psychic-type energy cube. In contrast to the voracious fire dinosaur and the gluttonous froggy, Iron Dumbbell savored each bite slowly. Seemingly reluctant to finish the delicious energy cube, Chen Feng chuckled and reassured, "Don't worry, there is plenty more." Among the items Chen Feng acquired from the clearance shelf, energy cubes were among the most abundant, alongside various fruits and stat candies, all of which Pokémon adored. Delicious. Iron Dumbbell squinted happily. However, it continued to chew slowly. Unlike Fire Dinosaur and Froggy, who devoured their food eagerly. At this point, seeing that Fire Dinosaur had finished its meal, Chen Feng decided to send it out for some fresh air and to scout the area. "Fire Dinosaur, go check nearby for any wild Pokémon." Roar. Fire Dinosaur responded and dashed into the thicket. Half an hour later, Iron Dumbbell finally finished the last energy cube and presented Chen Feng with the sparkling stone it had found. Chen Feng examined it using the system and discovered it was a grass stone. Suddenly, a prompt from the system appeared. What? Is the system being so generous? After all, refreshes are tiered, and while the system had just mentioned a reward for a refresh opportunity, it had not specified the level of that opportunity. If it was merely a standard refresh, that would be a significant loss. The grass stone alone was valued at over 1 million. However, if it was a gym level or champion level refresh opportunity, then Chen Feng might consider it. Chen Feng speculated that the quality of the refresh should correlate with the value of the exchanged item. A grass stone worth over 1 million should not yield only a basic refresh opportunity. Selling it would be more practical. However, given Chen Feng's understanding of the system, he doubted it would offer only a standard refresh. Indeed, as Chen Feng had anticipated, the system confirmed, ding. 1 grass stone can be exchanged for a gym-level refresh opportunity. While not a champion-level refresh, a gym-level one was still quite favorable. A gym-level refresh could yield up to 5 items, with at least 1 guaranteed blue item. Based on Chen Feng's experience, even a single blue item would offset the price of the grass stone. Considering this, he stood to profit from the exchange. With that thought in mind, Chen Feng decisively chose to proceed with the exchange. Exchange for grass stone. The grass stone held little value for Chen Feng. Rather than selling it, he opted for a gym-level refresh opportunity, especially since he was not in need of money at the moment. Having made over 2 million from selling a water stone, he still had not spent it all. What? Upon receiving the notification, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Such fortune? Just moments ago, he had wished for a champion-level refresh opportunity, and the next second, the system upgraded it. Truly, it was a benevolent system. The gym-level refresh had been directly elevated to a champion-level refresh. This not only meant 2 additional items would appear, but also that the guaranteed item quality had risen from blue to purple. The value of purple items far surpassed that of blue items. Without hesitation, Chen Feng activated the champion-level refresh, initiating champion-level refresh. After a familiar animation sequence, the previously empty clearance shelf suddenly displayed 7 items of various colors. Ding! The clearance shelf has been refreshed. Chapter 34, The Force Training Device. Staring at the displayed items, Chen Feng felt a wave of exhilaration, nearly fainting from excitement. Just by observing the radiant glow surrounding the items, he knew he had struck gold. Without further ado, he opened the white item. Unsurprisingly, it was a Pokeball. Chen Feng did not hesitate and purchased it immediately. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Next, he turned his attention to the green items. The likelihood of obtaining something valuable from the green category was rather low. However, when it comes to luck, Chen Feng had never been defeated. This time, he indeed acquired a remarkable item. Encounter Pearl, green. Description: the Encounter Pearl increases the chance of wild Pokémon refreshing around the host to 15 times the original rate, while simultaneously enhancing the appearance rate of shiny Pokémon. Flash sale price, 5.2. Once again, he had obtained an item that could enhance his encounters with wild Pokémon. Yet, compared to the white glass whistle, the advantage of the Encounter Pearl lay in its ability to increase the likelihood of encountering shiny Pokémon. It is well known that shiny Pokémon, aside from their distinct appearance, possess qualities that far surpass those of their ordinary counterparts. The value of shiny Pokémon is incomparable to that of regular ones. Should it be a shiny starter or a shiny legendary, the price would soar to astronomical levels. This explains the excitement of Long Fan and others when they witnessed Chen Feng capturing a shiny Metong. Regardless of the quality of the shiny Metong, its status as a shiny legendary meant that if Chen Feng were to sell it, he could easily fetch several hundred million, and there would be a rush to acquire it. Of course, Chen Feng had no intention of selling the Metong. Other Pokémon, however, were a different story. Good shiny Pokémon were indeed very valuable. After purchasing the Encounter Pearl, Chen Feng promptly equipped it. He then proceeded to examine the remaining items. To his delight, he had uncovered energy cubes for both flying and steel types, which would certainly offer a change of pace for the Metong. Chen Feng continued to browse the blue items, and one particular item ignited his joy. Forced Exerciser, blue. Description: a hard and heavy training device that, while slowing down the carrier, facilitates a significantly easier growth process. Flash sale price, 99.9. This was indeed a splendid item. It was akin to humans visiting a gym to lift weights. Pokémon also needed exercise and strength training. With the Forced Exerciser, he could continuously train his Pokémon. Unfortunately, there was only one of these devices. While Chen Feng had 3 Pokémon, all of whom required training, this posed quite a dilemma. Nevertheless, he decided to purchase it, as having one was better than having none at all. Upon carefully reading the instructions for the Forced Exerciser, Chen Feng discovered that it not only bolstered a Pokémon's physical attributes but also provided experience points. Naturally, the experience gained was not substantial, but even the smallest morsel is still nourishment. What Chen Feng lacked most at the moment was time, and with various experience enhancements, he could elevate his Pokémon in the shortest period possible. After acquiring the Forced Exerciser, he immediately handed it to his Charmeleon. Without a doubt, Charmeleon was the strongest member of his team. After much contemplation between whether to empower Charmeleon alone or to foster growth among all his Pokémon, Chen Feng ultimately chose the former. While allowing all Pokémon to grow together would yield some combat capability, it meant mediocrity, with none standing out. Should he encounter formidable opponents, Chen Feng would find himself utterly incapable of fighting back, left with no choice but to flee. However, if he possessed a single exceptionally powerful Pokémon or faced a worthy adversary, he could engage in battle, perhaps even emerging victorious. Moreover, once Charmeleon reached its full potential, it would facilitate leveling up for the others. When facing powerful foes, he could let Charmeleon lead the charge, inflicting damage, and then switch to the Pokémon needing experience to deliver the finishing blow. This method would swiftly elevate lower-level Pokémon. With only 4 moves, Metong would struggle to make an impact in battle. Chen Feng contemplated nurturing Metong until it evolved into Metagross before allowing it to participate in combat. Once Charmeleon grew strong, the remaining Pokémon would surely level up in no time, especially considering Charmeleon would gain a high amount of experience, often exceeding 100 points. It would be a tremendous boon for the low-level Metong. Before long, it would surely evolve. Charmeleon, your responsibilities are substantial, Chen Feng said with earnestness to his Charmeleon. He held great expectations for Charmeleon, placing all his hopes for the team upon its shoulders. After all, the advancement of Metong and Froakid depended entirely on Charmeleon. For reasons unknown, an iconic image from his previous life suddenly surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. It was a classic scene from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, depicting Master Splinter guiding 4 young turtles forward. Wasn't Charmeleon now in a similar position, leading the young Froakie and Metong? With Metang's hatching, Chen Feng's initial team had officially taken shape. He planned to utilize Charmeleon, Froakie, and Metong as his main lineup for the city preliminaries of the University League. Based on past experiences, the opponents in the city preliminaries were not particularly strong. Most participants were at the elite level, with few reaching the lord level. Given Chen Feng's current pace, it was entirely feasible for Charmeleon to advance to the elite level before the city preliminaries. Froki could also manage with a little effort. Only Medong posed a slight challenge, but it was merely a minor obstacle. Of course, if Charmeleon were to successfully evolve into Charizard, it would be a different story altogether. Once Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, Chen Feng was confident that he could carve a path through the competition single-handedly. Charmeleon, familiarize yourself with the Forced Exerciser. We shall depart shortly. The card deck had refreshed, and Chen Feng needed to seize the moment to search for it. Without mentioning finding the kings and jokers, he at least needed to ensure his smooth entry into the training camp. At that moment, only 3 items remained on the shelf, 2 blue and 1 purple. It would be wonderful if he could uncover another good item. Rubbing his hands together, much like opening a mystery box, Chen Feng clicked on the 2 blue items. The first one turned out to be an Everstone. This item, one could say, was incredibly useful for those who needed it, yet deemed useless by those who did not. Clearly, Chen Feng belonged to the latter group. Everstone, description, when held, the Pokémon will not evolve. Flash sale price, 9. To be honest, 9 was not expensive, yet Chen Feng simply did not wish to purchase it. Pokémon experience a significant boost in power upon evolution. Only a handful of trainers choose not to allow their Pokémon to evolve. Of course, there are instances where Pokémon refuse to evolve. But those scenarios are typically reserved for animated tales, rarely encountered in reality. Chen Feng opened his Pokémon app and deliberately searched for the market price of an Everstone online. It varied from 150 to 200. Not bad. While the profit was not immense, it was still a gain. Continuing to the next blue item, a flash of blue light sparkled, revealing a uniquely shaped item before Chen Feng. What is this? Staring at the object, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be instantly filled with excitement. Soothing Bell, blue. Description, a melodious bell that, when held by a Pokémon, calms it and makes it easier to bond with its trainer. Flash sale price, 19. The Soothing Bell, indeed, was the Soothing Bell. Without hesitation, Chen Feng purchased it. The effect of the Soothing Bell is to enhance the bond between Pokémon and trainer. The common perception of the calming bell among the general populace is that it serves to enhance the obedience of captured wild Pokémon. However, Chen Feng is aware that the calming bell possesses an additional function. It strengthens the bond between Pokémon and their trainers. With heightened intimacy, the connection between them deepens. Come here, Froki, I have something special for you. Chen Feng called for Froki and placed the calming bell around its neck. After doing so, he suddenly thought it resembled a dog collar. The reality differed from the game. In the game, each Pokémon could only carry 1 item, and it merely required a flick of the finger, with no concern for how the Pokémon actually carried it. In contrast, in reality, while each Pokémon can carry multiple items, each item must be worn physically. Chen Feng found himself favoring the game's mechanics. His gaze shifted to the remaining purple item on the flash sale shelf. Click to reveal. What could the guaranteed item from the Elite Refresh be? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Basic Soul Power. Description. Upon use, the host will acquire Basic Soul Power, enabling seamless communication with Pokémon. Flash sale price, 99. Incredible. Gazing at the description of Soul Power on the flash sale shelf, Chen Feng could only express his amazement. The ability to communicate effortlessly with Pokémon was nothing short of miraculous. Although he could understand his iron dumbbell, communication with Charmeleon and Froki relied on the dumbbell's translation. Now, he wouldn't need it as a mediator. He could comprehend what his Pokémon were saying directly. Purchase. Without hesitation, Chen Feng made the acquisition. Upon utilizing Soul Power, an intangible force surged into Chen Feng's body. In that moment, time seemed to pause, as if the world had been placed on hold. Soon, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Chen Feng silently experienced the transformation that the Soul Power imparted. He noticed his vision had extended, and his hearing had sharpened. It appeared his senses had been heightened. Was this the benefit of Soul Power? As the system completed the loading of Soul Power, Iron Dumbbell, being a psychic-type Pokémon, immediately sensed the change in Chen Feng. Master, I perceive a unique power within you. It communicated in Chen Feng's mind. Its voice unchanged from before. However, Chen Feng now spoke directly. Iron Dumbbell, this is Soul Power. A mysterious force of the world that allows me to communicate effortlessly with Pokémon. Soul Power? Froki and Charmeleon approached, intrigued. Upon hearing voices distinct from Iron Dumbbell, Chen Feng realized it was Froki and Charmeleon speaking. He smiled and replied, Yes. What's happening? You can understand me now? Froki and Charmeleon were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Don't be surprised. I simply can understand you now, as if you suddenly grasped a new technique. Chen Feng explained cheerfully. Froak. Roar. All right. Although they were Pokémon with high intelligence, they could not fully comprehend the situation, assuming it was indeed as Chen Feng described. With the awakening of soul power, Chen Feng could keenly perceive his surroundings. He noticed several competitors searching for playing cards, realizing he needed to act swiftly. Let us go. We must find the playing cards before anyone else does. Charmeleon, Froakie, and Iron Dumbbell agreed in unison, swiftly following Chen Feng. Soul power could only sense energy fluctuations and could not detect items devoid of energy. Playing cards, being such items, would not be detectable. If they could sense them, Chen Feng could simply walk over and collect them without searching. As they traversed a small grove, the sounds of insects echoed around them. It seemed this woodland was home to numerous bug-type Pokémon. Bug-type Pokémon are the most common and adaptable species, capable of surviving in almost any secret realm. Their rapid growth rate also endears them to many ordinary trainers, primarily due to the cost-effectiveness of raising them. Be cautious. We must not disturb these bug-type Pokémon. Initially, Chen Feng was hesitant to enter the grove, but he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation within. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate. Soon, the trio found the source of the unusual energy. Chen Feng focused his gaze and noticed a flickering light at the location of the energy fluctuation. Could it be a secret treasure? He hurried over. Upon reaching a towering tree, he looked up and saw countless kakuna. Oh no, this can't be a Beedrill nest. His heart raced at the sight of so many kakuna, easily numbering in the hundreds. If they all evolved into Beedrill, even Charmeleon might struggle to handle them. He contemplated leaving quickly. Despite his words, Chen Feng still wanted to verify if the flickering light was indeed a treasure. Is that silver powder? He climbed the tree and located the source of the energy fluctuation. Silver powder. Description: a powder that radiates a silver glow when carried. It enhances the power of bug-type moves. Silver powder. One of the treasures associated with bug types. While bug-type Pokémon generally possess weaker abilities, there are notable exceptions, such as Volcarona and Beautifly, which are worthy of cultivation. Thus, bug-type treasures do hold some market value, albeit less than those of other types. Having discovered it, Chen Feng felt compelled to acquire it. Yet, he was even more astounded by the capabilities of the soul power. It functioned akin to a radar, locating treasures. Obtaining treasures is no simple feat, but with soul power, Chen Feng could easily uncover them. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, observers lamented Chen Feng's luck upon seeing him acquire silver powder. First, a shiny iron dumbbell, and now silver powder. It seemed all the good fortune was concentrated on him. With over 100 competitors in the event, no one else had captured any rare Pokémon or found treasures. Yet, Chen Feng not only captured a shiny iron dumbbell, but also discovered a treasure. The disparity was infuriating. Chapter 36. The selection competition concludes, and rich rewards await. While silver powder is indeed a treasure, its classification as a bug-type treasure limits its audience, thus rendering its value relatively low. Trainers who cultivate bug-type Pokémon often belong to more modest economic backgrounds and typically refrain from spending on bug-type treasures. Hence, in Longfan's view, Chen Feng's discovery of this silver powder would fetch at most 20 to 30,000, and perhaps even that amount would struggle to find a buyer. Regardless, a treasure is a treasure, regardless of its value. Contact Chen Feng and let him know I want the silver powder. Longfan instructed a staff member beside him. Given the poor sales of silver powder, if Chen Feng were to sell it himself, it might not attract any buyers. However, as a member of the Elite Four, he had a reputation that would garner some respect. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was already on the move again, continuing his adventure. As Chen Feng searched for playing cards, he remained attuned to any other fluctuations of special powers. Over the next 2 days, with the aid of his soul energy, he discovered numerous treasures. Initially, the onlookers marveled at Chen Feng's extraordinary luck, but as time passed, they became somewhat desensitized to it. Perhaps the joy of different individuals varies. During these 2 days, Chen Feng managed to find 5 playing cards, the 10 of spades, the 6 of diamonds, the 8 of clubs, and a wild card. He contemplated sharing 1 card with Wang Bo and Wen Xiaoxiao if they had not found any, keeping 1 for himself. Indeed, Chen Feng was quite fortunate. He alone had unearthed 5 cards, one of which was a wild card. Remarkably, he discovered the wild card submerged in a lake, an unexpected hiding place. Had he not sensed the energy fluctuations beneath the water, he might have overlooked it. As the notification sounded, everyone hurried to the assembly point. Upon arrival, Chen Feng reunited with Wang Bo and Wen Xiaoxiao after a few days apart. How have you both fared? Have you acquired any playing cards? If not, I can share mine. With that, Chen Feng produced 4 playing cards, reserving the wild card for himself, of course. After all, who wouldn't want to claim first place? I already have one, when Xiao Xiao hasn't, so you should give it to her, Wang Bo boasted, displaying his spade. All right. Chen Feng promptly handed the spade to Wen Xiao Xiao, thereby humiliating Wang Bo. Realizing he had fallen to the lowest rank among the trio, Wang Bo quickly shifted the topic. What Pokémon did you capture this time? I managed to catch a tadbulb. With that, a flash of red light revealed a blue-black, frog-like Pokémon before them. Indeed, it was the tadbulb. Impressive, my friend. Chen Feng and Wen Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the water-type tadbulb. If it could ultimately evolve into a Toad King, boasting both water and ground types, its combat prowess would be remarkable, rivaling even the famed water-type Pokémon. Wang Bo had captured a tadbulb, while Wen Xiao Xiao had also acquired a Pokémon, an EV with 8 evolutionary forms, not a small feat either. What about you, Chen Feng? What Pokémon did you catch? The two, reveling in their respective acquisitions, inquired eagerly. With a smile, Chen Feng glanced at them and retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Another flash of red light unveiled a silver-colored Beldum before them. Wang Bo and Wen Xiao Xiao gaped in astonishment. No way, you actually caught a Beldum. And a shiny one at that? At that moment, Wang Bo felt his tadbulb seemed less impressive. If given the chance, he would have loved to capture a Beldum, even a non-shiny one. After all, Beldum's final evolution is Metagross, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Who wouldn't crave a pseudo-legendary? Before Wang Bo could further lament, Chen Feng released a few more Pokeballs. However, the subsequent Pokémon were rather ordinary, all quite common. The only distinction was that these Pokémon were also shiny. Nonetheless, this revelation left Wang Bo and Wen Xiao Xiao utterly speechless and envious. It's merely luck. Chen Feng chuckled, scratching his head. Apart from the Beldum, he had no intention of keeping the other Pokémon. Despite being shiny, they were not rare or powerful enough to warrant training. In Chen Feng's view, selling them for some monetary gain would be more practical. Soon, Chen Feng's actions caught the attention of those around him. Witnessing him capture so many shiny Pokémon, including a shiny pseudo-legendary Beldum, they cast envious glances. Look, that's a shiny Beldum. Wow, it really is. What incredible luck. It seems he must have caught it in the secret realm. Could there be a Beldum population here? Whispers circulated among the crowd, with many resolved to re-enter the Qianshan secret realm in search of Beldums. For trainers from modest backgrounds, capturing just one Beldum would be a game-changer. Why does fate favor Chen Feng when I am obviously more handsome? One trainer struggled to accept that Chen Feng's fortune surpassed his own. It must be noted that the odds of encountering shiny Pokémon are 1 in 10,000. In a secret realm, finding even 1 or 2 shiny Pokémon is considered exceptional. Yet, Chen Feng had managed to capture 5, although most were not rare Pokémon. A single shiny Pokémon could fetch a fortune. Well, Chen Feng, you're my hero from now on. You've struck gold. Don't forget your loyal underlings. Wang Bo, ever the good-natured friend, displayed a commendable spirit. Although Wen Xiao Xiao wasn't as exuberant as Wang Bo, her jaw dropped in disbelief. She immediately took out her phone and began snapping photos, for it was her first time witnessing such an abundance of shiny Pokémon, a moment worthy of remembrance. Seeing Wen Xiao Xiao taking pictures, Wang Bo joined her, both displaying the kind of a reminiscent of the staff who observed Chen Feng in the monitoring room. However, neither Wang Bo nor Wen Xiao Xiao dared to ask Chen Feng for a shiny Pokémon. They understood the exorbitant value of such creatures. For Wang Bo's family, acquiring a shiny Pokémon was not unattainable, but finding one he liked was another matter altogether. Wen Xiao Xiao felt too shy to voice her desire. Chen Feng, on the other hand, regarded the shiny Pokémon as relatively weak. If they truly wished for one, he could consider gifting them a suitable one in the future. As the outdoor survival selection competition concluded, the results would not be announced today. Before departing, Long Fan sought out Chen Feng to extend his congratulations. Congratulations, Chen Feng, on achieving first place in the selection and entering the special training camp. In addition to that, I have prepared a mysterious reward for you. A mysterious reward? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. What kind of reward? Long Fan smiled enigmatically and replied, you may visit the Dragon-type secret realm in the Imperial City to select any Pokémon egg, including a pseudo-legendary egg. What? A pseudo-legendary egg? Chen Feng was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. Such a boon was beyond his expectations. While he already possessed a Beldum, who would ever turn down an additional pseudo-legendary? Noticing Chen Feng's astonished expression, Long Fan continued, why the surprise? Of course, you'll want it. Chen Feng was not foolish. How could he refuse a free pseudo-legendary egg? All right. Then, you can accompany me to the Dragon-type secret realm. By the way, do you know which pseudo-legendaries we have in China? Chen Feng nodded, listing Dragonite, Metagross, and Salamence. Looks like you've done your homework, Long Fan acknowledged. But that was in the past. The present is different. What do you mean? Has a new pseudo-legendary been discovered in China? Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to visit the dragon-type secret realm. After all, it was a place exclusively for nurturing dragon-type pseudo-legendaries. The opportunity to select a quasi-divine Pokémon did not originate from the official channels, but rather was a gift from Long Fan, who generously offered his own selection chance. In an effort to attract elite trainers, the Pokémon League established a rule that every 3 years, each champion trainer managing a secret realm is granted the privilege to choose a Pokémon from their domain. The selection opportunity awarded to Feng by Long Fan was precisely this. As for the other quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, those were available for selection at any time. Following the Wilderness Survival Selection competition, Long Fan increasingly recognized Feng's potential, and his desire to take him as a disciple grew ever stronger. To Long Fan, Feng's talent was on par with his own. The trust the Pokémon placed in him was profound, complemented by an extraordinary fortune. Coming from a humble background, Feng's conviction to grow stronger surpassed that of his peers, promising a future of boundless possibilities. Contemplating his choice, Feng smiled to himself, pondering which quasi-divine Pokémon to select. If circumstances permitted, he would have liked to express that children make choices while adults embrace them all. Yet, this was evidently not feasible. Thus, Long Fan inquired which quasi-divine Pokémon Feng intended to choose, genuinely curious about his decision. Possessing even a single quasi-divine Pokémon, accompanied by adequate resources, would at the very least allow one to attain the status of an ordinary champion trainer. Should the chosen Pokémon boast superior qualifications, the path to challenge the regional or even national champions would be within reach. Feng found himself torn between Dragonite and Dragapult. Dragonite, a first-generation quasi-divine Pokémon from the anime, also held the distinction of being a representative of the Huaxia region. It had been meticulously cultivated over many years, with inherent qualities starting at the champion level. On the other hand, Dragapult, a Pokémon from the 8th generation, possessed both dragon and ghost types. It was a recent introduction to Huaxia, still in the early stages of cultivation, and instances of those with qualifications surpassing the champion level were rare. However, the power of Dragapult was well known to those familiar with the anime. After much deliberation, Feng ultimately declared, "I choose Dragapult." Long Fan was taken aback by this choice, having anticipated that Feng would opt for Dragonite. However, he quickly comprehended the reasoning behind Feng's selection. Although both were dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon, Dragapult's dual typing made it exceedingly rare. Huaxia had invested substantial resources to import just 2 specimens of Dragapult. Rumor had it that the rarity of Dragapult was linked to its evolutionary process. It was said that to evolve from Dracloak to Dragapult, at least 2 Dracloaks were necessary, with the stronger one devouring the other. To achieve Dragapult's evolution, a minimum of 4 Dracloaks was required, though this remained mere speculation. Feng nodded resolutely and affirmed, "I'm certain. I understand that Dragapult, being newly introduced, may not be as easily cultivated as Dragonite, but I am eager to try. I believe I can nurture an exceptional Dragapult." With Feng having made his choice, Long Fan refrained from further persuasion and expressed his desire to take Feng as his disciple. This revelation astonished Feng even more than the opportunity to select a quasi-divine Pokémon. Long Fan was the youngest champion in Huaxia, and becoming his disciple would indeed provide Feng with considerable prestige throughout the region. Moreover, Long Fan had yet to accept any disciples, making Feng the first, and possibly the only, one. Long Fan did not rush Feng into making a decision but instead regarded him with a warm smile. After a considerable moment of reflection, Feng finally spoke, "Master, I humbly bow to you." He emulated the traditional scenes from his previous life, attempting to kneel to Long Fan. Fortunately, Long Fan swiftly intervened, preventing Feng from bowing down. "Enough. I, Long Fan, do not adhere to such formalities." He sighed with a wry smile and continued, "By the way, I recommend you sell those shiny Pokémon you captured. Although they are rare, they remain ordinary Pokémon at their core. If you aspire to ascend the ranks of top trainers, you must be judicious in your selection of Pokémon, particularly as someone from a modest background without familial support. Every resource must be utilized wisely, focusing on nurturing a select few Pokémon rather than spreading yourself too thin. Remember, one cannot chew more than one can swallow." Long Fan, now taking Feng under his wing, hoped for his protege to tread the path of a top trainer. Feng, despite needing no further counsel, understood this principle intuitively. Given his family background, it was impractical to capture every type of Pokémon, even with the system's assistance. Thus, he had resolved from the outset to capture only those Pokémon that were most compatible with his abilities and interests. In this instance, He had secured 5 shiny Pokémon, but ultimately decided to retain just one, a shiny Beldum, while the other 4 would be sold. Master, I plan to sell them. Do you have any suggestions? Chapter 38, Golden Legendary Item, Potential Capsule. I am not entirely certain, but you could inquire with the Pokémon League to see if they are interested. Alright, I will ask when I have the chance. Feng noted this down, preparing to make inquiries, as the 4 shiny Pokémon, aside from their shimmering appearance, were not particularly rare in essence. Their talents were average, with the best among them, a shiny Oddish, boasting only gym-level potential. Frankly, Feng found them unimpressive, so selling them posed no emotional burden. Let me assist you with that. Long Fan offered, embracing the spirit of goodwill. After all, Feng was now his disciple. He promptly contacted Yu Qian to finalize the arrangements. Following a friendly exchange, they scheduled a time to select the quasi-divine Pokémon in the capital before Feng bid farewell to Long Fan. After 3 exhausting days of assessment, Feng longed for his mother's home-cooked meals. On the journey back, he reflected on his gains. Technically, the shiny Beldum did not count as a reward from the Wilderness Survival Challenge. The true rewards were the selection opportunity for a quasi-divine Pokémon, the sale of the 4 Pokémon, and the funds from the secret treasures. With this substantial sum, Feng's financial reserves would significantly increase, bolstering his confidence for future purchases or ventures. However, this was not Feng's greatest achievement. His most notable success was that both his Charmander and Froakie had evolved into Charmeleon and Frogadier, respectively. With his current strength, participating in the city-level league would likely secure him a spot among the top 32 competitors. Should Charmeleon evolve into Charizard, he could aim for the top 8. And if Frogadier were to evolve into Greninja, Feng felt confident in contending for the city championship. Overall, this wilderness survival experience had proven exceptionally fruitful for Feng. As his strength increased, his aspirations extended beyond merely entering the Provincial League. He now aimed for the national competition and even sought to emerge victorious. Of course, Feng's ambition to set such lofty goals was bolstered by the support of the system. The following day, Feng awoke at 7 a.m. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he missed the midnight refresh of the shelves. Now it was time to catch up. Refresh. After a familiar flash of effects, the once unremarkable shelf shimmered with a dazzling golden light. Wow, a legendary item. What a surprise. Has the system finally shown some benevolence? At that moment, only 3 items appeared on the instant buy shelf, 2 white and 1 golden. This marks the first occasion since Feng acquired the system that he has encountered a golden item during the daily refresh. He began with the white items, Pokeballs and energy cubes, which elicited no surprise, yet this was inconsequential. The true highlight was the golden item. Heavenly spirits, divine entities. Umitba, reveal your magic. Feng chanted a special incantation once more. His previous success in obtaining a valuable item was attributed to this very spell. So he called out with fervor, "Show me what you have." As he shouted, a sudden burst of radiant light illuminated the golden item on the shelf. Moments later, the brilliance subsided, unveiling the item within. Potential capsule. Description: upon use, this will awaken a Pokemon's potential and elevate its qualifications by 1 level with absolute certainty. Discounted price, $99.90. It functions similarly to the Qualification Enhancement card, albeit under a different name. However, unlike the Qualification Enhancement card, the potential capsule did not guarantee 100% success, indicating a possibility of failure upon use. Presently, among Feng's 3 Pokémon, the one with the highest qualification was the Fire Dinosaur, boasting a Master-level qualification. Next was the Iron Dumbbell with a Champion-level qualification, while the Froggy had only a King-level qualification. Regardless of which Pokémon it was applied to, the qualification would be greatly enhanced. I must buy it. Without hesitation, Feng purchased the potential capsule. Yet, a dilemma soon arose. Whom should he use it on? The Fire Dinosaur? Elevating it from Master to Legendary seemed appealing, but that would only widen the gap among his Pokémon. No, he needed to distribute the blessings evenly. The Iron Dumbbell, currently at Champion level, did not require an upgrade at this time. Thus, it appeared that the Froggy was the only viable option. Just as Feng resolved to use it on the Froggy, a thought struck him. He still had one opportunity to select a quasi-divine Pokémon egg, and he was uncertain of its potential. If it turned out to be an ordinary King level, he would consider using the potential capsule on the Dragonite. The Dragonite, a quasi-divine Pokémon, was at King level, and Feng felt somewhat reluctant to showcase it. I shall hold on to it for now and evaluate the Dragonite's qualifications before making a decision. With that, Feng placed the potential capsule into his system backpack. Quasi-divine Pokémon do not necessarily possess champion-level talents. There are many with rather average abilities. Furthermore, as the cultivation of Dragonite was relatively recent in China. Chen Feng had a strong feeling that the potential capsule was meant for it. Of course, should the Dragonite exhibit excellent qualifications, reaching champion level, he would reserve the potential capsule for the Froggy. For the evolved form of the Froggy, the Greninja, was undeniably impressive. After completing his purchase, Chen Feng glanced at the time. It was already 7:30, and he hurriedly got up to wash himself. Today was the day the results of the training camp would be announced, and he could not afford to be late. Half an hour later, Chen Feng met up with Wen Xiaoxiao and Wang Bo, and they returned to the square of the Pokémon League in Donghai City to await the final selection list for the qualifying matches. For Chen Feng, it was merely a formality, but for others, it was a different story. Many had failed to find the playing cards, resulting in a significant number of individuals. After deliberation, Long Fan announced an additional 5 spots. The final 5 candidates would be determined through the simplest method, one-on-one Pokémon battles. Of course, this did not concern Chen Feng and his companions, as the 3 of them had already secured their spots in the training camp. Ultimately, with the addition of these final 5 spots, a total of 35 participants would join the training camp. Once the candidates were confirmed, Long Fan stood before the group, addressing the 35 individuals. The training camp will officially commence in 10 days and will last for 3 months. Should anyone leave without permission during this time, it will be considered a voluntary withdrawal from the training camp, and they shall not be allowed to rejoin. With that, Long Fan concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Chapter 39, Journey to the Imperial Capital to select the quasi-divine Dragonite. During these 10 days, Chen Feng did not remain cooped up at home. Instead, he resolved to venture out and unwind. However, he had yet to decide on a destination. Fortunately, he received an invitation from Wen Xiaoxiao. Since their encounter at the delivery station of Wen Xiaoxiao's home, their relationship had grown closer. Yet, Chen Feng, oblivious to Wen Xiaoxiao's affections, remained unmoved, while she persistently sought his company. Seizing the opportunity before the training camp commenced, she hoped to invite him for a shopping trip. Ultimately, however, Chen Feng declined. It was not that he did not wish to go on a date with Wen Xiaoxiao, rather. He received a call from Long Fan informing him that he could head to the Imperial Capital to select his reward. On the flight to the Imperial Capital, Chen Feng gazed out at the clouds, marking his first experience aboard an airplane. He felt a surge of excitement, yet anticipation dominated his emotions. 3 hours later, the plane safely landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. Following Long Fan, Chen Feng exited the airport and boarded a vehicle destined for the Dragon-type secret realm. Long Fan initially intended to show Chen Feng around the Imperial Capital, as it was a rare opportunity. However, Chen Feng could not focus on sightseeing. The prospect of acquiring a Dragonite, a quasi-divine Pokémon, was immensely thrilling. For a trainer aspiring to ascend to the ranks of China's top trainers, nothing held more allure than a quasi-divine Pokémon. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Dragon-type secret realm. After providing identification, Long Fan led Chen Feng inside. Upon entering the Dragon-type secret realm, Chen Feng was immediately enveloped by a powerful surge of Dragon-type energy. With his enhanced senses, he quickly detected several potent energy fluctuations. The Dragon-type secret realm bore a resemblance to the Thousand Mountain secret realm, featuring mountains, water, forests, and grasslands. However, its area was significantly larger, approximately 3 times that of the Thousand Mountain secret realm. Long Fan did not linger on explaining the intricacies of the Dragon-type secret realm and directed Chen Feng straight to the breeding center. Up ahead is the breeding center of the Dragon-type secret realm, where the quasi-divine eggs are housed. Once we enter, you will select your quasi-divine egg on your own. No one will assist you. Whether you can secure a high-potential egg rests solely on your abilities, Long Fan stated matter-of-factly. Rest assured, Master, I will undoubtedly choose the most talented Dragonite. The breeding center of the Dragon-type secret realm consisted of 2 layers. The outer layer held ordinary Dragon-type eggs, while the inner layer housed the quasi-divine eggs, protected by stringent security measures. Across all of China, no more than 10 individuals were permitted entry to ensure the utmost protection of the quasi-divine eggs. 30 years prior, an incident occurred where bounty hunters infiltrated the Dragon-type secret realm to steal the quasi-divine eggs. Bounty hunters were criminals specializing in the theft, poaching, and trafficking of rare Pokémon. Even today, news of bounty hunters active around the globe frequently surfaces. Alright, you may enter and select at your leisure. Long Fan escorted Chen Feng to the incubation room, where the quasi-divine eggs were stored. Chen Feng nodded, activating the system's detection function to begin his selection process. Each incubation box within the room was adorned with a single Pokémon egg. It must be said, the Dragon-type secret realm was indeed lavish. All the incubation boxes were of international brands, the latest high-end models. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the rows of incubation boxes, where he noted that many contained nutrient solutions. Among them, several were enriched with precious premium dragon-type nutrient solutions. This prompted Chen Feng to once again exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the dragon realm is truly affluent. Spending $1 million on nutrient solution as if it were nothing is a clear indication of wealth. Rather than dwell on the other quasi-god level Pokémon eggs, Chen Feng immediately approached the vicinity of the Duolong Misha eggs, diligently assessing their qualifications. This time, the dragon realm had bred a total of 10 Duolong Misha eggs. As the sole disciple of Long Fan, Chen Feng possessed the privilege of first choice. His eyes swiftly scanned the eggs. A gym leader level Duolong Misha? Unacceptable. An elite level? Is this what one calls a quasi-god? What a disappointment. At that moment, Chen Feng felt an urge to cry, having examined 7 Duolong Misha eggs. The highest quality was merely the gym leader level. The rest were either elite or lord level, with not a single one reaching the king level. He wondered if the remaining eggs contained any champion or king level Duolong Misha. Subsequently, Chen Feng placed his hopes on the few remaining Duolong Misha eggs. The lord level? Not suitable. The king level? Perhaps I could keep it as a backup. After inspecting 9 eggs, he finally came across one with king level qualifications. Yet, it still fell short of his expectations. The last Duolong Misha egg. Duolong Misha Pokémon egg qualification, champion level. I knew it. Indeed, it all comes down to luck. And Chen Feng was unfazed. Master, I choose this one. When Long Fan saw that Chen Feng had made his selection, he couldn't help but feel astonished. As the manager of the Dragon Realm, he was well aware of the qualifications of this batch of Pokémon eggs. However, he refrained from informing Chen Feng in advance. Wanting to test him, had Chen Feng not chosen this champion-level egg, Long Fan might have offered a hint. Little did he expect that before he could say anything, Chen Feng had already selected the only champion-level egg. This kid's luck is simply too extraordinary, Long Fan thought to himself. But recalling Chen Feng's performance in the Qianshan realm, he felt a sense of relief. Just in time. I can take you around the imperial capital over the next few days, Long Fan said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow Master's lead. Thus, for the next few days, Long Fan set aside his work and showed Chen Feng around the imperial capital, introducing him to many prominent figures. In no time, Chen Feng's name spread throughout the capital. Have you heard? The Dragon King has taken on a disciple named Chen Feng. I heard this Chen Feng isn't from our imperial capital, but from Jiangnan. Indeed, I wonder what sheer luck he had to become the Dragon King's disciple. Just think of how many young people in the entire capital aspire to be Long Fan's disciple. Yet, it is Chen Feng who is the chosen one. Although Chen Feng had only been in the capital for a few days, he had already made a name for himself. 3 days later, Chen Feng accompanied Long Fan back to the Dragon Realm. If all goes according to plan, your Duolong Misha should hatch today. As he listened to Long Fan's introduction, an incongruous voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Ah, so this is the disciple the Dragon King just accepted? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Chen Feng frowned, clearly annoyed by the disparaging remark. Long Fan scowled as well, for the speaker was his arch-rival, the Ice King Song Wenqing. What brings you here? This is not your ice realm, Long Fan said coldly to Song Wenqing. Song Wenqing chuckled. Am I not allowed to come? At that moment, a girl of similar age to Chen Feng suddenly approached Song Wenqing and said, Brother, I've made my choice. I want this Pokémon egg. The girl, strikingly beautiful in a flowing white dress, resembled a fairy. Chen Feng glanced at the Pokémon egg in her arms. Qingyan bird, Pokémon egg. Qualification, gym leader level. After a mere glance, Chen Feng lost interest. A gym leader level Qingyan bird did not catch his attention. Song Wenqing, it seems your sister is aspiring to become a dragon-type trainer. I must say, she has good taste, Long Fan remarked, crossing his arms with interest as he regarded Song Wenqing. It irked Song Wenqing to no end that his younger sister, Songya, preferred dragon-type Pokémon over ice types. If word got out, it would be a blow to his reputation. Yet, he had always doted on his sister and acquiesced to her wishes. That was why he had come to the Dragon Realm to accompany Songya in selecting Pokémon, only to unexpectedly encounter Long Fan and his disciple Chen Feng. Let's go? Initially intending to undermine Long Fan through Chen Feng, Song Wenqing found himself being mocked instead. After this minor altercation, Long Fan led Chen Feng into the hatching room specially prepared for his Duolong Misha. Upon entering the hatching room, the Duolong Misha egg began to gently rock, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds emanating from within. It seemed that the Duolong Misha was desperately trying to break free from its shell. Suddenly, a crack appeared at the top of the egg, quickly spreading across the entire shell like a spider's web. With a sharp sound, the egg shattered completely, revealing a small Duolong Misha before them. Duolong Misha. Chen Feng eagerly stepped forward to cradle the creature in his arms. Xia, wait, you can talk? The Duolong Misha gazed up at Chen Feng with wide eyes. Chen Feng nodded and reached out to stroke the Duolong Misha. Do you wish to become my partner? Together, we shall grow stronger. Having experienced numerous Pokémon hatching events, Chen Feng was well-versed in how to interact with newly hatched creatures. He quickly retrieved energy cubes of dragon and ghost types. Upon catching the delightful scent of the energy cubes, a look of longing appeared on the Duolong Misha's small face. Eat up. Chen Feng offered the energy cube to the Duolong Misha. A moment later, the Duolong Misha lay contentedly in Chen Feng's embrace, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Xia, Duolong Misha wants more. Chen Feng smiled and asked, then, do you wish to become my partner? Xia, absolutely. The Duolong Misha gladly accepted Chen Feng's invitation. Since its first sight upon hatching was Chen Feng, it naturally felt an affinity towards him. Moreover, Chen Feng's ability to communicate with it further deepened its trust. Seeing the Duolong Misha's agreement, Chen Feng retrieved an unused Pokeball from his waist and gently tapped its head. In an instant, the Duolong Misha transformed into a beam of red light and entered the Pokeball. Once Chen Feng successfully captured the Duolong Misha, Long Fan stepped forward and sternly warned. Once you enter the training camp, don't embarrass me, or you'll regret it. Chen Feng patted his chest, assuring, Master, you can rest assured. I will not bring shame upon you. With 4 Pokémon in hand, 2 quasi-gods and 2 starters, all with a minimum qualification of king level, Chen Feng's capabilities were undeniable, even if he wished to falter. The night before departing, Chen Feng used a potential capsule on his Froakie. Consequently, all 4 of his Pokémon reached champion-level qualifications, with his Charmeleon achieving a terrifying master level. It can be confidently stated that Chen Feng now possessed the potential to become a champion. As long as he can grow smoothly, his future will at least be on par with Long Fan. Thus, he readily agreed. After disembarking from the plane, Chen Feng bid farewell to Long Fan and headed straight to the rendezvous point with Wen Xiaoxiao. On the roadside, Wen Xiaoxiao donned a simple cartoon t-shirt paired with a short skirt and white sneakers, her fair thighs captivating numerous passers-by. Upon witnessing her attire, Chen Feng felt a rush of warmth flood his senses. After swallowing hard, he approached to greet her. However, his greeting was directed at Tung Tungshi instead. Hey, Tung Tungshi. The creature glared with its triangular eyes, glanced at Chen Feng, and then turned its head to gaze at the sky. Showing no regard for Chen Feng at all, Wen Xiaoxiao, having made an effort to dress up, was disheartened to see Chen Feng seemingly ignore her. Yet, when she saw Chen Feng humbled before Ting Ting, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Embarrassed, Chen Feng scratched his head and finally turned to Wen Xiaoxiao, saying, You look truly beautiful today. Faced with Chen Feng's unexpected compliment, Wen Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. She then picked up Tung Tungshi and walked towards the bus station. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Feng smiled and promptly chased after her. As they awaited the bus at the station, a brand new sports car pulled up before them. Stepping out was the flamboyant Wang Bo. What do you think, bro? Looking sharp, right? Wang Bo boasted proudly in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely scoffed. I think the car looks better. You have no appreciation for style. Come on, let us go. Where to? Aren't we heading to school? So today isn't a date? Chen Feng, with a wry smile, climbed into the car alongside Wen Xiaoxiao. Chapter 41. Chen Feng's Ascendancy. Experiencing the exhilarating push of acceleration. Chen Feng suddenly comprehended why so many were enamored with sports cars. The sensation was truly exhilarating. In the past, when he lacked financial means, Chen Feng was indifferent to such material possessions. Now that he had wealth, perhaps it was time to enhance his quality of life. Previously, he had sold 4 shiny Pokémon to the Pokémon Alliance in Donghai City, earning a total of 30 million. He was now pondering how to spend it. Buying a sports car seemed like an enticing option. In addition to the car, he also wanted to purchase a house for his parents. They had toiled their entire lives. Though he couldn't provide for them before, now that he had the means, it was only right to ensure their comfort. With the system backing him, financial concerns were no longer a worry. Moreover, Chen Feng had discovered a shortcut to wealth, selling shiny Pokémon. While others faced slim chances of encountering shiny Pokémon, he was different. Equipped with system enhancements, his odds were dozens or even hundreds of times greater. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that this was a viable path to prosperity. Wang Bo drove the sports car down the road, and soon they arrived at Donghai No. 1 high school. They were there to request leave, as they would be spending the next 3 months in a training camp and would not be attending school. After explaining their purpose, the school promptly processed their paperwork. The fact that Donghai No. 1 high school had produced 3 students entering the training camp was a source of pride. If they achieved commendable results in the upcoming collegiate league, It would serve as excellent publicity for the school. Just imagine, champions of the city, provincial, and even national competitions coming from Donghai #1 High School. The following year would surely see an influx of students applying to the school. Once outside, Wangbo sped off in his car, presumably off to meet some young lady. Without the third wheel of Wangbo, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. At the dinner table, the family enjoyed a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Watching his parents chat and laugh, Chen Feng took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to his mother. "What's this?" His mother, Lin Xuelian, asked with confusion. Chen Feng set down his utensils and looked earnestly at his parents. "Mom, Dad, this card has 5 million in it, which I earned. You should keep it." "No way. We can't accept this money," his mother insisted. "Now that you're a trainer, you'll need money for everything. We absolutely cannot take this." At this moment, his father, Chen Jiangwo, also solemnly added, "Son, your mother is right. We cannot accept this money." Seeing his parents' reaction filled Chen Feng with gratitude. But he was not lacking in funds. "Mom, Dad, please just take it. I have money now." He then revealed to them that he had captured 4 shiny Pokémon and sold them to the Donghai City Pokémon Alliance. "How much did you sell them for?" Lin Xuelian inquired, astonished. 30 million. "What? 30 million? Goodness, that's an incredible amount." Lin Xuelian exclaimed, her hand pressed against her chest, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Chen Jiangwo lit a cigarette to calm his excited heart. Chen Feng's parents were ordinary folk. They would never earn 30 million in their lifetimes, let alone 3 million. Yet their son, just 1 month into his journey as a trainer, had earned what they could only dream of. "Mom and Dad, let's go buy a house tomorrow." Having already informed his parents about his earnings, Chen Feng decided to seize the moment and solidify the plan to purchase a house. This way, he could focus entirely on preparing for the collegiate league without any worries. "Buy a house? What do you mean? We're doing just fine here." His mother emphatically refused. "Don't start splurging just because you've made a bit of money." Unexpectedly, while his mother was harshly rejecting the idea, his father supported it wholeheartedly. "This is a son's filial piety. I think it's a good idea." "What good idea?" "Our son is a trainer now. He'll need money for many things. I've heard it costs millions to train a single Pokémon." Observing his parents bickering, Chen Feng felt a warmth in his heart and spoke up. "Mom, you can rest assured. If I could earn my first 30 million, I can certainly earn a second and a third. Do you still doubt your son's abilities?" With that, he released his Pokémon, Charizard, Froakie, Shiny Beldum, and Dragapult. "Look, Mom and Dad." Upon seeing Chen Feng's Pokémon, especially Dragapult and Shiny Beldum, his parents were even more astonished than when they heard about his 30 million earnings. 2 starter Pokémon, 2 pseudo-legends, one of which was shiny. Their son was truly on the path to success. Not to mention, Shiny Beldum alone was worth a fortune. "Mom, let's go buy a house tomorrow," Chen Feng said with a smile once more. "All right." This time, Lin Xuelian did not refuse. That night, Chen Feng lay in bed, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for a new day's refresh. After midnight, as the refresh count reset, he could hardly contain his excitement and initiated the daily refresh. Although most items refreshed were of common quality, he understood well the value of accumulating small gains. However, this time, the system seemed to have a change of heart, presenting a blue item. Without hesitation, he activated it. It was merely a blue item, nothing particularly exciting. After the familiar effects faded, the full name of the item appeared on the shelf. Brave Nature Card, Blue. Description: after use, the Pokémon will gain a Brave Nature. Flash sale price, 7.73. This system truly had everything, even nature cards. In the game, different natures would affect a Pokémon's abilities. However, in reality, natures did not provide any direct enhancement to a Pokémon's capabilities. Nonetheless, the distinction in nature played a crucial role in a Pokémon's future development. For instance, if a Pokémon possesses a timid disposition, it inherently loses the psychological edge in battle. Once that momentum falters, the outcome of the confrontation becomes all too predictable, independent of the Pokémon's actual prowess. Take, for instance, Ash's Pokémon from the animated series. Why is Ash dubbed the Master of Countertypes? It is precisely because he consistently orchestrates victories against stronger opponents, a feat attributed to the unique characteristics of his Pokémon. In Chapter 42, yet again, I captured a shiny Pokémon. Without hesitation, I made the purchase. Chen Feng understood that a favorable personality was essential for overcoming adversaries in countertype battles. Recently, he observed that his Dragonite displayed a somewhat timid and cowardly temperament. Just as he pondered what to do, he stumbled upon a personality card. With determination, he directed the card's power towards the slumbering Dragonite. A cascade of light enveloped the creature, and soon after, the glow faded, leaving no trace of the event. Although the system's probe could not detect any alteration in temperament, Chen Feng was aware that Dragonite's personality had indeed transformed. The following morning, Chen Feng took his parents to a villa district known as Feng Xiaolu, the finest residential area in Donghai City, where properties exceeded 10 million per unit. And Wang Bo's home was situated here. Son, do we really need such a large house for just the three of us? Lu Shuilian whispered to Chen Feng after a tour. While she admired the grandeur of the house, the staggering price made her reconsider. Although Chen Feng was earning, such extravagance seemed unwarranted. Chen Feng gently reassured his mother, saying, Mom, it is entirely necessary. Consider this. I intend to capture numerous Pokémon in the future, and I cannot possibly bring them all with me. Hence, a spacious abode is essential for their comfort, is it not? Lu Shuilian nodded in agreement and conceded, All right, we shall follow your lead. Ultimately, Chen Feng acquired the villa for 15 million. The transfer process would take some time, and moving would require a few days. Tasks that his father, Chen Jiangwo, willingly took on, allowing Chen Feng to enjoy some leisure. After purchasing the house, Chen Feng found himself with ample free time and dove back into the secret realm with his Pokémon. Among his 4 Pokémon, only Charmeleon and Froakie were of elite status. The others, Metong and Dragonite, remained ordinary. To achieve notable results in the high school league, he needed at least Lord-level strength. Time was of the essence, and Chen Feng was determined to seize every moment. Days flew by, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. During this time, he slept under the stars, sought refuge in caves when weary, quenched his thirst with mountain spring water, and nibbled on provisions he had brought. In summary, Chen Feng dedicated every moment to elevating the levels of Charmeleon and the others. His efforts bore fruit, as the 3 Pokémon exhibited remarkable progress over these days. Charmeleon reached level 30, just shy of Lord level. Froakie followed closely at level 25, while Metong stood at level 20 and Dragonite at 17. Except for Dragonite, the others were nearing the threshold of evolution, and barring any unexpected events, they would likely evolve within half a month. Furthermore, with his spiritual prowess, Chen Feng discovered some berries, a few rare treasures, and evolution stones. Among them was the ocean-tide incense, which, while not a product of the system, was still a rare water-type treasure that enhanced the power of water-type moves when carried. Chen Feng had no intention of selling it. He handed it over to Froakie for use. However, the treasures were not his greatest acquisition this time. He had once again captured a shiny Pokémon. If others were to learn of this, they might seek to study him. For the chances of encountering a shiny Pokémon were exceedingly rare. Many might never see one in their lifetime. Yet, Chen Feng had just sold 4 shiny Pokémon and immediately caught another. It would be hard for anyone to believe such luck without skepticism. Chen Feng was wise enough not to boast about it. However, it must be acknowledged that his fortune was extraordinary, even with the aid of items. Perhaps this was the luck bestowed upon him as a transmigrator. 3 shiny Pokémon could yield millions in profit, leading Chen Feng to believe that this venture was sustainable in the long run. Once his fame spread, he planned to open a breeding house, specializing solely in shiny Pokémon, aptly named Shiny Haven. While he entertained these thoughts, he had no immediate plans to establish a shop. However, he needed to address the Pokémon in his possession. This time, he had captured a particularly promising shiny Pokémon, the Shiny Seahorse. This shiny seahorse, adorned in Tiffany blue, was significantly larger than the ordinary seahorse. Though its striking color was impressive, Chen Feng recalled that it would evolve into a purple form upon becoming a Kingdra, diminishing its initial allure. Nevertheless, the dual water and dragon typing of Kingdra rendered it a formidable asset in water-type weather teams. Despite this, Chen Feng did not intend to train the seahorse, as he already possessed Froakie. Once Froakie evolved into Greninja and unlocked its Bond evolution, few water-type Pokémon could rival it, except for legendary ones. In addition to the seahorse, he captured 2 other shiny Pokémon, a shiny Onix and a shiny Mewtwo. Mewtwo was entirely golden, while shiny Onix differed from the crystal Onix seen in the anime, appearing as a shimmering golden serpent that resembled a moving necklace. Although these 3 Pokémon were not exceedingly rare, they were still quite powerful. Furthermore, being shiny ensured a market for them. Chen Feng was confident that this haul would exceed mere millions. He promptly decided to publish the information of the 2 Pokémon for sale. However, upon filling in all the details and clicking confirm, he was left dumbfounded. Please bind your trainer certificate before initiating a Pokémon transaction. Pokémon trading required binding to a trainer certificate? In Chapter 43, the training camp commenced. Previously, Chen Feng had only sold a few items online. The Pokémon League imposed minimal restrictions on the sale of items between trainers, as many ordinary individuals had opportunities to acquire items, which could enhance their livelihoods. However, the sale of Pokémon was an entirely different matter. In Huaxia, and indeed the entire world, The unauthorized buying and selling of Pokémon was strictly prohibited unless sanctioned by the authorities. For Chen Feng to sell Pokémon online, he needed to first obtain a professional trainer certificate. Each year, there were 2 opportunities to obtain this certificate, with the next exam scheduled for November. It seemed he would have to wait until he secured his trainer certificate. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Feng set aside his plans to sell the shiny Pokémon, knowing that holding onto them would not result in depreciation, merely a slight waste of energy cubes. When Chen Feng departed the Qianshan secret realm, it was already the following morning. A day prior, his family had moved into the villa at Hefeng Xiaolu. After a brief cleaning at home, Chen Feng sought out Wang Bo, hoping for a ride. Chen Feng, what brings you here? Wang Bo gazed in astonishment at Chen Feng, who stood at the door. Chen Feng smiled and replied, I came to catch a ride with you. Catch a ride? Wang Bo was perplexed. It takes half an hour to drive from your place to mine, and you say you want to catch a ride? At that moment, Wang Bo was unaware that Chen Feng had become his neighbor. Subsequently, Chen Feng informed him of his recent home purchase. Throughout the journey, Wang Bo lamented why Chen Feng had waited so long to share the news. Upon arriving at the gathering point, a considerable number of people were already present. Scanning the scene, it was filled with families bidding farewell to one another. Few, like Chen Feng and Wang Bo, had come alone. Suddenly, an irritated voice rang out from behind them. Without looking, they knew it belonged to Wen Xiaoxiao. Hello, Wang, she greeted before turning to acknowledge Chen Feng. By the way, why did you call Chen Feng a heartless man? She asked, her expression one of confusion. Wang Bo immediately began to vent, recounting Chen Feng's home-buying saga in detail. This guy has become quite wealthy, silently purchasing a villa in Hefeng Xiaolu. Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head, intending to explain. Wen Long Fan, riding a Dragonite, descended from the sky with a commanding shout, Gather round. The previously scattered crowd promptly formed a line. After a brief moment, Long Fan observed that everyone was in line and spoke again. From today onward, you will enter the secret realm for 3 months of intensive training. Unless in special circumstances, you are not permitted to leave the training camp during this period. Violators will be expelled. Now, board the bus and head to the secret realm. With that, Long Fan led the way toward the nearby bus. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the entrance of the Qianshan secret realm. Chen Feng had lost count of how many times he had visited this place. In his previous explorations, he had scoured nearly every corner, collecting valuable items along the way. At present, the only area of the Qianshan secret realm that remained unexplored to him was the core zone. The core zone housed a great mountain, which Chen Feng had intended to investigate a few days prior, only to find it occupied by a Pokémon Alliance reconnaissance team that prohibited trainers from approaching. Reluctantly, he had to abandon his plans. He wondered if this time he might get a chance to explore the core area. After disembarking, everyone followed the staff's guidance to their dormitory to drop off their luggage. The dorms were single rooms of 30 square meters, neither too large nor too small. Once they had stored their belongings, they hurried to the training grounds for assembly. There, a tall and graceful young woman awaited them. Chen Feng recognized her but could not recall where he had seen her before. Once everyone was assembled, Yi Qian surveyed the group and began her introduction. Hello. My name is Yi Qian, and I am the head of the Pokémon Alliance branch in Donghai City. From today onward, I will be one of your instructors. You may call me Instructor Yi. As Yi Qian assessed the group, they, in turn, scrutinized her, particularly Chen Feng, whose gaze was unabashedly bold. Yi Qian stood impressively tall, reaching nearly to Chen Feng's nose, who stood close to 1.9 meters. Yet, her figure was notably slender, with fair skin and striking beauty. Her long legs, complemented by chic ankle boots, drew attention, especially her prominent curves, causing the young men present to blush and avert their gazes. Yi Qian noticed their reactions, but focused solely on Chen Feng, as his bold stare set him apart from the others. After a moment of mutual observation, it was Yi Qian who ultimately looked away and said, Please line up for registration to see which Pokémon you all have. Following her instructions, the participants lined up to register. Most of the attendees came from ordinary families, possessing only commonplace Pokémon. However, when Yi Tian released his Pokémon, the crowd gasped in astonishment. He showcased a Monferno, a Prinplup, a Grovyle, and a Garchomp, 3 starters and 1 pseudo-legendary. Garchomp had been acquired through family connections after Yi Tian's survival in the wild, all to ensure his victory against Chen Feng in the training camp. Seeing the astonished faces of the crowd, Yi Tian reveled in the attention, relishing the spotlight. What is so impressive? Everyone has starters and pseudo-legendaries. Wang Bo scoffed dismissively. Next, noticing Yi Tian's expression, Yi Qian furrowed her brow and called out, Next, Wang Bo. Come forward, my partner. Come forth, my partner. Wang Bo exclaimed dramatically, tossing out 4 Pokeballs. As 4 beams of red light flickered, 4 distinct Pokémon materialized before everyone's eyes. A Machoke, a Trico, a Poliwag, and a Bagon. While Machoke and Poliwag were relatively common, Trico was one of the starters, and Bagon was a pseudo-legendary. Among the crowd, Chen was undoubtedly the most shocked. When did Wang Bo acquire a pseudo-legendary? Were they now so commonplace? Yi Tian's backing from the Yi family made sense, but Wang Bo having one was absurd. Feeling the envious gazes directed at him, Wang Bo smugly flicked his bangs, striking a pose he deemed charming. Fool. Yi Tian, however, saw Wang Bo as nothing more than a jester. This sentiment was echoed by Chen Feng, who distanced himself, as if to say, I do not know this person. While the Pokémon showcased by Yi Tian and Wang Bo momentarily astonished the crowd, the true shock came when it was Chen Feng's turn. He called forth 6 Pokémon, a Charizard, a Froakie, a Shiny Beldum, and a Dragapult, 2 starters, 2 pseudo-legendaries, and 2 shiny Pokémon. This impressive lineup dazzled everyone present. With Long Fan as his backing, Chen Feng felt secure, knowing that anyone wishing to covet his Pokémon would first have to contend with Long Fan's approval. Soon, all Pokémon were registered, and Yu Qian addressed the group once more. Starting tomorrow, we will devise individual training plans based on your respective situations. We will gather here at 7 a.m. sharp. You are dismissed. With that, she turned and departed. Lying in bed, Chen Feng accessed his system. Today marked the refresh opportunity for the instant purchase shelf, and he seized the moment to browse it during his rest. It was Monday, which meant a weekly refresh with gym-level items. Refresh, Chen Feng thought to himself. Having only been a trainer for a little over a month, his accumulation was still relatively meager. To catch up with others in such a short time, he had to rely on the system. Daily refreshes mostly yielded white items. But gym-level refreshes were different, guaranteeing the emergence of blue items, which encompassed a broader range, including rare treasures and technical machines for move learning. In reality, purchasing a technique learning machine can easily cost tens or even hundreds of thousands. While acquiring a few items might be acceptable for Chen Feng, merely learning a handful of techniques is far from sufficient for cultivating Pokémon effectively. After a flurry of animated special effects, a new selection of goods appeared on the flash sale shelf. 1 purple, 1 blue, 2 green, and 1 white item. A purple item. Chen Feng was taken aback to see a gym-level refresh yielding a purple item. Sweetness follows hardship, he thought, as he clicked on the white and green items. Only to find no surprises there either. What he truly yearned to discover was what treasures might emerge from the blue and purple items this time. Opening the blue item, he found Spirit Tablet, blue. Description: a ghost-type tablet that enhances the power of ghost-type moves when used. Flash sale price: $8.99, a ghost-type treasure. Dragonite will surely benefit from this. Chen Feng chuckled to himself, completing the purchase before moving on to the purple item. Master Ball Fragment, purple. Description: the most superior type of Pokeball, guaranteed to capture wild Pokémon. Collect 50 fragments to synthesize a complete Master Ball. Flash sale price: $19.99, a Master Ball? The moment he saw the Master Ball, a wave of ecstasy surged through Chen Feng. Anyone familiar with the Pokémon games knows that Master Balls are exceedingly rare. Naturally, their formidable power comes at a cost. They guarantee capture of any Pokémon type, even legendary ones. However, Chen Feng soon realized that this Master Ball was not what he had hoped for. The Master Ball on the flash sale shelf was merely a fragment, not the actual ball itself. To obtain the genuine Master Ball, he would need to gather 50 fragments first. I knew it couldn't be that easy to acquire a Master Ball. If it were that simple, he would be invincible. He would have to accumulate them slowly. 50 fragments may not seem like a lot, but given the system's low drop rate, who knows when he would gather them all. The night passed without incident. At 6 a.m. the following morning, Chen Feng arrived early at the training ground for his morning practice, eager for the assembly. He had assumed he would be the first to arrive, only to find that Yi Tian had beaten him to it. They exchanged glances but did not greet each other, each engrossed in their own morning routines. An hour later, when everyone had gathered, Yi Qian appeared before them. Today, her attire exuded a more mature aura compared to yesterday. Next, she organized the groups, automatically assigning those who reported their names into teams. Chen Feng, Yi Tian, Wang Bo, you 3 will form a group. After the group assignments, Yi Qian called Chen Feng and his companions over. Do you know why you were grouped together? The 3 shook their heads in unison, puzzled. Yi Qian, not expecting them to understand, continued. Your Pokémon types are quite diverse. Chen Feng, you possess fire, water, steel, psychic, dragon, and ghost types. Yi Tian, your types include water, grass, fire, fighting, ground, and dragon. Wang Bo, you have fighting, grass, water, ground, and dragon types. However, You all share a common trait. Each of you possesses semi-divine Pokémon, with Chen Feng boasting too. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at his companions, realizing the truth in her words. Out of 50 trainees, only the 3 of them possessed semi-divine Pokémon, which explained their grouping. If they had teamed up with others, it would have felt like bullying. Chen continued, I can assure you that having a diverse range of attributes is not necessarily advantageous. Likewise, having a single type is also not beneficial. A multitude of attributes means you will require a vast array of resources, which can somewhat hinder your Pokémon's growth. Conversely, a singular type can easily become a target in battle, as you are still novice trainers. It is not too late to contemplate the path you wish to pursue in the future. I hope you give serious consideration to what I have said. Now, please release your Pokémon so I can assess their strength. Among the 3, Tian was the one she was most familiar with, being her brother. As for Chen Feng and Wang Bo, she knew Chen Feng slightly better, but only marginally. Wang Bo was less familiar, had it not been for his semi-divine Dragonite. She might not have recognized him at all. Chen Feng, you go first. Let's see your shiny Metong. Chen stood beside Chen Feng, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Feng, unaware of this, silently withdrew a Pokeball to release his Metong. The silver Metong floated immediately, circling around Chen Feng. Master, I'm hungry. Chen Feng chuckled and handed it a steel-type energy cube. Its development was commendable. It was larger than the average Metong, truly a shiny Pokémon. Chen observed Chen Feng's Metong closely. Its sheen and size indicated high potential. Now, let me see your Dragonite. Following her instructions, Chen Feng released all his Pokémon one by one. When she beheld his Charmeleon, Chen's eyes sparkled. It was her first time seeing Chen Feng's Charmeleon up close, and it evoked a sense of familiarity within her, reminiscent of her encounters with champions from Huaxia. Clearly, this Charmeleon was Chen Feng's ace. Its potential undoubtedly the highest among his multitude of Pokémon. Chen's intuition proved remarkably accurate. Shortly thereafter, after observing both Chen Feng's and Wang Bo's Pokémon, she gained a preliminary understanding of their capabilities. Let me outline the specific training regimen for the special training camp. Generally, mornings are reserved for physical training and battle practice. You may start with physical training for your Pokémon and, once completed, apply for battle practice to gain practical experience. Within the special training area, you may request practice partners of various types at any time, provided no one else has already requested them. Otherwise, you will need to wait in line. Afternoons are dedicated to energy training, focusing on your Pokémon's mastery over energy and their resistance to various types of energy, allowing for targeted training. Evenings are free time. You may do as you please, but you must not leave the special training camp without permission. The camp runs from Monday to Friday for intensive training, while Saturdays offer optional skill training courses, which I advise you not to miss. On these days, you can learn new techniques, though there will be additional fees. Sundays are the only rest days, allowing for free scheduling, but once again, you must not leave the camp without permission. Lastly, I will be responsible for the 3 of you, so feel free to approach me with any issues. Are there any questions? Chen, the instructor, was met with curiosity. What about the Dragon King? Wasn't this special training camp organized by him? Why haven't we seen him since entering the camp? Chen Feng inquired. Before leaving, he instructed me to keep a close watch on you, ensuring you don't embarrass your master. All right, you may now begin your physical training with your Pokémon. Chen concluded. While you 3 are among the strongest of the 50, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Do not betray your Pokémon's expectations of you. Also, if you require any energy cubes, inform the staff in advance, and they will deliver them to you, although you will need to cover the cost. 3 individuals nodded in agreement. Once Chen finished speaking, she diverted her attention from them. Although she was primarily responsible for these 3, she also held the overall authority during Long Fan's absence, overseeing 50 trainees in the special training camp. Naturally, she could not focus all her attention on Chen Feng and the others. The trio was pleased with this arrangement. Having someone constantly hovering over them would feel rather uncomfortable. Additionally, the training ground was equipped with a plethora of training tools, which required some exploration on their part. As they dispersed, Wang Bo immediately approached Chen Feng with curiosity. When did you become a disciple of the Dragon King? I had no idea. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Bo and replied nonchalantly. You never mentioned capturing a precious dragon either, did you? Wang Bo retorted. I meant to tell you, but there was never an opportunity. Chen Feng, uninterested in further banter, began training his Pokémon independently. Wang Bo, hoping to continue the conversation, was abruptly silenced by Chen's piercing glare, prompting him to obediently move aside and commence his own training. The flying weighted vest was designed specifically for flying-type Pokémon to enhance their flight endurance. Although the iron dumbbell was not a flying type, it could still soar through the skies, making it suitable for use. Feng picked up a flying weighted vest and fitted it onto the iron dumbbell. Despite its unassuming appearance, the vest was quite expensive. It was adaptable to various flying Pokémon sizes and could adjust the weight to meet different training needs. When the Pokémon could no longer bear the weight, it would automatically trigger a reduction system to prevent accidents. The sudden increase in weight caused the iron dumbbell's flight to slow considerably. "How are you holding up, iron dumbbell?" Feng observed its flying condition and noted that, although it was flying slowly, it remained stable. He decided to increase the weight by another 50 at this point. The load matched the iron dumbbell's body weight. "Keep it up. You can do it, iron dumbbell." The immense weight made flight exceedingly challenging for the iron dumbbell, causing its speed to plummet. However, Feng was aware that this was not the iron dumbbell's limit. Under normal circumstances, it could endure 1 to 2 times its own weight. The iron dumbbell struggled to hover in the air, emitting ringing sounds intermittently. Feng recognized this as the iron dumbbell's way of seeking affection, but he had to remain resolute. Without rigorous training, even the most gifted individuals could not become formidable. With the days to the Intercollegiate League drawing near, Feng's only reliable Pokémon was Charizard, which had only achieved elite-level strength. Initially, he believed that possessing 2 quasi-divine Pokémon placed him at a significant advantage. However, witnessing Yi Tian and Wang Bo each with a quasi-divine Pokémon instilled a sense of urgency within him. Moreover, considering the descendants of prestigious families in the capital, he realized that facing such opponents would not guarantee his victory. Thus, if Feng did not train tirelessly, he would have no hope of keeping pace with them. "Iron dumbbell, hold on. Whether it's you, Charizard, or even Froakie and Dragapult, including myself, we must all strive to the utmost." Chapter 46, Training Plan. As of now, Feng had captured 5 Pokémon, 3 of which lacked any combat capability. The Iron Dumbbell and Dragapult both required evolution to become battle-ready. Additionally, there was a subpar seahorse. Fortunately, the Iron Dumbbell was close to evolution, whereas Dragapult was still quite far from it. Dragapult would only evolve into Dragapult at level 50 and into Dragavolt at level 60. Thus, Feng focused the special training on Charizard and Froakie, while the Iron Dumbbell and Magikarp primarily worked on their physical endurance. As for Dragapult, no specific requirements were set. After arranging the Iron Dumbbell's training, Feng turned his attention to Froakie. He did not need to worry much about Froakie's training, as it was the most obedient and diligent of his Pokémon. Its determination to grow stronger was unwavering, which contributed to its rapid progress. Had it not been for its inferior aptitude compared to Charizard, Froakie might have claimed the title of Feng's strongest Pokémon, although Feng had yet to devise a training regimen for it. Froakie had already begun training on its own with great diligence. Observing Froakie's serious demeanor, Feng contemplated how to structure its special training. Froakie's final evolution was Greninja, known for its special attack prowess. However, the bond evolution unique to Ash's Greninja was not available to any other Greninja, and in both the animation and the game, Greninja lacked evolution stones. Whether such items existed in the real world remained uncertain, as the phenomenon of Pokémon evolution had yet to be discovered. After much contemplation, Feng ultimately decided to train Froakie's special and physical attacks simultaneously. Given the current composition of his team, there were already numerous physical attackers. Once the Iron Dumbbell evolved into Metagross, its physical offense and defense would be formidable, while Dragavolt was also a capable physical attacker. Only Charizard was left to pursue a special attack route. Therefore, Froakie's special attack could not be neglected, but Feng also yearned for its bond evolution. Ultimately, he decided to focus on developing both physical and special attacks. Moreover, Greninja inherently possessed a speed advantage, making it easier to cultivate in the physical attack direction. Consequently, Feng employed an increased weight training method for Froakie, aiming to enhance its speed further. Unlike the Iron Dumbbell, which was reluctant to add weight, Froakie actively requested to increase its load. Watching the weights grow heavier made Feng's heart race with concern. "That's enough, Froakie. You've done well." Froakie, recognizing its limits, ceased adding weight after reaching nearly 20. While this weight seemed modest, it was critical to remember that it was applied to its legs rather than its back, placing significant strain on them. After briefing Froakie, Feng turned to Charizard. Training Charizard was straightforward. It simply required strength training to enhance its claw power. Feng devised a regimen that emphasized sheer strength, laying the groundwork for Charizard's dual proficiency. Having arranged the training for his Pokémon, Feng did not remain idle himself. He picked up equipment from the ground to train alongside his Pokémon. This not only strengthened his own physique, but also fostered a deeper bond and connection with them. The morning passed swiftly. It must be said that intense training could become addictive, exhausting yet gratifying. After concluding the morning's physical training, Feng and his Pokémon were drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. At this juncture, the benefits of joining the special training camp became evident. The camp provided a specialized hot spring therapy room, effectively alleviating the fatigue of the day and preventing muscle injuries from overexertion. After a brief, uninterrupted rest during lunch, the afternoon brought the energy training class, led by a middle-aged man. Compared to the morning's physical training, energy training was considerably simpler. As there were no shortcuts, progress could only be achieved through relentless effort. In addition to energy control training, there was also resistance training focused on special defense. Feng naturally seized this opportunity, allowing several Pokémon to undergo weakness training. Soon, the first day of training passed swiftly. As night fell, it was time for free activities. The bright incandescent lights illuminated the entire training ground, where Feng and his Pokémon were drenched in sweat. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 9 in the evening. At this moment, the vast training ground was deserted, devoid of the daytime bustle. Feng addressed his Pokémon, and at his command, several of them immediately collapsed onto the ground. Only Froka disregarded Feng's words and continued to train diligently. Observing Froka's tenacity, Charmeleon, who had just set down its training equipment, promptly picked it up again to continue training, seemingly unwilling to be outdone by Froki. In the distance, Chen watched Feng's earnest training, and her impression of him shifted slightly. She pondered that what Long Fan said was indeed correct. Only children from ordinary families yearn to grow stronger. In the following days, Feng trained day and night. Soon, Saturday arrived, marking the first move learning class of the special training camp. The day prior, Chen had already informed everyone that the move to be taught in today's class was Water Pulse. Water Pulse, a water-type special attack skill that attacks the opponent with water vibrations, occasionally causing confusion. As Donghai City is a coastal city, many of the participants possessed water-type Pokémon to varying degrees. Additionally, the Qianshan Secret Realm is rich in both water and grass-type energy, making it exceptionally advantageous for Pokémon learning water-type moves. Water Pulse is a skill that, while not exceptionally powerful, is considered a standard among water-type techniques. It is also a classic move that most water-type Pokémon can learn, even non-water-type Pokémon like Dragonite and Frostless. Chapter 47, Move Learning Class in the Training Ground. Chen had changed into a new outfit today. Her chic ensemble accentuated her tall figure, making her extraordinarily beautiful. It was hard to imagine that such a young and lovely woman was already a champion-level trainer. At this moment, Feng was engrossed in the lesson when Xiao Xiao suddenly leaned in beside him and whispered, "Feng, have you heard? That person named Yi Tian has withdrawn from the training camp." Feng lifted his head, immediately scanning the area in search of Yi Tian. They were not far apart, but Feng's abrupt turn nearly brought them face to face. He could feel the warmth of Xiao Xiao's breath, akin to a fleeting heartbeat. Her face flushed instantly, becoming even more pronounced under Feng's gaze. She hurriedly covered her face, flustered as she stepped back. "Hey, what are you doing?" she scolded bashfully. Feng innocently raised his hands, indicating that he had not moved closer first. However, he secretly mused that Xiao Xiao's blushing demeanor was quite charming. Their subtle interaction did not escape Yi Qian's notice. She promptly remarked, "Feng, please be mindful of the occasion. This is class time. If you wish to engage in romance, kindly step outside." Feng felt unjustly accused. Who is engaging in romance? Fortunately, this interruption did not provoke much reaction, and everyone's focus returned to the lesson. Feng was indifferent to Yi Tian's withdrawal. They had never been particularly close, nor could they be called friends. So his departure was of little concern. Next came the practical portion of the lesson. Yi Qian retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, and with a flash of red light, a gracefully shaped, brilliantly colored Milotic appeared before everyone. Despite Milotic's reputation as one of the most beautiful Pokémon, it could not overshadow Yi Qian. Milotic, the evolved form of Feeba, possesses the ability to soothe anger and hatred, as well as the power to quell disputes. Compared to typical Milotic, Yi Qian's was slightly larger, its scales shimmering with brilliance, clearly a testament to her excellent nurturing. Milotic, use Water Pulse, Yi Qian instructed. As Milotic executed Water Pulse, Yi Qian continued to explain to everyone, Water Pulse is a fundamental skill for water-type Pokémon. Mastering it greatly aids in learning stronger water-type techniques in the future. Today, Yi Qian wore high heels that nearly matched Feng's height. Her face was filled with seriousness, as she genuinely wished to impart her knowledge to the class. Though not a local of Donghai, she had developed affection for both the city and its people over the years. When Long Fan approached her to co-found this special training camp, she agreed without hesitation. Water Pulse is quite simple. It involves condensing and compressing water-type energy, then releasing it. This skill remains practical in battles, and even when you reach gym leader level. The confusion effect from Water Pulse will still be effective. You just witnessed Milotic using Water Pulse. I'll have it demonstrate once more, so pay close attention. Gently stroking Milotic, Yi Qian signaled it to showcase Water Pulse again. Chen Feng shifted his gaze from Yi Qian to Milotic. This was his first opportunity to observe a living Milotic up close. A small water sphere materialized in front of Milotic, rapidly expanding at a visible pace. The enormous water sphere then shot forth with incredible power. Remarkable. Is this the strength of a champion-level Pokémon? It feels less like Water Pulse and more akin to Hydro Pump. After Milotic's demonstration, Yi Qian addressed the group. This skill is not particularly complex. The key lies in mastering the manipulation of water-type energy. The higher the affinity for water-type energy, the easier it is to learn this technique. Please have your Pokémon attempt to connect with Water Pulse, and I will guide each of you in turn. After hearing Yi Qian's explanation, everyone began to let their Pokémon practice. Chen Feng, however, appeared somewhat idle, as none of his Pokémon, besides Froakie, could learn Water Pulse. Magikarp could only evolve into Gyarados before being able to learn it, and unfortunately, it had yet to evolve. Froakie had already mastered Water Pulse long ago. Nevertheless, Chen Feng kept himself occupied by having Froakie practice Hydro Pump. Theoretically, Hydro Pump could only be learned at level 56. But it could also be acquired through a move tutor. Yet, Chen Feng was confident that with Froakie's champion-level talent, it could grasp Hydro Pump before reaching level 56. Chen Feng, is your Froakie practicing Hydro Pump? At some point, Yi Qian had approached Chen Feng's side. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned to her and nodded, yes. Instructor Yi, my Froakie has already learned Water Pulse, so I would like it to try Hydro Pump. I remember Hydro Pump requires level 56 to learn. What level is your Froakie? Level 20. What? Level 20? Yi Qian stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng, incredulous. A level 20 Froakie was attempting to comprehend Hydro Pump, which required level 56. While Chen Feng's aspirations were commendable, reality was often harsh. To avoid dampening Chen Feng's spirits, Yi Qian could only smile and say, if you truly wish for Froakie to learn Hydro Pump, you might want to try the move tutor. It can also enable Froakie to learn Hydro Pump. Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he would consider it. Noticing Chen Feng's somewhat dismissive attitude, Yi Qian kindly reminded him, if you're facing financial difficulties. She initially intended to suggest he could borrow money from her, but reconsidered, realizing that Chen Feng seemed to be quite well off. In any case, if you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. After expressing his gratitude once more to Yi Qian, Chen Feng resumed his training with Froakie. He had contemplated using a move tutor, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary. After all, he could easily acquire the moves through the system or have Froakie learn them on its own. It was merely a matter of time. There was no need for him to waste money on that. The morning's move learning class passed swiftly, and just before concluding, Yi Qian reminded everyone that the next few days would be the registration period for the Professional Trainer Qualification exam. Those intending to take the exam should not miss the deadline. The Professional Trainer Qualification Certificate is the most prestigious credential in this world. Compared to the 6th and 8th levels or other vocational qualifications from his previous life, they all pale in comparison. Chapter 48, Professional Trainer Qualification Assessment, Froakie vs. Beedrill. In Donghai City, there exists a national-level water-type gym. In this world, gyms are primarily categorized into two types, national-level gyms, of which there are only 18 across the entirety of Huaxia, each corresponding to one of the 18 Pokémon types, and provincial-level gyms, with each province hosting 18 provincial gyms to alleviate the burden on the national gyms. To obtain a professional trainer certificate, one must gain recognition from a national-level gym or above. In Donghai City, there is indeed a national-level water-type gym. Having such a gym right at his doorstep made the process of obtaining the certificate significantly more convenient for Chen Feng. The water-type gym is located within a well-known tourist area in Donghai City, which welcomes up to 100,000 visitors daily. Given that today is the day for the trainer certificate assessment, the area is particularly bustling. Yi Qian led Chen Feng and the others to the entrance of the gym, where they entered through a special channel after facial recognition. Observing the long queue outside, Chen Feng experienced the feeling of privilege for the first time. As for the rules of the certificate assessment, I shall not elaborate much. It primarily follows a 2 versus 2 format. In simple terms, one must defeat their opponent to obtain the certificate. One crucial point to note is that this is a water-type gym, so the examiners will likely send out water-type Pokémon, and you must be mindful of type advantages. After Yi Qian finished speaking, she cast a glance at Chen Feng. His 5 Pokémon were at a disadvantage in terms of type. His 2 main Pokémon, Charmeleon and Froakie, did not hold the upper hand. Today, many trainers were participating in the certificate assessment, And even with their connections, Chen Feng and the others still waited in line for a considerable time. Next contestant, Chen Feng. The announcement of Chen Feng's name echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing his name, Chen Feng walked towards the battle arena with a relaxed demeanor. Go for it, Chen Feng. I believe in you. As he passed by Wen Xiao, she winked at him and cheered him on with a small fist pump. Take it easy with your skills. This assessment should be a breeze. Yi Qian also offered a smile, confident that despite Chen Feng's Pokémon being at a disadvantage, he would not fail the assessment. The professional trainer certificate assessment occurs twice a year, once in May and once in November. This means that if Chen Feng does not succeed this time, he will have to wait until next May to register again. The junior trainer certificate is not particularly difficult to obtain, with an annual pass rate exceeding 95%. However, as one progresses, the difficulty of the assessments increases. Of course, the threshold for certification is also significant. For instance, not all trainers are eligible for the champion-level trainer certificate. The prerequisite for applying for the champion-level certificate is to possess a Pokémon with champion-level combat capability. For the average individual, reaching gym leader level is already considered the pinnacle. Very few can attain levels above champion. In a sense, certificates serve more as stepping stones. A trainer holding a certificate may not necessarily be a national staff member, but without one, even those with champion-level strength cannot become part of the national staff. Today, the entire national-level water-type gym is being used as an examination venue. There are designated individuals for battle assessment and evaluation who will provide comprehensive scoring for the candidates. Akin to an interview process, passing is all that is required. Chen Feng's battle area is in Zone 4, right in front of the training camp participants. Soon, he followed the guide to the battle stage. To ensure the assessment's progress, the large arena has been divided into 10 smaller venues. And Chen Feng happened to draw the third one. Once on stage, the referee explained the rules to Chen Feng. It was quite simple, 2 versus 2 battles. And as long as he won 2 consecutive matches, he would emerge victorious. Of course, only the challenger could switch Pokémon. The examiner could not change theirs. Chen Feng, please send out your first Pokémon. With the referee's command, the match officially commenced. Go, Charmeleon. Charmeleon? Is this person insane? The examiner was at a loss for words upon seeing Chen Feng's choice of Charmeleon. It seemed that the match had already concluded before it even began. Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur among themselves. He sent out Charmeleon? I thought he was a competent trainer, but it turns out he's just foolish. In a water-type gym, deploying a fire-type Pokémon is a blatant disadvantage. While Charmeleon is one of the most popular starters, the fact that water-type Pokémon are strong against fire types is common knowledge, even among children. Not only was the examiner surprised by Chen Feng's choice of Charmeleon, but many in the audience also took notice. Charmeleon's popularity is undeniable, drawing attention wherever it appears. The reaction it garnered was something Chen Feng had not anticipated. However, he felt compelled to make this choice. Although he wished to deploy other Pokémon, only Charmeleon and Froakie exhibited combat capability among his team. The others, such as Magnemite and Magikarp, were not fit for battle, and Dragapult was not an option either. Chen Feng, I can offer you the chance to switch Pokémon, the examiner said with a smile, clearly not wanting to take advantage of Chen Feng. But Chen Feng shook his head, stating, there's no need to switch. I will battle with Charmeleon. Seeing Chen Feng decline his good intentions, the examiner ceased further discussion and released his Pokémon. Beedrill, it's you. Upon seeing the examiner's Beedrill, Chen Feng could only shake his head in resignation. He had anticipated this scenario. While water types are strong against fire types, Charmeleon is no ordinary fire-type Pokémon. The moment Beedrill appeared, Chen Feng quickly accessed its information through the system. Beedrill, level 34, elite, type, water, ability, swift swim, and rainy weather. Speed increases, talent, elite, moves, quick attack, bite, water gun, aqua jet, water pulse, double hit, ice fong. After reviewing Beedrill's information, Chen Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, it did not possess the Rain Dish ability. Had it been Rain Dish, he would have faced a more challenging situation. Rain Dish is Beedrill's hidden ability, which allows it to envelop itself in a protective film, negating burn effects. The Snorkel Weasel boasts a level of 34, surpassing that of the Fire Dinosaur, and with the added advantage of its water availability, the outcome is uncertain. Nevertheless, at this moment, Chen Feng feels confident in overcoming his opponent. Chapter 49, Victory Against the Odds, Securing the Qualification Certificate. The battle commences. At the referee's command, the examiner wastes no time and directs the Snorkel Weasel to execute a quick attack. Upon receiving the command, the Snorkel Weasel swiftly propels itself forward with a burst of speed. Astonishingly fast, Chen Feng did not anticipate such rapidity from his opponent's Snorkel Weasel. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the center of the arena, a mere 10 meters from the Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur. Use Flamethrower to block the Snorkel Weasel's path. Chen Feng responds promptly. The Flamethrower is a wide-area attack, sufficient to obstruct the Snorkel Weasel's movements. With a mighty breath, the Fire Dinosaur exhales a torrent of searing flames. Just as the flames were about to engulf the Snorkel Weasel, the Examiner issued another command. Snorkel Weasel, use Water Jet. Instantly, the Snorkel Weasel becomes enveloped in a surge of water energy, its speed amplifying once more. Fire Dinosaur, create a smoke screen, then follow up with Fire Punch. If the levels were comparable, or even if there was a slight advantage, Chen Feng would have chosen to let the Fire Dinosaur engage in a direct confrontation. However, faced with the dual disadvantages of type and level, he opts for a more cautious approach. With the enhancement from the Water Jet, the Snorkel Weasel reaches its peak speed, darting through the flames and charging toward the previous position of the Fire Dinosaur. Yet, the Fire Dinosaur does not remain stationary, waiting to be struck. Following Chen Feng's directive, the Fire Dinosaur swiftly releases smoke to confuse its opponent while repositioning itself. Boom! The Snorkel Weasel's attack misses, and it is immediately countered by the Fire Dinosaur. A surge of fire energy coalesces around the Fire Dinosaur's fist, which then strikes the Snorkel Weasel with tremendous force. The Fire Punch connects, sending the Snorkel Weasel hurtling several meters away. Theoretically, Fire-type moves should inflict minimal damage on a Water-type like the Snorkel Weasel. Yet, Chen Feng's Fire Dinosaur is no ordinary creature. Just this one move leaves the Snorkel Weasel in a burnt state. Snorkel Weasel, dig to evade. The Examiner, witnessing this, remains calm and composed, directing the Snorkel Weasel to evade. However, the Snorkel Weasel, now hindered by the burn, experiences a sudden decrease in agility, granting the Fire Dinosaur an opportunity. Fire Dinosaur, use Dragon Breath to finish it. On this bright and sunny day, the Fire Dinosaur's special attack is significantly enhanced by the sun's energy. A powerful Dragon Breath strikes the Snorkel Weasel directly. With a cry of anguish, the Snorkel Weasel stumbles and falls to the ground. The Examiner is taken aback, incredulously staring at the scene before him. He cannot fathom that his Snorkel Weasel has succumbed to a single Dragon Breath. How peculiar. Yet, Chen Feng seizes the moment without hesitation. Fire Dinosaur, do not give it a chance. Use Split to deliver the final blow. In the real world, one must take advantage of the opponent's misfortune. The Fire Dinosaur heeds the command and lunges forward, delivering a split attack that drains the Snorkel Weasel's remaining stamina. You've won. The Examiner, astonished that his Snorkel Weasel has lost, especially to a fire type, feels a pang of embarrassment. However, he quickly reconciles himself to the situation. If he surmises correctly, Chen Feng's Fire Dinosaur likely possesses the ability of solar power. This would explain the immense power of its Dragon Breath, which nearly depleted the Snorkel Weasel's energy. This is his first encounter with such a formidable novice trainer. Despite the level disadvantage and type mismatch, it is evident that Chen Feng's victory is no mere coincidence. It is a testament to the hard work of both trainer and Pokémon. You have triumphed. Do you wish to continue battling? What do you mean? Chen Feng replies, puzzled, as he thought there would be 2 matches. Based on your recent performance, you are fully qualified to obtain the certificate. Continuing to battle would merely waste time. Though if you wish to fight again, a victory would grant you an elite-level certificate. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately shakes his head. Thank you, but I decline. Continue battling? That is preposterous. He possesses only 2 viable Pokémon, and the recent match with the Fire Dinosaur has surely drawn the Examiner's attention. The next Pokémon he sends out would undoubtedly be stronger than the Snorkel Weasel. Thus, Chen Feng decides to take his leave while he is ahead. Moreover, there is no urgency in upgrading his certificate. In time, as his strength grows and he acquires more Pokémon, obtaining a certificate will become a trivial matter. The Examiner, understanding Chen Feng's decision, does not press further. In that case, congratulations on passing the assessment. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Feng departs from the battlefield. Subsequently, he receives his certificate from the staff. The cover of the trainer's certificate is adorned in red, featuring the emblem of a Pokeball. Upon opening it, the first page displays a photo of Chen Feng alongside his basic personal information. Name, Chen Feng. Age, 20. Gender, male. Hometown, Donghai City, Jiangnan Province. The following page reveals Chen Feng's current trainer level, novice trainer, issued by the National Water Gym of Donghai City. Beginning from the 3rd page, photographs of Chen Feng's Pokémon are presented, with the first being that of the Fire Dinosaur. Thank you. Congratulations, Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely scoffs and remarks, what is there to congratulate about receiving a novice trainer's certificate? It's a trivial matter. anyone can obtain it. Indeed, the novice trainer's certificate is the least challenging to acquire. Generally, as long as one is not entirely inept, they can pass on their first attempt. In fact, with a year of dedicated training, one can easily obtain this certificate. After sitting down, Chen approaches Feng to converse. You performed admirably in the recent match. Your fire dinosaur has remarkable resilience. Upon hearing Chen's words, Feng feels a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could she have discerned something? That seems unlikely. His fire dinosaur possesses the water storage ability, granting it a natural advantage against water types. But that is knowledge only he possesses. Others are unaware. Fortunately, Chen does not elaborate further and simply offers him a few words of encouragement before shifting her gaze back to the arena. Chapter 50. Because I cannot afford it. However, before that, he takes a moment to list the shiny Pokémon he has previously captured for sale. While the Pokémon he caught are not particularly rare, their shiny variants hold significant market value, especially the golden-hued trumpet bud, which resembles a money tree and is sure to attract considerable interest. In Magic City, within an office building, Lin Tianxiang throws down a document, gazing helplessly at the ceiling. He is a gym leader-level trainer and also the CEO of a company. Unlike others, Lin Tianxiang's aspiration is not to become an exceptionally powerful trainer, but to establish his own business empire. Recently, however, his company has encountered difficulties, struggling with cash flow. Lin Tianxiang has contemplated various solutions, but has yet to resolve the company's predicament. Consequently, he sought the counsel of a fortune teller, who claimed that he was deficient in gold within the 5 elements. Thus, Lin Tianxiang has adorned his office with numerous gold ornaments, though the effect remains negligible. As Lin Tianxiang lit a cigarette, he contemplated taking a leisurely stroll through the Pokémon world to unwind. However, upon opening the app, he was immediately captivated by a special featured item. No way, Lin Tianxiang exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the extraordinary Pokémon displayed on his phone, a shimmering Beedrill, resplendent in golden hues. This golden Beedrill was akin to a living embodiment of prosperity. For reasons unknown, Lin Tianxiang felt an inexplicable conviction that this Beedrill was indeed a harbinger of good fortune. If he possessed this shimmering Beedrill, his luck would undoubtedly change for the better. He felt an overwhelming urge to acquire it, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had. In that moment, Lin Tianxiang was consumed by the desire to possess this shimmering Beedrill. Yet, as he clicked to learn more, he was taken aback to discover it was an auction. The seller had opted for an auction format, meaning that only the highest bidder would prevail. At that moment, the number of participants had already surpassed 10,000. With the price skyrocketing to 50 million, a single Beedrill fetching such an astronomical sum was unfathomable. Despite its shimmering allure, it remained, at its core, merely a Beedrill. And yet, the bids continued to rise, shattering Lin Tianxiang's understanding of the Pokémon realm. How could anyone justify spending 50 million on a Beedrill? At that moment, Lin Tianxiang's heart felt shattered. If given the opportunity, he would gladly bid 50 million. No, 60 million. The temptation was overwhelming for a man desperate for a turnaround in his fortunes. However, 60 million was no trifling sum. Even if he wished to amass such an amount, it would require significant sacrifices, perhaps selling his home or liquidating shares. What should he do? Should he bid or refrain? At that moment, it felt as though 2 inner voices were debating within his mind. Meanwhile, the auction price continued its relentless ascent. Frankly speaking, even Feng himself had not anticipated that a Beedrill could fetch tens of millions. Is this the realm of the affluent? Indeed, the world of the wealthy is one that the less fortunate cannot fathom. Observing the influx of private messages from prospective buyers, Feng was elated. These messages were mere inquiries for a direct purchase of the Beedrill. Given the current momentum, Feng felt no urgency to accept such offers. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lin Tianxiang resolved to take action. Money could be earned again, but the shimmering Beedrill, a symbol of fortune, might never present itself again in his lifetime. Witnessing Lin Tianxiang's reckless determination, Feng was astonished. These individuals had truly lost their minds. The auction was not indefinite. Feng had already predetermined the auction's conclusion for 6 o'clock that evening. At that point, the highest bidder would claim the shimmering Beedrill. As the price continued to soar, Feng was filled with exhilaration. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a shortcut to wealth. If he were to focus on selling shimmering Pokémon, he might become the richest person in Donghai within a year. Of course, capturing such common Pokémon lacked excitement. If he were to replace the Beedrill with his shimmering Medong, the price could easily reach hundreds of millions. He needed to capture more shimmering Pokémon. With the encounter orb in his possession, Feng had no worries about acquiring shimmering Pokémon. In addition to the Beedrill, he also owned a shimmering Meowth. Subsequently, He decided to list the shimmering Meowth as well, employing the same auction format, concluding at 6 o'clock. After completing the process, Feng decisively closed the Pokémon app, awaiting the outcome later that evening. In a standalone villa within the training camp, Chen observed the two shimmering Pokémon on the app, a slight smile gracing her lips. This young man seemed to possess an extraordinary amount of luck. How many shimmering Pokémon had he encountered? While many might go a lifetime without encountering even one, he had found 7 or 8 within a month. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor him? She resolved to enlist his help in capturing a shimmering Pokémon for herself. As a trainer, who wouldn't he desire a shimmering Pokémon? After the professional qualification assessments, Chen granted everyone a day off. However, Feng chose to engage in additional training rather than slack off. Is there something you need, Instructor Yi? Feng inquired. Puzzled. You're the one selling the shimmering Oddish and Meowth, aren't you? Chen asked directly. Feng was taken aback, initially inclined to deny it. But Chen continued, don't bother denying it. I have the authority to check. With no choice, Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it's me. Are you interested in purchasing them? I recall selling you a few shimmering Pokémon recently. Chen shook her head, clarifying, no, I require your assistance. I wish to request your help in capturing a shimmering water-type Pokémon. What? You don't agree? Chen pressed on. I'm willing to pay you the market price. I won't shortchange you a single cent. She smiled at Feng. That is not what I meant. Feng hastily explained. Instructor Yi, if you want a shimmering water-type Pokémon, why not buy one directly from the app? Because I can't afford it. Wait a moment, don't I have a shimmering water-type Pokémon? Did she have her sights set on a shimmering Horsia? Noticing the shift in Feng's expression, Chen quickly clarified, I'm not asking for your shimmering Horsia. I simply wish to purchase one if you manage to capture another shimmering water-type Pokémon next time. The price is negotiable. No need for that. I'll just give you the Horsia. I wasn't planning to train it anyway, Feng said, waving his hand dismissively. Although Feng had no particular standards regarding the appearance of Pokémon, the thought of a fully purple Seeking made him feel uneasy. Since Chen desired it, he might as well part with the Horsia. However, he was unsure if Chen would find his Horsia's qualifications acceptable. Suddenly, Feng spoke up, Instructor Yi. My Horsia only has Lord-level qualifications. I wonder if you, upon hearing this, Chen realized Feng was relenting and quickly replied, that's fine, as long as it's shimmering. Seeing that Chen was unconcerned about the qualifications, Feng promptly took out the Horsia's Pokeball and released it. Horsia from now on. Instructor Yi will be your trainer, so you must listen to her. He then handed the Pokeball to Chen. What? You haven't mentioned a price? Chen asked, puzzled. Free of charge. Free of charge? Feng nodded. He wasn't currently in need of money. A single Horsia was hardly worth much, and gifting it to Chen would earn him a favor. If he ever needed her assistance in the future, she would likely be more than willing to help. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment at Feng's generous gesture. Feng, thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Feng waved goodbye and headed back to the dormitory. As Chen watched Feng's retreating figure, she found herself increasingly perplexed by this young man. Upon returning to his dormitory, Feng first took a shower and then headed to the cafeteria to grab a quick dinner. As he sat down, his phone pinged with 2 notifications, updates regarding the sale of his Pokémon. Dear esteemed seller, the shiny beauty you listed has been purchased for the astonishing price of 50 million. All subsequent processes will be handled by our official team. So please prepare your Pokémon. A dedicated representative will contact you within half an hour to collect it. Another message indicates that the shiny Onyx has been sold for 20 million. Although this price is steep, it pales in comparison to that of Beedrill. For now, the funds from both transactions will be securely held by the Pokémon Company. Only after the buyer confirms receipt of their purchase will the funds be released to Feng, minus the processing fees, which are quite exorbitant. For a total of 70 million, the company is taking a hefty 360,000, leaving Feng with less than 70 million. Nevertheless, this is still a windfall, so there are no complaints. Before long, Feng received a phone call. This Pokeball, produced by the system, is far superior to ordinary ones, and he certainly does not wish to part with it for naught. As the clock approached midnight, he felt no urgency to sleep. The daily refresh opportunity was about to reset, and with it, the monthly legendary refresh opportunity would also become available after midnight. Another chance for legendary items. Guaranteed gold-tier products. Feng was particularly eager. During his first legendary refresh, he acquired numerous high-tier items, each capable of altering the course of the game. He expected nothing less this time. Before long, the clock struck 12, and 2 notifications regarding the reset of refresh opportunities flashed in Feng's mind. Ding. Daily refresh opportunity has been reset. Ding. Monthly legendary refresh opportunity has been reset. Here it was, both refresh opportunities. As per his usual practice, Feng naturally opted to utilize the daily refresh opportunity first. The chances of obtaining something noteworthy through the daily refresh are quite slim, generally yielding only the most common items. This time was no different, producing 2 white and 1 green item. Remarkably, one of the green items emerged, though its chances of being valuable remained low. As anticipated, it turned out to be a rather useless move tutor machine. Shiny move tutor machine, green. Description: upon use, a Pokémon can learn a shiny move. Price: 1. 5. This move emits a dazzling light, thereby reducing the opponent's accuracy. In-game, the shiny move is quite useful. However, in the real world, its practical applications are limited. After all, the primary use of this move is for illumination in caves, which can easily be substituted with flashlights, headlights, or even flames. Perhaps it could have some utility in coordination contests, but Feng was not a coordinator. Still, it was better than nothing and quite affordable, so he purchased it. The remaining 2 white items were familiar staples, a Pokeball and an energy cube. Now came the main event. Feng rubbed his hands together in anticipation, murmuring the incantation. According to the system's rules, a legendary refresh yields 9 items, with 1 guaranteed to be gold tier. It's worth noting that 1 gold item is equivalent to 10 red items in value. Furthermore, legendary refreshes typically do not feature white or green items. The lowest tier available is blue. Taking a gamble, Feng initiated the refresh. As he spoke, a dazzling array of effects unfolded before him. Moments later, the shelf revealed 9 items of varying colors. To his astonishment, 2 of them were gold. He was elated. Indeed, good looks brought good fortune. Witnessing 2 golden items shimmering on the shelf, Feng could hardly contain his excitement. This marked the first time since acquiring the system that he had simultaneously unveiled 2 gold-tier items. Undoubtedly, this was a monumental gain for him. Chapter 52, Special Item. Diancie Fragment. As was his custom, Feng chose to begin with the lowest-tier items. Upon opening the 2 blue items, he discovered that one was, surprisingly, a move tutor machine. Sludge Bomb Tutor Machine. Blue. Description: upon use, a Pokémon can learn the Sludge Bomb move. Price: 8.76. Sludge Bomb is regarded as one of the more powerful moves within the Poison-type repertoire. Unfortunately, based on Feng's current Pokémon lineup, he had no immediate use for it. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to purchase the Sludge Bomb Tutor Machine. Just because it was not useful now did not mean it would not be in the future. Given its utility, selling it for several hundred thousand would be effortless. It seemed he would need to acquire a Gengar soon. Although Feng already possessed a Dracozolt with both Dragon and Ghost attributes, adding a Gengar to his team would not hurt. While Gengar may not be a legendary Pokémon, it is nonetheless formidable, capable of evolving and Dynamaxing. More importantly, Gengar's dual typing of Ghost and Poison allows it to learn Sludge Bomb. Next, Feng examined the second blue item. Unsurprisingly, it was yet another Pokeball. But this time it was a high-tier ball with black, yellow, and white colors as opposed to the ordinary red and white. Compared to regular Pokeballs, high-tier balls not only provide a greater capture rate, but also restore some health and experience to Pokémon while resting. He made the purchase. He wondered when he would be able to refresh a Luxury Ball or a Master Ball. That would be a real boon. Luxury Balls and Master Balls are regarded as the pinnacle of Pokeball designs, boasting lavish interiors and remarkably spacious interiors. It is said that a Luxury Ball's interior space is as vast as a football field, allowing Pokémon to frolic freely within. Stowing away the high-tier ball, Feng proceeded to inspect the 3 purple items. As he examined one item resembling a scale, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Dragon Scale, purple. Description: a hard and sturdy scale that accelerates the growth of Dragon-type Pokémon when held. Price: 18.91. After gifting the shiny seahorse to Chen, Feng's team was left with only 5 Pokémon. Among them, his Dracozolt has the lowest power and the longest growth cycle. Acquiring the Dragon Scale would significantly expedite Dracozolt's growth, shortening its developmental period. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Feng purchased the Dragon Scale, adding another valuable item to his inventory. In addition to the Dragon Scale, Feng possessed learning devices, lucky eggs, encounter orbs, and various other item fragments, including Master Ball and Dragon Fang fragments. The remaining 2 purple items, in comparison to the Dragon Scale, were rather mundane and did not elicit much excitement from Feng. Dragon Dance Tutor Machine, purple. Description: upon use, a Pokémon will learn the Dragon Dance move, a mysterious and powerful dance that significantly boosts its attack and speed. Price: 8.65. The Dragon-type move can drastically enhance a Pokémon's attack and speed. It would be perfect for his Charmeleon to learn. With Charmeleon's formidable damage output, combined with the benefits of Dragon Dance, Feng believed that once his Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, it could even challenge the gods. He purchased it. Such stacking moves are rare and should not be missed. Upon opening the final purple item, Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. Diancie Shard Purple. Description: collect 50 Diancie shards to synthesize a Diancie. Price: $9.99. What is this? Among the purple items, there are even Pokémon shards? He is aware of the shards and possesses a plethora of various types in his system backpack. However, it is his first encounter with the system generating Pokémon shards, particularly those of Diancie. It is important to note that Diancie is a mythical Pokémon, comparable to the legendary Jirachi. Moreover, Diancie can evolve, and its evolved form possesses even more formidable combat power. It can be regarded as a leading figure among mythical Pokémon. Although it is merely a shard, the presence of one implies the potential for a second. By gathering 50 shards, one could acquire a mythical Pokémon. Unlike Jirachi, which appears only once every 1,000 years and falls back into slumber after 7 days, Diancie is more accessible. Nevertheless, Feng is not in a rush. After all, collecting 50 shards is not an endeavor that can be completed overnight. Diancie is a mythical Pokémon, a variant known as the small diamond Pokémon. It takes tens of millions, even billions, of small diamonds to yield one. For millennia, only a single Diancie has graced this world. Its current whereabouts remain a mystery. If Feng can gather the shards and summon Diancie, it would undoubtedly be a world-shattering event. First, let us make the purchase. A few dollars is a trivial expense for Feng. Since the system is engaging in charity, he has no reason to decline. After examining the 3 purple items, Feng's gaze naturally fell upon the 2 remaining red items and the golden item. He hopes that this time, the red item will yield another Pokémon egg. Red items are of champion-level quality. If a Pokémon egg were to appear, it would naturally possess champion-level talent. However, the first red item struck Feng like a bolt from the blue. Speed Shoes. Red. Description: when worn by the host, it increases movement speed. An essential item for traveling and escaping. Flash sale price: $39.99. What? Speed Shoes? Could they be the kind that allows for acceleration with a button press in games? Does this item even qualify as a red item? Although Feng is reluctant, he still makes the purchase. After all, he will frequently traverse various secret realms, and one never knows when danger may arise. With these speed shoes, he might gain a modicum of security. The remaining red item also brought Feng a delightful surprise. Mimetic Training Room. Red. Description: a special Pokémon training room that can simulate various environments for Pokémon to train their moves without sustaining damage. Flash sale price: $59.99. A mimetic training room? Is this an item or a special object? Feng gazed at the products on the shelf, a hint of confusion gracing his features. He is familiar with the mimetic training room, as there is one in the Qianshan secret realm. However, the number of mimetic training rooms in the Qianshan secret realm is limited, and since its establishment, it has always been at full capacity, with reservations extending into next year. He wonders if the system's mimetic training room requires materialization. If it does, Feng has no place to store it. Fortunately, at this moment, the system kindly provided a prompt. Chapter 53, Golden Legend. Ding. The mimetic training room is a virtual space item. The host only needs to allow Pokémon to enter, and they can train without restriction. Note: the mimetic training room can simulate any environment and create various Pokémon for battles. Incredible. To be honest, the training camp is not lacking in battle opponents. However, Feng's strength is unparalleled within the training camp. Originally, Yi Tian could match Feng, but after Yi Tian withdrew from the training camp, Feng became an unchallenged presence. Now, with the addition of the mimetic training room, the issue of having no opponents is resolved. The fire dinosaur has been itching for a fight lately, ever since learning Flamethrower. Its fire-type moves have reached a new level of power. Feng can only urge the fire dinosaur to conserve its strength, otherwise, it might incinerate the Qianshan secret realm, and no amount of earnings would suffice for compensation. Thus, this mimetic training room comes at a most opportune time. It's a worthy purchase. For Feng, whose fortune is worth millions, spending a few dozen bucks is inconsequential. After acquiring the mimetic training room, only 2 golden items remain on the shelf. One must admit, Feng's luck this time is truly remarkable. He wonders if such fortune will continue. Open. Feng focused his thoughts, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 2 items on the shelf. Another dazzling display of effects ensued. The items, once shrouded in golden light, revealed their true forms. Power of Thunder, Gold. Description: when used, non-electric type Pokémon will gain the power of Thunder, becoming immune to electric type damage. If used on an electric type Pokémon, it will elevate its talent to master level. Flash sale price, $99.99. Power of Thunder? Chen Feng's eyes brightened upon reading the description. Non-electric type Pokémon will obtain the power of Thunder while becoming immune to electric type damage. Among Chen Feng's Pokémon, two have a double weakness to electric attacks. One is Froakie, and the other is the yet-to-evolve Fire Dinosaur. Once the Fire Dinosaur evolves into Charizard, it will gain the Flying type, which is notoriously weak against electric attacks. Therefore, if Chen Feng were to use Power of Thunder on both the Fire Dinosaur and Froakie, they would become immune to electric type damage, effectively reducing one of their weaknesses. Currently, the Fire Dinosaur possesses the Rain Dish ability. Thus, if it were to utilize Power of Thunder, it would only be weak to Rock-type moves. However, if Froakie were to use it, it would merely gain immunity to electric-type damage. Compared to the Fire Dinosaur's single remaining weakness, Froakie's weaknesses are more pronounced. Aside from being weak to electric attacks, it is also vulnerable to Bug, Grass, Fighting, and Fairy types. Of course, this is not what astonishes Chen Feng the most. The most astonishing aspect is that using this on an electric-type Pokémon can elevate it to master-level talent. So far, the only master-level Pokémon he possesses is the Fire Dinosaur. If he were to capture an electric-type Pokémon, it would immediately become a Pokémon with master-level potential. The sensation is exhilarating. However, Chen Feng has yet to decide whether to capture an electric-type Pokémon or reserve it for the Fire Dinosaur. Even if he chooses to use it on the Fire Dinosaur, it would have to wait until it evolves into Charizard. Thus, Chen Feng contemplated that if he hasn't captured an electric-type Pokémon by the time the Fire Dinosaur evolves, he would simply use it on Charizard. First, let us make the purchase. Chen Feng noted that this Power of Thunder likely represents a special force in this world. It is anticipated that other special powers will also emerge in the future. Perhaps there are powers of water, fire, ice, and so forth. He wonders if there are dual-type powers as well. Generally speaking, a single type, unless perfected, is usually less potent than dual-type powers. As for the final golden item, Chen Feng rubbed his hands together, silently wishing a Pokémon with legendary talent, or perhaps a mythical Pokémon offspring, would suffice. Please. He then clicked on the second golden item. This golden item, compared to the previous one, is even more explosive. It is a Pokeball, prominently inscribed with 2 English letters. What is this? Chen Feng is filled with excitement as he gazes at the Pokeball, a smile gracing his lips. Pokeball, Gold. Description: a mysterious Pokeball that can summon the mythical Pokémon Celebi under specific conditions. Flash sale price, $99.99. Celebi. It is actually Celebi. Celebi is a Pokémon associated with time travel, said to wander through various places across time. In the forests where Celebi has appeared, flora flourishes abundantly. In the animated series, Celebi possesses regenerative powers, acting more as a supporter than a combatant. Coincidentally, Chen Feng's team lacks such a support role. Capturing Celebi would perfectly address this shortcoming. This legendary Pokémon indeed holds significant value. Currently, the number of legendary Pokémon known to humanity is quite limited. The 3 legendary birds, the 3 legendary beasts, and the 3 legendary mushrooms have awakened years ago and now traverse various secret realms. Some legendary Pokémon have even settled within certain secret realms. Consequently, the World Pokémon League has designated these areas as forbidden zones, prohibiting all human trainers from entering. As for capturing them, Chen Feng has yet to hear of any trainer successfully capturing a legendary Pokémon. Meanwhile, other legendary Pokémon with divine roles seem to remain in slumber. Recently, the buzz has been around Groudon, which appears to show signs of awakening within the borders of Sakura country. According to the Sakura National Pokémon Association, should Groudon awaken, the Mount Fuji secret realm is destined to collapse entirely, potentially leading to the destruction of the entire island. In response, trainers from Sakura country are seeking assistance from their allies in Eagle Nation, hoping for the presence of a champion or elite trainer. Many nations are eagerly watching this unfold. While Celebi may not possess the destructive power of Groudon, it certainly holds regenerative abilities. Should a disaster similar to this occur in Huaxia, Celebi could undoubtedly restore the damaged areas overnight. Without hesitation, Chen Feng purchased the ball, aware that it was a rare item capable of summoning a legendary Pokémon. However, he recalled from the original story that the ball must be placed upon an oak grove altar to summon Celebi. Does such a place exist in the real world? If not, how could this ball summon Celebi? Dog system, clarify this. Chapter 54. Instructor Yi, I wish to withdraw from the training camp. Initially, what thrilled Chen Feng the most was the acquisition of 2 gold items. One yielded Thunderbolt, which would greatly aid in both training his Charizard and capturing electric-type Pokémon. The other gold item was a ball capable of summoning legendary Pokémon. Successfully summoning and capturing Celebi would be an extraordinary feat. The two red items were comparatively mundane, one a mimic training room and the other a pair of speed shoes. The former designed for Pokémon training and the latter a survival tool. The remaining purple and blue items, which Feng held in high regard, were the Diancie Shard and Dragon Scale. With Charizard and Frogadier on the brink of evolution, he could not afford to neglect the upgrades for Iron Dumbbell and Dragapult. Moreover, he needed to expedite his search for information regarding the Oak Grove. With these thoughts swirling, sleepiness enveloped him. Setting his phone aside, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, while Feng was deep in dreams, a sudden and urgent knock at the door jolted him awake. Who could it be so early? Being abruptly awakened from a deep sleep, it was no surprise that Feng was irked. Yet, upon opening the door and seeing the visitor, he immediately recoiled. Feng, what time do you think it is? Do you still wish to continue training? Yi Qian stood at the door, hands on her hips, reprimanding him loudly. Instructor Yi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yi Qian, Feng quickly realized he had overslept. Do you not know what time it is? Feng attempted to brush it off with a grin, but Yi Qian was not easily swayed. You need to get to the training field immediately. I'll give you 3 minutes, and if you're late by even a second, you'll be penalized with a lap around the training grounds. 3 minutes later, Feng arrived at the training field just in time. The others were already engrossed in intense training. Noticing Yi Qian's stern expression, he promptly joined in. This instructor truly was formidable when angered. It was ironic that he had gifted her a Horsia, and she showed no gratitude. What are you mumbling about? Just as Feng whispered to himself, Yi Qian had somehow approached him, catching him off guard. As November arrived, the weather in Jiangnan began to cool. Yet, inexplicably, Feng found himself dripping with sweat. He thought, doesn't this person walk without making a sound? But he replied, nothing, Instructor Yi, do you need something? Is it wrong to seek you out if I have no pressing matters? Feng found himself at a loss for words. Although Yi Qian had no urgent business with him, he certainly did. After a night of inner conflict, Feng had decided he wished to withdraw from the training camp. After all, he had joined the camp to prepare for the upcoming college league. However, with the system's assistance, especially after acquiring the learning device and experience doubler, he felt that the training camp no longer offered significant benefits. Since his master, Long Fan, was absent from the training camp and he could not reach him, he had no choice but to seek out Yi Qian. Instructor Yi, I wish to withdraw from the training camp. What? You want to withdraw? Yi Qian gazed at Feng in shock, wondering if she had perhaps spoken too harshly. However, upon reflection, she realized she hadn't said anything particularly severe. Everything was going well. Why would you want to leave the training camp? She could understand if Tian wanted to withdraw, but why Feng? Hadn't he worked hard to gain entry? Feng replied earnestly, Instructor Yi, I have contemplated this thoroughly, and I believe the training camp no longer provides me with growth. I wish to train in other secret realms. Isn't the Qianshan secret realm sufficient for your training? Indeed. As Yu Qian pointed out, the Qianshan secret realm was currently Feng's best option. The beginner secret realms posed no challenges for him, while the advanced realms were perilous. Even gym leaders might not emerge unscathed. Generally, novice trainers would not dare to enter advanced secret realms, as the outer areas already housed Pokémon of levels 20 to 30. These Pokémon had been driven to the outskirts due to their inability to compete with those in the inner circles, making their battle skills far superior to those of Pokémon in beginner realms. Moreover, as one ventured deeper into the secret realm, they would encounter Pokémon of levels 30 to 50, posing considerable danger even to typical gym leaders. Typically, advanced secret realms do not verify trainers' qualifications. However, for safety reasons, they do assess the strength of the trainer's Pokémon. Instructor Yi, I wish to train in the advanced secret realm. What? You want to go to the advanced secret realm? Yi Qian's immediate reaction was disbelief. She felt Feng had lost his senses. Do you have any idea how dangerous the advanced secret realm is? Feng calmly nodded. I am aware, but it's all right. My Charizard is already at level 30, and my Frogadier is nearing level 30 as well. I will only explore the outskirts, definitely avoiding the inner circles. If I encounter danger, I will flee. After much persuasion, Feng finally received Yi Qian's reluctant approval. Of course, she also offered her advice, suggesting he head to the West Lake Secret Realm in Hangzhou, the capital of Zhejiang Province. The West Lake Secret Realm is an advanced realm named for its entrance, which lies within the West Lake Forbidden Zone. Within the secret realm of West Lake, there exists a vast expanse of rivers and lakes, along with various canyons, waterfalls, and swift currents, making it an ideal location for training your Froakie. Moreover, along the lakeside, There are numerous training spots, all monitored by guardians of the secret realm, ensuring a safe environment. The Westlake Secret Realm? Chen Feng had indeed heard of this mystical place. It is renowned for its abundance of water, grass, and bug-type Pokémon. Notably, the only bug-type champion in Huaxia has once captured a quasi-champion level Scyther within the Westlake Secret Realm, later evolving it into a Scyther. As a result, this bug-type champion has enjoyed an extraordinary rise, becoming the sole bug-type champion in Huaxia. It is worth noting that those bestowed with the title of champion are typically masters of a single type of Pokémon. For instance, Chen Feng's mentor, the Dragon-type champion Long Fan, exclusively trains Dragon-type Pokémon. Conversely, someone like Yi Qian, though a champion herself, cannot be identified as a champion of a specific type due to the diverse attributes of her Pokémon. Thus, the Westlake Secret Realm appears to be a splendid choice. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng resolved to first explore the Westlake Secret Realm. Chapter 55, Journey to the Westlake Secret Realm. That afternoon, Chen Feng decisively bid farewell to Yi Qian and boarded a bus to Hangzhou. After a 3-hour journey, the bus finally arrived at the paradise on Earth, Hangzhou. As evening approached, the bus station was bustling with travelers, seemingly filled with tourists visiting the city. At the station's entrance, Chen Feng hailed a taxi and headed straight to his reserved hotel. He decided to rest for the night and venture into the Westlake Secret Realm early the next morning. At this point, Chen Feng had become somewhat affluent, opting for a presidential suite that was quite affordable, costing less than 10,000 for the night. Such a price was trivial for him now. Upon entering the suite, Chen Feng was astonished by the lavish decor, even though he had mentally prepared himself. It was his first experience in a presidential suite, a luxury he had not encountered in either of his lives. Indeed, wealth allows for indulgence. After releasing his Pokémon and preparing energy cubes for them, Chen Feng poured himself a glass of red wine and filled the bathtub with water. He then reclined within the tub, savoring the wine while gazing at the beautiful nightscape of Hangzhou. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Feng packed his belongings and took a taxi to the Westlake Scenic Area. The entrance to the Westlake Secret Realm is located within this area. Early in the morning, the lakeside was filled with elderly individuals engaging in morning exercises, and occasionally, trainers could be seen jogging with their Pokémon, following the directional signs. Chen Feng arrived at the entrance to the Westlake Secret Realm. Perhaps due to the early hour, only a few trainers were present at the entrance. After receiving a complimentary map of the Westlake Secret Realm, he stepped into the mystical area. Upon entering, Chen Feng immediately unfolded the map to ascertain his location and set off toward the marked spot. By the central lake, there lay a riverbed teeming with wild Pokémon, making it an excellent locale for training. He had heard that the Westlake Secret Realm was home to the beloved Magikarp, and capturing one would be splendid, especially if it were a shiny variant. Having tasted success, Chen Feng now aimed to capture several shiny Pokémon to sell later. Additionally, he anticipated the presence of hidden treasures, for a secret realm of this caliber would undoubtedly harbor many such secrets. To elevate his Pokémon's capabilities, leveling up through battles was not the only path. Utilizing treasures could also enhance their strength. Some special Pokémon require specific items for evolution. Thus Chen Feng's journey was not solely for training but also for treasure hunting. Furthermore, he hoped to capture an electric-type Pokémon if possible, as he still possessed a Thunderstone in his system backpack. The allure of a master-level Pokémon was simply too enticing for him to resist. Should he fail to find a suitable electric-type Pokémon, he would have to resort to using it on his Charmeleon. Ultimately, the decision lay in the hands of fate. The Westlake Secret Realm, as expected of a level 5 scenic area, boasted landscapes reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Chen Feng was quickly captivated by the scenery along the way. Even a man like him could not resist snapping a few selfies. If time permitted, he would have loved to document every picturesque view within the secret realm. Alas, he resolved to return another day. For now, he needed to expedite his journey. Waving goodbye to the beautiful scenery felt bittersweet, for while such sights could be enjoyed at leisure, the urgency to grow stronger loomed large. He hoped that on his next visit, he would not be alone, as solitude weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, the image of Wen Xiaoxiao flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly replaced by another individual. Wait, why was he thinking of Instructor Yi? No. However, Instructor Yi's figure was indeed quite striking. Chen Feng shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. His purpose for this journey was not merely to admire the scenery. He was here to hone his skills. Participation in intercollegiate tournaments, enrollment in prestigious academies, engaging in high-stakes challenge matches, competing in champion rankings, and perhaps even representing Huaxia in the World Championship were all pressing goals. Time was of the essence, and his responsibilities were significant. Upon exiting the safe zone, Chen Feng promptly released his Charmeleon and Froakie. They had now entered the territory of wild Pokémon, where a careless misstep could invite an attack. Chen Feng had to remain vigilant, for he did not wish to falter. To ensure his safety, he donned his speed-enhancing sneakers. As he progressed, solitary wild Pokémon occasionally appeared along the path. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng commanded Charmeleon and Froakie to charge forward. Ding! Charmeleon successfully defeated a Oddish, gaining 300 experience points. Ding! The learning device effect triggers. Froakie, Metong, and Dragonair each gain 300 experience points. Continuing onward, Chen Feng led Charmeleon and Froakie to the edge of a tranquil lake. Beneath the seemingly calm waters, he sensed an undercurrent of danger. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. After half an hour, Chen Feng finally arrived at the first training point. This area served as a buffer zone between the outer and inner circles of the Westlake Secret Realm. The Pokémon here were of a higher level than those in the outer region, but not as formidable as those in the inner circle, making it an ideal training ground for his Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Froakie, practice here nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, Charmeleon and Froakie dashed off in different directions. Don't wander too far, Chen Feng called out before releasing Metong and setting up camp. He felt no concern for the safety of Charmeleon and Froakie. Before long, Chen Feng had erected his tent and began surveying his surroundings. He observed Charmeleon engaged in a fierce skirmish with a Paras, while Froakie faced off against a Gloom. Noting that both battles were going favorably, he felt a sense of relief. The Pokémon here were not as feeble as those in the outer regions. A quick scan of the area revealed that most Pokémon were above level 30 and had already evolved. The size of some of the Pokémon indicated their strength. And if Chen Feng's suspicions were correct, many of these Pokémon hailed from the inner circle. In the world of Pokémon, only the strong thrive. Powerful Pokémon from the inner circle would drive weaker ones from their territories. The diminutive Pokémon had nowhere to turn but to the outskirts. While they appeared feeble in the inner circle, they became formidable forces at the periphery. Thus, even the outskirts were not as secure as one might imagine. Chapter 56, A Journey of Ascension. Time flew swiftly during the battles, and before long, it was noon. Chen Feng prepared his energy cubes and rose to summon Charmeleon and Froakie. At that moment, Charmeleon unleashed a fiery blast, vanquishing a wild Beedrill. While the Pokémon feasted, Chen Feng took the opportunity to assess their progress. Ding! Charmeleon has successfully reached level 33. After a morning of battles, Charmeleon had ascended to level 33, just a step away from evolving at level 36. At this pace, it would evolve into a Charizard by nightfall or the following morning. It must be noted that, with the system's assistance, Charmeleon's leveling speed was akin to that of a rocket. Not only Charmeleon, but Froakie and Steel Dumbbell also exhibited remarkable progression, achieving levels 28 and 24, respectively. This was all thanks to Chen Feng's advantage with the system. Typically, Pokémon do not level up at such an accelerated rate. Even the fastest evolving bug-type Pokémon would not reach level 30 in just over a month. As Chen Feng gazed at the information panels of his Pokémon, he mused to himself that perhaps Steel Dumbbell could evolve even more swiftly than Charmeleon. At level 25, it could evolve into Metong, significantly enhancing its battle prowess. After a hearty meal, Chen Feng enforced a half-hour rest for Charmeleon and Froakie before immersing them back into battle. Regardless of training or combat, a balance between work and rest was essential. He did not wish to suffer significant losses for minor gains. Once the two Pokémon resumed their battles, a series of system notifications echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Charmeleon successfully defeated a wild Sandshrew, earning 200 experience points. Ding! Froakie successfully defeated a wild Rattata, earning 150 experience points. Ding! Charmeleon successfully defeated a wild Beedrill, earning 250 experience points. For an entire afternoon, the notifications did not cease. Chen Feng reveled in a bittersweet joy. The pain was real, yet so was the exhilaration. Though he did not engage in combat, directing his Pokémon was mentally and physically taxing. In contrast, Charmeleon and Froakie appeared invigorated, as if fueled by an unseen energy, battling vigorously throughout the day. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed Chen Feng, and after several hours of intense concentration, he collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Upon checking his phone, he was astonished to discover that it was already past 5 o'clock. They had been engaged in battles from noon until dusk. With no time to spare, he began to pack up. Spending a night outdoors was perilous, as many powerful wild Pokémon emerged to hunt after dark. With his current strength, Chen Feng was not yet equipped to traverse the wilderness at night. Whether by fortune or misfortune, he managed to locate a cave before complete darkness fell. However, this cave turned out to be the nest of a massive onyx. Froakie, it's up to you. Although Charmeleon was eager to fight, Chen refrained from sending it into battle. This was not the time for recklessness, but rather for a swift resolution. Froggy did not disappoint, quickly dispatching the Onyx. Realizing it was outmatched, the Onyx burrowed away, leaving the cave for Chen to claim. As night descended, Charmeleon took the initiative to stand guard. My goodness, it's a Tauros. At that moment, Chen spotted a herd of Tauros drinking from a nearby lake. To him, they represented a bounty of experience points. Without hesitation, he commanded Charmeleon and Froggy to charge forth. Ding! Charmeleon successfully defeated a wild Tauros, earning 230 experience points. Ding! Froggy successfully defeated a wild Tauros, earning 200 experience points. After successfully defeating 2 Tauros, they reaped a significant amount of experience, though the remaining Tauros had already fled at the onset of battle. Nonetheless, the results were gratifying. Both Pokémon leveled up. Ding! Charmeleon has successfully reached level 34. Ding! Steel Dumbbell has successfully reached level 25. They leveled up. Steel Dumbbell had finally reached level 25. However, Chen chose not to immediately release it for evolution. Instead, he continued training with Charmeleon and Froggy. He contemplated a dual evolution, waiting for Charmeleon to reach level 36, and then evolving both simultaneously. The visual spectacle of 2 Pokémon evolving at once would be truly exhilarating. As the morning passed, Charmeleon did not level up further. However, after a full afternoon of battles, Charmeleon had reached level 35, while Froggy had progressed to level 32. Another night had passed, and Chen began to eagerly anticipate the simultaneous evolution of Charmeleon and Steel Dumbbell the next day. He even considered waiting for Froggy to reach level 36 for a collective evolution, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, leveling up became increasingly challenging as one progressed, and Froggy might take several more days to reach level 36. On the third day of Feng's venture into the West Lake Secret Realm, he had a singular goal: to raise Charmeleon to level 36 and facilitate the evolution of both Charmeleon and Steel Dumbbell. Arriving at the familiar location, he found no herd of Tauros, but instead encountered a blocking Snorlax. Gazing at the enormous Snorlax, Chen felt an urge to capture it. However, upon inspecting its ability, he promptly abandoned the idea. Gourmand normally consumes berries only when its health is critically low. Now will eat when its health is at half. Though this was a hidden ability, it would render Snorlax an insatiable glutton. While Chen was well off, he could not afford the resources required by a Snorlax with such a trait. Charmeleon, Froggy go. Though capturing it was not an option, the encounter still promised valuable experience. And Chen commanded Charmeleon and Froggy to engage. Roar! Froggy, leave it to me. The 2 Pokémon acknowledged and charged forward. A torrent of flames and a water jet struck the sleeping Snorlax from opposite directions. Contrary to Feng's expectations, the Snorlax did not awaken. Instead, it merely turned over and continued its slumber. What a disregard! Charmeleon, Froggy, keep attacking. Despite Snorlax remaining asleep, Chen could clearly see through the system's probe that its health was gradually depleting. Chapter 57, Simultaneous Evolution, Charizard and Metong. Snorlax, level 35, boss level. Type, normal. Qualification, gym leader level. Ability, Gourmand, normally consumes berries only when its health is critically low. Now will eat when its health is at half. A level 35 Snorlax was indeed formidable. Typically, Snorlax was difficult to rouse from its slumber and would only awaken to feed. If someone interrupted its meal, it would enter a frenzied state. However, Chen was astonished to find a Snorlax at the periphery of the West Lake Secret Realm, something he had never heard of before. Had it escaped from the inner circle? Even more astonishing was that this Snorlax possessed gym leader-level qualifications. Should it ascend further, it would reach champion-level prowess. With such innate talent, it could easily dominate the outskirts. Faced with an opponent of this caliber, Chen was immediately struck by an idea to test the capabilities of his Charmeleon and Frogadier. Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. The 2 Pokémon, responding to Feng's commands, executed their respective moves. However, the Flamethrower and Water Pulse seemed to merely tickle the Snorlax, inflicting no significant damage. To Feng's astonishment, Snorlax even scratched the spot that had just been scorched by the Flamethrower. Frustrated, Feng thought to himself, I refuse to give up. I will wear you down. Charmeleon, Frogadier, do not relent. Thus began a one-sided battle that lasted for half an hour. Ding! Charmeleon and Frogadier have successfully defeated the wild Snorlax, gaining 390 experience points. Ding! Charmeleon has leveled up to 36. At last, the Snorlax succumbed. When its health dwindled to half, it finally stirred awake. Upon awakening, Snorlax spotted Charmeleon and Frogadier, who had disturbed its slumber, and immediately retaliated. Fortunately, under Chen Feng's guidance, the two Pokémon managed to overcome Snorlax. Although they triumphed, both Pokémon were on the brink of defeat themselves. As Snorlax fell, a dazzling light of evolution enveloped Charmeleon. Come forth, Metong. Chen Feng promptly released Metong, allowing it to evolve alongside Charmeleon. As Metong emerged, it too was engulfed in a brilliant light of evolution. Witnessing both Pokémon evolve simultaneously was an unprecedented sight for Chen Feng. Such a significant moment warranted documentation. The duration of Pokémon evolution is brief, and Chen Feng swiftly retrieved his phone, activating the recording function. Just as he did so, the evolution light burst forth in full splendor, bathed in the radiance of evolution. Charmeleon's form began to expand dramatically, and enormous wings unfurled. Roar! Charmeleon, no, it should now be called Charizard, let out a triumphant roar that reverberated through the heavens. Watching Charmeleon transform into Charizard stirred a bittersweet emotion within Chen Feng, akin to a proud father witnessing his child grow up. Charizard was his first Pokémon, and Chen Feng held high hopes for it. He envisioned Charizard battling alongside him from the College League all the way to the World Championships. As the evolution light faded, Charizard's majestic figure was revealed, its towering physique, commanding gaze, and the fiery tail, all proclaiming its might. Gazing at Charizard, Chen Feng could find no words other than magnificent and powerful to describe it. This was undoubtedly the most splendid and formidable fire-type Pokémon in the annals of Pokémon history. Having admired Charizard, the evolution light surrounding Metong also began to change. Metang's body expanded, revealing a silver metallic creature with two iron fists, resembling an oversized beldam. Impressive. Chen Feng could only describe it as such, just as he did with Charizard. Once both Pokémon completed their evolution, Chen Feng approached them with a sense of satisfaction, gently patting their heads. Charizard now towered over Chen Feng, and he could no longer casually stroke its head as he once did. The more he observed his two Pokémon, especially Charizard, the more he adored them. Just standing there, Charizard emanated an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. This was undoubtedly the strongest Charizard Chen Feng had ever encountered. Moreover, his Charizard had yet to reach its ultimate form. With evolution, Dynamax, and Gigantamax potential, Charizard would only grow stronger. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Perhaps he should directly empower Charizard with Thunderbolt. As for acquiring an electric-type Pokémon, he could forego that now. Meanwhile, Frogadier, though envious of Charizard, was equally thrilled for its companion. Though rivals, both Pokémon were also Chen Feng's allies, sharing a brotherly bond. While the Pokémon exchanged pleasantries, Chen Feng took the opportunity to examine the stats of his newly evolved Charizard and Metong. Charizard, level 36, leader class, type, fire flying, potential, master class, abilities, solar power, rain dish, moves, sunny day, dragon breath, flamethrower, fire punch, fire fong, dragon claw, heat wave. This data panel was enough to overshadow others. Yet, there remained room for improvement. A powerful Pokémon is formidable in all aspects, but Chen Feng's Charizard was merely superficial in its prowess. After reviewing Charizard's data panel, Chen Feng swiftly identified the issue, the move set. Charizard could pursue two paths, physical attack and special attack. Due to game mechanics, trainers must choose between the two paths. However, in reality, there are no restrictions on move sets. Pokémon can learn countless abilities, provided they master them. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to cultivate Charizard into a being that excelled in both physical and special attacks. The challenge lay in the limited moves Charizard could inherently learn. With only Fire Spin and Flare Blitz available among Fire-type moves, the rest of the abilities could only be acquired through TMs. In reality, TMs are as elusive as treasures, rare, but not impossible to find. They come in two varieties, single-use and permanent. Permanent TMs are usually held by prominent families or conglomerates, and trainers must pay exorbitant fees to learn them, often with limited availability. Single-use TMs are typically derived from permanent ones or discovered in the wild. Regardless of the type, acquiring them is not easy, which contributes to their high market value. Chapter 58. Merging with Thunderbolt, Charizard ascends to legendary status. The simultaneous evolution of Charmeleon and Metong left Chen Feng in high spirits, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming College League. However, this was still insufficient to clinch the championship. Charizard's current strength was inadequate. Chen Feng needed to provide Charizard with an additional safeguard by enabling it to master Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is one of the primordial forces of this world. With its infusion, Charizard would wield both fire and electric powers, forming a dual destructive force. Fire and electric types are the epitome of offensive attributes, and with these two formidable types, Charizard's strength would ascend to new heights. Initially, Feng intended to capture an electric-type Pokémon, but with Charizard's evolution, he no longer felt conflicted. Resolute, he retrieved Thunderbolt from his system backpack. As Thunderbolt emerged, the surroundings crackled with electricity. The previously clear skies transformed into a tempest. This was quite the spectacle. Observing the sudden phenomenon, Chen Feng felt a sense of urgency, fearing the attention of the realm's guardians. He had to act swiftly. Charizard, are you ready? It's about to begin. Roar. Charizard let out an excited roar. From the moment Chen Feng procured Thunderbolt, Charizard's gaze remained fixed upon it. Had it not been for Chen Feng being its master, it might have pounced and seized the opportunity. Unleashed the power of thunder upon the Charizard. With everything in place, Chen Feng silently recited in his heart. Ding! The power of thunder has been successfully implanted into the Charizard. In the next moment, a golden light enveloped the Charizard, radiating an aura of sanctity. Occasionally, the crackling sound of electricity could be heard. Chen Feng, perplexed, could only wait silently. Before long, the brilliance faded. The Charizard reappeared before Chen Feng. Upon closer inspection, he noticed no apparent changes, except for a distinctive lightning emblem that had materialized on its forehead. Charizard, are you alright? The Charizard shook its head, signaling that all was well, and Chen Feng finally felt relieved. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind once again. Ding! The Charizard has successfully absorbed the power of thunder, enhancing its electric-type strength and gaining the third ability, Lightning Rod. Ding! The Charizard has learned Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Thunder, and other moves. Subsequent moves can be mastered through TM or self-study. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Feng realized that from this moment forth, his Charizard would be a unique entity in this world, and indeed, the mightiest Charizard. Eagerly, he examined the newly transformed Charizard. In an instant, its data panel materialized before him. Charizard level, 40, elite, types, fire, electric, flying abilities, solar power, water absorb, lightning rod potential, legendary moves, flamethrower, fire punch, sunny day. Thunder punch, thunder, volt tackle. How formidable. Gazing at such a splendid panel, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. The power of thunder not only granted the Charizard an electric-type attribute, but also bestowed upon it the third ability, Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod attracts electric-type moves to the user, causing no damage while enhancing its special attack. Furthermore, the Charizard's level had directly risen to 40. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his gains. The greatest triumph was that the Charizard's potential had astonishingly elevated from master level to legendary level. At this moment, Chen Feng silently rejoiced at his decision to grant the power of thunder to the Charizard. Had he bestowed it upon an electric-type Pokémon, he would have lost a legendary Pokémon. Now, as Chen Feng perused the Charizard's attributes, he found himself increasingly enamored with it. Which Charizard possesses such attributes? Even Arceus would kneel before it. 3 types, 3 abilities. Surely, there is only one such creature in the entire world. Moreover, each of these 3 abilities possesses extraordinary supportive capabilities. Solar power, a damage boost without harm. Water absorb, perfectly mitigating the damage from water-type moves, the Charizard's greatest nemesis. Goodness, this is no ordinary Charizard. This is clearly a fusion of Ho-Oh and Zeus. Chen Feng was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at the Charizard. Charizard, you are simply magnificent. Upon hearing Chen Feng's praise, the Charizard proudly displayed its muscles. Observing the Charizard's amusing demeanor, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh with delight. As the Charizard finished absorbing the power of thunder, the unusual phenomena in the sky dissipated, returning the atmosphere to a clear blue expanse. Chen Feng recalled the Charizard and hastily departed from the area. Given the commotion that had just occurred, it was likely that the realm's guardian would come investigating. He certainly did not wish to reveal his trump card, the Charizard, so soon. Half an hour later, after running 10 kilometers, Chen Feng slowed his pace. It was still early. Should he seek out a wild Pokémon to test the Charizard's strength? With this thought in mind, he released the Charizard. Climbing atop the Charizard, he began searching for a suitable opponent within the realm. With the Charizard's current prowess, the wild Pokémon at the periphery were utterly inadequate. Perhaps only by venturing deeper into the realm could he encounter formidable foes. Charizard, fly towards the depths of the realm. Chen Feng directed the Charizard westward into the depths of the West Lake realm. After evolving from a Charmeleon, the Charizard now possessed the flying type, finally fulfilling the role of a mount. The Charizard soared swiftly into the depths of the West Lake realm. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary flying-type Pokémon, even exceeding the sound barrier. In future explorations of the realm, there would be no need to walk. With a Charizard as a steed, daily travel would indeed become much more convenient. If only he could acquire a Pokémon adept at swimming and another for land travel, it would be perfect. Speaking of a swimming companion, Feng immediately thought of his Frogadier. However, he quickly abandoned that notion. Both Froakie and Greninja were too small in stature to serve as suitable water mounts. It seemed he would need to capture another water-type Pokémon. As for a land mount, the legendary beast seemed like a promising choice, and of course, Solgaleo would be even better. Feng smirked. With a legendary Charizard by his side, Feng's ambitions grew bolder, and he found himself dismissing ordinary Pokémon. As he pondered, Feng rode the Charizard into the inner circle of the Westlake realm. Each realm has its inner and outer divisions. Most trainers typically only operate in the periphery, avoiding the inner circle. This is because the Pokémon residing in the inner circle are exceptionally powerful, and one misstep could lead to peril. Of course, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Due to the lack of human presence in the inner circle, its resources are far more abundant than in the outer areas. Any trainer capable of entering the inner circle and returning safely would reap significant rewards. Once inside the inner circle, Feng promptly activated his soul power as a precaution. Charizard, to the right. With the assistance of soul power, Feng quickly identified a formidable Pokémon. Roaring, the Charizard swiftly descended towards the indicated direction and landed steadily. In the forest ahead, both Feng and the Charizard spotted a colossal creature soundly asleep on the ground. Snorlax. Chapter 59, the Monarch Pokémon of the Westlake Realm. Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon, is the evolved form of the small Snorlax. It requires at least 400 kilograms of food daily to feel satisfied. Once fed, it promptly falls asleep. You are the one. Had this been in the past, Feng might have considered capturing a Snorlax. However, now, it was merely suited to be a training target for his Charizard. At that moment, the slumbering Snorlax seemingly sensed a terrifying presence. Awakening suddenly, it glared at the Charizard, baring its teeth. Awakening is even better. The Charizard will take it from here. To be cautious, Feng checked the information on this Snorlax. Level 45, with the thick fat ability. Its strength was quite decent. Although Snorlax possessed the thick fat ability, which halves damage from fire-type moves, his Charizard was no ordinary creature. If fire-type moves were insufficient, there were still electric-type moves at its disposal. Upon receiving Feng's command, the Charizard sprang into action. Its wings unfurled, and with a gentle flap, it soared far into the air. Feng stood aside, allowing the Charizard to unleash its full potential, showing no intention of directing its battle. In the blink of an eye, the Charizard appeared before Snorlax. Without employing any skills, it delivered a straightforward yet powerful punch. Although no skills were activated, each strike cut through the air with tremendous force. Snorlax, seeing the Charizard approaching for a physical confrontation, smirked disdainfully and swung its fist in retaliation. However, it was mistaken. The legendary Charizard's strength was beyond its capacity to withstand. Boom. Two fists collided head-on. Charizard stood firmly in place, while Snorlax was sent flying several dozen meters away, unable to rise. Was it dispatched in an instant? A level 45 Snorlax. Defeated by a single blow? It seems that with Charizard's current prowess, it could indeed contend with the mightiest Pokémon in the Secret Realm. It is said that each Secret Realm harbors a dominant Pokémon. The term dominant Pokémon does not necessarily refer to one of supreme strength, but rather to the strongest Pokémon within that realm. The Westlake Secret Realm is no exception, housing a dominant Pokémon. Its identity remains unknown, but it is certain that all trainers who have encountered it are no longer alive. In the past, the Pokémon League of Huaxia sent a champion-level trainer to subdue this Pokémon, only for him to fall into a coma, still unresponsive to this day. Clearly, the Pokémon dwelling deep within the Westlake Secret Realm possesses unfathomable strength, potentially reaching level 60 or even higher. One must admit, Feng is audacious, daring to challenge the strongest entity of the Westlake Secret Realm. Surely, he can retreat if the battle turns unfavorable, especially with the speed-boosting shoes at his disposal. Moreover, Charizard is remarkably swift, nearly reaching the speed of sound. Therefore, Feng has devised a plan. If all else fails, he will resort to a strategic retreat. The Westlake Secret Realm is characterized by plains, hills, and lakes, teeming with grass, bug, and water-type Pokémon, although other types are relatively scarce. Without Charizard, a fierce battle would be inevitable. After flying for about half an hour, Charizard suddenly spotted a vast lake ahead. This must be it. Feng glanced at the map in his hand, confirming that this was indeed the habitat of the dominant Pokémon of the Westlake Secret Realm. Charizard, descend and be cautious, Feng urged, exercising utmost care as he unleashed his psychic energy. At the slightest disturbance, he would retreat. Once Charizard landed, Feng scanned the vicinity with his psychic power, discovering an absence of wild Pokémon. My suspicions were correct. This is the place. Typically, powerful wild Pokémon possess strong territorial instincts, and with such tranquility and the lack of wild Pokémon, Feng felt assured he had not erred. He then directed his psychic energy toward the lake, soon making a discovery at the bottom. What Feng did not realize was that the lake here was connected to the outside waters. The danger he sensed earlier was indeed emanating from this Pokémon. Charizard, flush it out. The psychic energy could only detect energy fluctuations, not the specific identity of the Pokémon. Thus, to witness its grandeur, it must emerge from the depths. After issuing his instructions to Charizard, Feng retreated to a seemingly safer location, simultaneously releasing Froakie, Metong, and Dragapult. This was a rare opportunity for a level-up challenge, worthy of careful observation. With a fierce roar, Charizard instantly assumed a combat stance, its wings thrumming as electric energy coursed through them. After accumulating a significant charge, it unleashed a powerful electric strike upon the lake's surface. This display truly astonished Froakie and Metong, who exchanged incredulous glances at Charizard's might. When did this big guy learn electric-type moves? Froakie exclaimed in disbelief. Metong chimed in, our big brother is incredible. The force of this electric attack rivaled that of a level 50 electric-type Pokémon's signature move. It was noteworthy that Charizard had not even utilized a specific technique, merely delivering a casual strike, which was already terrifying. In an instant, the lake's depths echoed with furious roars, followed by tumultuous waves resembling colossal surges, creating a formidable atmosphere. A massive blue and white Gyarados burst through the water's surface, roaring fiercely at Charizard. Who dares disturb my slumber? It was Gyarados. The legendary beast had awakened. Gyarados, level 55, gym leader level, type, water flying, ability, intimidate, boosts attack power upon defeating an opponent. Talent, gym leader level, moves, hurricane, aqua tail, ice fong, waterfall. Scary face, dive, bite, rain dance, waterfall, dragon dance, hydro pump, hyper beam, rampage, light of ruin, at level 55. With a hidden ability of intimidate and an extensive move set, Gyarados posed a significant challenge. Although there was a 15-level difference, Feng was confident that Charizard could handle this fierce Gyarados. Gyarados, known for its ferocity, was even more enraged by the sudden attack. Despite its fearsome appearance, many trainers adored it. Unlike the weak Magikarp, the evolved Gyarados is second only to the starter water-type Pokémon in strength. Its power often surpasses that of many starters, especially post-evolution, where both its capabilities and aesthetics are greatly enhanced. Upon inspection, Feng noted that this Gyarados was over 8 meters in length, whereas typical Gyarados measure around 6 meters. Its weight likely exceeded 300 kilograms. As Feng beheld this formidable Gyarados, his anticipation for the ensuing battle grew. Froakie, Metong, Dragapult. Pay close attention and learn well. Opportunities for such level-up challenges are rare. Go, Charizard. Show it your true strength. Gyarados was powerful, but so was Feng's Charizard. With a fierce roar, Charizard launched into the sky, its special attack prowess formidable. However, this did not imply that it was lacking in close combat. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Faced with a stronger opponent, Feng opted for a preemptive strike. Receiving the command, Charizard ascended rapidly. Although Gyarados also possessed a flying type, it could not fly. Despite Charizard's imposing size, it was far from a mere brute. It was astute, knowing how to leverage its advantages. Charizard soared high, claiming the aerial advantage to engage Gyarados from above. After a few exchanges, Feng gained insight into Gyarados' capabilities. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Upon receiving the command, Charizard dove down, rich dragon energy enveloping its claws. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Gyarados, too swift for the latter to react. With a roar, Gyarados instinctively lashed out with its tail to counter the incoming assault. In an instant, the two forces collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. Utilizing the momentum from its dive, Charizard struck Gyarados, sending it tumbling back several meters. True to its status as a dominant Pokémon, Gyarados withstood the blow. Any lesser Pokémon would have been incapacitated by such an attack. Aside from a wound, Gyarados appeared relatively unscathed. With a deafening roar, Gyarados unleashed its primal fury. In the vast expanse of land, Pokémon fled in panic upon hearing the thunderous roar. The fierce battle between Charizard and Gyarados raged on. After feeling the sting of a blow, Gyarados began to gather a sphere of white energy in its mouth. Alarmingly, it was the Hyper Beam. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Feng immediately reacted, issuing commands to Charizard. Logically, the power of Hyper Beam surpassed that of Flamethrower. However, Charizard was anything but ordinary and defied conventional reasoning. The clash of these two formidable energies erupted into a massive shockwave, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. With a fierce roar, the previously balanced confrontation shifted as Charizard's battle cry surged forth, overpowering the Hyper Beam's might. In an instant, Gyarados was engulfed by the searing flames of Flamethrower. As the flames extinguished and a gentle breeze swept through, Chen suddenly caught a whiff of a charred scent. Upon looking at Gyarados, he noticed that its scales had nearly all turned to charcoal, with large patches burnt down to the flesh beneath. With a roar, Gyarados, unable to subdue Charizard, found itself at a disadvantage. In a fit of rage, it charged forward, intending to engage Charizard in melee combat. Chen was taken aback. It's going for bite. Charizard, ascend. Realizing Gyarados was desperate, he commanded Charizard to take to the skies, embodying the tactical principle of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats. After a missed attack, Gyarados grew even more furious. Yet Charizard was cunning, successfully evading long-range attacks while remaining out of reach for close combat. Despite battling for an extended period, Gyarados had not laid a single claw on Charizard and had only sustained injuries itself. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. With Chen Feng's command, another torrent of golden flames, exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, erupted forth. Alarmed by the scorching blaze, Gyarados swiftly dove into the lake, fearing further confrontation. If I can't defeat the old dragon, can I at least escape? Chen Feng had waited patiently for Gyarados to re-emerge, only to realize it had fled. The once mighty ruler of the West Lake's secret realm had retreated. Is that all it takes? How anticlimactic. Ding. Charizard has successfully defeated the wild Gyarados, earning 2,000 experience points. Wow. 2,000 experience points in one go. The experience gained from this battle is astonishing. Even though Chen Feng had mentally prepared himself, he was still left in awe. Although Gyarados had escaped, the battle experience remained. What surprised Chen Feng was the sheer volume of experience from such an uneven battle. This single encounter equated to 10 regular battles. At that moment, he regretted letting Gyarados flee. Perhaps he should have forced it out for another round with Charizard. Where could he find such an excellent training partner? Resolute in his decision, Chen Feng commanded, Charizard, use Thunderbolt on the lake. With a roar, Charizard soared above the lake, channeling electric energy. In the next moment, a massive bolt of electricity struck the water's surface. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng heard anguished cries emanating from the lake. Before long, an overwhelmed Gyarados resurfaced, battered and bruised, once again appearing before Chen Feng. Gyarados, shall we have a chat? Observing the wounded Gyarados, a mischievous smile crept onto Chen Feng's face. Overwhelmed by Charizard's prowess, Gyarados ultimately succumbed to Chen Feng's authority, becoming a training tool for him. Chen Feng promptly set up a tent, deciding to remain in the area to train his Pokémon. While he called it training, it primarily involved Charizard dominating weaker opponents to amass experience. His foremost goal was to evolve Froakie into Greninja and raise the levels of both Metagross and Dragapult as much as possible. However, Chen Feng was not entirely heartless. He tended to Gyarados' wounds after each battle. Furthermore, he provided high-quality energy cubes specifically designed for water-type Pokémon. Once Gyarados tasted the energy cube, it was utterly astonished, vowing it was the most delectable thing it had ever consumed. In that instant, all resentment towards Chen Feng and Charizard dissipated, and it willingly became Charizard's training partner. With Gyarados now eager to assist, Chen Feng allowed Charizard to operate freely, while he utilized his soul power to scan for any unusual energy nearby. The inner circle was rich in resources, and he was determined not to leave empty-handed. Chapter 61. What incredible fortune! Charizard, don't go too hard, Chen Feng instructed. With a roar, Charizard acknowledged, moderating its strength. After absorbing the power of thunder, Charizard's strength had significantly increased. Even a mere punch from Charizard would be no small matter for Gyarados. Ding! Charizard has successfully defeated the wild Gyarados, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding! Learning device effect activated. Froakie gains 1,500 experience points. Ding! Froakie has successfully reached level 36. While Chen Feng was engrossed in searching for hidden treasures with his soul power, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Froakie had leveled up. Simultaneously, he glanced at Froakie, which was enveloped in a magical white light, its form beginning to transform. Moments later, the light faded, revealing the figure of Greninja. Compared to Froakie, Greninja stood taller, now matching Chen Feng's height of nearly 2 meters. Considering that a typical Greninja only measures around 1.5 meters, it was evident how exceptional Chen Feng's Greninja was. Greninja, I look forward to working with you. Chen Feng extended his right hand towards Greninja. Caw! Greninja responded, reaching out its hand for a firm handshake. In that moment, Feng felt a peculiar energy flowing through their clasped hands, albeit weak and fleeting. He soon dismissed it as inconsequential. Let's take a break and have something to eat. After a long morning, Froakie had finally evolved into Greninja, and it was time for some rest. Regardless of the circumstances, balance between work and relaxation was essential. Feng prepared energy cubes for his Pokémon, also setting aside a portion for Gyarados. After enduring so much labor, Gyarados deserved the reward of an energy cube. Gyarados, this is for you. Feng presented a large bowl of water-type energy cubes to Gyarados, which eagerly devoured them. While the Pokémon feasted, Feng remembered he had yet to refresh the instant kill shelf and promptly opened it. It was Monday, which meant it was time for a gym-level refresh. However, Feng did not rush the refresh but followed protocol, first refreshing the daily, ordinary items. After the familiar special effects faded, 3 new items appeared on the instant kill shelf. Ding! The instant kill shelf has been refreshed. Familiar with the ordinary items that could emerge from the daily refresh, Feng held little hope. Yet, to his astonishment, this ordinary refresh yielded a red item. There it was. An item enveloped in a red glow, nothing less than a champion-level product. Wow, it's red. What incredible luck. Just a single draw can yield miracles. At that moment, Feng felt an excitement surpassing even that of acquiring a golden item. Historically, the best item from an ordinary refresh had only been green. Feng eagerly clicked on the red item, curious to discover what it truly was. Limited skin card, red. Description: upon usage on a Pokémon, it will randomly draw a shiny color and elevate the Pokémon's talent to champion level. Flash sale price, $89.98. A limited skin card that randomly selects a shiny color? Aren't all shiny Pokémon colors the same? Could there be other colors? Feng found it difficult to comprehend. As a devoted player of the Pokémon game, both in gameplay and anime, he knew that shiny Pokémon had fixed colors. Just as he was puzzled, the system promptly provided an answer. Ding! The limited skin card has no restrictions and will randomly change the Pokémon's color. Never mind, he thought. I'll find out once I use it. Without hesitation, Feng made the purchase. After acquiring the limited skin card, he casually opened the remaining 2 white items. The white items brought no surprises, remaining disappointingly mundane. A standard Pokeball and a box of ordinary energy cubes. Although they held little value, Feng still bought them. Moreover, he had another chance to refresh the gym-level stock. Seizing the moment, he refreshed the flash sale shelf once more, using the gym-level refresh opportunity. Ding! The flash sale shelf has been refreshed. The gym-level refresh guarantees at least 1 purple item. In the blink of an eye, the previously empty shelf was once again filled with items. Wow, did I really step in something lucky today? This fortune is astonishing. Seeing a hint of red appear on the flash sale shelf made Feng giddy with joy. It was remarkable to draw red items consecutively, especially from both the ordinary and gym-level refreshes. The odds of drawing red from these 2 types were exceedingly slim, yet here they were, appearing together. This time, Feng refrained from immediately checking the red items, deciding to save them for last. He first clicked on the other colored items, which yielded no surprises. What could possibly be inside the red item? With a thought, the red item unveiled its mysterious facade. Oh my, another limited skin card. Is this meant to turn all my Pokémon into shiny ones? Ever since Feng had sold a few shiny Pokémon, netizens affectionately referred to him as the Shiny Master. The system seemed intent on taking his shininess to the next level. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, Feng felt a surge of excitement. Without any hesitation, he secured it. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses 2 limited skin cards. Would you like to combine them into a selectable skin card? Just as Feng pondered which adorable creature to bestow the limited skin card upon, the system prompted him once more. Can it really be combined? This system is truly considerate. Without further deliberation, he acted decisively. Combine. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully combining into a selectable skin card. Selectable skin card. Description: upon usage on a Pokémon, you may choose the shiny color and elevate the Pokémon's qualifications to master level. A selectable shiny color and elevation to master level. Simply splendid. After the initial excitement, Feng gradually regained his composure. To whom should he grant this selectable skin card? He gazed at his Pokémon, lost in contemplation. His gaze soon shifted to the Gyarados battling against Charizard. If he used this selectable skin card on Gyarados, it could become a one-of-a-kind Gyarados in the world, and its talent would soar. In Feng's team, it would rank second. Although Greninja and Mewtwo also possessed champion talents, they were far from reaching master level. Should he capture Gyarados and use the card on it? Or perhaps he should capture a Pokémon he favored and use the selectable skin card on that one. Capturing Gyarados had the advantage of requiring little nurturing. A level 55 Gyarados would be a formidable asset upon capture. If he were to capture another Pokémon, he would need to nurture it slowly, which would consume considerable time. After much deliberation, Feng decided to wait. After all, Gyarados was right there and wouldn't run away, so there was no rush. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, he began to organize his recent gains. Aside from the successfully combined selectable skin card, his greatest reward this time was the Diancie fragment. Previously, he had already obtained one, making this the second Diancie fragment he had acquired. Initially, he thought it would be challenging to find, yet here it was again after such a short time. Diancie fragment, purple. Description: collect 50 Diancie fragments to synthesize a Diancie. Flash sale price: $9.99. Diancie, a rare Pokémon capable of evolution among mythical creatures. Speaking of mythical Pokémon, Feng suddenly recalled he still possessed a ball that could summon Celebi. He wondered how to use this ball to summon Celebi. The system didn't provide any clarity, which was quite frustrating. As for the other items, they consisted merely of energy cubes and various potions. Once the shelf was entirely cleared, Feng felt a sense of relief. He hadn't anticipated completing his goal of visiting the Westlake secret realm so smoothly. Not only had Charmeleon, Froakie, and Metong successfully evolved, but he had also obtained a selectable skin card. The first thing he needed to do was ask Gyarados if it wanted to join him. After some contemplation, Feng decided to give Gyarados the choice. If Gyarados was willing to accompany him, he would capture it. If not, he wouldn't force it. With his mind made up, he approached Gyarados, who seemed to be enjoying itself. Feng took out the Water-type energy cube and the Flying-type energy cube he had just purchased. Gyarados, take your time eating. There's more. Gyarados glanced up at Feng, puzzled for a moment, before resuming its enthusiastic consumption. Gyarados, can we discuss something? Upon hearing this, Gyarados immediately halted its munching, instinctively retreating a few meters while letting out an enraged roar. Human, what do you want? Gyarados' reaction was understandable. Feng had not only captured it but also had Charizard repeatedly attack it. After one beating, it seemed Feng demanded another. If Feng had been more merciful, it might have been bearable, but he had instructed Charizard to hold back. For Gyarados, this wasn't merely a physical torment but a psychological one as well. Witnessing Gyarados' comical display, Feng chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's not what you think. I just want to ask if you'd like to be my partner and come with me. Of course, if you don't wish to, that's perfectly fine. I will let you go. Think it over." Upon hearing this, Gyarados stared at Feng for several seconds, then glanced at the Charizard not far away and the energy cubes in front of it. Truthfully, it was reluctant to part with the delicious energy cubes. Yet following Feng might mean enduring daily beatings from Charizard. The thought alone sent a shiver down Gyarados' spine. It immediately shook its head and leaped into the lake, disappearing from view. Sigh. Honestly, after this brief interaction, Feng had developed quite an affection for Gyarados. Perhaps it simply wasn't meant to be. Feng could not force it. Half an hour later, Feng mounted Charizard and set off once more. This time, he intended to thoroughly explore the Westlake secret realm, scavenging every treasure and shiny Pokémon within. After all, it is not easy to make a journey, and leaving without bringing something back would be a disservice to oneself. The Charizard soared through the skies with Feng, who unleashed the full extent of his soul power to scan for the unique energy fluctuations within the Westlake secret realm. It should not be far now. Feng directed the Charizard towards the source of the energy waves based on the feedback from his soul power. Soon, they entered a dense forest. Be cautious, Charizard. This is likely the territory of Beedrills. Along the way, Feng spotted numerous Caterpies and Metapods. Typically, where there are Caterpies and Metapods, Beedrills are sure to follow. Moreover, Beedrills are social Pokémon, often appearing in swarms. Bug-type Pokémon level up rapidly, and their evolution rates are high, which is why bug types are often undervalued in the market. Buzzing. Just as Feng thought he had been careful, the Beedrills detected him. A dozen Beedrills suddenly blocked his path. Feng sensed the location of the treasure ahead, not far away. To seek the treasure, he first needed to deal with the Beedrills in front of him. Although the Beedrills posed little threat to Charizard, a battle would undoubtedly attract more of them. Hence, it was imperative to lure the Beedrills away without engaging in combat. What to do? Feng realized that he had a peculiar affinity for Beedrills, having encountered them during the last selection tournament. Remaining calm, he pondered his options. Suddenly, he remembered the sweet powder he had purchased earlier, which not only served as a material for crafting energy cubes but also attracted Pokémon. With a plan in mind, Feng promptly retrieved the sweet powder from his system backpack and tossed it into the distance. Indeed, upon the sweet powder's release, the nearby Beedrills instantly diverted towards the enticing aroma. Success. Chen Feng clapped his hands and signaled Charizard to continue forward. Chapter 63. The Enraged Beedrills. As Chen Feng and Charizard ventured deeper into the forest, the number of Beedrills increased exponentially. Wherever he looked, Beedrills swarmed around him. There must be hundreds, if not more. Hidden from view. Bug-type Pokémon evolve and level up quickly, and they possess the additional advantage of rapid reproduction. This is also the reason why bug types tend to lack market value. What kind of treasure lies ahead? To be honest, seeing so many Beedrills made Chen Feng reconsider. Ultimately, however, greed triumphed over reason, and he decided to brave the den of danger. Of course, his greatest confidence stemmed from Charizard. With Charizard's strength, even if they couldn't win, an escape would certainly be feasible. Charizard, let us proceed with caution. Charizard nodded, following Chen Feng with care. Soon, Chen Feng's soul power detected that the treasure was less than 100 meters away. What is this? Chen Feng lifted his gaze, and the information about the treasure appeared before him. Silver powder, a shimmering powder that enhances the power and potential of bug-type moves when used on bug Pokémon. So it is silver powder. Silver powder is one of the few treasures associated with bug types, often sold at a considerable price in the Pokémon market. Chen Feng had no immediate use for it, and likely would not in the future, as bug types are generally weak and lack breeding value. He had no intention of deliberately raising a bug Pokémon. Yet, having come this far, he could not simply forsake the treasure before him. It would be a wasted trip otherwise. Thus, he was determined to claim the silver powder, and nothing, not even Arceus, could deter him. However, a predicament arose. To obtain the silver powder, he first had to contend with the Beedrills before him. Notably, Chen Feng spotted a particularly large Beedrill among the swarm. Beedrill, level 52, gym leader level, type, bug poison, ability, swarm, increases the power of bug-type moves when health is low. Talent, gym leader level, moves, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Pursuit. Poison Sting, Venoshock, Toxic Spikes, Pin Missile, Poison Jab. A level 52 Beedrill is a formidable opponent, even for Pokémon in a trainer's possession. Let alone in a secret realm. This Beedrill leader circled the silver powder, and to claim it, Chen Feng would first need to defeat this Beedrill leader. Charizard, you should be able to handle this, right? Chen Feng turned to Charizard, who nodded and flexed its muscles. Receiving Charizard's affirmative response, Chen Feng immediately commanded, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower upon the Beedrill swarm. Roar. After holding back for so long, it was finally time to strike. Charizard flapped its wings and soared forth. Simultaneously, it concentrated a dense fire energy in its mouth and unleashed it towards the Beedrill swarm. Wherever the Flamethrower passed, the Beedrills were instantly incinerated, losing their combat ability. Ding. Charizard defeated a Beedrill and gained 200 experience points. Ding. Charizard defeated a Beedrill and gained 300 experience points. Ding. Charizard defeated a Beedrill and gained 280 experience points. A series of system notifications echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Although the experience gained from defeating a single Beedrill was modest, the sheer number of Beedrills defeated compensated for it. Another wave of experience points was obtained. Chen Feng had no time to revel in his success, and promptly directed Charizard towards the silver powder. The sudden attack caught the Beedrill swarm off guard. But under the Beedrill leader's command, they quickly regrouped and charged at Chen Feng. Just as planned, Charizard, continue using Flamethrower, roast them alive. Roar. Another Flamethrower swept through, clearing the path ahead, yet countless Beedrills soon swarmed again. Charizard, do not stop. Chen Feng shouted urgently. At his command, Charizard continued to spew fire while flying towards the silver powder's location. Get closer, just a bit closer. Though the Beedrills were numerous, a single Flamethrower could take out a whole cluster. With several Flamethrowers unleashed, the number of Beedrills remaining in the air dwindled significantly. Seeing its kinfall, the Beedrill leader erupted in fury. What angered it more was the audacity of this human riding Charizard, attempting to lay claim to its treasure. Enough is enough. The Beedrill leader brandished its twin stingers and charged at Charizard. Foolish. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Chen Feng continued to command Charizard, knowing that fire-type moves were essential against bug types. However, this time, Charizard faltered. The Beedrill leader deftly dodged the Flamethrower attack, surprising Chen Feng. Yet this misstep revealed the silver powder completely to Chen Feng. Charizard, ignore it. Hurry to the silver powder. Although defeating the Beedrill leader would yield significant experience, it paled in comparison to the treasure at stake. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard accelerated and reached the silver powder in an instant. Chen Feng quickly stowed the silver powder in his system backpack. With the silver powder in hand, it was time to make their escape. Let us go, Chen Feng urged, patting Charizard's neck, having had its treasure snatched. The Beedrill leader could not let Chen Feng go unpunished, calling upon its minions to pursue him. The speed of the Charizard was remarkable, swiftly leaving the Beedrills behind. Yet they did not cease their pursuit. The leader of the Beedrills, glowing with a white light, unleashed a barrage of white beams. Charizard, use Thunderbolt. The missiles darted rapidly, but as they approached, Charizard struck them down with its powerful Thunderbolt. Charizard used Thunder. The electric energy surged within Charizard, and the sky erupted with flashes of lightning. In an instant, thick bolts of lightning descended, incapacitating several Beedrills that failed to evade. However, the Beedrill leader, remarkably agile, deftly dodged the strikes and continued its relentless chase of Chen Feng. For it, the precious silver powder represented a crucial key to breaking its internal shackles, something it had painstakingly obtained. Initially, it had intended to consume it once its strength had increased slightly, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng had appeared and snatched it away. Chapter 64, Dream God, Cresselia. The Beedrill leader stood stunned, its sharp eyes wide with disbelief. This Charizard was actually summoning lightning? This was the most absurd thing it had ever witnessed. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, a golden flame coalesced at the tip of Charizard's mouth. The fierce blaze swirled into a fireball, growing larger and more intense. With a roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames that surged forth like a golden lightning bolt, hurtling towards the Beedrill leader. At that moment, the Beedrill leader attempted to evade, but it was too late. The golden flame struck true, engulfing it in a charred inferno. The Beedrill leader emitted a piercing scream before plummeting from the sky. What is this? Chen Feng gazed at the golden flames, momentarily frozen in awe, as if completely overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Golden flames? Was Charizard's flamethrower truly this color? He rubbed his eyes, questioning his perception. Yet, upon reopening them, he found the flames still radiating that brilliant gold, the dazzling light captivating his gaze and igniting a surge of excitement within him. Chen Feng's mind brimmed with questions, his eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. He began to ponder, seeking possible explanations. Could it be that Charizard had merged with the power of thunder, resulting in a transformation of its flames? The thought flickered in his mind, stirring a sense of exhilaration. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. The golden flames must surely be a result of Charizard's fusion with the thunderous energy. This realization filled him with anticipation regarding Charizard's combat potential. Chen Feng glanced at the unconscious Beedrill and patted Charizard affectionately. Let us continue our quest for other treasures. Subsequently, he circled the inner regions of the West Lake Secret Realm, discovering numerous treasures. However, the most delightful surprise awaited him atop a mountain, where he stumbled upon a vibrant, multicolored feather. Initially, he thought it might belong to Ho-Oh. Yet, after inspecting it with the system, Chen Feng was astonished to uncover its true identity. Oh my! This is indeed a feather from the dream god, Cresselia. Cresselia, known as the embodiment of the crescent moon, is a legendary Pokémon of psychic type. Unlike the nightmarish Darkrai, Cresselia is said to bring beautiful dreams to both Pokémon and humans wherever it appears. It is rumored that sleeping with a feather from Cresselia ensures a night filled with pleasant dreams. Could it be that a Cresselia resides within the Westlake Secret Realm? In that moment, Chen Feng suddenly understood why that prominent figure from Huaxia had become a vegetative state. He must have encountered Cresselia, otherwise, it was unimaginable for a formidable Pokémon like Gyarados to severely injure a trainer of that caliber. Yes, it must be so. This revelation made perfect sense. Fragment of the crescent feather. Description: a feather radiating a moonlit glow, said to harbor the power to dispel nightmares. Collect 5 fragments to synthesize a complete crescent feather. Effect: contains immense psychic type energy, can be worn or absorbed to enhance a Pokémon's strength. The crescent feather. This is indeed a feather that fell from Cresselia. In the game, the crescent feather serves merely as a vital item to summon Cresselia, but in the real world, it possesses unparalleled power, especially when absorbed by a psychic-type Pokémon. Let us depart from this place. Soon after, Charizard guided Chen Feng to a concealed cave nestled within a dense forest, almost undetectable without careful searching. Upon entering the cave, Chen Feng felt a chill in the air. However, it did not dampen his excitement. He eagerly retrieved the crescent feather from his backpack, a fragment shimmering with mysterious light, brimming with arcane power. Chen Feng gently beckoned his Pokémon to gather around him in the center of the cave, their eyes fixated on the crescent feather in his hand. As a feather that had fallen from the legendary Cresselia, its power was unmatched by ordinary treasures. Furthermore, Cresselia itself, being a legendary Pokémon with divine attributes, naturally exceeded the strength of those without such divine roles. Chen Feng gazed fondly at the crescent feather before extending it towards Charizard. As the most gifted Pokémon in his team, Charizard already possessed legendary potential, merely a step away from attaining divine talent. Feng understood deeply that Charizard was his trump card, and he needed to harness the power of this feather to unlock Charizard's potential, aiming to make it the world's first Charizard to achieve divine talent. What do you think, Charizard? Feng inquired softly. Charizard, imbued with immense strength and confidence, sensed the feather's power. With a roar, it seemed to challenge the force. Roar. Master, this feather belongs to an extraordinarily powerful being. Charizard's expression turned serious and solemn, as it inhaled deeply, seemingly attuned to the signal of challenge. Powerful? Yet I believe I am not weaker than it. Charizard's tone brimmed with confidence, a firm conviction arising from deep within that filled Feng with immense satisfaction. Since Charizard had evolved into its current form and absorbed the power of thunder, its strength had reached a newfound pinnacle. It no longer blindly revered powerful foes, but began to trust in its own abilities and potential. This transformation revealed to Feng Charizard's growth and the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. In Charizard's gaze, he discerned a fierce determination and unwavering resolve, a steadfast commitment to never retreat in the face of any adversary. He knew that Charizard was prepared to confront all formidable challengers, ready to prove its worth and showcase its might. Charizard, I believe in you. Feng extended his hand, tightly clenching his fist, lightly bumping it against Charizard's fist. In that moment, their spirits seemed to resonate, their bond deepening profoundly. Nearby, Greninja felt the power of this moment, silently vowing to strive to surpass Charizard. Chapter 65. Recovering the Crescent Feather Fragment. Exchange for 2 refresh opportunities. Despite the Charizard's unwavering confidence in its own abilities, Feng still hoped it could harness the power of the Crescent Feather Fragment. Thus, he turned to Charizard, his gaze resolute, and inquired, Charizard, do you wish to absorb the power contained within the Crescent Feather? Upon hearing this, Charizard's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. Should it absorb this power? The fragment of the Crescent Feather, imbued with unknown forces, presented an irresistible allure for any Pokémon. Feng refrained from urging Charizard, patiently awaiting its decision. Regardless of Charizard's choice, he would honor its autonomy. After a moment's contemplation, Charizard ultimately opted to decline. Master, I do not require this power. A flicker of appreciation crossed Feng's eyes. He understood that Charizard was not one to chase after power, preferring instead to enhance its strength through diligent effort. This sentiment deepened Feng's respect for Charizard. He turned, smiled at Charizard, and said, very well, we shall not absorb the power of the Crescent Feather Fragment. I believe that as long as we work together, we can overcome any adversary. Since Charizard was unwilling to absorb the power of the Crescent Feather, Feng intended to bestow its energy upon another Pokémon. After all, this was a feather from the dream god Cresselia, rich with its power, and leaving it unused would be a tremendous waste. Greninja, it's your turn, Feng said as he extended the Crescent Feather towards it. To his surprise, Greninja also rejected the offer. The rationale was simple. If Charizard was unwilling, so too was it. Feng understood Greninja's character. It, too, was a proud Pokémon. I failed to consider this, he said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Next, Feng's gaze fell upon Metagross. Sensing Feng's attention, Metagross instinctively glanced at Charizard and Greninja. Initially, it had intended to absorb the power, but under the intimidating gazes of Charizard and Greninja, it ultimately grit its teeth and declined. Although the Crescent Feather belonged to Cresselia, it was merely a fragment, not a complete entity. While it was not a divine opportunity, legendary and champion-level opportunities were still exceedingly rare. For someone like Feng, who often faced misfortune, this was akin to a windfall. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly clicking the refresh button. Instantly, the merchandise on the shelves transformed completely. The previously barren shelves were now filled with numerous new items, among which 2 gleaming red items stood out prominently. Feng was ecstatic. He had not anticipated that this champion-level refresh would yield 2 red items. In addition to the 2 red items, there were also 2 purple items, 1 blue item, and 3 green items. Overall, this refresh opportunity was quite promising. Feng couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, good fortune brings with it a buoyant spirit. As he beheld the reset refresh opportunity, Feng was filled with exhilaration. It was as if he sensed an impending crisis, a feeling akin to having cherished possessions suddenly vanish. Simultaneously, he had completely lost his connection to that power. What is happening? Cresselia pondered within, feeling a sense of urgency. Why had that power vanished so abruptly? Could it be that Darkrai had awakened? With this thought, Cresselia discarded all else, its body vanishing from the mysterious space in an instant. Unbeknownst to Feng, he remained solemn, his focus solely on the 2 vibrant red items. resembling a devout supplicant in prayer. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless me with another divine Pokémon. His hands clasped together, his earnest demeanor was truly moving. Let us start with the lowest tier, the white item, he decided. Chen Feng's philosophy favored enduring hardship before reaping rewards. Experience had taught him that the likelihood of obtaining valuable items from the white and green categories was minimal, often yielding merely energy cubes or Pokeballs. Thus, he did not harbor high expectations this time. Yet, it is often when one relinquishes all hope that the system surprises them with unexpected delights. Indeed, the white item proved consistently disappointing. However, one of the green items yielded a surprising find, a quick ball. The quick ball is a rare type of Pokeball designed specifically for capturing swift Pokemon. Among all Pokeballs, it is considered one of the most elusive items. Though Chen Feng currently lacked a particularly fast Pokemon, there was no guarantee he wouldn't acquire one in the future. Without hesitation, he purchased it and placed it into his system backpack. Next, Chen Feng opened the remaining 2 green items. This time, the system offered nothing of note. The 2 green items consisted of an energy cube and a potion. After procuring the green items, Chen Feng turned his attention to the sole blue item. Open. As he spoke, the item enveloped in blue light slowly revealed its hidden nature. It appeared to be an object reminiscent of a compass. With a thought, the blue item displayed detailed information before him. Treasure detector, blue. Description, when activated, it guides you to designated treasure locations. Price, $19.99. A treasure detector? Is this not akin to a treasure map? Observing the system's description of the treasure detector, Chen Feng felt it was somewhat superfluous. What difference did it have from his soul power? His soul power could detect the energy fluctuations of hidden treasures within a certain range. Well, it's inexpensive, so I'll buy it anyway, he decided, spending $19.99 on the treasure detector. Now came the main event. At that moment, 2 purple and 2 red items remained on the flash sale shelf. While the 2 blue items were not disappointing, they were hardly remarkable either, especially the treasure detector, which left Chen Feng somewhat perplexed. The system could have just given me the treasures directly instead of this treasure detector nonsense, he grumbled, then shifted his gaze toward the purple items on the flash sale shelf. Please, let there be something good. Otherwise, I'll truly be at a loss. Based on current observations, the items from this refresh were far less valuable than the crescent feather. Shiny charm, purple. Description, said to increase the likelihood of encountering shiny Pokémon. Price, $9.99 a shiny charm? Now, this is a valuable item. Although Chen Feng already possessed the encounter orb, its effect paled in comparison to the shiny charm. The encounter orb merely increased the chances of encountering wild Pokémon, while the shiny charm directly enhanced the odds of encountering shiny Pokémon. While the differences may seem subtle, the shiny charm's efficacy is undoubtedly superior. However, given the system's tendencies, it was likely that these 2 items could be used in conjunction. It appeared the system was intent on solidifying his identity as a shiny Pokémon master. Let us continue. Chen Feng eagerly clicked on the last purple item. To his astonishment, the purple item turned out to be a piece of Diancie, and it was even a double yellow egg, yielding 2 pieces of Diancie. Without hesitation, Chen Feng promptly purchased it. Thus, he took another step closer to synthesizing Tianqi. However, he pondered what kind of talent the synthesized Tianqi would possess. Next in line were the red items. He wondered what they might yield. Chen Feng could only place his hopes on these 2 red items, hoping for the chance to directly obtain a quasi-divine Pokémon. To be honest, he had little preference regarding the attributes of the Pokémon at this point. His sole desire was to capture Pokémon he adored, ensuring that their potential was at least of champion level or higher. Even a Pokémon of the elite level no longer piqued his interest. It could be said that Chen Feng had become somewhat haughty. He opened the red items, expecting that if a Pokémon were to emerge, it would be of at least champion level. If only some items were produced, their value might be somewhat diminished. Chen Feng silently prayed for the chance to encounter a champion-level Pokémon, irrespective of its attribute. His heart brimmed with anticipation and trepidation, as if awaiting a judgment from fate. As the red light flickered, Chen Feng anxiously opened one of the red items. An announcement materialized before his eyes. Charizard Mega Evolution Set, Red. Description. The set includes a Charizard Evolution Stone and an Evolution Bracelet, aiding Charizard in its evolution. Flash sale price, $69.90. To his surprise, it was the Charizard Evolution Stone and Bracelet. Although he did not receive a champion-level Pokémon, the stone and bracelet were still quite satisfactory. At that moment, Chen Feng recalled that he had previously obtained a Charizard Evolution Stone from the parents of his Froakie. He had longed to use it, but lacked the Evolution Bracelet. Now, that hurdle was finally cleared. Nonetheless, rather than a typical evolution, Chen Feng yearned to witness the Bond evolution of Charizard. He firmly believed that if Froakie could undergo Bond evolution, why not other Pokémon? Though in the original story, Bond evolution was unique to Ash's Froakie, this world diverged from the original Pokémon lore. It was a tangible reality, and perhaps he might indeed witness a Bond-evolved Charizard. After all, one must have dreams in life. Otherwise, what differentiates them from a mere fish on the shore? With this thought, he resolved to emulate Ash and attempt a Bond evolution with Charizard. If that proved impossible, he could always resort to using the stone to evolve into Charizard or its alternative form. Moreover, there was no public information on evolution in this world, and if he were to evolve recklessly, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to disseminate the details of the evolution process, ensuring he would not become the center of attention. After acquiring the Charizard Mega Evolution Stone, Feng eagerly activated the second red item. As he focused his thoughts on the final red item, he finally discerned its true nature. This red item was neither a physical object nor a Pokémon, but rather a form of energy. Intermediate Soul Power, Red. Description: upon usage, the host's soul power will be elevated to intermediate level, further enhancing their soul strength. Intermediate Soul Power, an upgraded version of the basic soul power, offering a broader range of detection than its predecessor. Having experienced the benefits of the basic energy, Feng had no reason not to purchase it. Furthermore, this was a rare red item. If he did not buy it, he would surely regret it. Purchased. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired intermediate soul power. Beep. Congratulations, host, your soul power has been elevated to intermediate level. With 2 successive notifications, the intermediate soul power infused into Feng's being, as a wondrous wave of soul energy rippled outward like ripples on a pond. Feng felt as though his perception had been unlocked to an extraordinary degree. Within a 10-kilometer radius, he could sense the breathing of living creatures, the rhythm of all existence, and even the subtle undulations of energy waves, all unfolding before him like a vibrant tapestry. Was this the sensation of enlightenment? A gentle smile graced Feng's lips, filled with a novel joy. He felt as if he had acquired a formidable external force, capable of seeing through the world and uncovering all its secrets. While he could not ascertain the specifics of events 10 kilometers away, he could detect any fluctuations in power within that range, granting him an exhilarating sense of control. In that instant, several Pokémon engaged in their meals sensed this newfound power. They raised their heads alertly, their ears quivering as they attempted to discern the source of this energy. Their eyes sparkled with vigilance and curiosity, hinting at a blend of uncertainty and anticipation. These Pokémon seemed to discover new sensations and insights in this extraordinary moment. Feng immersed himself in this novel perception, attempting to harness this power and adapt to his newfound abilities. Charizard and Froakie, the 2 Pokémon with whom Feng shared a profound bond, were the first to notice the subtle changes within him. Soon after, Metagross and Dragapult also turned their gazes toward Feng. Master, have you grown stronger again? Chapter 67, a legendary Gengar acquired, another ace Pokémon. With one last legendary refresh remaining, Feng wasted no time and refreshed the flash sale shelf once more. Beep. The flash sale shelf has been refreshed. After a familiar array of effects, Feng hurriedly focused his gaze. To his astonishment, upon seeing the refreshed items on the shelf, he was momentarily rendered speechless with excitement. Following the previous double red outcome, this legendary refresh once again brought Feng immense joy. One refresh yielded 2 golden items. Today was indeed a stroke of fortune. Unbelievable. This luck was simply extraordinary. Gazing at the shimmering items on the flash sale shelf, Feng was elated beyond measure. Legendary items, regardless of their contents, held immense value. If fortune favored him with a Pokémon, it would undoubtedly possess legendary traits. Or, Feng dared not to dream further. Regardless, with 2 golden items, this round was undeniably a significant gain. In addition to the 2 golds, this refresh also yielded 1 red, 2 purples, 3 blues, and 1 green, totaling 9 items. The green item was predictable, offering no surprises, merely a box of energy cubes. However, the good news was that these energy cubes were ghost type, perfect for feeding Dragapult. Next came 3 blue items, one of which was a move tutor. It was the move Feng had long desired, Protect. Protect, blue. Description: upon use, the Pokémon will learn the Protect move, completely blocking the opponent's attack. But repeated use may lead to failure. Flash sale price, $3.75. Protect was an average move in both games and reality, effectively shielding against opponents' attacks, which spoke volumes. Regrettably, Protect was a one-time use move tutor, usable by only 1 Pokémon. However, Feng had already decided to teach it to Charizard. After all, Charizard was currently the strongest in his team and possessed legendary traits. It was only fitting that Charizard learned it, if necessary. He could always have Charizard teach it to other Pokémon later. Charizard, this is for you. After purchasing Protect, Chen promptly passed it to Charizard. Continuing on. The shelf still held 2 purple items, 1 red item, and 2 golden items. It must be said that Chen Feng's luck today was truly at its peak. The 2 purple items provided him with 2 fragments of Tianqi. Next, he clicked on the sole remaining red item. As a burst of crimson light flashed, a metallic object materialized before his eyes. Metal film, red. Introduction. After use, the power of steel-type moves is enhanced. Price, 38.96. The metal film, a steel-type treasure, is somewhat useful for metal Pokémon. Although no Pokémon has emerged yet, it is still manageable. At the very least, this metal film can be utilized by metal Pokémon. If it were another useless treasure, Chen Feng would certainly feel pained. After all, it's a rare find, and if it couldn't be used, it would be quite disappointing. There remain only 2 golden items yet to be revealed from the opportunities exchanged for the New Moon Feather. This might be Chen Feng's last chance. Presently, he possesses 4 Pokémon, yet only 2.5 possess formidable battle capability. Charizard counts as one, Greninja as another. While the metal Pokémon can only be considered half, and Dragonite is still a baby. The strength of Charizard is beyond question. Although Greninja may not be as formidable as Charizard, it still boasts exceptional combat prowess, being of champion-level talent. The metal Pokémon, despite having evolved, is still at a low level, with only average skills. It may fare well against ordinary Pokémon, but it would falter against those at the Lord level. Hence, Chen Feng is fervently hoping to acquire a Pokémon that can immediately contribute to his combat strength or one that requires minimal training time. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Chen Feng clicked on the first golden item. Then, amid his fervent prayers, a burst of golden light erupted. Astonishingly, a shimmering golden Pokémon egg emerged. This is truly a Pokémon egg. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He fixed his gaze on the egg, his heart surging with intense excitement. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm himself. He knew this Pokémon egg was anything but ordinary. Indeed, the moment his eyes fell upon the egg, his heart began to race violently, as if tumultuous waves were crashing within his chest. Ghastly Pokémon egg, golden. Introduction. Upon hatching, one can obtain a Ghastly with legendary level talent. Price, 88. Ghastly possesses dual attributes of Ghost and Poison, with its final evolution being Gengar. Though Gengar is not a demigod, its strength is indeed formidable, evidenced by its ability to Mega Evolve and Gigantamax. As a child, Chen Feng was particularly fond of Gengar, especially the shiny variant, whose Mega Evolution transforms it into a striking white form. Furthermore, Ghastly evolves into Haunter at level 25, and thereafter can evolve into Gengar through trading. In the game, trading evolution may be somewhat cumbersome, but in reality, it is quite simple. Just find someone familiar and exchange using a trading device. Most importantly, Ghastly is Chen Feng's second Pokémon with legendary level talent, aside from Charizard. Once it matures, it will undoubtedly become another trump card in Chen Feng's hand. This is a tremendous gain. The value of a Ghastly with legendary level talent far surpasses that of mere fragments of a New Moon Feather. Indeed, while Chen Feng could enhance other Pokémon's talent by letting them absorb the New Moon Feather, such acquired enhancement never truly matches the inherent superiority of natural talent. It is akin to an ordinary youth suddenly grasping a unique skill or knowledge, surpassing peers through relentless effort, and becoming the most outstanding and successful among them. However, compared to those born with exceptional talent and advantageous conditions, they may have to exert significantly more effort and time to achieve success, although their ultimate accomplishments might be similar. The naturally gifted individuals inherently have an advantage, leading them to a smoother and swifter path to success. Thus, the two are not comparable. Chapter 68. The Reprimanding Pot of Hoopa. After purchasing Ghastly, Chen Feng turned his attention to the last golden item. With Ghastly as a foundation, his mindset had shifted. He hoped it would not disappoint him. After another familiar special effect, the final golden item appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. It was the Reprimanding Pot. Reprimanding Pot, golden. Introduction, seals the power of a certain powerful Pokémon. Price, 99.99. Although the system's description was quite vague, Chen Feng understood that the Reprimanding Pot's capabilities far exceeded its introduction. The full name of the Reprimanding Pot should be Hoopa's Reprimanding Pot. Crafted by Arceus and embodying Arceus's 3 elemental properties, fire, water, and ground. Its primary function is to seal Hoopa. Hoopa possesses 2 forms, the Reprimanding form and the Liberation form. The Reprimanding form of Hoopa appears diminutive and seemingly harmless due to its sealed power. In contrast, the Liberation form boasts a staggering base stat of 680, which may seem low for a mythical Pokémon. However, in this form, Hoopa can summon numerous legendary Pokémon such as Groudon and Kyogre, compelling them to willingly submit to its commands. What could the reprimanding pot be used for? The system only provided a vague introduction, leaving Feng somewhat puzzled. Hoopa is a psychic and ghost-type Pokémon, so it stands to reason that the reprimanding pot contains energies from both the psychic and ghost types. After pondering for a moment, Feng surmised that his deduction was likely accurate. Being a golden item, its value must be extraordinary. He decided to purchase it, hoping to discover its use afterward. The instant he acquired the reprimanding pot, a system notification indeed appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a powerful treasure. Would you like your Pokémon to absorb it? Current Pokémon eligible for absorption: Metal Pokémon, Psychic, Dragonite, Ghost. I knew it. The moment Feng saw the prompt, he couldn't help but leap with excitement. However, he refrained from allowing the Metal Pokémon and Dragonite to absorb it immediately. After all, they were still within a secret realm, and he was uncertain of the consequences of hastily absorbing the energy from the reprimanding pot. Once the reprimanding pot was purchased, the shelves for the limited time offers became completely empty. Feng counted his gains, his joy evident. Not to mention anything else. The legendary Ghastly alone surpassed the value of a mere fragment of the new moon feather. After a brief rest, Feng continued on his journey. He had not forgotten that a treasure detector lay within his system backpack. Retrieving the detector, he activated it. Instantly, a small red dot appeared above the detector. This red dot likely indicated the location of the treasure. Charizard, let's get to work. Feng rode Charizard over hills and across lakes, arriving at the foot of a mountain. This was precisely the location indicated by the treasure detector. It was on the edge of the West Lake Secret Realm, an area seldom visited by trainers. Feng turned the detector around while releasing his intermediate soul power. Soon, he pinpointed the treasure's location, presumably within a cave. Observing the cave's entrance, he realized it could not accommodate Charizard's substantial frame, leaving him with no choice but to glance at Charizard helplessly. Roar. Charizard, no problem. Just call me if you need anything, master. Greninja, I entrust the next task to you. Greninja nodded, donning a cool expression. Subsequently, Feng led Greninja into the cave. The cave was profound, and as Feng ventured deeper, the light diminished. He was compelled to extract a flashlight from his backpack, allowing him to discern the interior of the cave. However, the sudden brightness startled the wild Pokémon dwelling within, prompting a swarm of Zubat to swarm towards him, accompanied by several Golbat. Without needing to be commanded, his Greninja dashed forth, shurikens materializing in its hands. In an instant, Greninja dispatched numerous Zubat, rendering them incapacitated. Water Pulse. Feng commanded, and Greninja promptly conjured a water pulse, sending it crashing into the cluster of Zubat. Once again, a significant number of them fell, unable to continue the fight. Following the attack, the remaining Zubat hesitated to assault Feng and retreated deeper into the cave. The duo, a man and his frog, advanced further. According to the treasure detector, the artifact lay approximately 100 meters ahead. Feng proceeded with caution, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Wary of the emergence of another wild Pokémon, he hoped that this treasure was not guarded by a formidable wild Pokémon. Generally, within secret realms, the more powerful the treasure, the stronger the Pokémon that guarded it, not out of protection, but rather to absorb the energy within when the moment was ripe. This explained the disparity in strength among Pokémon within the same secret realm. As Feng and Greninja delved deeper, they drew closer to the treasure. Since entering the cave, aside from the initial encounter with the Zubat, Feng had not faced any other wild Pokémon, which allowed him to relax his vigilance slightly. It seemed that this treasure was not under the watch of any wild Pokémon. Here it is, he murmured. After another 10 minutes, Feng finally located the treasure's position. At that moment, the red dot on the treasure detector coincided with his own location, indicating that the treasure was within his line of sight. Yet, upon using his soul force to sense the surroundings, he found no energy fluctuations. This was puzzling. The detector clearly indicated the treasure was here. Confused, he intensified his soul power to continue searching. Moments later, he discovered that the treasure lay beneath his feet. No wonder he could not see it. It was underground. Greninja, it's your turn, he commanded. Grr. In the next instant, Greninja initiated dig. Chapter 69. The Holy Ash Acquired. Encountering Poachers. Did you find the treasure? Grr. Greninja opened its palm, revealing a cloud of gray powder. Feng immediately activated the system to investigate. What the heck, it's holy ash, he exclaimed, taken aback by the discovery. To find such an item in the real world was unexpected. It was essential to note that the mechanisms of this world differed from those in the game. In this realm, Pokémon could indeed perish. Such an item was undoubtedly priceless. With excitement coursing through him, Chen Feng stored the holy ash in his system backpack, recognizing its significance as a safeguard for his adventure. As soon as they emerged, Greninja suddenly became alert. Noticing Greninja's reaction, Chen Feng activated his soul force, instantly perceiving all energy forms within a 10-kilometer radius. "Come out, you sneaky scoundrels," he called into the woods. "Well done, you noticed us." Two men with malicious expressions stepped into view. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Chen Feng asked, eyeing them warily as he gripped the Pokeball containing his Charizard. "You don't need to know who we are. If you want to live, hand over all your treasures and Pokemon." "I have no treasures and will not give you my Pokemon." "Don't be foolish. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't comply, don't blame us for being rude." The two were indeed poachers, initially hunting Pokemon nearby when they spotted Chen Feng riding his Charizard. Typically, trainers wouldn't venture here alone, especially entering a cave. Informed by their experience, they deduced that something valuable must lie within, prompting them to lay in wait at the cave entrance. However, they hadn't anticipated being discovered by Chen Feng. Yet, the poachers remained unfazed. After all, Chen Feng was alone, while they had the advantage of 2 against 1, and their Pokemon were no weaklings. As one of them spoke, their Pokemon let out a fierce roar. "Nidoking, Arbok, is this enough to stop me?" Chen Feng responded, having already assessed their Pokemon's levels through the system. A level 36 Nidoking and a level 35 Arbok, hardly a challenge. Chen Feng regarded them and their Pokemon with disdain. In secret realms, the most dangerous threats were not wild Pokemon, but rather humans. Greed is humanity's most primal desire. Even companions and kin may turn against one another for the sake of greed, let alone these poachers before him. The Nidoking and Arbok were merely elite-level Pokémon, presenting no issue for Greninja, who could easily handle them 2-on-1. Furthermore, with Charizard as his trump card, Chen Feng remained composed. The poachers, sensing something amiss, quickly commanded Nidoking and Arbok to attack. Finish him quickly to avoid complications. Nidoking, use Tackle. Arbok, use Poison Fang. The commands were issued, and both Pokémon charged at Chen Feng and Greninja. Greninja, use Water Pulse, Chen Feng calmly instructed. The 3 Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle, with Greninja holding its own against the 2 adversaries. The poachers exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. This Greninja was formidable and could fetch a high price. Absolutely, it's worth at least 500,000. No, 1,000,000. Chen Feng overheard their conversation, infuriated by their audacity to covet Greninja. Greninja, use Double Team, then throw shurikens at one of them. He commanded loudly. Greninja immediately executed Double Team to confuse the foes, then unleashed shurikens at Nidoking. Unable to discern the real Greninja, Nidoking was struck directly. This one is troublesome. Let's take him down first. Come forth, Ariados. Use Poison Sting on that kid. Seeing the opponent summon another Pokémon targeting him, Chen Feng's brow furrowed. Informal battles. Instructing Pokémon to attack their trainers would lead to disqualification. However, in this lawless life-or-death struggle, eliminating the trainer was the most straightforward path to victory. Ariados launched a Poison Sting attack towards Chen Feng. Aware that this was not the moment to feign prowess, he released Charizard. Flamethrower. As Charizard appeared, it immediately sensed the attack aimed at Chen Feng and roared in anger. Roar. With no hesitation, Charizard unleashed a flamethrower that melted away Ariados' Poison Sting. Charizard. Use Fire Punch on Ariados. Recognizing that the opponent sought his life, Chen Feng held nothing back. The Charizard flapped its wings and instantly appeared before Ariados. Its speed akin to teleportation. Boom. The blazing flame punch struck Ariados directly, resulting in an extraordinary effect. In an instant, Ariados was reduced to cinders. The freshly summoned Ariados could not withstand even a single blow from Charizard, losing its combat capability almost immediately. Charizard, eliminate those 2. Chen Feng bellowed, pointing at the 2 poachers. Charizard, sensing Chen Feng's fury, swiftly changed direction and soared towards the poachers. The 2 poachers were suddenly alarmed, having witnessed the swift defeat of Ariados. To put things into perspective, Ariados was a level 40 Pokémon with peak Lord-level prowess, and it had been vanquished in a single strike. Just how formidable must Charizard be? Feraligatr, use Protect. In their haste, the 2 could only release another Pokémon to counter the threat, this time summoning Feraligatr, one of the starter Pokémon. Chapter 70, Unbelievable. This Charizard is not afraid of water-type moves. Feraligatr, level 59, Gym Leader level, type, Water, ability, Torrent, power of water-type moves increases when health is low. Talent, Champion level, moves, Agility, Water Gun, Rage, bite, fearsome face. Ice Feng, thrash, crunch, break, roar, raging, swords dance, surf, ice beam, hyper beam, shadow clone, protect, dragon claw, scald, a champion-level talent. And with the torrent ability, it is indeed worthy of being one of the starters. Such a talent is visibly impressive, especially with the move set, which clearly indicates a significant investment. Feraligatr only has double weaknesses to electric and grass types, and Chen Feng's team lacks both electric and grass Pokémon. Upon seeing Feraligatr, Chen Feng immediately checked its data. To his astonishment, the talent was indeed champion level, explaining the poacher's audacity. What of Feraligatr? Charizard, unleash Flame Punch. Feraligatr's Protect had shielded it from Charizard's previous attack, rendering it unusable for a short period. This provided Chen Feng with an opportunity, and he promptly commanded Charizard to launch a fierce assault. What of the Water-type starter? What of the Lord-level combat prowess? Charizard had no fear of Water-type Pokémon. As Charizard engaged in close combat with Feraligatr, the two poachers released another Pokémon. However, this time it was merely a common Pelipper. Chen Feng momentarily paused upon seeing Pelipper, but he quickly regained his composure. A rain team, huh? It seems these poachers are not as foolish as they appear. They understand synergy. Unfortunately, changing the weather was hardly a unique skill. Indeed, the very next moment, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Standing amidst the rain, one of the poachers coldly remarked, "Kid, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Bah! Chen Feng disdainfully spat. Charizard, use Sunny Day. When it came to weather control, Pelipper was no match for Charizard. Not only Pelipper, but even Feraligatr could not contest Charizard's dominion over the weather. Roaring loudly, Charizard expelled a burst of fire energy into the sky. Instantly, the powerful flames dispersed the dark clouds, revealing a scorching sun. Witnessing this, the poachers furrowed their brows, astonished that Chen Feng's Charizard could summon Sunny Day. Could it be? A troubling thought flickered in the minds of the two poachers. But what did it matter? Water-type moves inherently counter fire types, even if he possessed the hidden ability Solar Power. Charizard, use Thunder Punch. Chen Feng commanded with a cold smile. It was rare for Charizard to encounter a worthy opponent, so he allowed it to play for a while longer. Having had enough fun, it was time to conclude the battle. Thunder Punch? Can Charizard even learn Thunder Punch? The two poachers exchanged astonished glances. However, they quickly regained their composure and devised a response. Feraligatr, dodge and use Surf. Regardless of whether Charizard could use Thunder Punch, it was best to retreat first. If Charizard truly could use Thunder Punch, they would be the ones suffering. As Charizard's Thunder Punch missed, it was struck directly by Feraligatr's Surf. To the poacher's surprise, however, Chen Feng's Charizard not only remained unscathed but appeared even more invigorated. What is going on? This Charizard is not afraid of water-type moves. They stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide open in astonishment. Having lived their lives, they had never before encountered a Charizard impervious to water-type attacks. Could it be carrying some kind of item? They murmured to each other, both incredulous. To verify whether Chen Feng's Charizard was genuinely unaffected by water, they quickly issued commands to Feraligatr. Feraligatr, charge in and use Scald. Initially, the poachers thought the previous incident was a fluke, but as the Scald attack hit, Charizard remained lively and robust, showing no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck one of the poachers. Your Charizard doesn't have the solar power ability, does it? At that moment, the two poachers were on the verge of tears. Their ace Pokémon, Feraligatr, had proven utterly ineffective against Charizard. How do we fight this? They wondered. Should we just surrender now? Chen Feng shrugged, a sly grin spreading across his face as he echoed their earlier taunt back to them. At this moment, he felt no fear. With the Lord-level starter Pokémon already out, he doubted they had any hidden cards left. Observing Chen Feng's unwavering confidence, the poachers furrowed their brows. What should we do? What else? Let's run. They made a quick decision, realizing they could not win against Chen Feng, and immediately chose to flee. Initially, Chen Feng considered pursuing them, but ultimately abandoned the idea. He was unsure whether they had accomplices. If they did, he would be easily ambushed as a lone warrior. Perhaps it was best to notify the Pokémon League to send a patrol team to pursue the two. Half an hour later, Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where he found an increasing number of trainers. Before entering, he had already recalled Charizard, thus avoiding any unnecessary commotion. At the secret realm management office, Chen Feng recounted his encounter with the poachers to the Pokémon League officials. Of course, he did not mention that he had been searching for treasures. Instead, he claimed to have accidentally lost his way and stumbled upon the poachers. Furthermore, he did not disclose that he had driven them off, merely stating he had coincidentally witnessed them capturing Pokémon. Are you certain you did not missee? The official inquired. I am certain. Typically, when trainers encounter Pokémon, they either capture them or defeat them and leave. These individuals neither captured nor left after defeating Pokémon. Instead, they imprisoned them. Who else could engage in such behavior if not poachers? In response to the inquiries from the Pokémon League officials, Feng's account was so convincing that they could hardly dismiss it. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. We will commence the search immediately. Chapter 71. Return to Donghai City. Unbeknownst to him, Feng had been in the Westlake secret realm for nearly a week. Moreover, after consecutive days of battles and travel, he had not enjoyed a proper bath for quite some time. Do not speak. He truly finds himself somewhat nostalgic for the grand bathtub in the presidential suite. Upon exiting the secret realm, Feng hailed a taxi, directing it straight to the city center. The taxi sped through the urban landscape, the scenery outside the window rapidly retreating. Having spent such an extended period in the secret realm, Feng genuinely longed for the vibrancy of city life. Naturally, what he missed most were the youthful and enchanting young ladies, be they from this world as Hangzhou or his original world as Hangzhou. There is an age-old saying, above there is paradise, below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. This phrase not only speaks to the beauty of Hangzhou's landscapes, but also to the allure of its people. Even in November, the young women of Hangzhou continued to dress in a way that revealed much skin. However, Feng harbored no interest in them. In his eyes, they were merely a tiresome collection of mundane city dwellers. In terms of beauty, they could not compare to Wen Xiaoxiao, and in physique, they paled in comparison to Yi Qian. As for grace, both Wen Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian far surpassed them. Nonetheless, with Wen Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian not by his side, Feng still felt a sense of joy at the sight of their long legs. The taxi soon arrived at the hotel. After a week's absence, everything in the presidential suite remained unchanged. The large bed was still incredibly comfortable. Upon entering, Feng collapsed onto the plush bed. In the secret realm, he had been sleeping on the ground and using the sky as a blanket, living a rather miserable existence. The comfort of the bed quickly lulled him into a deep slumber. In the secret realm, he had been tirelessly engaged in battles and training, rarely finding the opportunity for a restful sleep. He slept soundly until noon the following day. As the sunlight streamed through the window and gently kissed his face, he awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The luxurious bed in the presidential suite indeed lived up to its reputation. He rose from the bed, drew the curtains, and opened the window, allowing the fresh air to caress his face. Taking a deep breath, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he quietly murmured to himself. Moments later, he picked up his phone and sent WeChat messages to Wen Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian. After sending the messages, Feng quickly washed up and changed into a fresh outfit, preparing to grab a bite to eat. Having gone a day without food, his stomach could no longer tolerate the hunger. In the hotel restaurant, Feng sat in a corner by the window, enjoying a hearty meal while gazing at the scenery outside. Just then, he received 2 unread messages on his phone, both from Yi Qian and Wen Xiaoxiao. He first opened Yi Qian's message. Have you missed me? I bet you have, hee. Indeed, he missed both of them, though his longing was predominantly for Yi Qian. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang again. Upon glancing at it, he saw that it was a call from his master, Long Fan. Realizing this, Feng promptly answered the call. Long Fan's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing his words, Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, before he could relish the moment, Long Fan began to lecture him. You've grown quite bold, haven't you? How dare you unilaterally withdraw from the training camp? This was, of course, something he had anticipated when he left the training camp. Master's summons were not something a disciple could refuse. In Donghai City, within the Thousand Mountain secret realm, Feng finally reunited with his long-absent master, Long Fan. Master, you summoned me? Long Fan scrutinized Feng from head to toe, noting the evident growth in his strength since their last meeting. After a slight nod, Long Fan remarked, You've certainly improved. Hearing Long Fan's praise, Feng couldn't help but grin broadly. But don't get too carried away, since the training camp has not significantly enhanced your abilities. You will be stationed at the water-type gym starting tomorrow morning. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Master, stationed? What do you mean? Long Fan smiled slightly. It means exactly what it says. After meeting with Long Fan, Feng intended to seek out Yi Qian, but he was unexpectedly intercepted by Wen Xiaoxiao. With her arms crossed and an indignant expression, she glared at Feng. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, expressing his helplessness. I had no choice. My master summoned me, and I must first pay my respects. Upon hearing this explanation, Wen Xiaoxiao's anger dissipated significantly. Is that so? Feng regarded her with a skeptical expression. Seeing his incredulous look, Wen Xiaoxiao retaliated with playful punches. After a brief scuffle, they settled down. Feng then relayed the instructions from Long Fan regarding his assignment at the water-type gym to Wen Xiaoxiao. What do you think my master means by this? Wen Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and quipped, "You're really quite slow." It means exactly what it says. Feng, bewildered, responded, "Do you truly understand what this entails?" Wen Xiaoxiao shook her head in exasperation, then explained, "Your master obviously means for you to serve as an examiner at the water-type gym, accepting challenges from trainers." "What?" Feng exclaimed, never expecting that Long Fan had such plans. Accepting challenges from trainers? Isn't that akin to being a sparring partner? The realization left him momentarily dumbfounded. "Are you saying my master wants me to be a sparring partner for others?" Wen Xiaoxiao, visibly frustrated, replied, "You're really quite dense. Can't you think from a different perspective?" "A different perspective?" Feng echoed. "Indeed, think about it. As an examiner accepting challenges, you are actually testing the trainers. Conversely, doesn't that mean you get to battle various trainers in Pokémon? Is that how it works?" Chapter 72. Stationed at the water-type gym, becoming the guardian trainer. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Feng had been a trainer for over a month. During this time, he made remarkable progress, aside from his Dragonite. The other 3 Pokémon had successfully reached the Lord level. Charizard was but a step away from the Monarch level. Charizard, level 39, Lord level. Type, Fire Electric Flying. Quality, Legendary. Ability, Solar Power, Rain Dish, Lightning Rod. Moves, Scratch, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Fire Fong, Cut. Flamethrower, Scary Face, Sunny Day, Protect, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Swords Dance, Dragon Dance, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt. Thunder, Greninja level 36, Lord level. Type, Water Dark. Quality, Champion level. Ability, Protean. Moves, Night Slash, Pound, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Shadow Sneak, Spikes, Waterfall. Bubble, Critical Hit, Water Shuriken, Hyper Beam, Protect, Metagross, level 31, Lord level. Type, Steel Psychic. Quality, Champion level. Ability, Clear Body. Moves, Confusion, Metal Claw, Tackle, Bullet Punch. Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Meteor Mash, Takedown, Pursuit, Miracle Eye, Protect, Hyper Beam. Upon reaching the Lord level, the speed of Pokémon's strength enhancement began to wane. While Feng possessed various enhancement items, he couldn't remain in the secret realm indefinitely. Thus, upon understanding Long Fan's intentions for him to be stationed at the water-type gym as a Lord-level Pokémon Guardian Trainer, he was elated. He had been searching for a way to elevate his Pokémon's levels. The position of a Lord-level Guardian Trainer refers to the trainers designated to battle when other Lord-level trainers come to challenge the gym. This role allows for combat against a variety of trainers, making it exceptionally suited for practical training. Certainly, for Feng, this was merely a means to gain experience. He followed Long Fan and Yi Qian to the water-type gym in Donghai City. Awaiting them was the gym's master, Du Xia, a woman of 30 with an alluring presence. Although she may not have been as beautiful as Yi Qian, the charm she emanated caused Feng's heart to race. "Dragon King, Yi Qian, you have arrived." Du Xia greeted them with a sway of her serpentine waist, approaching with warmth. "I presume this young man is the disciple of the Dragon King. He is indeed quite handsome." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Feng's well-defined chest muscles. Since laying eyes on Du Xia, Feng had been unable to divert his gaze from her. Noticing Feng's infatuated expression, Yi Qian seized the opportunity to give him a playful twist at the waist when no one was watching. "Ah, what is wrong with you?" Long Fan inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. Just got bitten by a mosquito," Feng replied nonchalantly. Du Xia, having witnessed the subtle interaction between Feng and Yi Qian, covered her mouth and smiled. Yi Qian was particularly striking today, dressed in a knitted woolen top that perfectly accentuated her figure, paired with black stockings and high boots that made her height almost rival Feng's. Yet, even so, she could not compare to Du Xia's allure. "Master Du, I leave Feng in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to," Long Fan said after their introductions, departing first. Feng then followed Du Xia and Yi Qian to register. Along the way, Du Xia put away her flirtatious demeanor and spoke seriously. "Feng, although you are the Dragon King's disciple, I must make it clear that our gym requires a minimum win rate of 60. Should you fail to meet this criterion, do not blame me for lacking respect for the Dragon King. I will have to ask you to leave." "Understood," Feng replied calmly. The tactic of provocation held no sway over him. Among the 36 strategies, only the 31st, the beauty strategy, seemed effective. Moreover, with Charizard by his side, defeat was simply not an option. After registering, Chen Feng changed into the water-type gym uniform and proceeded to the fourth battle arena, quietly awaiting his first challenger. Yi Qian and Du Shasha settled into a front-row seat to observe Chen Feng's inaugural gym battle. Yi Qian, it appears you're more invested in this young man than his master. Surely you're not taken with him? Du Shasha began to gossip as soon as they sat down, probing for information. Is that so? You're reading too much into it, Yi Qian replied, momentarily stiffening before quickly relaxing and dismissing the comment. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, standing at the center of the arena, drew the attention of many young women. With his tall stature and handsome features, he quickly became the topic of conversation. Soon, his first challenger arrived, an 18-year-old student preparing for the high school league. In the fourth arena, master-level trainer Wang Shuo faced off against gym defender Chen Feng. The rules of the match will be determined by the challenger, Wang Shuo. Such battles typically consisted of single matches, double matches, or triple matches, with the challenger deciding the format. Single match, Wang Shuo declared after a moment's contemplation, opting for a one-on-one battle. The rules dictated that whichever side's Pokémon was unable to continue battling first would lose. As the match was about to commence, both participants prepared. 3, 2, 1, begin. At the referee's signal, Chen Feng and Wang Shuo unleashed their Pokémon simultaneously. Go, Greninja. Let us go, Magnezone. Faced with an unknown adversary in the format of a single match, Chen Feng chose a cautious approach, deploying Greninja, the strongest Pokémon in his lineup after Charizard. He had considered sending Charizard into battle, but that would have been a one-sided affair, far too dull. Besides, Greninja was no weakling. Wang Shuo sent forth Magnezone, an electric steel-type Pokémon, evidently well prepared for the encounter. Magnezone, the magnet Pokémon, evolved from several Magnemites, emitted powerful magnetic forces and high voltage. Utilizing the system's analysis, Chen Feng quickly assessed Magnezone's attributes. Greninja, level 31, master level. Type, water dark. Ability, torrent, powers up water-type moves when HP is low. Quality, elite, moves, water shuriken, dark pulse. Hydro pump, ice beam, night slash. After reviewing, Chen Feng mentally judged Magnezone as unremarkable. Chapter 73, the first defense battle. Observing the Magnezone before him, Chen Feng maintained his composure. While Greninja did not hold the advantage in type, this battle marked his first true challenge. Magnezone, electric terrain. Wang Shuo initiated the match by enhancing electric-type moves. Greninja spikes. Faced with the electric-type Magnezone, Chen Feng knew he could not permit Greninja to use water-type moves. Furthermore, Magnezone was 4 times weak against ground-type moves, so he commanded Greninja to employ one of its rare ground-type attacks. As the battle commenced, neither Chen Feng nor Wang Shuo made the first move. They instead engaged in a tactical exchange, mindful of the single-match rules. Greninja, get in close and use Night Slash. Magnezone, use Thunder Wave. Chen Feng understood that for Greninja to overcome Magnezone, it would need to strike unexpectedly with a decisive blow. The drawback of using Night Slash was that it would leave Greninja vulnerable afterward. If Greninja failed to defeat Magnezone in one hit, it would become an easy target. This was not something Chen Feng wished to see, so he had to allow Greninja to close the distance and land a hit. Wang Shuo, seasoned in battle, used Thunder Wave to thwart Greninja's approach. If Greninja were struck by the Thunder Wave, it would become paralyzed, limiting its speed and potentially interrupting its moves. However, this was where Greninja's training would shine. Greninja, charge forward. Despite the obstacle posed by the Thunder Wave, Chen Feng urged Greninja to push through. Is he out of his mind? Du Shasha exclaimed from the stands, bewildered. With Greninja's speed, it could easily evade the Thunder Wave. Yet Chen Feng chose the most reckless approach, a direct assault. Yi Qian, sitting beside her, furrowed her brow in confusion, but unlike Du Shasha, she chose to trust Chen Feng. If he was taking this risk, there had to be a reason. In her eyes, Chen Feng was not a fool rushing in without strategy. Greninja followed the command, its speed unhindered, darting towards Magnezone like a bolt of blue lightning. What incredible speed! Although Greninja was known for its swiftness, this particular Greninja was astonishingly fast, nearly rivaling that of typical master-level Pokémon. Have you noticed? This Greninja is significantly larger than usual, one spectator remarked. Indeed, it must be nearly 2 meters tall, while a regular Greninja stands at about 1.5 meters. Many in the audience began to recognize Greninja's uniqueness, and even those initially disinterested in the match found themselves captivated. In the front row of the audience, Du Shasha observed Chen Feng's reckless command and shook her head slightly. This Greninja had been cultivated excellently, but alas, the trainer lacked skill. Were it me, I would never have opted for close combat. Yi Qian's gaze remained fixed on Chen Feng, her heart laden with doubt regarding his performance. Yet on the surface, she maintained an air of indifference. This boy certainly had a knack for nurturing Pokémon, but his practical experience was sorely lacking. This was precisely why Long Fan had sent him to her. Yi Qian was well aware of the strength of Chen Feng's Greninja. Indeed, each of his Pokémon was formidable. This piqued her curiosity. How could a child from an ordinary family possess such powerful Pokémon, each with such exceptional potential? Could it merely be attributed to luck? That seemed implausible. Yet, if luck was not the answer, she found it difficult to comprehend how Chen Feng had acquired these extraordinary Pokémon. As Yu Qian pondered, Greninja charged forward, braving the Electro-Web, its hands glowing with dark energy as it prepared to strike the Magnemite. Electro Ball, commanded the Magnemite's trainer, Wang Shuo, but Chen Feng paid no heed. Issuing another command, continue to strike at the vital points. In truth, Chen Feng's insistence on having Greninja endure the Magnemite's attack stemmed from his unwavering trust in the Pokémon. Although the Magnemite had a type advantage, it fell short of Greninja in terms of level and innate talent. The Soul type advantage seemed to have little effect on Greninja, thanks to the simulated training room. In that environment, Greninja faced thousands of electric shocks daily. Compared to those, the Magnemite's electric strike felt like mere tickling. At that moment, Chen Feng could have commanded Greninja to unleash Hyper Beam, but he was aware that the Magnemite had learned the Protect move. To play it safe, he needed Greninja to bait out the Protect skill first. The two forces clashed, one a surge of electric energy, the other a pure display of strength. Yet, Greninja prevailed, breaking through the electric attack and striking the Magnemite. What an extraordinary Greninja! It showed no fear of electric attacks. True, the electric strike had inflicted some damage, but Greninja had withstood it all. Such a display of strength from a master-level trainer was a rare sight indeed. If the initial confrontation had not made Greninja's power apparent, this act of withstanding an electric attack to strike the Magnemite showcased its might perfectly. In the moment of impact, Greninja's muscles bulged, resembling a muscular frog. While Greninja in the anime often appeared slender, individual variations existed in reality. Chen Feng's Greninja boasted limbs significantly more robust than the average. Chase after it, Greninja. With spirits high, Chen Feng was determined not to allow the Magnemite to escape. Shadow Sneak. At this moment, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, sensing the challenge Chen Feng posed. He had heard that a new master-level trainer was guarding the Water-type gym today and had intended to test his skills, only to encounter a tough opponent instead. Protect. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shuo commanded the Magnemite to use Protect. Greninja's assault was swift, leaving no room for reaction. At this juncture, Wang Shuo could think of no other option but to have the Magnemite stall for time. Once the Protect was utilized, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile. He knew his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 74. What is happening? Is Instructor Yi jealous? After successfully baiting out the Protect skill, Chen Feng immediately commanded, Greninja, use Hyper Beam. Disaster struck. The light shield before the Magnemite momentarily absorbed the Shadow Sneak attack. Yet, as the shield shattered, Greninja's long-prepared Hyper Beam surged forth. At such close range, evasion was impossible. Wang Shuo could only place his hopes on the Protect skill. However, Lady Luck seemed to have abandoned him. The Magnemite failed to generate the expected shield for the second time. At this moment, the radiant light was already hurtling toward the Magnemite. It appeared that Wang Shuo was on the brink of defeat. The combat strategy employed by Chen Feng, though seemingly reckless, was predicated on Greninja's ability to withstand electric-type moves. Furthermore, he had patiently refrained from using Hyper Beam until after the Magnemite had exhausted its Protect. Clearly, he had anticipated the opponent's protective capabilities. As the crowd witnessed Chen Feng call for Hyper Beam, they began to doubt Wang Shuo's chances. You underestimate me too much. Magnemite. You substitute. In such proximity, evading Greninja's Hyper Beam was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Wang Shuo's Magnemite possessed the substitute move, albeit at the cost of its own health. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He needed to survive this round first. In a critical moment, the Magnemite successfully executed the substitute move. The Hyper Beam pierced through the illusion of the substitute, while the actual Magnemite had retreated 10 meters away. Chen Feng had not anticipated that Wang Shuo had such a trick up his sleeve. Although he had noticed the Magnemite's ability to use substitute, this move was so obscure that he had been caught unprepared. At this point, the crowd erupted in applause, clearly impressed by Wang Shuo's decisive maneuver, an impressive display of strategy. What a brilliant tactic. Why didn't I think of that? While the immediate crisis had been averted, the question remained. How would he respond to Greninja's next attack? Chen Feng remained calm, showing no signs of frustration. After using substitute, the Magnemite's health had dipped to a critical point, tipping the scales of victory firmly in his favor. The Magnemite soared into the air, quickly distancing itself from Greninja. Having suffered in close quarters previously, it was no longer willing to engage in close combat. Use Thunderbolt. After careful consideration, Wang Shuo decided to have the Magnemite unleash Thunderbolt, a powerful special attack. Just as the Magnemite released the move, the spikes Greninja had previously laid began to take effect, gradually draining the Magnemite's health. Greninja, use Night Slash. As water-type moves proved ineffective against the Magnemite, Feng had no choice but to rely on Greninja's dark-type attacks to wear down the opponent. Greninja deftly dodged the Magnemite's strike and appeared behind it. Night Slash. Execute the final blow. Just as Feng prepared to seize victory, Wang Shuo's voice rang out. I concede. Wang Shuo decisively chose to forfeit. He could not contend in close combat and was unable to land a long-range attack. If this continues, even with an advantage in attributes, he will ultimately be defeated by the Greninja, leaving him no choice but to concede. You have won. Please cease, Greninja. Upon hearing the words of surrender, Feng hastily instructed Greninja to halt. You are formidable, but the Magneton is my weakest Pokémon. I possess only one Lord-level Pokémon. And once your Greninja reaches the Dominator level, I shall challenge you again with my other Pokémon. With that, Wang Shuo departed with an air of nonchalance. Losing to Feng left him somewhat discontented, hence he felt compelled to utter some parting words. Feng watched Wang Shuo's retreating figure, a wry smile gracing his lips. I never claimed that Greninja was my strongest Pokémon, did I? As the match concluded, a round of applause erupted from the audience, clearly indicating that the recent contest was a rare spectacle among Lord-level battles. Particularly noteworthy was Feng's Greninja, which triumphed against its opponent despite a type disadvantage, showcasing its remarkable prowess. Furthermore, Feng's command abilities garnered widespread admiration, especially his strategic maneuver that forced Wang Shuo to forfeit his substitute move, a truly impressive feat. Upon returning to the sidelines, Feng was immediately surrounded by numerous girls. His handsome visage, coupled with the thrilling battle he had just showcased, rapidly earned him a legion of admirers. It seems this lad is quite popular among the young ladies. Du Shasha observed Feng, encircled by a throng of girls, and jested, if I were a few years younger, I might be more audacious than them. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Yi Qian beside her. Regrettably, Yi Qian remained silent, her mood inexplicably irritable. After casting a glance at the besieged Feng, she rose from her seat and left the audience area. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet, even she was unaware of the source of her unease. Could it be that she has developed feelings for Feng? Yi Qian shook her head, dispelling that unsettling thought. How could I possibly harbor such feelings for Feng? Feng exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the throng, only to catch a glimpse of Yi Qian departing. Instantly, he quickened his pace, rushing toward her. Instructor Yi? Feng called out as he ran. But Yi Qian did not slow her stride. Resigned, he hastened after her. Instructor Yi, I'm calling you. Did you not hear me? Feng panted, out of breath. I heard you. And then? Well, there were so many girls around you. Why not continue to enjoy their attention? Yi Qian replied coldly. Feng was left utterly perplexed. What is going on? Is Instructor Yi feeling jealous? Chapter 75. The Battle Between Disciples of the Champions. Instructor Yi jealous? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng shook his head, a cloud of worry covering his face. What can I say? It's just my irresistible charm. Yi Qian eyed Feng's insufferable demeanor, her lips twitching, almost wishing to land a couple of punches on him. Feng's second battle commenced. Compared to his first opponent Wang Shuo, this second challenger was evidently weaker. The match was set for a 2v2 format, and Feng sent out his Metagross first. The appearance of the shiny Metagross elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. This reaction stemmed not only from the Pokémon's unique appearance, but also because it was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. A shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon. What a fortune that must be. In an instant, Feng's reputation soared among the onlookers. Not only was he handsome, but he was also wealthy, embodying the ideal of a young man. I want to marry him. Enough with the daydreaming. He has clearly some rich air. With 2 consecutive victories under his belt, it became apparent to everyone that Feng, the new defending trainer, was not merely good-looking and affluent. His skills were genuinely formidable. At least, within the realm of Lord-level trainers, he stood out as one of the best. Feng maintained his winning streak from morning until 5 in the afternoon, excluding the lunch break, competing in a total of 10 matches. Remarkably, he emerged victorious in all 10, achieving a staggering win rate of 100%. Most notably, none of his opponents managed to force him to deploy his ace Pokémon, Charizard. Feng's impressive performance caught Du Shasha's attention anew. Initially, she had assumed he was merely leveraging Long Fan's reputation to coast through. Yet, After witnessing several battles, it was evident that Chen Feng's Pokémon possessed immense strength, almost overwhelming in nature. How could the disciple of Longfan be weak? I must have underestimated him. Dushasha regarded the distant figure of Chen Feng, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. Throughout the day's matches, both Greninja and Shiny Metagross had made a lasting impression on her. Although the Metagross was a pseudo-legendary and a shiny Pokémon, as the leader of the water-type gym, Dushasha was most impressed by Chen Feng's Greninja. Chen Feng's Greninja had nearly reached the pinnacle of Lord-level strength, making it a formidable opponent even against typical Dominator-level Pokémon. Meanwhile, as the audience swelled, many flocked to witness the spectacle, having heard of the arrival of a strikingly handsome and powerful Lord-level defending trainer, further amplified by the appearance of a shiny pseudo-legendary. Are you going to continue battling? Observing Chen Feng, who had not been defeated in 10 consecutive matches, Dushasha inquired. Just as Chen Feng was about to decline, a commotion arose from the crowd. It's Lin Fei. What is he doing here? Isn't he the disciple of the fighting champion Yi Chanfeng? Why is he here? You may not know, but this Chen Feng is actually the disciple of Dragon King Longfan. A direct confrontation between the two champions' disciples is a must-see. The murmurs among the crowd undoubtedly reached Yi Qian's ears. She turned her gaze toward the tall man entering the arena, appearing to be around 23 or 24. With flowing hair that looked even more luxurious than her own. She had heard of Lin Fei, but had never seen him in person. Now, witnessing him firsthand, he indeed exuded a somewhat effeminate aura. Compared to Chen Feng, she still preferred him. However, given that he was trained by the fighting champion Yi Chanfeng, he must possess considerable skill. It remained to be seen if Chen Feng could hold his own. I hope you don't embarrass your master, Yi Qian thought to herself. Though Chen Feng was exceptionally strong, it was essential to remember that there are always stronger opponents. With countless trainers across the nation, various talents would inevitably emerge. In the face of the seasoned Lin Fei, it was uncertain if Chen Feng would prevail. As Lin Fei took his position in the arena, Chen Feng's fighting spirit surged. He knew this battle would be as explosive as a collision of celestial bodies. In the fourth arena, the Lord-level trainer Lin Fei faced off against the Lord-level defending trainer Chen Feng, with Lin Fei selecting the battle rules. A 3v3 format. Lin Fei opted for a 3v3 battle against Chen Feng. The match commenced. Both Chen Feng and Lin Fei launched their Pokeballs simultaneously. Chen Feng chose to send out his shiny Metagross first. Given the 3v3 format, he refrained from deploying his ace Charizard immediately, preferring to test the waters with Metagross. Lin Fei countered with his Hawlucha. The appearance of the shiny Metagross instantly captivated the audience, prompting many to whip out their phones for photographs. Shiny Pokémon were indeed quite rare, unlike in the previous generation of games, where nearly everyone had a shiny. Hawlucha, possessing both flying and fighting types, may not boast high base stats, but it proved to be quite effective in battle. Lin Fei's Hawlucha appeared notably larger than the average, clearly well-developed. Unlike typical Hawluchas, this one exuded a combative spirit, eagerly poised to engage with Metagross. Chen Feng immediately utilized the system to investigate the Wrestling Eagle. Wrestling Eagle, level 39, Lord level. Attributes, flying fighting. Traits, breaking the norm, can unleash moves without interference from opponent's traits. Qualification, king level. Moves, impact, claw sharpening, wing attack. Penetration, return, once more, feather dance, tile split, bounce, provocation, feather nest, abyss roll, barehanded slash, throw, aerial heavy pressure, recklessness, sword dance, shadow clone, guard, bodybuilding, true chi ball. Low kick, self-motivation. A series of skills left Chen Feng filled with envy. At the onset of the match, Lu Fei commanded the Wrestling Eagle to launch the first attack. The Wrestling Eagle soared into the sky, propelled by the wind, and then descended heavily upon the metal monster. Interestingly, despite its flying attributes and wings, the Wrestling Eagle lacked the innate ability to fly. It glided through the air using wind currents. The power of the aerial heavy pressure was formidable, and if it landed, the metal monster would surely suffer significant damage. Metal monster, use reflective wall. Chen Feng had already devised a battle strategy, knowing that the reflective wall could greatly diminish physical attacks. In terms of speed, the metal monster struggled to compete with the Wrestling Eagle. So he abandoned the idea of evasion, opting instead to bolster the metal monster's defense before launching a counterattack. Chapter 76. Ace against Ace. The metal monster barely had time to react. Just after unleashing the reflective wall, the Wrestling Eagle's attack struck. The tremendous impact shattered the reflective wall and crashed into the metal monster, causing it to display a face of agony. However, this also provided the metal monster with an opportunity to retaliate. Metal monster, Mind Hammer. A surge of psychic energy erupted. enveloping the metal monster as it charged towards the wrestling eagle. To combat a fighting type, one must employ psychic-type moves. The metal monster transformed into a white comet, colliding forcefully with the wrestling eagle, achieving remarkable results. Wrestling eagle used True Chi Ball. Had this triggered the effect of Mind Hammer, making the opponent hesitant to act? Chen Feng's fortune was remarkable. Metal monster used psychic force. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng was not foolish enough to wait for the wrestling eagle to recover. He ordered the metal monster to launch a fierce assault. Seeing this, Chen Feng smirked, unfazed. Lu Fei would inevitably switch Pokémon, leaving the new Pokémon vulnerable to a hit from the metal monster. This was a reason why trainers seldom switched Pokémon in real battles. Otherwise, it would be a losing proposition for those who entered unprepared. Metal monster, prepare psychic force. Just as Lu Fei threw the Pokeball, a blue light flickered on the metal monster's white body. The timing was perfect, and powerful psychic energy rapidly spread across a vast area. The potent psychic force struck the incoming Howley, who appeared in pain, glaring angrily at the metal monster. Clearly, being struck right upon entry had incited Howley's wrath. Howley, slam it down. Faced with the psychic-type metal monster, Lu Fei chose to have Howley unleash a dark-type skill. Howley rushed towards the metal monster, gathering strength in its right hand before striking down. Given the metal monster's already sluggish speed and large size, evasion was a challenge, resulting in a direct hit. The metal monster, already weakened from the aerial heavy pressure, was now on the brink of collapse after taking that slam. Had Chen Feng not subjected the metal monster to rigorous training daily, it would likely have succumbed to the recent blow. From its earlier performance, Howley demonstrated considerable strength, far surpassing the average Lord-level Pokémon. Truly, as the disciple of the Fighting King, it proved to be a formidable opponent. Injured, the metal monster glared at Howley with a hint of malice. Howley, throw. Both Chen Feng and Lu Fei issued their commands almost simultaneously. Lu Fei, facing a metal monster with little stamina left, aimed to finish it off with one final push. At that moment, Howley picked up a stone beside it and hurled it at the metal monster. Just as it was about to hit, Lu Fei shouted, "Go, Greninja!" Lu Fei's choice granted Chen Feng the opportunity to switch Pokémon. As Greninja entered the fray, it directly absorbed the throw skill, sustaining minimal damage, almost feeling nothing. Greninja, dash forward and use return. Howley, follow up with Thunder Punch. Against the water-type Greninja, Lu Fei wasted no time commanding Howley to unleash Thunder Punch. If it connected, Greninja would surely be gravely injured, if not completely incapacitated. Chen Feng anticipated this. Howley's moveset was standard, featuring Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch. Moreover, he had already scrutinized Howley's skill set through the system, preparing specifically for its Thunder Punch. Therefore, he promptly altered his command. Greninja, use Shadow Clone. Instantly, numerous Greninja appeared, sprinting across the battlefield. In response, Howley utilized True Chi Ball to locate the real one. As Greninja dashed about, it executed Return, charging towards Howley. Almost simultaneously, Howley fired True Chi Balls, targeting the Greninja clones with precision, like shooting targets, obliterating them one by one. Just as Howley was about to be struck by Greninja's assault, it managed to eliminate the last Greninja clone. Not good. Upon realization, Lu Fei understood the situation. The Greninja that Howley had destroyed were all mere clones. Where was the real Greninja? Greninja, return. Chen Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He had already directed Greninja to leap into the air, executing return from above. By the time Lu Fei and Howley reacted, it was too late. Greninja, capitalizing on its descent speed, struck Howley with remarkable effect. As the smoke cleared, Howley, dazed, completely lost its ability to battle. You are strong, but can you defeat my next Pokémon? Come forth, my companion Lucario. Lucario? Indeed, a worthy opponent. Chen Feng looked up, and the system instantly provided all of Lucario's data. Lucario, level 39, Lord level. Attributes, Fighting Steel. Traits, Inner Focus through mental training. Will not flinch from opponent's attacks. Qualification, Champion level. Moves, Mimic, Feint, Assist, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Vacuum Wave, Penetration, Last Resort, Roar, Quick Attack, Self-Motivation, Force Palm, Meditate. Metal Sound, Quick Defense, Bone Rush, Sword Dance, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Heavy Slam, Aura Sphere, Earthquake. The lavish skill set astonished Chen Feng. There was no doubt. This was Lu Fei's ace Pokémon. Go Charizard. Lu Fei deployed his strongest Pokémon, and Chen Feng had no reason not to counter with Charizard. With a mighty roar, Charizard made a dazzling entrance. Upon seeing Chen Feng unleash Charizard, Lu Fei's brow furrowed. How formidable! This Charizard is incredibly strong. Chapter 77, The Fighting King, Yi Chen Feng. Lu Fei acknowledged Chen Feng's Charizard strength, yet his Lucario was no slouch either. Lucario, Bone Rush. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Chen Feng and Lu Fei simultaneously opted for close combat, seemingly believing that only in this manner could they truly defeat each other with conviction. Lucario. Unleash a flurry of bone attacks. Charizard, do not falter. Execute Dragon Claw continuously. In truth, Chen Feng had no need to engage in such a melee. A single blast of flamethrower would undoubtedly overpower Lucario, unable to withstand the searing heat emitted by Charizard. Yet, Chen Feng deliberately chose close-quarters combat. Beyond the desire to vanquish Lucario head-on, he sought to hone Charizard's close combat skills through this battle. After all, a formidable opponent like Lucario was indeed rare to find. After initially issuing commands, neither trainer felt the need to provide further instructions, allowing their Pokémon to engage in fierce combat at the center of the arena. Charizard's strength and resilience were formidable, while Lucario displayed remarkable agility. For a time, both sides appeared evenly matched. My goodness, it turns out this Charizard is Chen Feng's strongest Pokémon. What a magnificent sight. This is undoubtedly the most impressive and powerful Charizard I have ever seen. As Charizard made its debut, it instantly became the center of attention, its massive form and regal demeanor leaving a lasting impression. Charizard, use Fire Punch. Lucario. Counter with Fire Punch. Lu Fei gravely miscalculated by matching strength with Charizard. The clash of two fiery fists, one large and one small, resonated throughout the arena, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. As the smoke dissipated, Charizard and Lucario remained locked in a fist-to-fist stance. Neither Chen Feng nor Lu Fei immediately issued the next command. Instead, they watched intently as the scene unfolded. In the next moment, Lucario emitted a pained cry and collapsed, having lost its fighting capability. The champion-level Lucario, possessing peak Lord-level strength, was defeated in a single blow by Charizard. This outcome left Lu Fei in utter disbelief. After witnessing Lucario fall, Charizard let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming its might. How incredibly powerful this Charizard is. In the audience, Du Shasha was left speechless at the sight, while Yi Qian was equally astonished, marveling at how much stronger Charizard had become in such a short time. You have won, Lu Fei eventually conceded, standing dazed for a while before accepting his defeat at Chen Feng's hands. As a fellow disciple of a champion, he had rarely faced defeat, and never so thoroughly as today. It was not that he could not accept being defeated, but rather the extent of his loss that was difficult to swallow. However, a strong individual transforms each defeat into a stepping stone for progress, and Lu Fei was precisely that type of person. Once he regained his composure, he faced Chen Feng with grace and openness. I am genuinely curious. Your Charizard and Metagross are both exceptionally strong. Yet why do you serve as a gym trainer in the Water-type gym? It seems you only possess Greninja as your Water-type Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng awkwardly rubbed his neck. To be honest, he found himself in this role quite by chance. After exchanging pleasantries and agreeing to battle again in the future, Lu Fei departed from the arena. Hey, handsome, you performed splendidly today. How about dinner tonight, courtesy of your sister? Du Shasha said with a playful glint in her eyes. Had Yi Qian not been present, Chen Feng would have gladly accepted Du Shasha's invitation, perhaps even anticipating delightful developments afterward. However, with Yi Qian around, he dared not act impulsively, uncertain of how to navigate this unexpected feeling. As Yi Qian turned to leave the venue, Chen Feng called out, Apologies, Du Shasha, but I will treat you next time. With a smile, Du Shasha observed the two departing figures and mused. Who would have thought Yi Qian would also engage in such flirtation? How amusing, truly amusing. In the parking lot, Chen Feng finally caught up to Yi Qian. Instructor Yi, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Why aren't you going to dinner with Sister Shasha? Yi Qian turned to question him. Chen Feng thought to himself. What is her deal? Is she jealous? They aren't even a couple, are they? Instructor Yi, what dinner? If there is to be dinner, it should be with you. Humph. Who would want to dine with you? Yi Qian huffed, though her tone softened considerably. Let us go, get in the car. Where to? Dinner. Instructor Yi, didn't you say we were going to dinner? Why are we here? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Get out of the car. Thus, Chen Feng silently followed Yi Qian to a villa. Upon entering, he spotted Lu Fei, who he had just battled. Lu Fei, what are you doing here? Lu Fei's mentor is an old friend of mine. I invited them over as guests. At that moment, Long Fan and a middle-aged man appeared at the top of the stairs. Allow me to introduce you. This is none other than Yi Feng, one of the 4 kings of Southeast China. And this is my newly accepted disciple, Chen Feng. As for Lu Fei, I suppose you are already acquainted. Dressed in a long robe, Yi Feng exuded an understated presence. Unlike the combative persona Chen Feng had imagined, he resembled a character from a film in his past life. You must be Chen Feng, Chen Feng said, smiling as he appraised Chen Feng. Lu Fei has spoken highly of your Charizard, noting its exceptional training. Even his Lucario could not match it. Truly impressive. Chen Feng's unreserved praise left Chen Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Fei was still present. Was it appropriate to commend him so openly? To Chen Feng's surprise, Lu Fei responded with remarkable grace. Indeed, your Charizard is formidable. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Initially, I was reluctant to concede, but upon reflection, your Charizard's potential likely surpasses that of a champion-level Pokémon. Chen Feng nodded, graciously acknowledging, that is correct. However, I attribute my success to luck. In terms of overall strength, you are still superior. A hint of humility colored Chen Feng's words. Haha, young man. Do not be overly modest. Winning is winning, and losing is losing. Do not boast in victory, nor despair in defeat. Chen Feng greatly admired Chen Feng's attitude, recognizing that a humble individual surpasses mere accomplishments. Turning to Long Fan, he remarked with a smile, you have taken on a fine disciple. Chen Feng, let us see your Charizard, and allow King Yi to witness its prowess, Long Fan suggested as they stepped into the courtyard. Chen Feng smiled, retrieving several exquisitely crafted Pokeballs from his waist. Come on out, everyone. Though Chen Feng was a fighting-type king, his achievements as a top-tier trainer were undeniable. Chen Feng also desired his guidance, as well as to showcase the results of his recent training to his mentor. As Long Fan and Chen Feng beheld the Pokeballs Chen Feng produced, they were momentarily taken aback, noting their exquisite craftsmanship. Upon seeing Chen Feng's choice of Pokeballs, Long Fan's expression shifted to one of concern. Chen Feng, you are still young. Money does not come easily. And you should invest in nurturing your Pokémon rather than spending excessively on these frivolous Pokeballs. Long Fan's tone was somewhat stern, as he genuinely wished for Chen Feng's betterment. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, understanding that his mentor spoke from a place of care and concern. He took a deep breath and offered a gentle smile, seeking to alleviate the tension in the air. Rest assured, Master, this money is all earned by me. Chen Feng explained. Meeting Long Fan's reproachful gaze, he quickly added, his voice imbued with youthful confidence and determination. Long Fan was aware that Chen Feng had previously sold several shiny Pokémon to the Pokémon League. However, from his perspective, he believed that all the money should have been invested in enhancing Pokémon. After all, how else could Chen Feng's few Pokémon have been cultivated to such an exceptional standard? It is common knowledge that behind every formidable Pokémon lies a remarkable financial investment. Noticing Long Fan's skepticism, Chen Feng felt compelled to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Long Fan and Yi Tianwang's eyes widened in astonishment. They were, of course, familiar with the situation. A shiny trumpet bud had sold for over 40 million. A staggering figure at the time. The seller was rumored to be a new figure known as the Shiny Master. Could you possibly be that Shiny Master? To his surprise, it turned out that the Shiny Master was his own disciple. Ah, I see. Long Fan mused. It seems your disciple is quite fortunate. Yi Tianwang chuckled. And given this context, treating the Pokémon with high-grade Pokeballs was certainly justified. Very well, I concede that I misjudged you. Long Fan smiled. And the matter was settled. However, Chen Feng truly was fortunate, as Long Fan had witnessed firsthand. With a dazzling display of crimson light, a gargantuan Charizard made its entrance, shaking the entire courtyard upon landing, a testament to its considerable weight. In comparison, the momentum of the Froakie and Metagross seemed somewhat diminished. Yet, in the presence of professionals like Long Fan and Chen Feng, their extraordinary qualities were immediately apparent. Oh, a shiny semi-divine Metagross! Yi Tianwang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Though he was a fighting-type champion, the sight of a semi-divine Pokémon still captivated him, especially one that was shiny. Despite his envy, his status prevented him from coveting the Pokémon of the younger generation. Remarkable, truly an eye-opener. Chen Feng regarded Chen Feng with evident admiration. Hearing Chen Feng's appraisal, Long Fan's expression softened with pride. His disciple was indeed commendable. You flatter me, Yi Tianwang. Chen Feng replied with a modest smile. Ha ha ha, Chen Feng. You are indeed impressive. Chen Feng laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to Chen Feng's Pokémon, growing increasingly pleased with each observation. As the fighting-type champion, his discerning eye could easily identify the exceptional training of these Pokémon. Particularly, the Charizard was especially well-bred, exuding a presence rivaling that of semi-divine beings. Witnessing Chen Feng's remarkable achievements at such a young age brought Chen Feng great satisfaction. He held high hopes for Chen Feng's future. Enough chit-chat. Let us commence the special training. Special training? Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he had not come merely to engage in idle conversation. Thus began the day's rigorous training regimen, encompassing combat techniques, strength, speed, endurance, and more. Long Fan and Chen Feng took on the roles of coaches, personally guiding the sessions. With the mentorship of two elite trainers, Chen Feng gained invaluable insights. Particularly, Chen Feng's mastery of strength and technique was impressive. Whether in theoretical instruction or practical application, he excelled in both. The afternoon passed swiftly. Under Chen Feng's guidance, Chen Feng noticed a marked improvement in his Pokémon's abilities, from combat techniques to strength and speed. After an intensive afternoon of training, Chen Feng's Pokémon appeared somewhat fatigued, yet their eyes sparkled with satisfaction. They relished the training process. Chen Feng nodded in approval, glancing at the time and cheerfully announcing, "It's time to wrap things up for today." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and his Pokémon collectively exhaled in relief. They were indeed weary and in need of rest. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat while we converse," Long Fan informed everyone. The group then proceeded to the villa, where a lavish spread of dishes awaited them on the dining table. "Ha ha ha, Long Fan, your culinary offerings are truly delightful," Chen Feng remarked with a smile as he savored the dishes before him. The aroma and flavors of the meal were enticing, igniting a hearty appetite. Long Fan chuckled in response, stating, "Knowing you were coming, I had to pull out all the stops to treat you." "Ha ha." Chen Feng laughed heartily, patting Long Fan on the shoulder and commenting, "You've certainly grown up." At this moment, Long Fan's expression shifted to one of seriousness, signaling he had something important to discuss. Observing this change, Chen Feng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Have you made progress on that matter?" Long Fan nodded affirmatively, indicating, "Yes, we've made some discoveries in the Qianshan secret realm." Chen Feng, unsure of what they were discussing, turned to Yi Qian beside him. "What are Master and Yi Tianwang talking about?" Yi Qian shook her head, indicating she was equally in the dark. Chapter 79, The Emergence of the Mega Evolution Stone. "I heard that you encountered poachers in the Shihu secret realm?" As Long Fan and Yi Tianwang continued their conversation, the topic unexpectedly shifted back to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded, recounting his experiences in the Shihu secret realm in detail. "The poachers have become increasingly rampant. You young ones must exercise caution when venturing into the realms." Yi Tianwang cautioned his own disciple as well. Subsequently, he turned to Long Fan and inquired, "Do you think these poachers are also after that?" "It's a possibility. Though what perplexes me is that this information is known only to a select few in the higher echelons. How did the poachers become aware? Unless there is a mole within the Pokémon League's upper ranks." Observing the two engage in cryptic dialogue, Chen Feng could no longer contain his curiosity. "Master, Yi Tianwang, what are you discussing? What is this thing, and what does mole mean?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, Long Fan and Chen Feng exchanged glances before Long Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, it won't hurt to inform you. After all, this matter will eventually become public knowledge." "Rest assured, Master, I promise to keep this under wraps," Chen Feng assured, thumping his chest. This story dates back to 6 months ago. Long Fan began to narrate the entire sequence of events. 6 months prior, a champion-level trainer discovered a peculiar stone in a certain secret realm. About a month ago, this stone suddenly emitted a remarkable surge of energy. Monitoring revealed that the stone seemed to have some connection to Pokémon. "A stone?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow at this revelation. "There are countless stones associated with Pokémon. Many treasures also take the form of stones. Considering this, he inquired, could it be an undiscovered treasure? However, this stone was undetectable, and it appeared more like a type of gem." "A gem-type treasure?" Chen Feng muttered to himself. After all, there are indeed gem-type treasures within the Pokémon realm. At this juncture, Chen Feng did not yet connect it with the Mega Evolution Stone. Nonetheless, he thought that if he could merely lay eyes upon this stone, he might discern its true nature. Thus, he continued to ask, "Does Master have a picture of the physical object for us to see?" In response, Long Fan retrieved his phone and opened the photo album. Upon seeing the images within, Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of surprise. However, he quickly composed himself, feigning indifference. Yet, Long Fan noticed this moment of revelation. "Do you recognize this stone?" Faced with Long Fan's inquiry, Chen Feng hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the truth. After all, the concept of mega evolution had yet to be introduced in this world. If he chooses to confide in Long Fan and the others, how should he explain himself? After much contemplation, Chen Feng decided to feign ignorance. It wasn't entirely untrue. He had merely encountered them somewhere before and had a vague impression. Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, Long Fan chose not to press further, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Feng was aware of something. The next day, Chen Feng returned to the water-type gym to serve as an examiner in the morning, while in the afternoon, he was invited out by Wen Xiaoxiao. Today, Wen Xiaoxiao was dressed strikingly in a white sweatshirt paired with form-fitting jeans and white boots that accentuated her flawless legs. "Chen Feng, come with me to the commercial center," she said, linking her arm with his. Previously, Chen Feng had assisted her in selecting a Pokémon with impressive aptitude, and compared to her own Pokémon, her self-caught one paled in comparison. Thus, Wen Xiaoxiao hoped to seek Chen Feng's help once more in finding a Pokémon of high talent. Upon arriving at the commercial district, they headed straight for the breeding house operated by the Pokémon Alliance. Unlike privately owned breeding houses, this one boasted a more diverse array of Pokémon, including those from across the nation and even other countries. Here, one could acquire any desired Pokémon. Provided they had the funds, pre-orders were also accepted for those temporarily unavailable. "Wow, that Pokémon is so adorable. Chen Feng, look, it's munching on bamboo." Following Wen Xiaoxiao's gaze, Chen Feng spotted a mischievous panda. "That's a mischievous panda, unique to Sichuan province," he began, assuming Wen Xiaoxiao was unaware. "I know it's a mischievous panda. It can evolve into a dominant panda," she replied, a proud expression adorning her face. "Since you know, do you still want it?" Chen Feng understood Wen Xiaoxiao's weakness for cute things. While the mischievous panda was undeniably charming, its evolution into the dominant panda stripped away its cuteness. After contemplating this, Wen Xiaoxiao ultimately shook her head. "Forget it, the dominant panda isn't cute at all." They continued their exploration of the breeding house, unknowingly wandering into the water-type Pokémon section. Given that Donghai City was near the ocean, it boasted an abundance of water-type Pokémon, unlike others. "Chen Feng, look at all those people over there. Let's check it out." Without waiting for his response, Wen Xiaoxiao tugged him into the crowd. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" "Thank you." After much effort, they finally reached the front, discovering that the breeding house was hosting a promotional event. Occasionally, the breeding house would run promotions to boost sales and alleviate some inventory. After all, Pokémon housed within required daily care and feeding, necessitating dedicated staff. When the numbers grew too large, the burden became too heavy, prompting the decision to sell them off at reduced prices. At this moment, the promotion featured Magikarp and Phoeba. Initially deemed the most inept Pokémon, both underwent remarkable transformations upon evolution. Magikarp evolved into the formidable Gyarados, while Phoeba could become the stunning Milotic. Both Gyarados and Milotic were highly sought after by water-type trainers. However, for many, the abysmal battle capabilities of Magikarp and Phoeba in their early stages were hard to overlook. Chen Feng had initially suggested that Wen Xiaoxiao might find a hidden gem in Phoeba, as its evolution into Milotic aligned well with her aesthetic preferences. However, he reconsidered. As evolving Phoeba into Milotic required a stringent condition, the Pokémon's beauty must reach a specific threshold, necessitating the possession of a beauty scale. Not only was the beauty scale exceedingly expensive, but not every Phoeba could meet the beauty criteria. In the game, beauty had a standardized value, yet in reality, it remained an abstract concept without concrete metrics. Moreover, Chen Feng had recently utilized the system to assess the promotional Magikarp and Phoeba, discovering that their potential was rather mediocre, with the highest aptitude barely reaching the Lord level. Even if they evolved, they would be lackluster combatants. After observing for a while, Chen Feng deemed it pointless to linger and pulled Wen Xiaoxiao away. "Chen Feng, why are you dragging me? I was thinking of buying a Phoeba," she exclaimed, vexed. "Buy a Phoeba? Can you even afford a beauty scale? Even if you could, can you elevate Phoeba's beauty to the level required for evolution?" Chen Feng's barrage of questions left Wen Xiaoxiao momentarily bewildered. Upon reflection, she realized he had a point. However, she was too proud to admit her error and simply stuck her tongue out, continuing to walk ahead. Seeing this, Chen Feng shook his head in resignation and followed her. "Oh, Chen Feng, look, there's a Cacnea," Wen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pulling him toward the Cacnea exhibit. Cacnea, a steel and rock-type Pokémon, eventually evolves into Bastiodon and is a worthy candidate for training. Additionally, caring for Cacnea is quite simple. If energy blocks aren't available, tossing it a rock suffices. Most importantly, Cacnea isn't particularly rare and can often be found in certain caves, making its price relatively affordable, typically ranging from 300,000 to 1 million, depending on its aptitude. For instance, the Cacnea they were observing was priced at 350,000, a reasonable sum. Chen Feng scanned the Cacnea with the system and noted that the majority only possessed Lord-level talent. Just as he thought there would be no surprises, one appeared. Cacnea, level 5, normal, type, steel rock, talent, champion, ability, sturdy, prevents being knocked out in one hit, even from one-hit KO moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, dual chop. Endeavor, Xiao, I think Cacnea suits you quite well. This Pokémon is impressive, Chen Feng suggested subtly. Unable to express directly that Cacnea would be a suitable match for her, When Xiao Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Chen Feng innocently. Really? She asked. Chen Feng nodded. Indeed. Don't you find Cacnea adorable? It is cute, but once it evolves into Bastiodon, she hesitated. Ah, as long as it's cute. Chen Feng interjected, urging, trust me. Cacnea is truly a good fit for you. With Chen Feng's endorsement, when Xiao Xiao decided to purchase a Cacnea, let me help you pick one, Chen Feng offered eagerly. I'll take this one. He then selected the champion-level Cacnea from the group. Is this really okay? When Xiao Xiao scrutinized the Cacnea in Chen Feng's arms, frowning slightly, it appeared smaller and less robust compared to the others. In response to her concern, Chen Feng confidently declared, trust me, this one is absolutely the best. All right. Then it's settled, when Xiao Xiao relented, placing her faith in Chen Feng, especially since her previous Pokémon, the Tipting Snake, had also been chosen by him. The two then proceeded to the counter to settle the payment. For when Xiao Xiao, the sum of 350,000 was indeed considerable, fortunately. Chen Feng was there to cover the expenses for her. Thank you, Chen Feng. I will repay you as soon as I can, she said. No rush. Just repay me when you're able, he replied. The night passed without further conversation. The next day, Chen Feng rose early to begin his training. For him, the path to strength was paved with relentless practice. Every formidable trainer was the product of years of diligent training. The training camp's regimen was monotonous and tedious. However, Chen Feng was fortunate to have two captivating companions, the enchanting instructor Yi Qian and the charming Wen Xiao Xiao. Due to her multiple responsibilities, Yi Qian was not present at the training camp every day. Yet, on this occasion, Chen Feng had the pleasure of reuniting with her in Long Fan's villa. All three top-tier trainers, Long Fan, Yi Qian, and Yi Chifeng, were present, along with Lu Fei and a girl Chen Feng had never seen before. He scrutinized her. She was at least 175 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Yi Qian, with alluring long legs and fair skin that enhanced her allure. Her stunning mature features were truly breathtaking. As Chen Feng observed her, she was equally scrutinizing him. Let me introduce you, Yi Chifeng said with a smile. This is my daughter, Yi Weiwei, and this is Long Fan's disciple, Chen Feng. Hello. They both greeted each other politely with a handshake. After the brief introductions, Long Fan cleared his throat and announced, the reason I called you all here today is that I discovered this in the Qinshan secret realm. With that, he produced a vividly colored gem. At first glance, one might mistake it for a mere glass marble, but when Chen Feng focused on it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, what is this? Chapter 81, Evolution. Seeing the gem in Long Fan's hand, Chen Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Isn't this an evolution stone? He pondered. Long Fan, noticing Chen Feng's reaction, inquired, Chen Feng, your expression suggests you recognize this gem? This pertains to research within our nation. If you know anything, please share. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng responded, I do recognize these gems. His revelation left everyone present in utter shock. You truly know these gems? Yi Weiwei asked excitedly. Startled by her enthusiasm, Chen Feng nodded gently and affirmed, indeed, this gem is known as an evolution stone. Evolution stone. Long Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that such glass-like gems contained immense energy, yet they were clueless about their application. Now, with Chen Feng's acknowledgement and the introduction of a name they had never heard before, their astonishment deepened. Please elaborate, Long Fan urged. Allow me to demonstrate, and you will understand. Chen Feng, possessing a complete set of evolution stones for the Charizard, thought it an opportune moment to showcase their potential. He had been contemplating how to popularize evolution, and this was an excellent opportunity. He gathered everyone in the courtyard and summoned Charizard. Charizard, are you ready? Roar. Came the enthusiastic reply. Good, let us begin. With an unspoken bond between them, Charizard locked eyes with Chen Feng, who radiated determination. Charizard, evolve. At that moment, everyone present watched in awe as a brilliant white light enveloped Charizard. Is this evolution? Impossible. How could Charizard evolve further? They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. In their understanding, Charizard had reached its pinnacle and could not evolve any further. Yet what was this dazzling light? As the crowd remained bewildered, Charizard sensed an overwhelming force within, a surge of transformative energy. With a mighty roar, it initiated its evolution. The brilliant white light exploded into a cascade of luminescence surrounding Charizard, culminating in the emergence of a newly transformed Charizard, landing with a resounding thud. The evolved creature, now cloaked in a sleek, dark form adorned with ethereal blue flames, stood before them. Chen Feng and Charizard had successfully completed their evolution for the first time. Is this Charizard? The onlookers were left speechless, struggling to articulate their astonishment. Chen Feng, Is this what you mean by evolution? Long Fan inquired, perplexed. Chen Feng nodded and explained, yes, indeed. From what I understand, Pokémon can evolve even after reaching their final form, just like Charizard did moments ago. This is evolution. Evolution? The notion that Pokémon can evolve again after reaching their final form is preposterous. Yet, faced with the evidence, they had no choice but to accept this extraordinary truth. Chen Feng continued, of course, a Pokémon cannot evolve solely through its own energy. It requires external energy assistance. He gestured to the bracelet on his wrist, which contained a transparent gem. At this moment, the others noticed the evolution keystone embedded in Chen Feng's wristband. This is the evolution keystone, which must be used in conjunction with the evolution stone. Both are indispensable. When combined with the bond between a Pokémon and its trainer, evolution can be achieved. You witnessed it. This represents a new form of evolution, resulting in significant changes in appearance, strength, and abilities. He emphasized, most importantly, a single Pokémon can have multiple evolutionary forms. However, not all Pokémon can evolve. The prerequisites for evolution are possessing the corresponding evolution stone and evolution keystone. As Chen Feng's words captivated them, it felt as though a new world had opened before their eyes. They had never contemplated that Pokémon could evolve beyond their final forms. Though it seemed hard to believe, the recent transformation of Charizard was undeniable. After a prolonged silence, they began to digest this revelation. Long Fan furrowed his brow and asked, Chen Feng, how did you come to know all this? Long Fan was skeptical that such knowledge could originate from Chen Feng alone, as even the most prominent scientists in Huaxia were unaware of these details. With a knowing smile, Chen Feng seemed to anticipate the question. Master, I learned all of this in the Shihu's secret realm. The Shihu's secret realm? I recall a night when a sudden light appeared, and I was intrigued enough to investigate its source. Everyone listened intently as Chen Feng recounted his experience, refraining from interrupting. When I arrived, I discovered the evolution stones, the evolution keystone, and a stone tablet inscribed with information about evolution. Initially, I thought it was merely a dream, but upon seeing the evolution stones and the keystone beside me, I realized it was no dream. Chen Feng had always known that one day he would disclose the information about evolution, so he had prepared in advance by researching extensively online. He had come across accounts of peculiar occurrences in the secret realms and had sought out similar information. He discovered that every year, numerous peculiar occurrences transpire within the mysterious realms. Consequently, he conceived an intriguing narrative. Presently, observing the crowd's reactions, it seems the credibility of this tale remains remarkably high. Chapter 82. Chen Feng's Prosperity Plan and the Crisis of the Mysterious Realm. Indeed, after listening to Chen Feng's elucidation, the group harbored no doubts. After all, the emergence of mystical realms and Pokémon is inherently fantastical, and humanity has yet to elucidate why they manifest. Upon recognizing that this gem is an evolution stone, they understood the direction their research should take. Chen Feng, the laboratory where Wei Wei and I work is dedicated to this study. You can certainly lend a hand. Yi Chen Feng remarked with a smile. At that moment, Yi Wei, with utmost seriousness, addressed Chen Feng. We kindly request your assistance. Once the paper is published, you shall be the primary author. Oh, is there such a splendid opportunity? Chen Feng gazed at Yi Wei in astonishment. He was aware of the sensational impact an evolutionary paper could create. To think such a chance for fame was being offered to him. Without you, we wouldn't possess so much information regarding evolution. You truly deserve the title of primary author. With Yi Wei's insistence, Chen Feng ceased his refusal. However, after pondering for a moment, he turned to the group and said, Master, Yi Tianwang, Instructor Yi, and everyone, once the evolution is announced, the prices of evolution stones and evolution keystones will undoubtedly soar. Thus, I believe we should refrain from publishing the paper immediately. What do you mean? Long Fan inquired, puzzled. We should take advantage of the time before the paper is published to acquire and seek out as many evolution stones and evolution keystones as possible. Chen Feng articulated his newly conceived plan. By procuring as many evolution stones as they could before the announcement, they could sell them at high prices once the paper was released. Yi Chen Feng immediately grasped Chen Feng's strategy and exclaimed with a laugh, Haha, no wonder it's you. My boy, you possess such a keen business acumen. Long Fan, understanding the implication of Yi Chen Feng's statement, nodded in agreement. It's indeed a feasible approach. Seeing no objections from the others, Chen Feng continued, Master, I believe we ought to split into several groups. What do you mean? Chen Feng cleared his throat and explained. First, we must search for evolution stones and evolution keystones in various domestic mysterious realms. Second, we should acquire them both domestically and internationally. Of course, the acquisitions must be discreet. We mustn't allow others to discover our activities. Chen Feng's thorough consideration was commendable. After hearing his proposal, the others nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Yi Qian, who had remained silent, suddenly declared, "I will handle the international acquisitions." Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng chuckled and said, "Then I shall take care of the domestic ones." "All right, I will take on the task of searching in the mysterious realms," Long Fan added. As everyone assigned themselves their respective tasks and prepared to conclude the meeting, Qinfeng found himself momentarily stunned. Does it feel like something is missing? He thought. Had they forgotten how to allocate their profits? Upon this realization, he promptly stood up and said, "Master, have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" The group looked at him with puzzled expressions. "The profit distribution. How could you overlook such an important matter?" Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Subsequently, Yi Tianwang exclaimed, "Qinfeng is right. How could we forget such a crucial issue? So how much do you want?" Feeling a bit awkward, Qinfeng shrugged and held up 2 fingers, saying, 20%? Too much. I'll give you 10%, and we'll split the rest evenly, Long Fan replied decisively. 10% is acceptable. It's better than receiving nothing. Qinfeng acquiesced without further protest. After the profit sharing concluded, Long Fan, Yi Qinfeng, and Yi Qian simultaneously received phone calls. Instantly, their expressions darkened. Qinfeng exchanged glances with Lu Fei, both anticipating dire news. Indeed, their suspicions were confirmed the very next moment. After ending the call, Long Fan did not conceal the gravity of the situation and stated, "An energy fluctuation from a legendary Pokémon has been detected in the Level Snow Mountain mysterious realm. And this fluctuation has already impacted the entire realm. As a result, a significant number of wild Pokémon have fled the realm, encroaching upon nearby cities." Upon hearing the terms level mysterious realm and legendary Pokémon, Qinfeng and the others were momentarily taken aback, then solemnly inquired, "Is the situation dire? Will there be substantial casualties?" At Long Fan's words, the group fell silent. Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qian, who had also received notifications, furrowed their brows in concern. A disturbance in a level mysterious realm is a rare occurrence, and this particular upheaval seems to involve legendary Pokémon. You've received notifications as well, right? You can certainly comprehend the danger posed by a level mysterious realm. The higher-ups have urgently dispatched numerous trainers of king level and above to the Snow Mountain mysterious realm. We must hurry there, Long Fan asserted, his demeanor serious yet composed. By the way, Qinfeng and Lu Fei, you should accompany us, Yi Qinfeng suddenly suggested. Huh, we're going to? Qinfeng exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Long Fan. Noticing Qinfeng's reluctance, Long Fan teased, "What, are you afraid?" "Afraid? How could that be?" Qinfeng retorted, "Just remember not to act independently. Always stay close to us." Both Long Fan and Yi Qinfeng are top-tier trainers, with Pokémon of at least king level, some even at champion level. Even Yi Qian, too, possesses a team of king-level Pokémon. With such formidable allies, Qinfeng could navigate any perilous situation with ease. Exchanging a determined glance with Lu Fei, they both affirmed, understood. With the situation at the forefront becoming increasingly urgent, they summoned their respective flying-type Pokémon without delay. Long Fan's mount was a highly charismatic and powerful Dragonite, while Yi Qinfeng rode a Pidgeot. Yi Qian, lacking a flying-type Pokémon, had a Milotic that could fly, though its speed was questionable. "Instructor Yi, let us ride on Charizard together. Charizard can certainly carry both of us, right?" "Roar. No problem. I could carry 2 more." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian climbed onto Charizard. After all, this was not the time for hesitation. Qinfeng extended his hand to assist Yi Qian onto Charizard. "Thank you. Instructor Yi, hold on tight. We're taking off." With that, Qinfeng patted Charizard's neck and commanded, "Let us go, Charizard." As Yi Qian wrapped her arms around Qinfeng's waist, she could distinctly feel his well-defined abs. While Qinfeng's physique was not apparent when clothed, she was taken aback by his impressive form. At this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. Fortunately, Qinfeng remained oblivious, otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Chapter 83. The Truth Behind the Mysterious Realm Disturbance. The disturbance in the mysterious realm is a grave matter. Throughout the history of Huaxia, there have been several occurrences of mysterious realm disturbances, mostly at the level scale. The most catastrophic incident involved a level mysterious realm, resulting in over 300,000 casualties and indirectly affecting nearly 1 million Huaxia citizens' daily lives, with immeasurable economic losses. And that was merely one level mysterious realm disturbance. Now, the realm experiencing upheaval is of a higher level. If mismanaged, the consequences are unimaginable. Fortunately, due to its dangerous nature, there are not many trainers within the level mysterious realm. Otherwise, evacuating personnel would take an extensive amount of time. This can only be considered a stroke of luck. as a town with a population of 1 million is located near the level Snow Mountain mysterious realm. Once the Pokémon that cannot be controlled in a riot emerge, the town is likely to be obliterated by their onslaught. Presently, a vast majority of gym leaders and elite trainers across the nation are racing towards the Snowy Mountain secret realm, competing against time and death itself. Dragonite, accelerate. In the skies above, Longfan urged his Dragonite. With a deafening roar, Dragonite sensed Longfan's anxious heart and quickened its pace. Charizard, we must hurry as well. Roar. Charizard responded. Master, this is already my limit. Even with the power of thunder absorbed, Charizard's speed still could not rival that of the renowned fastest Pokémon, Dragonite. Feng could only watch as Longfan's silhouette grew smaller in the distance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Snowy Mountain secret realm, a trainer clad in Pokémon League attire was circling above on a Pidgeot, holding a camera to monitor the entrance in real time. At that moment, tens of thousands of Pokémon surged forth from the secret realm, charging towards the town. Upon learning of the riot in the Snowy Mountain secret realm, the Pokémon League promptly organized trainers to quell the disturbance. Local government officials also sprang into action, evacuating the populace. However, the event occurred so suddenly that even with the swift response from the Pokémon League and local authorities, how could a town of 1 million people be evacuated in such a short span? Currently, the only viable solution was to establish checkpoints to intercept the Pokémon before they reached the town. This was where the military's firearms came into play. Although the firearms in this world were not as advanced as those in Feng's original world, they were not lacking by any means. While they might be ineffective against powerful Pokémon, they were more than sufficient for dealing with lower-tier Pokémon. Soon, the military had set up 3 checkpoints along the essential routes between the secret realm and the town, ensuring that no Pokémon could pass through. An hour later, Feng finally arrived at the front lines. Upon witnessing the continuous charge of Pokémon below, he was about to command Charizard to engage, but was halted by Chen. Feng, this is not our battlefield. Leave this to the military. We must head to the frontline command center immediately. Understood. Feng had no objections and promptly ordered Charizard to fly towards the command center. Upon their arrival at the frontline command center, they found that Longfan had already arrived ahead of them. As the strongest and highest-ranking individual present, Longfan naturally assumed the role of the commanding officer in charge of the operation. Master, what is the current situation? Feng and the others inquired, unfamiliar with the circumstances. The situation is dire. The energy fluctuations from this riot are far more severe than we initially estimated. Longfan's furrowed brow indicated the complexity of this incident. The main issue was that this riot occurred without any warning, manifesting far too abruptly. Furthermore, its rapid development and extensive reach were unprecedented. At this juncture, Feng felt helpless, merely standing by with Lu Fei, exchanging worried glances. Do not fret. With Master and the others here, everything will be fine, Lu Fei said calmly. Drawing from his prior experiences, I am not particularly worried. I am simply pondering how such a sudden riot could occur. It is truly perplexing. At this moment, everyone shared Feng's same question. Why would the Snowy Mountain secret realm suddenly erupt into chaos? Could it be due to poachers? Yet, how could poachers create such a significant uproar that incited a riot among the Pokémon within the secret realm? The matter was far from simple. Lu Fei, are there any legends associated with the Snowy Mountain secret realm? Feng suddenly posed a question to Lu Fei. Legends? What kind of legends? For instance, are there any tales of legendary Pokémon that have appeared in the Snowy Mountain secret realm? Well, at this moment, Chen interjected, having overheard their conversation. A long time ago, a legend circulated about a legendary bird known as Articuno residing in the Snowy Mountain secret realm. Articuno? Even if it were Articuno, it would not be capable of causing such a large-scale Pokémon riot. Although Feng had never seen a real Articuno, anyone who had watched Pokémon animations knew that Articuno was not particularly powerful. Ash's Charizard had once defeated it. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the Articuno in reality was formidable, being one of the 3 legendary birds of the second-tier deities. Even if it could not be defeated, driving it away was certainly plausible. With this thought, Feng's anxious heart began to settle. As night fell, the Pokémon riot in the Snowy Mountain secret realm continued, but with the machinery of the Huaxiao region commencing operations, the situation was gradually coming under control. The town's residents had been safely evacuated. Now, it was merely a matter of identifying the cause of the riot and preventing it to resolve this unexpected crisis entirely. Overall, while the riot had struck suddenly, it thankfully did not result in widespread fatalities, nor did the town suffer extensive damage. Everything remained within manageable limits. Simultaneously, at the evacuation site for the town's residents, several mysterious figures gathered, whispering to one another. It seems our third group has failed. A bunch of useless fools. Failure is one thing, but to create such a disturbance is unacceptable. Now is not the time to discuss this. We should focus on how to extricate ourselves. Quick. Display it on the big screen. Yes. The screen revealed a team of individuals clad in black trench coats, emblazoned with the words Dawn Society. Upon seeing the figures on the screen, Longfan slammed his fist down on the table in fury. What is the Dawn Society? Feng inquired of Chen beside him. The Dawn Society is a global poaching organization. It is safe to say that over 90% of the poachers in the world are their members. Their operatives are scattered across the globe, specializing in the poaching of rare Pokémon from various countries. Has no nation ever attempted to eradicate them? Of course. But their core members rarely reveal themselves. Each time an operation is conducted, only minor members are captured. What Chen did not realize was that the reason the Dawn Society could continue to exist unscathed was due to connections with top-tier forces and even some governmental regimes around the world. After all, to whom would they sell the poached Pokémon? Only the highest echelons could afford to purchase rare Pokémon, and these employers would naturally go to great lengths to ensure the safety of their operations. The content of the footage was brief, merely informing everyone of the instigators of the riot. However, the true reason behind the upheaval in the secret realm remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 84. The Calamitous Pokémon. Ancient Sword Leopard. Although it was now known that the riot in the secret realm was related to the Dawn Society, no one had any idea what the members of the Dawn Society were doing within the Snowy Mountain secret realm. To uncover these truths, one must delve deep into the secret realm itself. Chen, please take Feng and the others to rest. We need to discuss matters further. Understood. Feng recognized that his presence was not particularly beneficial, so he followed Chen to the rest area. After a day of travel, Feng was indeed weary. However, in such an environment, sleep eluded him. Since slumber was not an option, he decided to refresh the inventory. Just as the clock struck midnight, a new week began. Refresh the inventory. With a familiar animation effect, the once barren shelves instantly filled with items of various colors. Oh, a purple item has appeared, and there are two. The minimum guarantee for a gym-level refresh is a blue item, yet not only had a purple item emerged, but two had appeared as well. It could only be said that Feng's luck was extraordinarily good. As per usual, he began with the lowest tier items. Enduring hardship before tasting sweetness is a principle that holds true in many aspects of life, including the experience of unboxing. As expected, Feng's anticipation was met with the opening of two green items, revealing an assortment of peculiar objects. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a temperature-regulating suit that could autonomously adjust itself. Could it be that the system had opened its heavenly eye, presenting this suit at such a moment? Temperature-regulating suit, green. Description: once donned, the wearer will maintain an appropriate body temperature, regardless of the severity of the weather. Flash sale price, 5.6. This system truly seemed intent on providing warmth. In the haste of his arrival, Feng had neglected to bring any warm clothing. Had it not been for the stove, he would have surely frozen solid. Without hesitation, he purchased the suit and immediately put it on. The chill was instantly dispelled, and he felt invigorated. Once acclimated to the warmth, Feng's gaze returned to the flash sale shelf. The next item was a basic Ice-type energy cube, which he decided to acquire. Although he currently lacked an Ice-type Pokémon, he might consider capturing one in the future, perhaps an Ice Ghost or a Garchomp. Next, Feng's eyes were drawn to a purple item. As the violet light flickered, the first purple item was unveiled, a fragment of Diancie. He purchased it eagerly. Recently, the frequency of Diancie fragments appearing in purple items had been quite high. This was already the 7th fragment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could synthesize Diancie, a mythical Pokémon known for its formidable combat prowess. The other purple item was equally remarkable, something Feng had been yearning for. Ability Copy Card, purple. Description: upon use, it can directly replicate any Pokémon's ability with a 100 success rate. Flash sale price, 19.99. Upon reading the description, Feng gasped in astonishment. An ability copy card with guaranteed success was an incredible find among purple items. He had struck gold. While it might seem trivial, the potential applications were vast. What if the ability belonged to a legendary Pokémon? That would indeed be game-changing. Without a moment's hesitation, he made the purchase. At that moment, Feng began contemplating which Pokémon's ability would be most suitable for his Charizard. Clearly, fortune was on his side today. After acquiring everything on the shelves, he drifted into a contented slumber. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Startled from his dreams, Feng groggily emerged from his sleeping bag and stepped outside. The temporary command center was in disarray. What was happening? Run, Feng. Lu Fei appeared out of nowhere. grabbing him and pulling him outside. A multitude of powerful Pokémon has surged from the Snow Mountain secret realm. What? Hurry, we must escape, Chen Feng exclaimed as he sprinted after Lu Fei. However, he quickly realized they were alone. Where are Long Fan, Yi Qian, and Yi Tianwang? Lu Fei, what about my master? Long Tianwang and the rest entered the secret realm an hour ago. Lu Fei confirmed Chen Feng's fears with a nod. This is unacceptable. I must find them. Ignoring Lu Fei's protests, Chen Feng summoned Charizard and dashed toward the entrance of the Snow Mountain secret realm. Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly as he watched Chen Feng vanish into the night. Inside the Snow Mountain secret realm, upon entering, Chen Feng was immediately met with a wave of Pokémon rushing toward the entrance. He paid them no heed. Their sheer numbers rendered any attempt to impede them futile. His priority was to locate Long Fan and Yi Qian and inform them of the chaos unfolding within the realm. Charizard soared through the blizzard with Chen Feng, who unleashed his spiritual energy, searching for nearby energy fluctuations. Soon, he detected a powerful force ahead. Charizard, it's just up ahead. Moments later, Chen Feng arrived at the source of the formidable energy, discovering a cavern within the mountain. Without a second thought, he and Charizard ventured inside. Meanwhile, Long Fan and the others were also searching for the source of the eruption within the secret realm. This blizzard is too intense. Long Fan, look over there. The group noticed that Pokémon, previously residing deep within the secret realm, had suddenly appeared on the periphery. This is bad. Another riot is likely occurring. Long Fan thought grimly. Shaking his head, he urged, there's no time. We must find a safe location to regroup. Roar. Charizard suddenly halted, sensing an unsettling presence. Master, I feel an aura that disturbs me. An unsettling aura? Charizard, having attained legendary aptitude, could perceive such energies. Chen Feng quickly deduced that he might have found the root of the turmoil. Hesitating for a moment, he resolved to press onward. Charizard, let's continue forward. It's just ahead. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Chen Feng suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. It's the ancient sword leopard. Could it be that the ancient sword leopard was the catalyst for the upheaval in the Snow Mountain secret realm? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For the ancient sword leopard was one of the 4 catastrophe Pokémon. Despite his bravado in urging Charizard to slay gods, the reality of confronting a legendary Pokémon sent his heart racing with trepidation. Chapter 85. The culprit behind the secret realm's turmoil. Ancient sword leopard. Level 88, master level. Type: Dark Ice. Ability: Sword of Calamity. Reduces the defense of all Pokémon except itself using the power of the Calamity Calling Sword. Qualification: Legendary moves: Hail, Curse, Dark Glare, Icy Wind, Revenge, Mist, Dark Mist, Ice Shard, Swords Dance, Snowstorm, Critical Hit, Dark Pulse, Ice Pillar Strike, Catastrophe, Ambush, Sacred Sword, Self-Recovery, Abyssal Strike. Absolute Zero. The ancient sword leopard, one of the 4 catastrophe Pokémon. It was a legendary Pokémon that emerged in the 9th generation before Chen Feng's transmigration. Alongside the ancient sword leopard were the ancient simple snail, ancient ding deer, and ancient jade fish. Among these 4 catastrophe Pokémon, the ancient sword leopard was undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing and popular, far surpassing the other 3. Upon sighting the ancient sword leopard, Chen Feng's instinct was to flee, far and fast. With an impressive level of 88, the ancient sword leopard exhibited peak master-level combat prowess, clearly on the brink of achieving legendary status. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was destined to surpass level 90 and attain the legendary echelon. Moreover, as a legendary Pokémon, the ancient sword leopard naturally dominated ordinary Pokémon. Even with Charizard's legendary aptitude, facing an opponent boasting a level disparity of over 50 was not an option. Charizard. While the ancient sword leopard remains unaware of our presence, we must depart. Charizard, valiant though it was, recognized the futility of the situation and began to retreat. Just as Chen Feng prepared to lead Charizard out of the cave, he felt the air around them suddenly grow thick and oppressive. In the next instant, a roar reverberated through the cavern. Roar. Human, why are you here, and how do you know my name? The masterful ancient sword leopard suddenly appeared before Chen Feng and the fire-breathing dragon, its overwhelming presence causing Chen Feng's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Had the fire-breathing dragon not absorbed a significant portion of the ancient sword leopard's pressure with its own body, Chen Feng would have likely crumpled to the ground. I am merely lost, Chen Feng quickly explained. The ancient sword leopard nodded, seemingly convinced by Chen Feng's claim of being lost, but then it inquired further. Human. How is it that you know my name? Chen Feng was taken aback. Shouldn't he be familiar with the ancient sword leopard? I have slumbered for a millennium. It is impossible for humans to know of my existence. Yet you not only recognize me, but also call out my name. How do you know? Although the ancient sword leopard did not launch an attack, the invisible pressure nearly rendered Feng breathless. Roar. Seeing Feng in distress, the fire-breathing dragon immediately roared at the ancient sword leopard. As a Pokémon of legendary talent, the fire-breathing dragon's pressure, while not as formidable as the ancient sword leopard's, still demanded its attention. This little creature is not weak, but alas, it is still insufficient before me. With that, the ancient sword leopard prepared to strike. Wait, Feng shouted in haste, sensing the impending danger. The reason I know of you is that I saw your mural in an ancient ruin. Not only you, but I am also acquainted with your three brothers, the ancient simple snail, the ancient tripod deer, and the ancient jade fish. Human, since you recognize me, you should be aware of my strength. Leave this place while I am still calm, or else. Faced with the ancient sword leopard's threat, Feng, for reasons unknown, found himself devoid of the desire to flee. Did you instigate the upheaval in the snow-capped mountains? Feng felt that this encounter with the ancient sword leopard might be linked to the recent turmoil in the Snow Mountain secret realm. As he suspected, the ancient sword leopard confirmed Feng's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Feng's expression changed dramatically. So it is true. I never expected that the mere awakening of the ancient sword leopard would cause such a commotion. If the other three disaster Pokémon were to awaken, it would spell calamity for Huaxia. Realizing this, Feng immediately asked, "What about your three brothers? Where are they now? Have they awakened?" The ancient sword leopard shook its head. "I do not know their precise locations. I can only faintly sense their general direction." Feng pressed on. "Then in what direction are they, and how far from here?" The ancient sword leopard furrowed its brow, responding impatiently. "Human, you ask too many questions. Do you wish to capture us?" Capture? Initially, Feng had no such intention. However, upon hearing the ancient sword leopard's remark, his interest was piqued. If he could indeed capture a legendary Pokémon, he would be unstoppable. Sensing the shift in Feng's demeanor, the ancient sword leopard grew uneasy. "Human, I advise you to abandon this thought. You are not worthy of commanding my allegiance." Roar. Before Feng could respond, the fire-breathing dragon was the first to object. To claim that Feng was unworthy was tantamount to calling him weak. The fire-breathing dragon would not stand for it. In an instant, it lunged forward. "Fire-breathing dragon!" Feng shouted in alarm, never expecting that the fire-breathing dragon would take the initiative to challenge the ancient sword leopard. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to direct the fire-breathing dragon. Without his guidance, the fire-breathing dragon would undoubtedly be no match for the ancient sword leopard, even with his command. Victory was not guaranteed. After all, legendary Pokémon were not to be underestimated. The ancient sword leopard's ability, the Sword of Calamity, boasted incredible speed and physical attack power. In an instant, information about the ancient sword leopard flooded Feng's mind as he pondered how to contend with it. What to do? Just as Feng contemplated his strategy, the fire-breathing dragon was already embroiled in battle with the ancient sword leopard. In mere moments, the fire-breathing dragon bore deep claw marks from the ancient sword leopard. This won't do. If it continues like this, the fire-breathing dragon won't last a minute. If it falls, my safety will also be compromised. Fire-breathing dragon, do not engage it in close combat. Since the ancient sword leopard was a physical attacker, they needed to engage it from a distance. Fortunately, the spacious cave provided the fire-breathing dragon with ample room to create distance. Roar. Upon hearing Feng's command, the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and swiftly moved away from the ancient sword leopard. However, this was only temporary. In an instant, the ancient sword leopard reappeared before the fire-breathing dragon. In this critical moment, Feng released his Greninja and Metagross to divert the ancient sword leopard's attention. Even with a 3-to-1 advantage, they still stood little chance. The chilling aura wreaked havoc within the cave, and despite wearing the system's temperature-regulating suit, Feng felt a chill seep into his bones. This sensation was not merely physical coldness. It penetrated deep into his heart. A surge of negative emotions, suffocation, oppression, anxiety, and panic overwhelmed him. Was this the terrifying power of a legendary Pokémon? This was Feng's first time facing a legendary Pokémon at such close quarters. Unlike Long Fan's Dragonite, the strength displayed by the ancient sword leopard extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him. Am I to perish here? No, I cannot die here. Fire-breathing dragon. Evolve. If Feng had any trump card left, it was evolution. With the fire-breathing dragon's potential and the enhancements from evolving, perhaps they could hold their ground against the ancient sword leopard. In an instant, a mysterious energy wave emerged between Feng and the fire-breathing dragon. The energy wave gradually intertwined and merged. At the same time, a radiant light of evolution erupted from the fire-breathing dragon. Moments later, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing the fire-breathing dragon, now cloaked in darkness. Fire-breathing dragon. The evolved fire-breathing dragon surged with power, charging towards the ancient sword leopard. Fire-breathing dragon. Use the big character fire. The fire-breathing dragon unleashed a torrent of fire energy from its mouth, forming a massive flame in the shape of a character that surged towards the ancient sword leopard. The searing flames engulfed the ancient sword leopard in an instant. Has it worked? Feng stood frozen, staring at the ancient sword leopard consumed by flames. Roar. The ancient sword leopard roared from within the flames, and in the next moment, the flames extinguished, revealing the ancient sword leopard completely unscathed. No, this is impossible. The fire-breathing dragon, possessing legendary talent, should have inflicted damage with its evolved big character fire. The ancient sword leopard, being of both ice and dark attributes, was inherently weak to fire, taking double damage from the fire-type attack. Even if the fire-breathing dragon was not as strong as the ancient sword leopard, it should have still inflicted considerable harm. In truth, while the ancient sword leopard appeared unscathed, it had not emerged entirely unscathed. Had Feng utilized the system to investigate, he would have noticed that the ancient sword leopard's health had diminished by a quarter. Within the cave, the fire-breathing dragon continued its fierce battle with the ancient sword leopard, as if the upheaval in the secret realm had never occurred. Just as they prepared to depart, a series of roars resonated throughout the cave. What is that sound? Long Fan immediately sensed something amiss. This roar did not resemble that of an ordinary Pokémon. Quick, let us investigate. We might uncover the cause of the secret realm's upheaval. Meanwhile, the battle between the fire-breathing dragon and the ancient sword leopard raged on. After sustaining significant injuries from the fire-breathing dragon, the ancient sword leopard unleashed its special ability, the Sword of Calamity. In an instant, a peculiar object appeared atop the heads of the Charizard, Greninja, and Metagross. As a devoted Pokémon player, Feng immediately recognized it as the Sword of Calamity belonging to the fabled ancient sword leopard. Alarmed, he thought to himself, this is bad. The Sword of Calamity has the ability to diminish the physical defense of its opponent, and once afflicted, one's own physical defense will continue to decline. This interplay would allow the ancient sword leopard to inflict even greater damage. The ancient sword leopard emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing an ice-type move, Ice Pillar Strike. Energies of frost began to coalesce in the air, forming massive ice pillars in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a multitude of ice spikes materialized in midair, hurtling toward Charizard. Defend. Feng dared not take chances and promptly commanded Charizard to use the Protect move. Just as he finished speaking, a luminous shield composed of normal-type energy coalesced before Charizard. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spikes collided with the shield, producing a series of crisp sounds. Each impact sent shudders through the shield, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Fortunately, once the Ice Pillar Strike concluded, the shield remained intact. Charizard successfully withstood the ancient sword leopard's assault. However, a new dilemma arose. Could Charizard endure a second attack? While Protect is a divine skill capable of blocking all assaults, it is not without its limitations and cannot be used consecutively. If overused, it may fail. Feng was unwilling to gamble. No, I cannot merely defend. I must counterattack. Resolute, Feng's gaze sharpened as he decided to take a risk. Though Charizard's level was inferior to that of the ancient sword leopard, its innate potential was equally formidable. Moreover, with Charizard's recent evolution, the gap had further narrowed. Despite its lower level, Charizard possessed an overwhelming output capability that rivaled Pokémon of levels 60 or 70. With this advantage, Feng believed Charizard could inflict damage upon the ancient sword leopard. All it needed was the time to build up its power. Without hesitation, Feng commanded, Charizard, use Dragon Dance. Greninja, Water Pulse. Metagross, Cannon Beam. Buy time for Charizard. As the battle intensified, Long Fan and his companions discerned that the roars did not emanate from a single Pokémon, but likely from two or more engaged in combat. The residual waves of the conflict stirred a sense of unease within Long Fan's Dragonite, which had already reached a level exceeding 80. What caliber of Pokémon could provoke such discomfort in it? Anxiety rippled through the group. Everyone accelerate. 5 minutes later, they sensed the ambient temperature dropping significantly. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a vast expanse. Long Fan, look! Feng exclaimed, pointing ahead. The group followed his gaze and beheld a snow-white leopard-like Pokémon entangled with a pitch-black dragon-like Pokémon. Charizard, use Flame Claw. Charizard? Flame Claw? The group was momentarily stunned. Was the dark figure truly Charizard? But what was this Flame Claw? Did Charizard possess such a technique? Wait, that earlier voice? Someone was directing Charizard in battle. There must be a trainer here. They immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Feng, what are you doing here? Chapter 87. Charizard. Bond Evolution. Long Fan and the others looked up to see someone who should not have been there. Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Hearing the commotion, Chen Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with excitement. Master, please save me. What is going on? Long Fan inquired, but his hands were swift, releasing all of his Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity while the ancient sword leopard and Charizard clashed, Chen Feng hurried to Long Fan's side. Master, this Pokémon is the ancient sword leopard, a legendary Pokémon. The recent turmoil in the snowy mountain realm was triggered by its awakening. What? Upon learning that the leopard-like Pokémon before them was a legendary creature, the group was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Given Long Fan and his companion's status, they were aware of the existence of legendary Pokémon and had even encountered some. Yet, they did not recognize this particular one. Noticing their astonished expressions, Chen Feng quickly elaborated. The ancient sword leopard is a legendary Pokémon possessing dual ice and dark types, known for its swiftness and high physical attack, with the ability to lower its opponent's physical defense. Continuing, he said, these are insights I gleaned from my recent encounter with the ancient sword leopard. I hope they prove useful to you. Just then, a pained cry from Charizard pierced the air. Without Chen Feng's guidance, Charizard suddenly found itself at a disadvantage, sent sprawling by the ancient sword leopard's strike against a stone wall. Charizard, Dragonite, Garchomp, assist Charizard. Lucario, help the Dragonite. Long Fan and Yi Chen Feng immediately sprang into action, commanding their Pokémon to surround the ancient sword leopard. At that moment, the injured Charizard reverted from its evolved form, returning to its original state. Chen Feng rushed to assess Charizard's wounds. Fortunately, endowed with legendary-level talents, Charizard's resilience meant its injuries were not severe. Charizard, quickly take this. Chen Feng retrieved a healing item from his system backpack and urged Charizard to consume it. How are you feeling now? Roar. Charizard responded, I feel much better, Master. I can continue fighting. As it attempted to rise and rejoin the fray, Chen Feng intervened, saying, not yet. Let us allow them to wear down first. Indeed. With Long Fan and the others engaging, the ancient sword leopard faced mounting pressure. Long Fan's Dragonite, Charizard, Garchomp, and Yi Chen Feng's Lucario formed a formidable encirclement around the ancient sword leopard. It lunged left and right, but found no escape. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Feng remained calm, confident that Long Fan and his companions possessed the strength not only to fend off the ancient sword leopard, but also to potentially defeat it. However, in the next moment, the ancient sword leopard suddenly struck back. It raised its front paw, gathering an icy chill. This is bad. Ice Pillar Strike. Everyone, scatter. Chen Feng shouted, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late. The icy gust rapidly coalesced into a multitude of ice spikes, shooting toward Dragonite and the other Pokémon. Fortunately, Long Fan and his companions reacted swiftly, directing their Pokémon to evade. Except for Yi Chen Feng's Dragonite, which was a tad slower, the others managed to dodge the attack. Dragonite was struck by the Ice Pillar Strike, letting out a cry as it was enveloped in a cold mist and coated with frost. Dragonite. Upon witnessing Dragonite being hit by the Ice Pillar Strike, Yi Chen Feng panicked. It is well known that dragon types are particularly vulnerable to ice types. This meant that aside from Lucario and Charizard, the ancient sword leopard held a distinct advantage over the other Pokémon. Everyone retreat. Long Fan realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly ordered his Dragonite and Garchomp to fall back, leaving only his Charizard to confront the foe. Though Long Fan's Charizard was not as powerful as Dragonite, it still boasted a level of 81 with master-level prowess, coupled with the fire type's advantage over ice types. Charizard was capable of withstanding the ancient sword leopard's onslaught. Charizard, use Fire Spin, roared Long Fan. Under Long Fan's command, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards the ancient sword leopard. The fiery vortex erupted around the leopard, instantly raising the temperature in its vicinity. As the flames encroached upon it, the ancient sword leopard emitted a fearsome roar, its eyes beginning to glow a crimson hue. This is not good. Chen Feng exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. The ancient sword leopard is about to go berserk. With a thunderous roar, the leopard's fury sapped the strength of the already weakened Pokémon nearby. This is a catastrophe. Chen Feng's mind raced with the knowledge of the ancient sword leopard's move. Catastrophe triggers a devastating calamity, having the opponent's health. It is a mandatory skill, with a guaranteed hit that cannot be evaded. As he saw the ancient sword leopard prepare to unleash its catastrophic move, a wave of dread washed over Chen Feng. Charizard. Although the catastrophe skill cannot be dodged, it can be interrupted. He immediately commanded Charizard to intervene and halt the ancient sword leopard. In the next moment, with Chen Feng's shout, a brilliant light enveloped both him and Charizard. Bathed in the radiance, Feng was momentarily startled but quickly regained his composure. Charizard, Bond Evolution. This time, Feng and Charizard evolved without the aid of an evolution stone. No, it should be termed Bond Evolution. The power of Bond Evolution far surpasses that of regular evolution. Sensing the immense Bond energy within, Charizard let out a triumphant roar. The light of evolution transformed into shimmering starlight, illuminating Charizard. Moments later, the starlight dissipated, revealing a brand new Charizard before Feng. This is, gazing at the transformed Charizard, Feng found himself at a loss for words. So cool. Absolutely magnificent. Unlike its previous form, the newly evolved Charizard was cloaked in an inky black hue, its wings shifting from solid to ethereal, igniting into deep blue flames. A lightning-shaped blue mark adorned its forehead. With a powerful roar, the Bond-evolved Charizard exuded an overwhelming aura, sensing the formidable presence radiating from Charizard. The ancient sword leopard's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation. It appeared to waver. No, it cannot waver. After all, it is a legendary Pokémon. How could it show fear? With a defiant roar, the ancient sword leopard lunged at Charizard. Come at me. Charizard, use Flame Claw. Feng shouted, commanding Charizard to charge forward. He was eager to witness just how powerful the Bond-evolved Charizard had become. Chapter 88, Surrounding the Ancient Sword Leopard. Bam! Charizard's claw struck the ancient sword leopard, sending it reeling back several meters. After being knocked back, the leopard stared incredulously at Charizard. How is this possible? How could you have grown so strong? The ancient sword leopard was in disbelief. Just moments ago, it had easily overpowered Charizard, yet now it had become vastly more powerful. It must be that human. The ancient sword leopard sensed an unseen connection between Charizard and Feng. It was this intangible bond that had transformed Charizard's appearance and significantly enhanced its strength. A mere human could empower a Pokémon in such a short time, an occurrence entirely unfathomable to the leopard. Yet, the reality was undeniable. The ancient sword leopard, gazing at the Bond-evolved Charizard and then glancing towards the direction of Dragonite, hesitated momentarily before opting to retreat. However, Feng was not about to let the ancient sword leopard escape so easily. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Charizard, charge forward, do not let it get away. With a decisive command, Feng sent Charizard racing towards the ancient sword leopard. After finally gaining strength, Charizard was eager to test its mettle against the leopard and would not allow it to slip away. Roar! Seeing Charizard barreling towards it, the ancient sword leopard refused to back down, roaring defiantly as it charged at Charizard. In an instant, the two Pokémon clashed fiercely. Bam! Charizard and the ancient sword leopard collided head-on. To the astonishment of all, the ancient sword leopard was sent flying by Charizard's overwhelming force. Roar! The ancient sword leopard let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground. Though not seriously injured, the humiliation was profound. After all, it was a legendary Pokémon, yet it had been bested by a Charizard. Enraged by the insult, the ancient sword leopard gathered a terrifying surge of energy in its mouth, aiming directly for Charizard's face. Destructive Beam? Feng's expression grew solemn as he observed the ancient sword leopard charging its energy. You want to clash? Who's afraid of whom? Charizard, let us unleash our own destructive beam. It must be said that the power of the Bond-evolved Charizard was astonishing. Even against an ancient sword leopard that was over 40 levels higher, Charizard possessed the strength to compete. Of course, this was also due to Charizard's own legendary level talent. Moreover, the enhancement from Bond evolution far exceeded that of ordinary evolution. While a standard evolution might provide a general boost of around 20, Bond evolution offered an enhancement of approximately 120. Though the methods of evolution appeared similar, they were fundamentally distinct. Evolution, while requiring a connection between Pokémon and trainer, relied on evolution stones and keystones as intermediaries. With an evolution stone as a medium, Pokémon and trainer could easily achieve consensus, resulting in evolution, commonly referred to as mega evolution. However, Bond evolution was different. In the original story, Bond evolution was a unique transformation possessed solely by Ash's Greninja. Achieving Bond evolution required more than just a connection. It necessitated a profound intertwining of their fates, where Pokémon and trainer shared an exceptionally strong bond. As the ancient sword leopard and Charizard unleashed their destructive beams simultaneously, the ensuing wave of energy collided within the cave, causing widespread structural collapses. We must evacuate. This place is going to collapse. Feng urged urgently. Boom. Minutes later, Feng and his companions stared at the cave entrance, now blocked by fallen rocks. Exchanging worried glances. What now? We let the ancient sword leopard escape. It can't have gone far. It's nearby. with his soul power fully activated. Feng quickly pinpointed the ancient sword leopard's location. He then led his companions to confront the creature. Roar. Human, why do you relentlessly pursue me? Enough with the chatter. You caused the disturbance in the secret realm, and we will not allow you to leave easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fan and the others commanded their Pokémon to encircle the ancient sword leopard. In the confines of the cave, it had been difficult to engage. But now that they were outside, the ancient sword leopard had nowhere to flee. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. An 82-level Charizard, an 85-level Dragonite. Previously unable to assess their strength within the cave, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled as he beheld the 2 Pokémon over level 80. Is this the might of my master? 3 Pokémon over level 80, 2 of which are near divine. It seems that next year's championship challenge could see my master vying for the title of champion of Huaxia. If my master becomes the champion of Huaxia, then I will be the disciple of the champion. Contemplating this, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Roar? Upon hearing Long Fan's command, the 2 Pokémon launched their attacks at the ancient sword leopard from different directions, sandwiching it between their formidable strikes. In the next moment, the ancient sword leopard was simultaneously assaulted from both sides. On the left, the fierce attack from Chen Feng's Charizard, the signature big character flame. On the right, Yeching Feng's Lucario unleashed the Iron Hoof Ray. Attacks came from all directions, making it seemingly impossible for the ancient sword leopard to escape this onslaught. Yet, astonishingly, the ancient sword leopard soared into the sky right before their eyes. No, to be precise, it dashed upward. Suddenly, ice debris appeared before the ancient sword leopard, allowing it to deftly evade the barrage of fiery assaults. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's reaction was swift. Charizard, charge forward and use Flame Claw. The Flame Claw, a self-created skill, melds the sharpness of Dragon Claw with the searing heat of Fire Punch. The results were undeniably impressive. With a single swipe, the ancient sword leopard was instantly brought down. Following this, Chen Feng commanded Charizard to deliver a final big character flame, rendering the ancient sword leopard unconscious. Finally, it was over. What should the master do now? Chen Feng clapped his hands and turned to look at Long Fan and others, who were equally astonished. They had barely grasped the situation in the cave, but they had just witnessed everything in detail. The ancient sword leopard, a legendary Pokémon of fabled strength, was defeated in an instant by Chen Feng's Charizard. Long Fan was acutely aware of Charizard's level, which was just 39. How could it possibly defeat the ancient sword leopard? Could it be related to that so-called bond evolution? Chapter 89, The Capture of the Ancient Sword Leopard. He understood evolution, but what was this bond evolution? Was it a new method of evolution? Long Fan glanced at the unconscious ancient sword leopard, realizing that this was not the moment for lengthy discussions. But what should they do with it? Chen Feng pointed to the motionless ancient sword leopard and inquired. Although it was his first encounter with the ancient sword leopard, he sensed that this extraordinary Pokémon could potentially become a new asset for Huaxia. On their way back, Long Fan led the way while Chen Feng walked beside him. Their Charizards flanked them, providing protection. Unable to resist, Long Fan asked, Chen Feng, what level is your Charizard? Master, this is Bond Evolution, akin to evolution, which I named myself. Bond Evolution? Please elaborate. Since Long Fan had asked, Chen Feng felt no need to withhold information and began to explain. The effect of Bond Evolution is similar to that of evolution, allowing a Pokémon that has already reached its final form to evolve again. However, unlike traditional evolution, which relies on the energy of evolution stones, Bond Evolution does not require such means. No need? How can that be? Long Fan exclaimed. Chen Feng continued, indeed. It does not require any external resources, as Bond Evolution depends on the connection formed between the Pokémon and its trainer. This means that the deeper the bond, the greater the likelihood of achieving Bond Evolution. Conversely, it is quite challenging for newly captured Pokémon to undergo Bond Evolution. Chen Feng did not assert this as an absolute, knowing that bonds can be unpredictable. After all, what if Bond Evolution was something only he could utilize? Nevertheless, the bond evolved Charizard was undeniably powerful, capable of defeating the ancient sword leopard with astonishing ease. Of course, Chen Feng's victory was largely due to fortunate circumstances, as Long Fan and the others had already exhausted themselves in battle against the ancient sword leopard, providing Chen Feng with an opportunity. Otherwise, in a direct one-on-one confrontation, even with Bond Evolution, Charizard would struggle to deliver a decisive blow. Chen Feng glanced at his Charizard undergoing Bond Evolution, and data about it materialized before him. Charizard Bond Evolution Form. Level 39. Types: Fire, Dragon, Electric. Abilities: Solar Power, Water Absorb, Lightning Rod, Sacred Flame Armor. A cascade of attributes left Chen Feng entranced. It now possesses dragon attributes. Charizard's classification had shifted as the flying type was replaced by the dragon type. Immersed in the awe of Charizard's newfound strength, Feng suddenly realized an extraordinary fact. After Bond evolution, Charizard had undergone a transformation in attributes. Originally a combination of fire, flying, and electric types, it now stood as fire, dragon, and electric types. This was not merely a change in attributes, it effectively negated Charizard's inherent weaknesses. Presently, the only types that could threaten Charizard were likely dragon and fairy types. Moreover, with the addition of dragon attributes, Charizard had genuinely become a dragon-type Pokémon for the first time. This realization fulfilled a long-held dream for Feng. Growing up watching Pokémon anime and playing Pokémon games, his regrets were not that Ash took over 20 years to become a champion, nor that he let Pidgeot go without searching for it, nor his lack of a romantic relationship with Serena. Rather, it was the absence of a dragon-type designation for Charizard. A wish that had finally been realized. Charizard had indeed become a dragon-type Pokémon. This new dragon attribute significantly enhanced Charizard's overall statistics. Furthermore, the newly acquired Sacred Flame Armor ability appeared to be an evolved version of the Fire-type ability Flame Body. Of course, in addition to Flame Body, this new ability seemed to incorporate elements of the ability Shattered Armor. The Sacred Flame Armor was not merely a simple enhancement. Perhaps it was the key to Charizard's ability to defeat the ancient sword leopard in a single blow. Once everyone exited the cave, the blizzard within the secret realm had ceased. The sun shone brightly upon the land once more. Dragon King. The energy disturbance within the secret realm has come to an end, reported the personnel responsible for detecting energy fluctuations. It seemed that the cause of the energy upheaval was indeed the ancient sword leopard. Long fans signaled to the group, urging them to accelerate toward the base. An hour later, with the cessation of the disturbance, the atmosphere at the base had become much more relaxed. Everyone was systematically addressing the aftermath. Feng, we are going to interrogate the ancient sword leopard. You should join us. Me? Is that permissible? Feng looked incredulously at Long Fan. Could he truly be present for such a significant interrogation of the ancient sword leopard? Seeing Long Fan's insistence, Feng followed him into a sealed chamber. This space was constructed from high-density titanium alloy, impervious to even the mightiest ancient sword leopard in its prime. Upon entering, they found several individuals already present. A few acknowledged Long Fan with nods, but upon noticing Feng, their brows furrowed slightly. Nonetheless, they remained silent, tacitly allowing Feng to be present. Now that everyone is here, let us commence. Feng surveyed the room and spoke as soon as everyone was assembled. With that, a staff member at the control panel pressed a button. Instantly, hundreds of volts of high-voltage electricity surged through the chains, striking the ancient sword leopard. It jolted awake, a look of fury crossing its face as it realized it had been captured by humans. You despicable humans, release me at once, or I shall annihilate all of you. Chapter 90. The capture of the legendary Pokémon, Ancient Sword Leopard. Annihilate all of us, is that so? Feng replied coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon the ancient sword leopard. In the present day, the ancient sword leopard has tragically become a captive, left with no option but to vent its frustrations through mere words. Long Fan took a few steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of the cage that held the ancient sword leopard. Upon seeing him, the creature immediately opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar. You despicable human, release me at once. Releasing you is not out of the question, but only if you pledge your loyalty to Huaxia and become my Pokémon. Long Fan replied calmly. Though the ancient sword leopard may not be on par with the likes of Arceus, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, or Mewtwo, top-tier legendary Pokémon, it is still a legendary creature in its own right, significantly surpassing the 3 sacred beasts and 3 sacred birds in strength. Capturing the ancient sword leopard would undoubtedly bolster both Huaxia's and Long Fan's power exponentially. Become your Pokémon? Dream on. The ancient sword leopard retorted disdainfully. Then it seems the only option left is to eliminate you, Long Fan declared decisively. Given that the recent upheaval in the secret realm was due to Huaxia's timely discovery and swift response, aided by Feng's involvement, they were able to capture the ancient sword leopard swiftly. Had they been even slightly slower, or without Feng's presence, the consequences could have been dire. Most critically, if the ancient sword leopard were to fall into foreign hands, it would spell disaster for Huaxia. Thus, adhering to the principle of better that I do not possess it than let others do so, Long Fan prepared to issue the order for the creature's eradication. Wait, master. Allow me to give it a try. Feng suddenly stepped forward, breaking the silence. Feng, do not act recklessly, Feng admonished, his expression darkening. Although Feng was not his disciple, he held a high regard for him. As long as Chen Feng could grow safely, he would undoubtedly become a formidable trainer in the future. It was the duty of the seasoned mentors to protect these promising juniors, ensuring their safe development. Yi Senior, please let me try, Chen Feng implored. It would be a great loss to erase a legendary Pokémon like the ancient sword leopard. Yi Feng exchanged glances with Long Fan. Being the two highest-ranking individuals present, if they did not object, the others would naturally remain silent. Very well, you may proceed. But exercise utmost caution, Long Fan conceded. Rest assured, Master. With that, Chen Feng approached the ancient sword leopard, locking his gaze onto its bell-like eyes. It's you. The ancient sword leopard evidently recognized Chen Feng. Curiously, its demeanor towards him was markedly different from that of others. Perhaps due to the fact that Chen Feng had previously bested it. Chen Feng crouched down, unleashing his soul power to communicate on a spiritual level with the ancient sword leopard. I am Chen Feng. Abruptly, his voice echoed in the creature's mind, startling it. Why can I hear your voice? The ancient sword leopard pondered inwardly. This is my ability, allowing me to communicate with Pokémon on a spiritual plane. I believe you would not relish the thought of being obliterated, would you? Chen Feng stated. So what? Am I to become your Pokémon? The ancient sword leopard scoffed. While Chen Feng and the ancient sword leopard engaged in their exchange, Long Fan and Yi Chen Feng were exchanging bewildered glances. What is your disciple up to? Yi Chen Feng asked Long Fan, perplexed. You ask me, who am I to inquire? Long Fan shrugged, equally baffled. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continued his dialogue with the ancient sword leopard. Surely you've seen the prowess of my Charizard. Admittedly, it is only at level 39, yet it managed to defeat you. Do you not desire to grow stronger? If I am not mistaken, you have yet to transcend into the legendary tier. Do you not wish to break through to that level? A sly smile crept onto Chen Feng's face. He was confident that the allure of ascending to legendary status would entice the ancient sword leopard. Why you can help me break through to the legendary tier? The ancient sword leopard's voice trembled. Despite being a legendary Pokémon with the potential for greatness, it did not guarantee that it could achieve the legendary tier. Every Pokémon that ascends to this status has its unique opportunities. I assure you. Once you become my Pokémon, I will help you reach the legendary tier, Chen Feng affirmed resolutely. If he couldn't achieve this with his system, then no one in the world could. Hearing Chen Feng's declaration, the ancient sword leopard fell into deep contemplation. The temptation of breaking into the legendary tier was immense. It had slumbered for a millennium, yet was still one step away from that pinnacle. This gap might require another millennium, or even longer, to bridge. It was possible that by the time it met its demise, it would remain stagnant in power. Noticing the ancient sword leopard's silence, Chen Feng patiently awaited its response. After a long pause, the ancient sword leopard finally inquired, Human, why should I trust you? You have no choice but to trust me, Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. Before you lie, two paths. One is to submit to me and become my Pokémon, with my assistance to break through to the legendary tier. The other is to reject me and face obliteration. The choice is yours. Fine, I accept. I will become your Pokémon. This time, the ancient sword leopard did not hesitate and decisively agreed to Chen Feng's proposal. Done. Chen Feng promptly retrieved a luxury ball from his pocket and gently tapped it against the ancient sword leopard's forehead. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped the creature as it was drawn into the luxury ball. Beep, beep, beep. Master, Yi Senior, I have captured the ancient sword leopard. Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully, waving the ball containing his new Pokémon. Is it really that simple? Yi Chen Feng asked, incredulous. Though Long Fan remained silent. He too gazed at Chen Feng with wide eyes, astonished. Chen Feng, congratulations on capturing the ancient sword leopard. Yi Qian was the first to extend her congratulations. Chen Feng scratched the back of his head, a smile spreading across his face. It was just luck, pure luck. You lad, your luck is simply extraordinary. Yi Chen Feng remarked enviously. That is the ancient sword leopard, a legendary Pokémon. How could someone as young as you manage to capture such a creature? This transcends the definition of genius. If all goes well, Chen Feng would undoubtedly become the leading figure among the younger generation of Huaxia. Long Fan regarded Chen Feng with a growing sense of intrigue regarding his disciple. Chapter 91. Crisis averted. Off to Southern Shu. Once everything settled, the observant Yi Qian suddenly recalled something. Chen Feng, you seem well acquainted with this Pokémon. Indeed, how could he know a Pokémon that others do not? It was evident that Chen Feng held many secrets, especially considering his earlier mention of evolution. In that moment, Long Fan found himself increasingly perplexed by his disciple. At that moment, Chen Feng, hearing Yi Qian's question, felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, I've slipped up. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, well, I wouldn't say I'm familiar. I merely came across it in an ancient text. You all know I have a penchant for learning and often indulge in reading. The more I read, the more I know. As Chen Feng finished speaking, he noticed Long Fan and the others staring at him intently. What is going on? Did I say something wrong? Confronted with Chen Feng's implicit arrogance, Long Fan and the others were expressions of disbelief. According to Chen Feng's words, it implied that they were somewhat simple-minded, relying solely on physical prowess. It was a wonder they could muster any goodwill towards him. As the ancient sword leopard has been subdued, it is time for me to report the situation here to my superiors. With the subjugation of the ancient sword leopard and the cessation of the secret realm's turmoil, remaining here serves little purpose. Soon, Long Fan conveyed the details of the situation to his superiors, including the news of Chen Feng's successful capture of the ancient sword leopard. The higher-ups in Huaxia expressed great satisfaction with the capture, though they were somewhat displeased that it was Chen Feng, rather than Long Fan or another prominent figure, who accomplished this feat. However, with Long Fan and Yi Chen Feng vouching for him, they refrained from pursuing the matter further. 12 hours later, as dusk began to settle, Chen Feng awoke, having slept through the night, and emerged revitalized. He had come perilously close to losing his life in the snowy mountain realm. Stepping outside the tent, he observed that the staff were still busy, though the tension from the previous night had dissipated. Chen Feng, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? He turned to see Yi Qian approaching him with meanness. I'm fine now. I just wanted to get some fresh air, he replied. Yi Qian appraised him, and upon seeing that he was unharmed, she shook her head. However, this project is quite monumental. It may take some time to complete. Chen Feng could only nod in resignation, choosing to stay and wait for Long Fan to finish his tasks. As they conversed, they noticed Long Fan and Yi Chen Feng approaching from a distance. How did it go? As prominent figures in Huaxia, Long Fan and the others were exceptionally busy. Such concluding tasks did not necessitate their direct involvement. Nevertheless, Yi Chen Feng encouraged them to visit his base in Shunan first. After obtaining Chen Feng and Yi Qian's consent, Long Fan accompanied Yi Chen Feng to Shunan. This was Chen Feng's first visit to Shunan, and he marveled at the numerous Pokémon he had never seen before along the way. Upon arriving at Yi Chen Feng's base, he finally inquired about Chen Feng's method of capturing the ancient sword leopard. Chen Feng, how did you manage to capture the ancient sword leopard? I noticed you didn't speak to it. You merely squatted in front of it for quite a while before capturing it with a Pokeball. Indeed. Do share with us how you captured the ancient sword leopard. Lu Fei chimed in, eager for details. Originally, Chen Feng believed he had evaded the topic. But to his surprise, they brought it up again. Didn't I mention it was just luck? Chen Feng replied, gazing at them with a hint of exasperation. Luck? Oh come on. If that were the case, why didn't I get lucky and capture an ancient sword leopard myself? Lu Fei retorted skeptically. At this moment, Chen Feng glanced at Yi Qian beside him and Long Fan across from him. Their expressions mirrored Lu Fei's, almost visibly inscribing disbelief upon their faces. Realizing he could not escape, he continued to fabricate his explanation. I believe it was because I defeated the ancient sword leopard, and it recognized my strength. That sounds plausible. Yi Chen Feng nodded, preferring this explanation over mere luck. After all, many powerful Pokémon are proud creatures that only acknowledge trainers stronger than themselves. Thus, having defeated the ancient sword leopard, Chen Feng's prowess seemed sufficient in its eyes for it to wish to become his Pokémon. Unbeknownst to them, the true reason the ancient sword leopard chose Chen Feng was his ability to persuade, tapping into its desire for strength. Of course, Chen Feng's claims were not entirely unfounded. He indeed possessed the capability to aid the ancient sword leopard in becoming stronger, though the timeline for such enhancement might be extended. After all, the items from the system shelves were notoriously unpredictable. Who could say when a suitable item to bolster the ancient sword leopard would appear? Nonetheless, capturing the ancient sword leopard undeniably elevated Chen Feng's strength qualitatively. With the ancient sword leopard at his side, he felt invincible, so long as he avoided encounters with legendary Pokémon or trainers wielding them. Regrettably, the National League had explicit regulations prohibiting the use of Pokémon exceeding king-level strength in battle. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have been unbeatable. Who could contend with the ancient sword leopard? By the way, Chen Feng, why don't you tell us about your bond evolution? Yi Chen Feng queried. Returning to the subject of bond evolution, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and glanced at Long Fan, seeking his approval. He wasn't distrustful of Yi Chen Feng, rather. The topic of bond evolution was of great significance, and it was best kept from too many ears. It's fine. Speak freely. We're all allies here. Long Fan replied casually. With Long Fan's encouragement, Chen Feng felt compelled to share. He recounted his earlier discussion with Long Fan regarding the concept of bond evolution. Are you suggesting that as long as the bond with a Pokémon is strong enough, evolution can occur without the aid of an evolution stone? In theory, yes. but I cannot say for certain if it is feasible, Feng responded. His ability to achieve bond evolution with Charizard was largely due to the system's influence. As for whether others could achieve it, he was uncertain. Upon hearing Feng's explanation of bond evolution, the others grasped its complexity. Achieving bond evolution was not as simple as they had imagined. Perhaps in the future, they too might achieve bond evolution with their Pokémon like Feng, but certainly not at present. They felt that traditional evolution remained the more attainable path. By the way, Feng, since you have captured the ancient sword leopard, why not ask it about the cause of this secret realm upheaval? All right, Feng replied, promptly retrieving the Pokeball to release the ancient sword leopard. Wait, Long Fan interjected urgently, addressing Feng. You're not planning to release the ancient sword leopard here, are you? Feng looked at Long Fan in confusion. Is there a problem? This isn't the right place. Follow me, Feng interjected, rising to lead them to the battle arena located beneath the villa. Wow, I didn't expect there to be a battle arena underground. Isn't it cool? My master invested a fortune to create this. Lu Fei proclaimed proudly. Come forth. Upon entering the arena, Feng and Long Fan exchanged glances and promptly summoned their Pokémon. This was a precaution against any potential betrayal from the ancient sword leopard, as instances of Pokémon betraying their trainers were not unheard of, especially with legendary Pokémon such as the ancient sword leopard. Though Feng felt this precaution was somewhat excessive, he understood that Long Fan and Feng were merely concerned for his safety, and said nothing. He then retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air. Come forth, ancient sword leopard. A flash of red light illuminated the space as the ancient sword leopard materialized before them. Upon its arrival, the temperature in the vicinity noticeably dropped several degrees. Ancient sword leopard, my master, and the others wish to inquire about the cause of this secret realm upheaval. Feng addressed the creature. The cause of the upheaval? I have only just awakened from slumber and have yet to acclimate to my own power, the ancient sword leopard replied nonchalantly. As a legendary Pokémon, it possessed the ability to communicate with humans, though not all legendary Pokémon could do so. Feng had limited knowledge of the ancient sword leopard, recalling only vaguely from an anime that it had become a legendary Pokémon due to the hatred of those who perished beneath its blade, thus giving rise to its new legend. Its power lay in its ability to manipulate snow and traverse freely amidst falling snowflakes. At this moment, Feng knelt down to caress the fur of the ancient sword leopard, akin to petting a small kitten. However, this feline was not merely large, but possessed an intimidating appearance. Observing this, Chen also wished to approach and stroke the ancient sword leopard, but as soon as it sensed her presence, it immediately turned its head, bared its teeth, and let out a ferocious growl, startling Chen into retreating a step. Witnessing Chen's fright, Feng promptly gave the ancient sword leopard a light reprimand, saying, "This is Instructor Yi. How could you scare her?" As he tugged gently at the leopard's ear, Long Fan and Feng, witnessing this exchange, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Goodness, this is the legendary Pokémon. And Feng actually dares to tug at its ear? Is he out of his mind? To their surprise, the ancient sword leopard not only remained unperturbed, but also approached Chen, rubbing against her long legs, resembling a spoiled cat. May I touch you? Chen asked. Trembling with nervousness, Long Fan and Feng stood on high alert. Should the ancient sword leopard exhibit any other behavior, they would command their own Pokémon to strike. Fortunately, the ancient sword leopard displayed no hostility, instead nodding in compliance. Chen slowly crouched down and placed her hand upon the leopard's head, gently stroking its fur. Observing the leopard's enjoyment profoundly altered their perceptions. While they had encountered legendary Pokémon before, those were notorious for their brutality, wreaking havoc upon their appearance. In contrast, the ancient sword leopard exuded a demeanor that was entirely dissimilar. Though it looked fierce, its behavior was far from menacing. The earlier battle within the cave had been sparked by their intrusion into the ancient sword leopard's territory. Had that not occurred, the confrontation might never have happened. Moreover, the upheaval caused by the hidden realm was not a deliberate act on its part. This realization was indeed a relief to Long Fan, as he had harbored concerns regarding whether Feng could truly tame the ancient sword leopard. I must say, entrusting the ancient sword leopard to Feng was indeed a wise choice, Feng remarked with a hint of envy. After all, capturing a legendary Pokémon was a remarkable fortune, and to think that such fortune had befallen a youth not yet 20 years of age stirred his jealousy. However, this feeling was fleeting. He would not take any action against Feng, for he was Long Fan's disciple. Long Fan understood that the ancient sword leopard had chosen Feng, and trusting it to another would be counterproductive. Additionally, as Feng was his disciple, the stronger he became, the more prestige Long Fan would gain. With the ancient sword leopard's protection and Chen Feng's status as his pupil, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to target him. As the strongest trainer in Huaxia and the sole disciple of the youngest champion in the nation, combined with being a trainer of a legendary Pokémon, Chen Feng would surely command respect and fear. Yet, the fact of Chen Feng possessing the ancient sword leopard must remain confidential for now. After all, aside from the ancient sword leopard, the strength of his other Pokémon was still rather lacking. All right, I will heed my master's words, Chen Feng replied without dissent. Knowing that with Long Fan and Yi Feng supporting him, he was already in a favorable position. I only have one requirement, to seize the national championship in the college league. As Long Fan's disciple, I can only be the champion, Long Fan stated earnestly, placing both expectation and pressure upon Chen Feng. For Chen Feng, this became a source of motivation. Although he could not use the ancient sword leopard in the college league, with the Charizard at his side, he aimed not only for a championship, but at least a place in the national tournament. After spending several days in Shunan province, Chen Feng and his companions finally boarded a flight to Donghai City. While both Shunan province and Donghai City were situated in southern Huaxia, they lay in the eastern and western parts, respectively. This geographical distinction resulted in differing climates. Having lived in a coastal city all his life, Chen Feng was accustomed to it and found the abrupt change in environment somewhat disconcerting. Since becoming a trainer, Chen Feng's income had surged remarkably. He had not only purchased a spacious villa for his family, but also gifted his parents each a car. Now, they had retired from work, enjoying a leisurely life. Upon entering his home, Chen Feng called out cheerfully, but after a prolonged silence, he received no response. After searching for a while and confirming that his parents were not home, he mused. Where could they be? Ultimately, he shrugged it off and proceeded to the yard, releasing his Pokémon. Come forth, everyone. With flashes of red light, his Charizard, Greninja, Metagross, Dragapult, and the ancient sword leopard appeared before him. The seasoned Pokémon regarded the newly joined ancient sword leopard with a wary demeanor. Fortunately, the ancient sword leopard bore no ill intent. Otherwise, a mere glance could have sent them cowering. Chen Feng stepped forward to introduce, "This is the ancient sword leopard, the newest member of our family. Let's all get along. Shall we? Ancient sword leopard, greet everyone. Roar." In the following week, Chen Feng relished a brief reunion with his parents. The ancient sword leopard grew comfortable with the others, often basking in the sun in the yard. What astonished Chen Feng most was that the ancient sword leopard had won his mother's affection. Normally averse to close contact, it allowed her to pet it. "Be safe, dear," his mother said, tears in her eyes as she adjusted his collar. In the past, they had lived modestly but found solace in seeing their son daily. Now, with improved living conditions, they often went weeks or even months without seeing him, leaving her heart feeling empty. After a warm embrace with his mother, his father chimed in, "Make sure you don't embarrass us. Your mother and I will be there to cheer you on at the college league. Don't worry, Dad." Chen Feng assured him before hopping into his newly purchased sports car and driving away. Arriving at the training camp, Chen Feng observed the students still diligently training, and he felt the distance between him and them had widened significantly. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago, they had all been at the same starting line? Now, it was no exaggeration to say that they might not even be his match if they all teamed up. Wang Bo, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted Chen Feng. As he called out, many others turned their attention to him, perhaps already aware of Chen Feng's identity. The instructor tactfully ended the lesson upon seeing him. After class, perhaps due to the long separation and the depth of longing, when Xiao Xiao dashed into Chen Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. This left Chen Feng quite perplexed. What was happening? "All right, stop crying. You'll ruin your appearance," he said, and after much effort, he finally managed to make her smile. At the training camp, Chen Feng shared a close bond with Wang Bo and Wen Xiao Xiao, and during lunch, the three gathered for a meal together, recounting his recent experiences, albeit selectively sharing only what he could. This operation must remain strictly confidential, particularly concerning his acquisition of the ancient sword leopard, which must not be spoken of casually. It is not that he lacks trust in Wen Xiao Xiao and Wang Bo, but he aims to retain several trump cards for himself. Moreover, Long Fan had specifically instructed him, so he would not foolishly broadcast this information. Nevertheless, his recent experiences left both of them utterly astonished. After recounting Chen Feng's thrilling adventures, Wang Bo excitedly inquired, "Chen Feng, what levels are your Pokémon in your team now?" Wang Bo was taken aback. In just over 2 months, Chen Feng's Charmeleon had already evolved into a Charizard. Such rapid progress eclipsed many second-generation trainers. Even Wang Bo had merely managed to evolve his forest lizard into a lizard king, after investing considerable financial and emotional resources. Noting the curious expressions on Wang Bo and Wen Xiaoxiao's faces, Chen Feng took a sip of his chilled cola and replied, "My Charizard is currently at level 39, and it should soon reach level 40. My Greninja is at level 36, my Metagross is at level 32, and my Dragapult is still below level 30. Goodness, you have 3 Pokémon above level 30, and your Charizard is nearing level 40. How many hours are you putting in?" Wangbo exclaimed. "You're training so hard." He wakes up earlier than roosters and sleeps later than dogs, tirelessly training his Pokémon with the finest food and nutrients available. Yet, the result? His forest lizard has merely evolved into a lizard king, reaching level 36, while his Hawlucha is at level 29, and his Froakie has just surpassed level 20. Still 5 levels away from evolution. As for his Dragapult, it has only just crossed level 20, with a long way to go before leveling up. It's infuriating to witness such disparity. After sharing their recent experiences, when Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, "So, are you planning to go out soon?" Chen Feng pondered seriously for a moment before responding, "In theory, I should remain here to prepare for the upcoming college league, as it is just around the corner." Time swiftly passed to the end of November. As Chen Feng had mentioned, he had not ventured anywhere this month, spending all his time at the special training camp in Chieshan, training alongside everyone. His Charizard had become quite self-sufficient, while although Greninja was somewhat weaker, its discipline meant Chen Feng didn't need to worry much. Ever since the ancient sword leopard joined their ranks, both Charizard and Greninja had been training even harder, eager to keep pace with the new addition. However, Metagross had begun to show signs of slacking off, which Chen Feng, of course, would not tolerate. Thus, he subjected Metagross to grueling training. It is noteworthy that during recent daily refreshes, Chen Feng experienced a surge of luck, consistently obtaining purple items and a plethora of Diancie shards. During the weekly gym level refresh, he enjoyed similar fortune. Now, Chen Feng had amassed nearly 20 Diancie shards, making the synthesis of Diancie merely a matter of time. As for the other items, none were particularly remarkable. He purchased a special limited-time learning enhancement card and immediately used it on Charizard, hoping it would enable the acquisition of the ability Infiltrator. On the last day of the month, the training camp held a preliminary trial. The victor would receive generous rewards. Initially, Chen Feng did not intend to participate, wanting to give others a chance. However, Wang Bo's sarcastic remarks about the lack of capable trainers in the camp persuaded him otherwise. "If you don't join, the prize will undoubtedly be yours," he teased, lamenting the solitude of invincibility. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, decided to teach him a lesson. The result was predictably one-sided. Chen Feng decisively defeated Wang Bo, with Charizard quickly sweeping the competition. That evening, Chen Feng received his rewards from the training camp: a great ball, a box of basic energy cubes, and a fragment of a grass-type secret treasure. While he feigned delight at the resources provided, internally he couldn't help but express his discontent. However, out of respect for his master Long Fan and Yi Qian, he restrained his feelings. The rewards were exceedingly disappointing, far inferior to the daily refreshes. The system echoed Chen Feng's sentiments, displaying its own disdain. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Chen Feng was taken aback. He could not even exchange for a regular daily refresh, highlighting the abysmal quality of the rewards. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the grass-type secret treasure fragment. Chen Feng considered gifting it to either Wen Xiaoxiao or Wang Bo, but concluded Wang Bo would likely dismiss it. And offering such a modest gift to Wen Xiaoxiao felt insincere. He believed that if he were to give a gift, it should be something significant, like a champion-level Pokémon egg. For Chen Feng, these items held little value. He was already satisfied with the opportunity for a gym-level refresh. It must be said that since obtaining the system, Chen Feng's perspective had shifted. Such items no longer seemed appealing. However, this was understandable, as the system store did not lack excellent items. Having seen so many, Chen Feng's standards had naturally risen. System, initiate gym-level refresh, with a familiar sound effect. The previously empty shelf was once again populated with 5 items. To Chen Feng's astonishment, among the 4 green items, one gleamed with a red glow. Had luck smiled upon him? The appearance of a red item during a gym-level refresh, which typically guarantees at least one blue item, indicated extraordinary fortune. Chen Feng was elated. As was his custom, he began inspecting the items from the lowest green item. One was an intermediate energy cube, another a master ball specially designed for capturing ultra beasts, along with 2 move learning machines. The green items offered no surprises, and Chen Feng fervently hoped the red item would yield something useful. With a hopeful heart, he chanted, "Divine spirits of heaven and earth, may the illustrious Taishang Laojun reveal his powers." In his pursuit of advantageous items, Chen Feng even resorted to superstition. He hoped the red item would reveal numerous valuable treasures. However, at that moment, he yearned not for Pokémon but for unique items with special functions. Ideally, He wished for something that could replicate abilities, enabling Charizard to acquire the Infiltrator ability from Master Wu Dao. If Charizard mastered this ability, the scenes that would unfold would be nothing short of exhilarating. Chen Feng believed that if his Charizard possessed the Infiltrator ability, it could rival even the most formidable legendary Pokémon. Additionally, acquiring a Ghost-type or Dragon-type secret treasure would also be advantageous. Dragapult, being both Dragon and Ghost-type, would greatly benefit from such treasures, significantly shortening its growth period and enhancing its combat capabilities. This would undoubtedly add another card to his hand. In a whirlwind of excitement, several fitting items flashed through Chen Feng's mind. With eager anticipation, he clicked on the final red item. As Chen Feng focused his thoughts, the system panel before him erupted in a blaze of red light, revealing a swift transformation of a shadow. What could it possibly be? Chen Feng anxiously awaited the final outcome. When the crimson light extinguished, revealing the product description, he was momentarily stunned. Intelligent Pikachu set, red. Description, includes a bracelet and Intelligent Pikachu crystal. Intelligent Pikachu is a crystallization of power that enhances the volt tackle of Pikachu wearing a hat. Flash sale price, 59.98 yuan. Upon reading this description, Chen Feng was utterly perplexed. A crystal? An Intelligent Pikachu? Was this system implying that he needed to capture a Pikachu? Not every Pikachu is a deity. The system has become increasingly convoluted, no longer providing Pokémon eggs directly, but rather exclusive items. ISNT this a veiled requirement for Chen Feng to capture the corresponding Pokémon, but where could he find a Pikachu as extraordinary as a deity? Nonetheless, Chen Feng bore no aversion to capturing a Pikachu. As the deity had accompanied him throughout his childhood, the deity's prowess was well known. It could face legendary Pokémon and was also suitable for novice trainers. In the animation, whenever they entered a new map, the deity would first engage in a battle to reset its level, cleverly termed as level zeroing to undergo retraining. Yet, the deity's strength was unquestionable, otherwise it would not have been bestowed with the title of God by its fans. However, while Pikachu may be easy to find, the deity was a rare gem. Still, since the system had introduced the Intelligent Pikachu, Chen Feng saw no reason not to purchase it. He decided to acquire it first and contemplate the Pikachu later. Although Pikachu is not a particularly rare Pokémon, it is still quite elusive. In Huaxia, one could only hope to capture a Pikachu by venturing to the Misty City's secret realm of the Three Gorges. Chen Feng had already resolved to make a trip to the Misty City whenever possible. For now, however, his focus remained on the National League. The following day, after finishing a morning of physical training, Wang Bo unexpectedly approached Chen Feng, expressing a desire to embark on a secret realm adventure. What has prompted this sudden interest in a secret realm adventure? Chen Feng inquired, bewildered. Wang Bo had previously been the most resistant to visiting secret realms, and given his family's financial stability, there seemed no necessity for such risks. What had sparked this change? With a serious demeanor, Wang Bo replied, after much contemplation, I realized that to grow stronger, I must continuously refine myself and my Pokémon. This was the most earnest Chen Feng had ever seen Wang Bo. It became clear that Wang Bo had been spurred into action and was eager to catch up. All right, it seems you've finally seen the light. Since you've made this decision, go ahead and be cautious. That day, Wang Bo bid farewell to Chen Feng, leaving the training camp. Many other trainees accompanied him, but Chen Feng was most astonished to find Wen Xiaoxiao among them. According to her, she did not wish to remain a mere ornament, but aspired to become a trainer capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Feng. Regarding the trainees' choices, Long Fan expressed his support, stating that trainers should not be sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. Training solely in a safe environment would not foster growth. Only those who venture out and grow amidst challenges and crises can become independent trainers. Once Wang Bo and Wen Xiaoxiao departed from the training camp, Chen Feng found himself feeling bored and decided to embark on a journey to the Misty City the next day. Chapter 95, Journey to the Secret Realm, Surprises Abound. Before heading to the Misty City, Chen Feng made a stop in Sichuan Province to find Yi Chen Feng. To be precise, Chen Feng sought out the martial arts bear master. He hoped to leave his Charizard with the martial arts bear master for training, aiming to enhance Charizard's abilities before the upcoming University League, thus increasing his odds of victory. The confidence to leave Charizard stemmed primarily from his ancient sword leopard. With the ancient sword leopard by his side, his safety was assured. After parting with Charizard, Chen Feng hurriedly made his way to the Misty City's secret realm of the Three Gorges. The reason for choosing this location was to capture a Pikachu. The secret realm was the most perilous Chen Feng had ever encountered, yet he felt no apprehension since he was a trainer with a legendary Pokémon. He doubted there could be any Pokémon here more formidable than his ancient sword leopard. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Feng immediately released his Greninja and Metagross. The primary objective of this journey was to elevate Metagross's level, while Greninja would support from the sidelines. Alright, let's set off. The Three Gorges Secret Realm. Named after the Three Gorges Dam, was home to a plethora of electric-type Pokémon. Greninja did not possess a type advantage, so Chen Feng did not intend for it to be the primary attacker. Once outside the safe zone, it became evident that trainers were notably scarce. After not wandering far, Chen Feng encountered a rushing river, occasionally adorned by flying electric-type Pokémon above. In addition to the common Pidgey, he spotted several electromagnetic swallows. What are electromagnetic swallows doing here? Chen Feng pondered, puzzled, as electromagnetic swallows were typically oceanic Pokémon, not usually found in inland areas like the Three Gorges Secret Realm. Just then, a peculiar electromagnetic swallow flew past him. What? Chen Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing this particular electromagnetic swallow. It was a wild, shiny electromagnetic swallow. Was this sheer luck? He never anticipated encountering such a treasure so soon after entering the Secret Realm. Previously, in the Secret Realm, he had not encountered any shiny Pokémon due to not utilizing encounter orbs and shiny charms. The probability of an ordinary trainer encountering a shiny Pokémon in a Secret Realm is an astonishing 1 in a million, or even 1 in a billion. This rarity is fundamentally why shiny Pokémon are so sought after. The shiny electromagnetic swallow boasted a brown hue with golden patterns, making it relatively easy to identify. Since he had stumbled upon it, there was no reason not to capture it. Go, Metagross. Chen Feng, having tasted the sweetness of selling shiny Pokémon before, was eager to add this one to his collection. Metagross did not disappoint, swiftly defeating the electromagnetic swallow. Go, Pokeball. In an instant, Chen Feng transformed into a Pokeball master, successfully capturing the shiny electromagnetic swallow. It seemed that fortunate individuals are inherently blessed. As they delved deeper, Chen Feng increasingly sensed the presence of electric-type Pokémon around him. Magnemites, Magnezone, Electrode, Ampharos, Mareep, Zapdos, and Meowth were all in abundance. However, none of these Pokémon piqued Chen Feng's interest. Only Electrode and Meowth slightly intrigued him, yet their qualifications were far too low to capture his attention. Suddenly, a small, adorable creature with yellow and black stripes dashed past Chen Feng. Greninja, did you see what just ran by? Chen Feng asked, uncertain if he had imagined it. It seemed to be a mouse, Greninja replied. Instantly, his soul power unfurled, revealing that the creature he had seen was indeed a Piku. Chen Feng's spirits soared with joy. Having found a Piku, he knew he could follow it to locate a Pikachu. If all else failed, he could capture the Piku and train it into a Pikachu. Quickly, let's follow it. Chen Feng called to Greninja and Metagross as they pursued the Piku. Soon, they arrived at a tree hollow. Child, share your food with your younger siblings. Mommy isn't hungry. No, Mommy, you eat quickly. We are not hungry. Before Chen Feng appeared a heartwarming scene. In order to support his injured mother and his younger siblings, the fragile Piku ventured out alone in search of food. Suddenly, a Beedrill appeared in the trees. Chen Feng quickly realized that this Beedrill regarded Piku and its family as prey. In this world, a food chain existed among wild Pokémon. Powerful Pokémon preyed on those weaker. At that moment, the Beedrill was prepared to attack Piku's family. Normally, Chen Feng would have chosen to retreat upon witnessing such a scene, for he had saved them once but could not do so again. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, was a fundamental principle of existence. Moreover, the death of Pokémon was an inevitable reality. However, this time, Chen Feng resolved to intervene and rescue Piku's family. Not only because he wished to capture a Pikachu, but also because he could not bear to see such a warm family torn apart. Water Shuriken, go! In a moment of urgency, Chen Feng commanded his Greninja to unleash its Water Shuriken. The Shuriken shot towards the Beedrill at an astonishing speed, pinning it to a tree stump. At this juncture, Piku and its family noticed the Beedrill and Chen Feng. Piku immediately jumped in front of the injured Pikachu, its cheeks crackling with electricity. Chen Feng knew that if he took another step forward, Piku would not hesitate to unleash a thunderbolt. Taking advantage of the Beedrill being pinned to the tree, Chen Feng hastily assessed the Piku using the system. Soon, all of Piku's information appeared before him. Piku, level 15, normal, type, electric, ability, Volt Absorb, attracts electric type moves to itself, preventing damage and boosting special attack, potential, champion level, moves, Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Charm, Sweet Kiss. Nuzzle, Baby Doll Eyes, Thunder Wave. To his astonishment, this Piku possessed champion level potential. In his excitement, Chen Feng quickly assessed the other Pikus. Although none matched the champion level, they all exhibited at least gym leader level potential, with a few even attaining elite level status. If he were to capture this entire brood of Picus and sell them in the black market or Pokémon auctions, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. However, Chen Feng dismissed the thought. He was not a Pokémon hunter, and Picus were not particularly valuable. There was no need to engage in such morally reprehensible actions that would tear apart a family. Ultimately, he focused his attention on the Pikachu. Gym leader level. It was evident that this Pikachu also possessed gym leader level strength, which was hardly surprising. With such excellent genes from its parents, it was only natural that the offspring would inherit their advantageous traits. Clearly, this Piku had inherited its parents' remarkable qualities. Such talent was exceedingly rare in the wild. Without the system, it would be nearly impossible for Chen Feng to capture so many Pokémon with extraordinary potential. He had to capture it. A champion-level Piku evolving into a Pikachu could undoubtedly rival even the legendary Pikachu. Chapter 96. What a splendid mouse. Just as Chen Feng confronted Piku, a chorus of hissing filled the air. It was bad news. They were surrounded by a swarm of Beedrills and Beedrill. At a glance, Chen Feng counted at least a dozen Beedrills, including 3 Beedrills. It appeared he had inadvertently disturbed a nest. Metong, use Confusion. Against Poison-type Pokémon, Psychic and Ground-type moves were most effective. Although Chen Feng lacked a Ground-type Pokémon, he had Metong. Upon receiving the command, Metong immediately unleashed Confusion, restraining the Beedrills and Beedrills. However, their sheer numbers overwhelmed Metong, and it could not hold on for long. Master, I can't hold out much longer. Metang's voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Greninja, use Water Shuriken to take them out. In this critical moment, Greninja acted without hesitation, throwing shurikens at the Beedrills as if they were free. Greninja, aim for the weak points. Both Beedrills and Beedrills were serpentine Pokémon, and it was only natural to strike at their vulnerable spots. The effectiveness was indeed remarkable, utilizing its speed advantage. Greninja swiftly dispatched all the Beedrills and Beedrills before Metong could falter. In truth, these Beedrills and Beedrills were not particularly high level, the strongest among them barely reaching level 25. However, due to their gregarious nature, their numbers were substantial. This was why Pikachu had sustained injuries. Upon witnessing the defeat of the Beedrills, Piku and its family breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Chen Feng, they would likely have become the Beedrill's next meal. Ding! Greninja successfully defeated 15 wild Beedrills, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding! Greninja successfully defeated 3 wild Beedrills, earning 900 experience points. Ding! Metong successfully leveled up to level 33, and Dragapult successfully leveled up to level 28. Remarkably, while Greninja did not level up, Metong and Dragapult did. After vanquishing the Beedrills, Chen Feng finally engaged in conversation with Piku. Piku, thank you, human. Thank you for saving us. After Chen Feng rescued them, Piku's hostility diminished. Chen Feng approached Piku and smiled, using his psychic powers to communicate. It was merely a small effort. This startled Piku, which widened its eyes in astonishment. Piku, you can communicate with us? Piku gazed at Chen Feng with its large, bell-like eyes, filled with curiosity. This was the first time it had encountered a human who could understand Pokémon speech. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, I can understand you. Piku, human, can you help my mother? She was injured by a Beedrill while trying to protect me and my siblings. As it spoke, Piku began to sob. Ultimately, Piku was still just a child. Previously, it had strived to remain strong for its mother, but now, seeing the kindness of Chen Feng, it could no longer hold back its tears. Don't worry, I will definitely save your mother. Chen Feng promptly used the system to assess the injured Pikachu and discovered that it had been poisoned by the Beedrill. With an antidote and some restorative items, it would recover. Chen Feng had an abundance of items. He retrieved a bottle of antidote from his system backpack and approached Pikachu. Pikachu, don't be alarmed. I'm going to administer the antidote now. The antidote produced by the system was remarkably effective. As soon as Pikachu consumed it, the poison was instantly neutralized. Pika Pika. Thank you, human. After expressing gratitude, Pikachu produced a yellow cartridge from a tree hollow. What is this? Chen Feng looked closely, genuinely astonished. This is a lightning cartridge? Description: contains powerful electric type energy. When held by G-Sect, its Techno Blast becomes electric type. A lightning cartridge? A golden legendary treasure? Is this a gift for me? Chen Feng inquired of Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and placed the lightning cartridge into Chen Feng's hand. He truly did not expect such significant rewards from this excursion into the secret realm. First, he encountered a shiny electric-type Swellow. Then he encountered a champion-level Piku. And now he had obtained a golden legendary treasure. No wonder there are so many trainers in this world willing to take dangerous risks to enter high-level secret realms. The rewards are indeed substantial. Chen Feng made a rough estimate that if this lightning card were to be sold on Pokémon, its value would undoubtedly exceed 100 million, and if sold on the black market, it might even multiply tenfold. However, Chen Feng's estimation of the lightning card was still rather conservative. Treasures of such caliber would be safeguarded as strategic resources in any country, reserved for the most elite trainers. Who would have thought that such a priceless treasure would be found within such an inconspicuous tree hollow, ultimately benefiting him? Now that Pikachu had gifted him the lightning card, there was no reason for him to decline it. Pika Pika, thank you for saving me. This is a token of my gratitude. Although Chen Feng was already aware of Pikachu's intention to present him the lightning card, he was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. He hesitated and replied, "This is too precious, and it would be quite beneficial for you as well." At that moment, Chen Feng finally understood why this Pikachu and its group of Pika had such remarkable potential. It was all due to the lightning card. Pika Pika. Yes, it is for you. Compared to my children, this item seems particularly inexpensive. I also know that the Aber monsters have been eyeing us for it, and my child's father left us forever because of it. Upon hearing Pikachu's words, Chen Feng comprehended the underlying truth. A man is innocent, yet possessing a gem invites calamity. When one possesses a treasure but lacks the ability to protect it, it easily draws the attention of others. Pikachu and its companions had the lightning card but lacked the strength to safeguard it, which is why they were attacked by the Aber monsters. All right, I accept it. Thank you for your gift, Chen Feng said with a smile as he accepted the lightning card. As for how to use it, that could be addressed later. For now, he needed to focus on capturing that Piku. However, Chen Feng observed that Pika seemed reluctant to leave its family. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, Pikachu sensed Chen Feng's intentions and quietly communicated with Piku. Although the exchange between the two Pokémon was soft, Chen Feng, empowered by his soul force, heard every word clearly. At that moment, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with gratitude towards Pikachu. First, a gift, and then a companion. Ah, no, a mouse. What a wonderful little mouse. Chapter 97. Capturing Piku, the death of the Ivy Snake, and trouble for Wen Xiao Xiao. Under the influence of the soul force, Chen Feng could clearly hear the conversation between the larger and smaller electric rodents. Pikachu expressed the desire for Piku to accompany Chen Feng on adventures, to explore and become stronger, rather than remain here, living in constant fear of the Aber monsters and missing the opportunity to grow. As a mother, Pikachu wished for her child to become more powerful. Pika Pika, go, my child, pursue the life you desire. Pikachu gently patted Piku's little head, revealing a tender expression. Pika, go forth and grow stronger. As she spoke, Pikachu nudged Piku out of the tree hollow. Piku, go for it, brother. You must become stronger. Pikachu and the remaining Piku encouraged it, hoping it would find its own path rather than remain here. Child, you must grow stronger to protect what you wish to safeguard. This sentiment pierced through Piku's final hesitations. Piku, all right, I understand. I will definitely become stronger. I want to protect what I cherish. With its gaze resolute and emboldened by its family's encouragement, Piku had made up its mind to pursue strength, to become powerful enough to protect its loved ones. Piku, human, can you help me become stronger? Facing Piku's earnest inquiry, Chen Feng nodded firmly. Of course, I will ensure you become stronger. Upon hearing this, Piku's gaze grew even more determined, and with a light leap, it landed on Chen Feng's shoulder. From that moment onward, its life would undergo a profound transformation, becoming a Pokémon that lived for itself. All right, my name is Chen Feng. Welcome to the team. Chen Feng then retrieved a luxury ball from his waist and gently tapped Piku's little head. In an instant, a red light enveloped Piku, swiftly pulling it into the luxury ball. The ball shook 3 times in Chen Feng's hand before settling down. The process of capturing Piku went even smoother than he had anticipated. Initially, he had planned to stay here for 10 or 15 days, but to his surprise, he achieved his ultimate goal in less than a day since entering the secret realm. After successfully capturing Piku, Chen Feng immediately released it to allow for a final farewell with its family. Pikachu, this place has already been marked by the Aber monsters. I suggest we find another location. How about I escort you to a new home? Piku, thank you, Chen Feng. Upon hearing that Chen Feng intended to help find a new home for its family, Piku looked at him with gratitude, realizing that he was truly a wonderful human. Subsequently, Chen Feng utilized his soul force to locate a relatively safe place for Pikachu's family. With Pikachu's gym-level potential, they would thrive there. After bidding farewell to Pikachu's family, Chen Feng did not rush to leave the secret realm, but instead continued to explore and adventure with his Pokémon. The Wisdom card could only be used by Pikachu, but Piku required a friendship level of over 220 to evolve into Pikachu. Chen Feng had just captured Piku, and there was still a considerable distance to reach the necessary friendship level. 3 days later. Originally, He had intended to stay a few more days to increase their friendship level. However, a phone call disrupted Chen Feng's plans. Chen Feng, something has happened to Wen Xiaoxiao. The call was from Wang Bo, who had gone to train in a neighboring province's advanced secret realm after leaving the training camp. With his strength, he could navigate the advanced secret realm with ease unless confronted by particularly powerful Pokémon. But when Xiaoxiao was different, her strength could not compare to Wang Bo's, as the highest level Ivy Snake was only in its 20s. Yet she dared to venture into the inner circle of the advanced secret realm alone and was subsequently pursued by an Ariados. If Wang Bo had not fortuitously discovered her, she might have met a tragic fate. What is happening with Wen Xiaoxiao? Chen Feng asked anxiously. She was poisoned by Ariados, and I am currently rushing her to the hospital at the secret realm's entrance. All right, I will head over immediately. After learning that something had happened to Wen Xiaoxiao, Chen Feng lost all desire to continue exploring the secret realm and promptly decided to make his way to Jinling City. 3 hours later, Chen Feng arrived at a local hospital in Jinling City and found Wen Xiaoxiao, who appeared pale. After emergency treatment, she had awakened, though still quite weak and in need of rest. However, Wen Xiaoxiao did not seem to be in a good mood. Chen Feng, come outside for a moment. I need to talk to you, Wang Bo said, patting Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng hesitated but nodded and followed Wang Bo outside the ward. What can't be said inside? Why must we come out? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Wang Bo sighed and replied, Xiaoxiao's Ivy Snake has died. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned incredulous. Wang Bo reiterated, Xiaoxiao's Ivy Snake died in battle to save her. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng finally understood why the usually vivacious Wen Xiaoxiao had suddenly become so despondent. I see. Chen Feng patted Wang Bo's shoulder and said, Thank you for your help this time. Oh, we are friends. There is no need for thanks, Wang Bo replied. However, this matter may hit Xiaoxiao quite hard. I fear she might fall into despair. Chen Feng nodded, recognizing Wang Bo's sentiment. Such occurrences would sadden anyone, especially a girl. By the way, what did the doctor say? Once detoxified, she should be fine. A few more days of rest, and she can be discharged. But while detoxification is straightforward, unraveling the knots in her heart is far more complex. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng inquired, Does Xiaoxiao know about the demise of the vine snake? At this, Wang Bo nodded. It's impossible to keep this hidden. All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, Chen Feng pondered how to help Wen Xiaoxiao regain her spirits. The most effective solution would be to resurrect the vine snake. But that relied solely on the system providing a revival item. Overall, the chances seemed rather bleak. The probability was too low. Another option would be to help Wen Xiaoxiao select a new Pokémon, ideally another vine snake. However, this would require starting from scratch, which not only demanded time and effort, but also would never replace the original vine snake's significance in Wen Xiaoxiao's heart. System, I have never earnestly implored you like this before. I beg you, grant me the power to acquire a revival item. In fact, Chen Feng possessed a revival item, the Holy Ash, but he was reluctant to use it lightly. After all, items capable of simultaneously reviving humans or Pokémon were exceedingly rare. Chapter 98, Reclaiming the Lightning Cartridge, Rewarding Legendary Refresh, 1 for 3. That evening, Chen Feng stayed at the hospital to accompany Wen Xiaoxiao. Once she had drifted off to sleep, he activated the system. It wasn't Monday nor the first of the month, and he had only one opportunity for a daily refresh. The items provided through daily refreshes were scarce and seldom yielded anything useful. Yet, he felt conflicted. The lightning cartridge was a golden tier legendary treasure. If he failed to obtain an item of the same caliber or a revival item, it would be a significant loss. After all, if the lightning cartridge were used by Piku, it could undoubtedly enhance its power dramatically in a short time, thus increasing his odds in the upcoming Inter-School League. However, in an instant, Chen Feng made his decision. Compared to the friendship he shared with Wen Xiaoxiao, excelling in the Inter-School League paled in significance. System, I shall utilize the legendary refresh opportunity directly. It had been a long time since he had access to such a high-level refresh opportunity. Moments later, a notification chimed in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! The instant kill shelf has been updated. After a familiar burst of effects, the previously empty shelf instantly displayed 9 items, each radiating unique light effects. Chen Feng stared in disbelief. What the 3 golden items? Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that it was not an illusion, but indeed 3 genuine golden items. He could not contain his astonishment. Quickly covering his mouth, he glanced at Wen Xiaoxiao, ensuring she remained undisturbed, and then let out a sigh of relief. A legendary refresh guarantees at least 1 golden item, yet this time, 3 had appeared at once. This was beyond mere luck. It was an overwhelming gain. 1 legendary treasure exchanged for 3 items of the same tier. How could this possibly be a loss? Elated, Chen Feng pumped his fist in excitement. Now, he eagerly anticipated whether he could procure a revival item. After the initial excitement, Chen Feng examined the remaining products. On the shelf, aside from the 3 golden items, there was 1 red, 1 purple, 3 blue, and 1 green item. Perhaps due to the appearance of 3 golden items, the remaining 7 items included only 1 red item, with the rest of lower quality. However, this was of little concern. Having obtained 3 golden items, Chen Feng did not dare to hope for more red items. Let me see what treasures have emerged this time. As per his usual practice, he began with the lowest quality green item. Green items being of the second lowest tier. They rarely held any value. He opened it and found, unsurprisingly, merely a mid-tier electric-type energy cube, perfect for Piku. He pressed on. When opening green and blue items, Chen Feng remained unfazed, primarily because there was little to rejoice about. Additionally, the 3 blue items were equally lackluster. One was a high-grade ghost ball. What is this? High-grade ghost ball, blue. Description: used to capture Pokémon. If the target is a ghost-type Pokémon, it significantly increases the capture rate and accelerates stamina recovery. Instant kill price: $9.99. I'll buy it. It's so cheap. He anticipated acquiring such a specialized Pokeball, making it ideal for preparing for Jengars. The other 2 blue items included a move tutor machine. Electric net, blue. Description: captures opponents using an electric net to attack and reduce their speed. Instant kill price: $7.30. This is actually a move tutor machine suitable for Pikachu. Though Piku had yet to evolve, he could save it for when Piku transformed into Pikachu. Moving on, Chen Feng temporarily set aside the electric net tutor machine and opened the last blue item. As expected, it yielded another surprise, a stone for evolution. Thunderstone, blue. Description: can be used on specific Pokémon for evolution. Instant kill price: $5.10. A Thunderstone? After consecutively acquiring 2 items suited for Piku, Chen Feng felt that the system was surprisingly considerate. After reclaiming the electric-type treasure, it had offered him electric-type items. He couldn't help but wonder if it was intentional. Nevertheless, Chen Feng did not wish to use the Thunderstone on his future Pikachu, primarily influenced by Ash. Ash's Pikachu famously chose not to evolve into Raichu. Chen Feng, too, preferred his Pikachu to remain as it was. Indeed, while Pokémon gained substantial strength upon evolution, as a devoted fan, he favored the clever, adorable Pikachu over the clumsy Raichu. Moreover, the aesthetics played a significant role. Raichu simply lacked the charm that Pikachu possessed. Consequently, the Thunderstone seemed redundant. Perhaps he should sell it for some currency. After dealing with the lower quality items, Chen Feng focused his attention on the purple and red items. Now, let us explore the purple item. For reasons unknown, he felt that this purple item would reveal something familiar. With a thought, the halo surrounding the purple item dissipated. And, as anticipated, it unveiled a familiar sight. Diancie Pokémon Fragment, purple. Description: collect 50 Diancie Pokémon fragments to synthesize 1 Diancie. Instant kill price: $9.99. Chen Feng had lost count of how many Diancie fragments he had acquired by now. He purchased it and tossed it into his system bag. Next, it was time to examine the red item. Although red items are not as rare as golden ones, they are not frequently encountered either. Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation as he wondered what kind of item would be revealed. A champion-level item. I beseech you, grant me a revival item for Pokémon. Please. Chapter 99, Unexpected Joy. Chen Feng clasped his hands together, bowing towards the void, hoping to receive the blessings of the heavens. However, this time he did not obtain the resurrection item he so earnestly desired. Instead, he encountered an item of utility for himself. Advanced Soul Power, red. Description: upon use, the host will gain advanced soul power, expanding their exploration range and enabling them to hear the deeper sounds of all things. Price: $39.99. Although it was not a resurrection item, the advanced soul power was still a valuable acquisition, providing Chen Feng with a small measure of comfort. Since acquiring soul power, he had repeatedly relied on it during explorations of secret realms, transforming peril into safety, and had returned from each venture laden with treasures. Now, with the enhancement of his soul power, its efficacy had increased exponentially compared to the previous basic soul power, which filled him with exhilaration. He had to buy it. Without hesitation, Chen Feng spent a considerable sum of $39.99 to procure the advanced soul power and immediately applied it to himself. Buzz! Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force surge into his body, and he realized that his senses had been significantly heightened. Even without consciously listening, he could perceive subtle sounds around him. The basic soul power had only been effective within a radius of 100 meters. The intermediate soul power expanded this range to 1,000 meters. However, the advanced soul power extended this range to an astonishing 10,000 meters. This meant that once Chen Feng activated his soul power, nothing occurring within a 10,000-meter radius could escape his perception. Moreover, the advanced soul power enveloped not just the surroundings, but also above, below, and in all directions, including deep underground. With the advanced soul power at his disposal, Chen Feng could traverse even the most perilous secret realms with the same ease as strolling through his own backyard. More crucially, the hidden treasures buried deep within would soon be within his grasp. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Of course, the wonders of soul power did not end there. Many more applications awaited his discovery. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Chen Feng's mind as he conceived a system. Was this not a perfect closed loop emerging in his thoughts? Though the treasures within the secret realms were valuable, none could compare to those produced by the system. Chuckling to himself, Chen Feng felt a rush of joy. Seizing the moment of good fortune, he decisively activated the remaining 3 golden items. Perhaps he might just uncover a resurrection item after all. Without delay, he took a deep breath and opened the first golden item. Open! With a thought, the system panel erupted in dazzling golden light. The brilliance was so intense that Chen Feng found it momentarily blinding. After 10 seconds, the golden glow gradually dimmed, revealing the array of items. It was a card. What is this? Chen Feng queried as he clicked on the system's description. Previously, he had longed for items such as a characteristic learning card or a replication card, but had been unable to fulfill that desire. Could it be that this time, his wish might come true? Truly, as the saying goes, you can plant flowers with intent, yet they do not bloom. You can inadvertently sow willows, and they flourish. Chen Feng was so excited he could hardly bear to look. Lo and behold, Chen Feng clicked on the item description, and his heart soared. Characteristic increase card, golden. Description, upon use, it allows the Pokémon to gain an additional characteristic, which the host may select. Price, $99.99. After reading the description, Chen Feng was left utterly speechless. This card was nothing short of miraculous. Not only could it grant a Pokémon an additional characteristic, but the characteristic could also be chosen at will. Did this not mean that after using this card on Charizard, it could unequivocally learn the Hidden Fist move? Was this not a sign of divine providence? It was a must. A Charizard that mastered the Hidden Fist would undoubtedly ascend to new heights of power. Yet, after acquiring the characteristic increase card, Chen Feng found himself at a loss on how to utilize it. After all, Charizard was not present beside him, but was instead located in the faraway province of Sichuan. He couldn't possibly fly there now. Just then, the system kindly provided a prompt. Ding. The characteristic increase card can be used regardless of space. The host merely needs to click to use it and select the desired Pokémon. With the system's guidance, Chen Feng wasted no time and clicked to use it. Instantly, another system window appeared, displaying all the Pokémon he had captured. After selecting Charizard, the screen transitioned to reveal a multitude of characteristics. Fortunately, the system thoughtfully included a search function, sparing him the trouble of sifting through them one by one. Upon entering Hidden Fist into the search box, only that option remained. Select Hidden Fist, confirm. The pop-up window closed. Was that all? Had Charizard truly learned the Hidden Fist? Meanwhile, far away in Sichuan province, Charizard, in a deep slumber, suddenly felt a surge of energy within, awakening with a roar. Its cry resonated through the heavens. The system's power had enabled Charizard to master the Hidden Fist. This technique, upon contact with an opponent, could bypass defensive effects. The commotion caused by Charizard soon caught the attention of Chen Feng, who wasted no time and rushed over with his martial arts bear master. Upon seeing Charizard, he was inexplicably reminded of the first time he encountered the martial arts bear master years ago. The bear master, observing the soaring Charizard, also felt a peculiar sentiment. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, who was focused solely on the last golden item on the shelf, he fervently hoped for an item capable of reviving Pokémon. If no resurrection item appeared, he would have no choice but to sacrifice the sacred ash. Chapter 100. The Sacred Resurrection Grass. The IV Serpent Reborn. As Chen Feng busily opened his blind boxes, Charizard in Sichuan province felt an eruption of energy within as it awoke from its slumber, clearly sensing a powerful force flooding into its being. At that moment, it seemed to experience an epiphany. How much time passed, Chen Feng was unaware. But Charizard suddenly opened its eyes and let out a mighty roar. The system's power had allowed Charizard to directly grasp the Hidden Fist. With a resolute determination, Chen Feng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Open." The golden light dissipated, revealing the item description before him, causing him to involuntarily curse. Damn. It really appeared. Divine Resurrection Herb, golden. Description: a bitter herb that can revive deceased Pokémon or humans. The revived Pokémon's potential will be directly elevated to champion level. Flash sale price: $99.99. Not only could it resurrect fallen Pokémon, but it could also elevate their potential to champion level. It was a must-buy. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng purchased the Divine Resurrection Herb. The refresh of legendary items on the shelf yielded a tremendous profit. Advanced Soul Power, Attribute Enhancement Cards, Bonding Headbands, and the coveted Divine Resurrection Herb. In Feng's estimation, the value of this herb alone surpassed that of the Lightning Card, not to mention the other items. Completely living up to Pikachu's goodwill. Seizing the moment, Feng promptly made his way to the Pokémon Center, where he located the lifeless body of his Ivy Snake. He placed the Divine Resurrection Herb into the creature's mouth. The following morning, when Xiao felt a cool sensation on her face, as if something was licking her. Initially, she thought it was Feng playing a prank, attempting to cheer her up. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, she opened her eyes to a scene that left her in disbelief. Ivy Snake, you? How is this possible? When Xiao could hardly believe her eyes. Convinced it must be a dream, she pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. I'm not dreaming? Observing when Xiao's adorable, bewildered expression, Feng chuckled softly. You're certainly not dreaming. Ivy Snake is alive. So, you needn't be sad anymore. At that moment, when Xiao tightly embraced Ivy Snake and sincerely thanked Feng. Thank you so much. Having witnessed Ivy Snake's demise, the sight of it standing before her in good health was overwhelming. She understood fully that all of this was thanks to Feng, though she refrained from voicing it. Her gratitude ran deep. Next time, don't be so reckless. Feng feigned anger. When Xiao nodded earnestly, don't worry, I won't do that again. After this incident, she was genuinely cautious. Seeing Ivy Snake perish before her eyes had felt like the loss of her own heart. Without Feng, she might have permanently lost Ivy Snake. Before long, she was discharged from the hospital. Upon returning to his dormitory, Feng finally had the chance to indulge in a long-awaited sleep. Having been awake for over 30 hours since the previous morning, he was utterly exhausted. When he awoke again, it was already 8 p.m. After preparing a bowl of instant noodles, Feng began to tally his gains. He first utilized the system to check on Charizard's status. Charizard, level 40, dominant. Type, fire. Electric, flying. Ability 1, solar power. Ability 2, rain dish. Ability 3, lightning rod. Ability 4, intangible claws. If using claw-type moves that make contact, it can tear through all protective effects to attack. Ability 5, holy fire armor in bonding evolution. Potential, legendary, moves. After reviewing Charizard's information, Feng was left with a single thought. Invincible. Who could rival this? The moment he acquired the little fire dragon felt like just yesterday, in such a brief span. Charizard had grown to such formidable strength. Now, aside from leveling up, there was little else left to improve. Thus, Feng could focus on nurturing other Pokémon. Starting with Greninja. Come forth, Greninja. Quack. Master, did you call for me? Feng nodded and retrieved the bonding headband from his system backpack. This is for you. It will grant you even greater power. Feng had always recognized Greninja's efforts. Now that Charizard had graduated, it was time for Greninja to shine. Quack. What is this? Greninja inquired curiously as he accepted the bonding headband. It's a headband, worn on your head. A headband? Greninja did not feel disappointed by its seemingly ordinary nature. Rather, he examined it with keen curiosity. Quack. What is this? Greninja looked to Feng for clarification. Feng smiled and personally placed the headband on Greninja's head, stating, "This will deepen our telepathic connection and enhance our bond. Soon, you'll be able to achieve bonding evolution." Bonding evolution? Upon hearing Feng's words, Greninja's heart brimmed with anticipation. Having witnessed Charizard's bonding evolution, Greninja had envied it for quite some time. Now, he too had the opportunity to undergo such a transformation. As Feng secured the bonding headband on Greninja, a surge of unique power erupted from it. Chapter 101, Greninja's Bonding Evolution, disguising as Yi Qian's boyfriend. The moment Greninja donned the bonding headband, a special force surged forth from it. Streams of blue and white light flowed like water, quickly enveloping Greninja's body. Simultaneously, the soul power within Feng was drawn forth, unleashing an intangible force. The bonding power and soul power intertwined in the air, merging seamlessly. In that instant, both Feng and Greninja's eyes sparkled with realization. Feng slowly raised his right hand, and Greninja mimicked the gesture. What is happening? Quack. At that moment, Feng noticed his right hand had transformed into a blue hue, with only 3 fingers remaining. Have I turned into Greninja? Looking up, he beheld Greninja before him. No, More accurately, Greninja had completed its bonding evolution and should now be referred to as Greninja, Chen Feng version. Unlike the Greninja from the original timeline, Chen Feng's Greninja, after bonding evolution, sported dart-like armor on its knees and elbows, its ears elongated, tongue thickened and powerful, and eyes sharper, exuding an aura of solitary strength that had endured countless trials. This bonding evolution was simply magnificent. Greninja, you look incredible. Chen Feng eagerly sought to examine Greninja's information panel. Greninja, bonding evolution version. Level, 36, leader, type, water. Dark, ability 1, adaptability, transforms to match the type of the move used. Ability 2, bonding transformation, defeating opponents increases the bond with the trainer. While moves like Water Shuriken will see a significant power boost post-bonding evolution. Potential, legendary, moves, Water Shuriken, Night Slash, Disguise, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Wave, Smokescreen, Shadow Sneak. Spikes, Return, Bubble, Protect, Impressive. Simply formidable. The bonding headband not only enabled Greninja to achieve bonding evolution but also elevated its potential to match that of Charizard. With this, Chen Feng now possessed 3 legendary Pokémon. After reveling in excitement for a while, Chen Feng regained his composure and remembered that his instant noodles remained uneaten. He finished his meal promptly before retiring for the night. And so, the night passed in silence. The next morning, as usual, Chen Feng rose punctually under the influence of his biological clock to engage in his morning exercise. He commenced with a 10-kilometer run, followed by 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. With that concluded, it was time for breakfast. Chen Feng preferred to train on an empty stomach. And after such an intense workout, he felt ravenous. Entering the cafeteria, he ordered a little of everything, and just as he settled into his seat, Yi Qian approached him. "Do you have some free time today?" Yi Qian asked, plopping down beside him without preamble. "Today? Yes, I have time. Is there something you need, Instructor Yi? That's good. Later, accompany me for an outing." With that, Yi Qian stood up and left. Instructor Yi, you haven't mentioned where we are going? You'll find out when we get there." Watching Yi Qian's retreating figure, Chen Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. At 11 o'clock, Chen Feng awaited Yi Qian in the parking lot as agreed. "Instructor Yi is quite slow," she said 10:30, and now it's already 11. Just as he grumbled, a stunning woman with an alluring figure and provocative attire approached him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yi Qian herself. At that moment, Chen Feng felt his blood boil, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. Despite the slight chill of November in Donghai City, Yi Qian was dressed quite provocatively. A black spaghetti strap top paired with a cropped jacket, a short skirt complemented by black fishnet stockings, and a pair of black boots that accentuated her perfect legs. To top it off, she wore sunglasses that gave the impression of being unapproachable. Yi Qian's outfit left Chen Feng utterly speechless. "Instructor Yi, you look stunning," he managed to stammer. Yi Qian removed her sunglasses and cast a glance at him, asking, "What did you just call me? Instructor Yi? Is there a problem?" Suddenly, Yi Qian stepped closer, pressing against Chen Feng's chest, and coyly said, "Call me Qian Qian." "Ah, Instructor Yi, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Chen Feng instinctively took a step back, maintaining a respectful distance. Although they had shared some intimate moments during their time in the snowy mountains, today's atmosphere was entirely different. Noticing Chen Feng's timid demeanor, Yi Qian, with a frown, couldn't resist admonishing him. "Am I really that frightening?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Am I intimidating?" He shook his head once more. "Then I must not be beautiful, right?" Chen Feng hesitated, then nodded slightly before shaking his head again. "Am I beautiful or not? Speak," Yi Qian demanded, hands on her hips, raising her voice. Looking around to ensure no one was watching them, Chen Feng hurriedly replied, "You are beautiful, the most beautiful in my heart. Please, Instructor Yi, just get in the car." Yi Qian's spirits soared upon hearing his compliment, yet her expression soured the moment he still referred to her as Instructor Yi. "Call me Qian Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian. All right, Qian Qian. What is going on with you?" Once in the car, Chen Feng couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Yi Qian, fastening her seatbelt, began to explain, "I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. Yi Qian elaborated, "My family has arranged a blind date for me, but I'm not interested. So, I thought I could ask you to play the role of my boyfriend to dissuade the suitor." Upon hearing Yi Qian's explanation, Chen Feng finally understood her unusual behavior earlier. "Now I see. I know what to do." With that, he started the car, thinking that pretending to be Instructor Yi's boyfriend could turn out to be quite an amusing adventure.